Pac-12 and Big Ten foes lock up when Oregon takes on Ohio State and Pasadena. But the pressure, it's like none they've ever seen before. Dan Lanning needs to bring that title back to Eugene. And for Ryan Day, well, if you lose to Michigan, you got to come back with the title and bring that trophy back to Columbus. Otherwise, they're going to keep talking. Happy New Year, everybody. Sure.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Merry New Year. Merry New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. How we doing? How we feeling? 2025 is here.
Oh,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
It's going to be a new world, Sean.
Well, for you it is.
Things are going to change this year.
You still write checks, apparently, according to you yesterday. So you got to be ready, man. It ain't 2024 anymore. When you're getting out that pen and you're getting ready to write a check at the grocery store or whatever it is you do, you old ladies do.
Insisting that my coupon is not expired.
That's right.
I'll tell you what. Listen, old ladies. Listen, old lady's going to old lady, and you're going to write some checks. I get that. Yeah. I understand that. Most older ladies are pretty good at having the checkbook at the ready, at least, which is a nice warning flag. If you're gonna, that's the first thing you check when you start to choose a line behind an old lady.
Yes.
Oh, does she have her checkbook out? I can't deal with this today. 100%. I'm gonna go down to right. Let me find 3 single guys with rotisserie chickens and stand behind them. So, because they will zoom on through.
They sure will.
But the other is this. I don't know at what age it becomes that. Apparently, the absolute best place to stop and check over your grocery receipt is leaned over your shopping cart in the middle of the sliding glass doors.
Yeah, man.
Why? What the hell is that? It's the only time in my week where I almost get to be a snarky bastard to an elderly person that I should show the utmost respect. They stop in the middle of the closing doors and just lean over their cart with their elbows, like their forearms on the handles, and start like checking the note. I don't get it.
Dude, when was the last time you ever checked your grocery store receipt for anything? Like they just hand it to me. I fold it up and stick it in my pocket.
I do. I've started checking it a lot more because I've got a bad habit of sometimes, because of course I've lost my barcode or whatever to scan in. So sometimes I forget to punch in my member number, which can be costly. Which can be costly.
Yeah,
so
very.
I try to be in the habit of checking it over just to be sure that I didn't screw myself out of money.
It's so long. That's the thing. I mean, that thing may as well have a scroll, and you're pulling it out to read it in the town square. The receipt. Yeah. The best is the CVS receipt, where you're buying like 3 things at CVS. And they basically whip out like a whole pad of paper for you at the end of it. I'm like, I bought a bag of chips and some aspirin. What is this long piece of paper?
Have you looked at it? It's deals, Sean, is what it is.
Oh, is it?
Incredible.
Am I leaving money on the table by not looking at it?
Spending such more money on multiple bars of deodorant this year because you didn't take advantage of the time you saw a CVS coupon that was
oh man.
Buy 1, get 27 free.
Really?
They have incredible coupon deals. Sometimes it doesn't seem right or appropriate.
God, it's 6:03 in the new year, and I'm saving money already.
They have incredible coupons on those CVS receipts. Oh. That's why all these people worried about the shoplifting at drugstores. It's a red herring. I believe those are stooges actually taking because big pharma doesn't want you to know how much money they're intentionally bleeding or laundering by these deals they're offering on their receipts.
Okay, all right. Well, man, I learned something new. This is how.
Yeah, nobody think too hard about the logic of what I just said.
No. This
kind of like my cancer thing yesterday.
This is how. Yeah, right. This is how we're going to become the best in the world in 2025. I think we're off to a hell of a start here in the new year.
By saving the people money at CVS.
Yes.
That's how you give back.
Absolutely.
Mega always raises like $300,000 or $400,000 for charity, which is cool. But at the end of the day, what's that do for the listener? I'd like to save the listeners money on Arm & Hammer deodorant.
Yeah, right. That's so funny. Yeah, they did. Shout out to Mega. They raised like $226,000 for charity during the holidays. I'm like, I can't believe we share the same floor with these people. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I feel so inferior to them. When I see the posts on Instagram, like, we raised $226,000. I'm like, oh
hey, Jace, you know what? That was a really nice thing. Sean just Mega.
Yeah.
Can you just cut that up in such a way that all you get is, I can't believe we share a floor with these people.
No. Yeah, great, and it's Mega. It's our Latino station. Jace, don't do that.
Everything's gone to crap since '64.
Don't do that. Right. Don't do that, Jace. You know, it's funny.
I passed a law in '64 that Sean wouldn't be lily white no more.
I thought about this yesterday. I promise people nobody's up. We're gonna get to sports. I promise here at some point.
It's New Year's Day. Now we probably won't get to sports.
I did an interview yesterday with Barrett Sports Media. One of their guys, Derek Futterman, one of their writers, reached out to me, and today is my 11-year anniversary at Sports Radio 610. This is my start date back in 2014.
Congratulations.
So they called me up and they said, "Hey, Sean, you're a decade in now at Sports Radio 610. I want to do an interview with you about your decade at Sports Radio 610 and what's changed and, moving from afternoons to all the things that have happened in my radio career, but mostly 610. And when they got to the part about asking me to moving to mornings with you, I was over the top complimentary, obviously. I said, Seth and I have been friends for a long time. I was super excited. But I started thinking about some of the things I said that if they get parsed like you just did to me with Mega.
Yeah.
And one of the things I said was I've never hosted a show with anybody like Seth before.
Oh,
and talked about how, just like you never know what he's going to say. Like all the things that make you. All the things text in or tell us in person that they love about the show. And parsed up a certain way, it can make it sound like I'm super frustrated about doing a show with somebody like you, which cannot be further from the truth. I want you to know, but after I said this, I'm like, they better not mega me. They better not mega me. Yeah.
It's the tricky thing of just anything with print media. Yeah. It's really, you have zero control over how the thing gets presented or anything. Because like Barrett Sports Media a couple times has taken stuff that we were totally saying jokingly, but when they throw it in an article, it looks like we're, like the time it made it look like I was genuinely angry at Ross Tucker for him. When I'd said, he stole my quote, and like we were totally joking, but in print, it looks like I thought that I said he was like one of these guys from Princeton. I was making fun of me and from Princeton and everything.
Yeah.
The other thing about Barrett Sports Media, they've never actually requested me for an interview or anything, which is fine, except that the one time I think they did request something for me, it was for advice to young sports radio people. And I kind of looked around and I'm like, all right, what advice can I give that's different from these broadcast professionals, but also that, obviously I had a leg up because I played professional sports.
Sure.
That was my in. That's my nepotism,
Yep.
But really, what I said was I basically wrote something kind of playfully, but about go out and freaking step away from the box scores and go get in a bar fight, make out with a girl that you that you shouldn't be making out with. Go live life and be a more interesting person.
Yep.
And they did not use any of it. It was I think I freaked them out a little bit.
That's interesting.
I was kind of insulted. I was like, they showed the advice from 30 different other dudes, and none of mine made the cut. I think because I was a little too real for them.
Well,
because I told sports radio nerds to stop being such weird nerds.
Yeah, you did what I said. Basically, what I said yesterday made me excited about doing a show with you, which is you took it. You took what was great advice and you went over the top with it. You know what I mean? You got you a little pugilism in there. Go get into a bar fight. Probably not the greatest advice in the world, but within the context of how your message was, be more interesting.
Go live life.
Yes.
Be a Hemingway.
Have
Don't
stories.
be some little academic writer who's up I'm going to try to analyze what the symbolism in this. Go out and don't go die.
Yeah.
Go potentially die.
Yeah.
A little risk in your life.
The other question that they asked me...
I say as I take my blood pressure.
I know.
My stat. Where's my stat?
True story.
I need my...
True story. The other question they asked me were afterwards, I'm like, oh, man, I'm going to sound like kind of a jerk in this. Yeah. They're like, he asked me, so how do you measure success? And immediately I go, well, money.
Yeah.
Literally the first word out of my mouth, money is how. And then I clarified. I said both money for me as well as for my employer. You know, we went deep on the sales side a little bit because that's kind of my background. But the other part I think is on the text page here where someone says to us, Seth, thanks for being Thanks for being up this morning. Makes my drive into work easier. And that was the other thing I said. I measure success by when the people come up to me that are in their cars and say, you help me escape from my stress. You help me get through my day. Because I was one of those people for 16 years. You know, I drove around and I'm like, man, this having a real job really sucks. It's the worst. I'm going to go escape by listening to John and Lance yell at each other in the morning. You know, like it's true.
It's nice to be able to have that effect on people and hopefully do it like. I hope I bring less stress into people's lives and actually alleviate it a little bit.
I think you do.
It's tough with sports. Sometimes you feel like you're actually piling. Sometimes it feels like you're compounding people's stress. Yeah. Because they're taking what should be a leisure time activity, enjoying a sporting event, and turning into like, I can't sleep at night because I am so angry about Matt Schaub. Yeah. What the hell?
and you saved them money this morning as well.
By checking your CVS receipts.
Yeah, we're 1 for 1, man. We're 1 for 1 in segments in 2025. We are going to be the best in the world.
This is going to be the best in the world show ever. Yeah. Of the best in the world shows, this will actually be the best in the world.
Yes, it was a great segment. I talked about myself for 5 minutes. It was great.
That's the key. Yeah, and we're going to veer away from sports. We'll probably be about 1090 sports from now on.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, off and running in a new year. Thank you for getting up with us. Hopefully, if you're up with us, because you.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, text in 713-572-4610.
Go get in that bar fight I was talking about.
Yeah. That advice goes for everybody, not just broadcasters. Yeah. Go get into a fight. All right, so we're going to start off 2025 with something that's fueled this show for many, many years. Disrespect.
Oh.
Disrespect for a certain front office in the Houston metropolitan area. We will do that coming up next.
Ready? The Texans closed down their regular season in a rematch against the Titans on Sunday. Hear all the action here with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Memphis Grizzlies are without their star player, Ja Morant, for the week, and they face the Phoenix Suns tonight. Without their best player, it's time to fade those Memphis Grizzlies. Suns -5 is a 4-star best bet. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. You need it fast. We've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
New year, new you? How about new year, new ride? I'm Trice Ham. I'm the general manager at Bayway Chevrolet down in Pearland. And what better way to start off the new year than to finally knock off your to-do list getting a brand new car? Folks, I need a head start on 2025, so the deals I'm making to start the year are better than you've ever heard from me. But don't just take my word for it. Test me on it. Bring me any written offer on a new Chevrolet. I'm gonna beat it, or I'll give you $1,000 cash. Or you can skip all the nonsense of going around to a bunch of different dealerships and just come see me and get the best deal right off the bat. I've got over 300 vehicles in stock to choose from, award-winning customer service, and folks, I've got the best special finance team I've ever seen. If you're worried about your credit, don't be. We're gonna get the loan done for you. We're gonna make you feel at home. We're 8 minutes from Beltway 8 and 288. It's 5719 Broadway, right there in Pearland, Texas, or www.baywaychevrolet.com. Start your new year off right. Start it with a bang. Come see me get the deal of a lifetime on a brand new Chevrolet. Chevy. Together, let's drive.
A cancer diagnosis can be overwhelming, but when you choose MD Anderson Cancer Center first, you'll have the nation's leader in cancer care with you every step of the way. Our world-renowned subspecialists collaborate across teams and disciplines to develop personalized treatment plans for every patient and their cancer. This unmatched expertise, delivered with the utmost compassion, brings hope and healing in the most complex cases. Choose MD Anderson first at mdanderson.org.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness. Orange Theory Fitness is an all-in-one strength and cardio workout to energize you from the inside out. Book online at one of our 29 Houston area locations at orangetheory.com. And remember, at Orange Theory, your first class is free.
Want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Make 2025 the year you get started on your next success with the University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC is a school for real life, helping working adults like you learn the skills you need for the career you want. Choose from more than 135 degrees and certificates in career field and earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. Get a head start on your goals in the new year. Now is the perfect time to take the next step in your life and education at University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start January 8th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
In a divorce, it's important to have a partner you can count on. I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell, a domestic litigation and family law firm. We champion your rights as an individual and your role as a parent, taking an aggressive approach in court while leveling the legal playing field in domestic matters. That's what a champion does. That's what Cordell & Cordell can do for you. Visit us at CordellCordell.com.
Offices in Houston, The Woodlands, St. Louis, and by appointment only in League City. Schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Houston attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. CordellCordell.com.
Measure equal parts of hydrophosphorus with an alkaline balancer.
Gardening doesn't have to be dull or difficult.
This is a call in and chat with us.
We believe gardening should be fun.
Or just listen to us chat.
Welcome to Home Show Garden Pros, making gardening fun again. Saturday morning, 7 till 9.
I want to get my butterfly garden going again.
Aww.
We answer.
Other things that you could look
Advice and tips that put easy and fun into your lawn and landscaping.
Getting a little crazy in here.
Saturday mornings on Sports Radio 6.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Happy New Year, everybody. Appreciate everybody who's getting up with us, texting in. Appreciate you guys very much throughout the year. Hey, Sean and Seth, we are with you here in Schulenburg, west of H-Town on I-10. Happy New Year. Shout out to Schulenburg, man.
Schulenburg?
Yeah.
I feel like I was in Schulenburg for something once. and for some reason I can't go back. Okay.
Did you start a bar fight?
Probably. I was out there trying to get better at sports radio by living life.
That's it, man. That's it.
By sucking the marrow out of life.
That's it. If you're just getting up and you missed the first segment, you can find it on the podcast or on the rewind. But Seth and I basically just doled out all sorts of life advice for everybody, including read your receipts, apparently, at CVS. You're going to save a lot of money, according to Seth C. Payne.
I'm looking at Schulenburg. There's a model aircraft museum. That's interesting.
I feel like that would be right up your alley.
Looks like there's there's an historical museum. Mm-hmm. There's old churches. That's a pretty old church. That's the Catholic church. We might have to go to Schulenburg. The first picture that pops up is an old barn with a rusty roof, which I think looks pretty, but I'm guessing that might not be like the Chamber of Commerce picture they wanted up there. I remember when, there was a story about Michael Sam when he was first, entering the draft and everything. Comes from where? He's like somewhere south of Houston.
Yeah, right? I forget where he's from. For those who don't remember, that was like a decade ago. Michael Sam, first openly gay player to go into the draft. Yeah.
So, but the New York Times did an article where they clearly, let's make this look as much as like the guy who's from some redneck town where they totally must hate all the gays and all that. And it was the picture they put of his hometown, wherever it was.
Hitchcock, Texas.
Hitchcock.
Yeah.
It was just like a beat-up, rusted-out old tractor next to a dilapidated barn.
That's the town.
And I'm like, all right, that's the town. Okay, great. We get what you're doing here. You know, it annoyed me. It annoyed me.
That sounds like something where
you're like... Have you never been to Hitchcock? I felt like I needed to defend Hitchcock.
That feels like something where you go, hey, Gemini, send me a picture of Hitchcock. And then they send you a rusted-out barn with a tractor next to it. So we start off 2025 with disrespect. And I know that's a strange way to want to come into the new year, but The Athletic has an article up, and I love when they do stuff like this. You know me, I love ranking everything, Seth. If I could power rank everything in my life, I would do it. This is a deluxe power ranking of front offices around professional sports across the 4 major sports, we'll call it: baseball, basketball, football, and hockey. And the pollsters in this are actual front office executives.
Right.
So it's a fun exercise.
These aren't some nerdy non-bar fighting sports writers.
That's right.
These are actual
these are guys rating their peers. Yeah, they're rating their peers. So, number one, the Oklahoma. I'm not going to go through the entire list. They go down into the 60s. Let me put it this way: to get to a Houston team, you've got to skim down and skim down and
you got to control
down.
F on it.
You got to control. Yes, you have to search find the word Houston, and just for purposes of what's the gold standard? The Oklahoma City Thunder won this fairly substantially. They were viewed by far as the gold standard of a front office, and it's largely fueled by the Paul George trade for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and every first-round pick the Clippers have from now until Rapture. So they're number one. I'll just do the top 5 here real quick. Dodgers are number 2. Ugh. Yeah, they pull out that checkbook, baby.
Yeah.
Baltimore Ravens number 3. That passes the smell test if we're just in the football world here. The Tampa Bay Rays, number 4. Okay, keeping a team relevant on a shoestring budget. That's impressive. And then number 5, just to close it out, is the Boston Celtics
Dallas
are 6.
Stars.
Sorry, Dallas Stars, 5, which I'll take their word for it. I don't follow hockey super close. You've got to go all the way down to 40? Do I have that right,
40,
Seth?
40, yeah.
40 before you get to a Houston team. And it's the Houston Texans who got 14 votes in this whole thing. They're tied for 40 with the San Antonio Spurs. The Rockets are right after them, tied at 44 with a couple other teams, St. Louis Blues and Indiana Pacers. Yeah. You got to keep paging down and paging down and paging.
I thought they were left off completely. I was scrolling so long. I thought it was an oversight of some sort.
You don't get to the Houston Astros. You don't get to the Houston Astros until
what the hell?
Until 60, tied with a team that we are going to spend 20 minutes clowning at 7 o'clock today. The Indianapolis Colts.
That the Colts were right after them.
The Astros are tied. They're viewed. Their front office. The Astros front office is viewed as the exact same as the one where they have not won a division since they got there.
Sean,
Colts.
this is not even, look, I was trying to look for where I felt most disrespected.
Right there.
I would say, no, it gets even worse than that. Because the other part is, all right, above the Astros or for the first Houston team, the ones that annoyed me were the Yankees and the Dodgers, just because the Yankees especially, if anything, they've just spent more money than anybody else, and it's evidence of them actually not being that good at it because they can outspend everybody else by 50% or more and still just not even compete in a World Series.
They write more
checks. They were at a World Series. They did not compete in a World Series.
They write more checks than Seth Payne. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. So, no, but this is – so you've got the Astros at 60th.
Yeah.
The Colts tied for 60th.
Yes.
At 64th, a team that just had an expose about how dysfunctional and awful they are, tied there at 64, just 4 spots back from the Astros, the New York Jets.
Yeah.
So basically, the Astros are viewed with the same level of respect as executives view the New York Jets. Oh, they got to have a purge in professional sports. I need half these people on the street. On the street by Friday. This is an injustice.
I do think, it's funny, not to refer back to the interview I did yesterday, but the other thing I said about success was respect of your peers. Respect of your peers is a big deal to me.
Yeah.
And the Astros clearly do not have that. It's not just that they're tied for 60th, because you could, in your mind, you could go, oh, well, they're tied for 60th. I mean, there's 30-something teams in each of these sports. I mean, they're still, they are technically descending right now from their perch, which was very lofty. They've gone backwards each of the last 2 years. That's undeniable. And we'll see what happens this year. They're losing bigger pieces again this year in Tucker and Alex Bregman. But you look at it, you go, okay, well, at least they're in the middle of the pack, all right. But it's that they got 5 votes. Only 5 of these GMs around all of the sports felt like, I guess I'll put the Astros, who prior to this season had made 7 consecutive ALCSs. And I'll remind you that the decline has not been, well, they won all these championships and then went into the toilet like the Rangers. The Rangers win a championship and then they go into the toilet last year. Like the Astros, it's been a slow bleed that, granted, has been largely fueled by the front office. Really bad decisions that were made after the World Series in 2022 have been a big damaging factor in all this. But my God, tied with the Indianapolis effing Colts? Are you kidding me?
Sean, to be clear, it's not necessarily that they got 5 votes. It's possible that they just got 1 third-place vote, which would have given them 5 points. They have 5 points.
Oh.
So
there's one guy.
It might even be as bad as that, or it could be 5. The 5th-place vote would give you 1.
Yeah.
So at least 5. So perhaps 5 people voted for them 5 times. I don't know. But this is... but it does make sense, and you can understand why that it's not up there ahead, because obviously when Jim Crane was the GM, that didn't go well, and now Dana Brown has kind of been in a he's charged with taking over an empire that's in need of repair and maintenance and everything else, and you're just not going to be able to do it the same way you were doing it for years. Everything we know about. And I don't think it reflects poorly on Dana Brown. I think it's just the reality of the situation is that this is what he has to deal with, and there's going to be some messiness and sloppiness. I agree with you. I think they should deserve more credit for not being one of these dynasties that just, like the Patriots, just falls off a cliff all of a sudden as soon as they lose their quarterback.
Yep. Yeah, it's a little disrespectful, and you know who you can feel the disrespect too. Maybe the Astros are a bit of a wounded animal right now because you got idiots like Jock Peterson sitting at his press conference. I guess he signed with the Rangers. Is that right? We've got him in the division
Ranger now. Yeah, and he fancies himself an Astros killer because he's won 1 World Series against them, but he's played 2.
Yep. Here is Jock Peterson at his Texas Rangers press conference.
Played the Astros a couple times in the World Series, and they put together a nice little run, and it's coming to an end, and it's time for us to take over the West.
Yeah.
A nice little run.
A nice little run. Yes, that's what he called that. Yeah.
Oh,
and he's a guy who feels personally victimized by the Astros being mean to them in the World Series when he was with the Dodgers.
He tussled our hair, is what he just did right there.
Yeah.
He patted us on the head and said, "It's a nice little run."
With his big punchable face. His gigantically he's got a face larger than mine on a body that's much smaller, and I've got an incredibly large face. Even I'm a large person, but my face is disproportionately large, and somehow Jock Peterson, who I'm guessing weighs like 132 pounds, gigantic moon face.
Well, and he's got a punchable face that literally got punched. Was it last year or 2 years ago? I forget.
Was that Tommy Pham?
Tommy Pham walked up to him because there was some beef over fantasy football and decked him before a game. Like, literally, somebody walked up and punched him.
That was because Jock Peterson was stealing money from the
league? That's what I'd like to think it is.
That was never an accusation, but I'm curious if just by chance maybe that was proven somehow.
Oh, that's funny. Text message.
I have zero memory of that other than the headline, and I'm guessing Tommy Pham was to blame.
It's Jock Peterson. I choose to believe he's right. I'm from Santa Fe, next to Hitchcock, far from country, LOL. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
See? That's what they showed Hitchcock. It was just like dilapidated old,
rusted out barn.
They love to paint Texas out with a broad brush. Just whatever, yep, that's Texas.
That's Texas.
Probably somebody abusing somebody's rights in there.
Yeah, probably. Do you agree with? Forget about where they're ranked amongst the galaxy of teams. The three Houston teams are ranked: Texans, Rockets, Astro. Do you agree with this? Do you agree with that being the order of the three teams right now?
I think the Rockets should be ranked the highest based on current. Going back to, honestly, again, with Dana Brown, not Dana Brown. But the thing about the Rockets was they kind of got dealt a hand in the James Harden departure that I feel like the initial PR on it was that it was a horrible trade and everything else, and that almost kind of stuck to where people haven't recognized how well they've maneuvered and drafted and kind of put things together after just being left for dead because their star player had sabotaged everything.
Yeah.
Like Harden had he brought in Westbrook, then Westbrook wanted out. He couldn't live with Chris Paul before that. Harden takes off.
Yep.
And to get back to where they are right now, I don't think they're getting nearly enough credit. And I'll tell you another one that I don't think that I'm curious around league executives. Hiring Udoka, when all those other stupid executives that are voting in this poll could have hired Udoka, they got scared because they didn't want to look at the entire scenario and they're like, well, nope, that looks a little too much like a possible Me Too scenario. I don't even want to touch it. Like, I credit the Rockets with saying, all right, let's see this for what it is and see that it's different than a lot of the other stuff. And they brought him in. A lot of other teams. Udoka would have taken probably several other jobs before he took the Rockets jobs if they had been coming after him.
Yeah. Well, and it was, and everything you hear or read about the process to get there, this wasn't Tillman just rolling the dice that everybody was going to be okay with it. They talk, the Rockets have a female president of the team, Gretchen Shearer, who's awesome.
Yeah.
Everybody was involved in that, in vetting it out, and it's turned out so far. It's they're now in year 2 of it, but like if we're just to take the last couple of years, go back to the offseason where they hired Udoka, it's been one of the most impactful moves across any of these sports, not just basketball. Like, he has completely changed the culture of that team. He took young players who either did not have that dog in them or had it wrung out of them by the Steven Silas era and has put it back in them or has put it in them to begin with. Man, from top to bottom, that is an organization that marches to the beat of Ime Udoka's drum. So that's been huge. And I think there's a lot of similarities with the Texans and the Rockets. I think the other thing with the Rockets too, they had all those first-round picks, and I would argue, given where those picks were, they've hit on all of them. They had 2 first-round picks each year for 3 years. We'll wait and see what Reed Shepherd is with the 3rd pick, but it almost doesn't anymore. Got those core 6 guys. And, Jalen Green, has he lived up to being the number 2 overall pick? I don't know. He just got a 2nd contract, and he averages 20 points a game. To me, the most impressive thing is the guys they've taken at 16 and 17 and 20, that they traded back in to get Alperen Şengün, who's going to be an all-star, that they drafted Tari Eason, who's super impactful at 17, that they recovered from the trauma of not getting Victor Wembanyama to get Amen Thompson at 4, who looks like, at the very least, he's going to be one of the most impactful players in the league on one side of the basketball. Defensively, yeah, they've done you're right, they've done a good job, man.
And Dylan Brooks working out. Like I'll tell you this, in terms of, I feel a little disrespected that the Rockets are 44 and Daryl Morey's front office up in Philadelphia is 48th. I feel like those are too close. It's just not. Yes, Daryl Morey, as a GM and as a talent evaluator, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, he's done great things. But as currently constructed, I feel a lot better about the Rockets than I do the 76ers.
Yeah, I feel a lot better about the Rockets than I do a lot of teams. Are we feeling the same way about the Texans as currently constructed?
And they're only 4 above the Cowboys too.
Yeah.
The Rockets are only 4 above the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's crazy. How close are the Texans in your mind to where if you have the Rockets 1, how close are the Texans in terms of what because Nick's done a lot of aming things with the Texans
I think
too.
Well, it's I would say they're maybe kind of a year behind.
Yeah.
And part of that is, in football, it's a huge roster to turn around. I'm not, without being just overly here, I think the big step would be if they can get some guys offensively, or if they can somehow find a way to play on offense the way they play on defense, then I'll start to feel like, all right, they got something going here. I mean, it's one of the most curious things is that, man, they've got all these guys on defense who play like absolute maniacs, and then on offense, you just have very few of those guys who feel that way. The old, who would you want with you in a bar fight?
Yep.
They're almost all on defense, and then Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
I feel like Nico might be a little too much of a peacekeeper, and he's got the arm length to do it. I'll be like, let me at him, Nico.
No,
Stop trying to be a peacekeeper.
He did truck that defensive back twice last year against the Colts.
Oh, that's true. He's got hatefulness.
Yeah,
I forgot. Okay, good job.
It's a quiet hatefulness he's got.
That's true.
Nick's done an incredible job of pulling them out of the muck. I mean, we talked about yesterday, he inherited the worst situation in my mind of any GM in the history of the sport when you add everything up. The cap, the draft, lack of draft capital, the salary cap was butchered, the roster stunk, the quarterback wanted out, and then it turns out the quarterback really got loose in some massage sessions, as it turns out, allegedly, according to several lawsuits. That was bad. Did a great job getting them. They're a playoff team now. They are a playoff team now. This fixing of the offense that has to take place in the offseason will be the hardest. That'll be the second hardest project he's had to undertake, next to just getting this team out of the quicksand. This is a project. If this is what it is, unless they go on some run here that I don't anticipate, this is a project this offseason that starts with the offense, and it probably ends with having to do some sort of redo along the offensive line.
They've given some money to guys that I don't feel like are the ideal swarm type candidates.
I'm with you,
man.
I
think that that's the tough part, is you got to extricate yourself from that somehow.
Yeah, and it's going to be expensive, depending on who the guys or guys are that they move on from. All right, so good. A little disrespect to start off the year. Let's get to headlines coming up next. Hey, a familiar face back in the building for the Texans. They actually had some success against the Steelers. We've got the Amen Thompson suspension nailed down now. A lot of stuff to get to in big college football going on yesterday, including right here in Houston. We'll do that in headlines coming up next.
We're closing down the regular season with another Thirsty Thursday on the Northwest side. Join Clint and Ron tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6, live at Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, with our friends at Bud Light. Great wings, cold drinks, prizes on site, and the best sports conversation in town. Start your football weekend off with us. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington.
Oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain.
Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I found a fountain of youth down there at QC Kinetics.
That's Henry Hinton, feeling like his young, active self again after treatments at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine.
I still have trouble walking down steps as I get older. I've had one treatment so far, and I can already tell a difference in my knee.
And that treatment at QC Kinetics used Henry's own natural healing properties, concentrated and placed right at the source of the pain. So Henry and patients just like him will enjoy long-term relief without surgery or downtime.
My knee is not hurting. I remember I was walking down some steps yesterday, and I thought, wow, this is not hurting when I walk down steps. I'm all in on it. I'm all in on QC Kinetics.
It's time to wind back the clock to days without constant joint pain. Start with a call to QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
With Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, you'll be on the path to affordable health care coverage that's backed by thousands of positive reviews from people across the state.
I have a busy life. I appreciate ability and the affordable monthly payment.
Don't get lost in the sea of options. Call 800-435-1900 or visit needcoveragetx.com. Last year, 95% of Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas members qualified for financial help.
They cover so much no matter where I go, even discounts on my prescriptions.
I get wellness benefits that make my gym membership and gear more affordable, even my shoes.
Don't wait. Open enrollment ends soon. Call 800-435-1900 or visit needcoveragetx.com. Follow the path to affordable with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Through it all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company. Health Insurance Marketplace's 2024 Open Enrollment Report.
The Fed just lowered interest rates, and that is great news for those in the market for an automobile. Lower rates means lower payments for you. My friends at D&M Auto Leasing have been laser focused on offering smart, low-cost leasing solutions for decades. That has never changed. The Easy Lease at D&M is the most consumer-friendly lease on the market, all backed by the industry leader. Make no down payment, have no payment for 60 days, and build a relationship that lasts a lifetime. 713-290-1000 or visit online at dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at It's the holidays, the festive time to play. If you party way too hardy, Sober Ride will save the day. Getting stopped can cost a lot.
Plus a night in jail.
You could even hurt someone.
An epic holiday fail.
So pass on your own sleigh.
There's a better way.
Holly's too jolly, don't try to drive your sleigh.
Drive sober. No ho-ho regrets.
Sponsored by TxDOT.
A great day starts with a great night's sleep, y'all. The quickest way to make that happen is to make sure you're sleeping on the right mattress. Comfort to comfort, dollar to dollar, Verlo mattress wins every time. Check them out at Verlo.com. Here's what you'll find. A custom fit. Verlo will literally build you the mattress of your dreams right there in the store. Lifetime comfort guarantee. As you age and your comfort needs change, Verlo will make adjustments for you, good for as long as you own your mattress. Truly, a better mattress at a better price. You will love your Verlo. That's Verlo.com.
New year, new you? How about new year, new ride? I'm Trice Ham. I'm the general manager at Bayway Chevrolet down in Pearland. And what better way to start off the new year than to finally knock off your to-do list getting a brand new car? Folks, I need a head start on 2025, so the deals I'm making to start the year are better than you've ever heard from me. But don't just take my word for it. Test me on it. Bring me any written offer on a new Chevrolet, I'm gonna beat it, or I'll give you $1,000 cash. Or you can skip all the nonsense of going around to a bunch of different dealerships and just come see me and get the best deal right off the bat. I've got over 300 vehicles in stock to choose from, award-winning customer service, and folks, I've got the best special finance team I've ever seen. If you're worried about your credit, don't be. We're gonna get the loan done for you. We're gonna make you feel at home. We're 8 minutes from Beltway 8 and 288. It's 5719 Broadway, right there in Pearland, Texas, or www.baywaychevrolet.com. Start your new year off right. Start it with a bang. Come see me get the deal of a lifetime on a brand new Chevrolet. Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
The holidays are a time for reflection on what matters most and the relationships that make life meaningful. At Trajan Wealth, we're proud to be a trusted partner for many of you on your financial journey. Whether you're planning for tomorrow or looking to build a legacy, we believe in doing what's right every time. As a veteran-owned company, I know trust isn't given, it's earned through honesty, integrity, and a commitment to putting our clients' needs first. For those of you who have heard my commercials for years but haven't yet called, know that most of our clients come to us from other financial advisors. Our expert team, who has hearts of teachers, promises not to waste your time. This is more than our duty, our passion. So, this holiday season, let us help you unwrap the gift of Trajan Wealth. Call 346-371-3330 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, today's headlines. Let's get to it. Reunion. The Texans have brought back a familiar face. I don't know that this is what turns the offensive line back into what we hoped it would be, but I will say this. One of the best performances of the offensive line in 2023 was against the Pittsburgh Steelers with Austin Deculus starting at left tackle. Now, I don't think Laramie Tunsil needs to be looking over his shoulder by any means, but if he wants to, that's fine. But Austin Deculus, Seth, back in the building, signed off of the Saints practice squad yesterday.
He's just been hanging around home in the Gulf Coast in general.
Yeah.
He went to Cy-Fair, right? And then an LSU guy. And it comes to Houston, then goes over back to New Orleans.
Yep.
I like that. Austin's a guy, he's got great size. I think that when you watched him as a young player, he has made progress in getting better. He's just not naturally as athletic as guys that are stud offensive tackles, but can he make it in the NFL? I think yes, he has a chance to do that. I think it's got to be through refinement of technique and being super smart and everything else. And some guys get better at their offensive linemen especially athletic is kind of a hazy term, but they can improve their athletic traits over time, especially with strength training and everything. So I'll be curious to see him now this time around.
Do you think that being in New Orleans and being around Trevor Penning is going to help him, Seth? Get that dog in him. He's
going to be fake tough and just be able to drive safeties out of bounds.
They're going to be at practice today, and they'll be like, "Why is Austin Deculus jumping on the pile after every play?
Why is Austin Deculus acting like pass protection isn't a part of his job?"
Right.
Like he's just like it's 2025 now, and Trevor Penning is out there acting like as long as you're good at run blocking, the offense will have no issues whatsoever.
He doesn't pass block anymore, but he punches guys at the bottom of a pile all the time now. What the hell? This is not what we signed up for.
When he pass blocks, it looks like he's trying to have a really good run block, and it's like, okay, if they do decide to pull it down and run, then this is going to be awesome. Looks like you wanted to pass.
Yep.
But that's Trevor Penning, not Austin Deculus. So welcome back, Austin.
Welcome back, Austin Deculus. We'll see you at practice today. We'll get an injury report today. Do you think that C.J. Stroud is going to be on the injury report in any capacity? Since the banged up revelation happened, you do?
I think he will. And a lot of times C.J. will be on the injury report, but you don't really think much of it. With quarterbacks in general, if there hasn't been a report or anything. Now, this is where the rubber meets the road with my prediction. I predicted that I think that they will sit C.J. just because it feels like there's enough smoke about him being banged up. Where's that smoke come from, Seth? C.J. Stroud himself.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and others that maybe affecting his play somewhat. The fact that he's had all these errant throws that don't make any sense, It's hard for me to believe that's anything other than injury. You know, that one that he airmailed to Nico on Christmas Day, he had time, he set up, it was just a really bad throw.
Yeah.
I think there's something going on there, and there's nothing you can do to all of a sudden fix that offense after you haven't been able to do it for 17 weeks.
No.
The best thing you can do to make them incrementally better is for the quarterback to be as healthy as possible.
Yep, I'm with you on that. Text message, CJ didn't look hurt until the Tank Dell injury. I don't believe him.
Well, we're talking about his body, not his feelings.
Yeah. Right.
I think he's looked hurt at times this year, and it's been a rolling question of just, like, all right, I don't know, maybe there is something. You don't want to speculate on it, but it's just, it is curious, some of his misfires.
Yeah.
Now, there's also times where on the TV copy, it'll look like a bad throw, and then when you go watch from the end zone, you realize, he actually, there was way more pressure than it looked like, or it was clear that the receiver and he weren't on the same page. So that's where things get hazy. Because I think the perception from just watching on TV would be that, like, wow, he's making a lot of errant throws that he doesn't usually make. Usually when I go back and watch the end zone copy of those, it usually is maybe like 50% of less where it's actually an errant throw.
Yeah.
It's been that kind of year where there's just everything's so disjointed on so many levels that you got to write a damn term paper to figure it up on a given play.
No, you're 100% right. All right, NBA news. Amen Thompson suspended for 2 games for his role in the Donnybrook that took place at the end of the loss to the Heat. Yeah,
that feels about right. You know, it's. I mean, what are you going to do?
He hip tossed Tyler Hero to the ground.
He slammed Hero to the ground, and honestly, like, in such a way that Tyler Hero's future children are going to be ashamed of him. It wasn't just violent; it was degrading.
It was degrading. Yeah.
Now Hero can say scoreboard. That's the other thing.
I hope
that's how he salvages his pride.
I saw Amen Thompson. He did a media scrum after practice yesterday.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that he would just start off and they say, "What do you think about your 2-game suspension?" I was hoping he'd just go, "Worth it." Just that, like. Look at Tyler Hero.
So those guys are allowed to be around the team when they're suspended.
Yes, yeah.
Where in the NFL, it's like you're ostracized.
You're sent to Guantanamo.
You get sent off to Guantanamo. God. You might as well. Yeah. You might as well be your awful. Like send him to an outpost in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Aziz Al-Shire, war hero. Yes, yeah,
yeah.
Did you hear? It's headlines. Not to get too off topic. Aziz went and met with Roger Goodell during his suspension. I don't know if you saw that.
Did he tweak his clown nose?
He should have.
Did he go, honk?
He should have. But he was very diplomatic. He's like, no, it was a good conversation. You know, he wanted to talk to them about the statement. I think he met with Goodell, Runyon, Troy Vincent. Yeah. Like, he met with all of them. I think he wanted to talk to them about the statement they put out, which made him sound like the worst person in the world.
Yeah. And I'll tell you the thing about that statement, and this is where it's messed up, is that they deliver that statement before they even hear Aziz Al-Shire's side of the story.
Right.
Like, that's fundamentally that's a flaw in the system right there. That's messed up. And what it does is it makes it hard to take those statements seriously, because then the NFL, they look like a grandstanding politician. You know, when you're watching some poor general get interviewed, and both parties do this. Like, the congressman up there is like not giving the guy any chance to answer, and that's what it feels like. Like, okay, this is you getting yourself on television to be able to show the people how much you care.
Totally.
That's what that letter felt like, Goodell.
Yep.
Come on, you're better than that.
I'd like to think you're really good at negotiating TV contracts, for sure.
He's richer than most politicians.
Most. Hey, real quick, headlines. College football yesterday, LSU 44, Baylor 31.
I swear to God, that wasn't even a Trump joke. That was for anybody who got triggered by that. That was about just various Congress people that might have inside information.
Pockets are lined. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Kinder's Texas Bowl, LSU 44, Baylor 31. Fiesta Bowl last night. We've got our first team school into the semifinals. It's Penn State. They beat Boise State last night, 31-14. I tell you, this college football playoff has been fun just because it's new. None of these games have been super competitive yet, though. Like the closest game was Notre Dame 27-17. And if you watch that game did not play like a 10-point game. Indiana scored 2 touchdowns in the last 4 minutes to make it look closer than it was. So they've all been blowouts. We got 3 games today. I think 2 of them have a chance to be really, really good. Texas plays Arizona State in the first game. That's a big spread. But then you got Ohio State and Oregon, where Oregon, the number 1 seed, is an underdog in this game. And you've got Georgia and Notre Dame, which has flip-flopped back and forth between Notre Dame and Georgia being favored.
I think these are all regardless of how you feel about the seeding, it ends up with a really good football game. Yeah. This is it, Sean. Today's the day where college football stops being the next highlight. Where it just I've been watching. I'm like, this sport's done for. The sport of football will buoy it as long as it can, but the NCAA as an organization, I might as well be watching Highlight in some pit in Miami.
Highlight still pops up on Space City Home Network from time to time.
Does it really?
It does. Yes, Highlight.
Are they still? Is it in Miami? Is that where they're showing?
I don't know. We had a Highlight for Anton in Hartford when growing up.
It was big in New England and South Florida.
Yeah,
much like New England is kind of big in South Florida too, because that's where they all go.
They all go there. Yeah, that's probably why it's
so nothing popular. It's nothing like you're like, oh, I'm going to take a nice relaxing vacation to the beach. So you go to South Florida, and you're like, this feels a lot like angry New Yorkers everywhere. Why? Right. This is not as relaxing as I thought it would be.
Screw it. Let's go to the highlight for Anton. Yes. Brian from Magnolia checks in. Good morning. Happy New Year, guys. Appreciate you. We have a listener from southern Kansas getting their Texas sports fix. That's probably the furthest suburb that's listening today of Houston, southern Kansas. Yeah, southern Kansas.
We were Sean and I were talking during the break, wondering what are if you could draw a loose perimeter around the city, how far out do you go where people really don't want to be called Houstonians?
Yeah,
because everything almost gets lumped in, and I know it's different in different situations, but I feel like people in Katy Katy is a city unto itself now. The Woodlands obviously is a city unto itself, and yet I feel like they still consider themselves Houstonians loosely, but I'm not sure. I haven't checked in on this in a while.
And we only want opinions of people who actually live in those places. We don't want opinions from people that live in Upper Kirby saying those people are not Houstonians.
Don't be like one of these people who are not from New Braunfels who claim that you know how to pronounce New Braunfels when you're actually dead wrong about how people in New Braunfels pronounce New Braunfels.
All right. So the feelings on the Texans right now, in the playoffs, but the optimism level not very high. The optimism level long term, I'm going to give you guys a reminder in the next segment that the team we're about to talk about is the closest to the Texans in the AFC South. And when you look at everything they've got going on, it feels like at the very least the 4 seed is right there for the taking for a long, long time. We clown the Colts next.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Rich Herrera with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi, beginning on January 7th on ESPN. Keep it up. It's golf. Will 25 bring us? Will Chiefs Kingdom continue to rule with a reign that has no end? Can the Dodgers match the Giants with 3 titles this century? Can Boston begin its next big dynasty? 2024 was pretty good. 2025 might be even better. Happy New Year, everybody. I'm Rich Herrera.
The holidays are a time for reflection on what matters most and the relationships that make life meaningful. At Trajan Wealth, we're proud to be a trusted partner for many of you on your financial journey. Whether you're planning for tomorrow or looking to build a legacy, we believe in doing what's right every time. As a veteran-owned company, I know trust isn't given, it's earned through honesty, integrity, and a commitment to putting our clients' needs first. For those of you who have heard my commercials for years but haven't yet called, know that most of our clients come to us from other financial advisors. Our expert team, who has hearts of teachers, promises not to waste your time. This is more than our duty, this is our passion. So, this holiday season, let us help you unwrap the gift of Trajan Wealth. Call 346-371-3330 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family member differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
There's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident on the road, man. You're left not knowing what to do next. Look, no one needs the added stress of being sidelined with injuries, dealing with lost wages and medical bills over the holidays. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they have over 20 years of experience navigating the legal process to get you the justice and the compensation that you deserve. When you call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222, they'll go to your side in the hospital or at home. They take care of all the problems that an accident brings by always going the distance to get you the maximum compensation and access to the best local doctors and hospitals so you can focus on taking care of your family. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Your consultation's always free, and you pay absolutely nothing unless they win your case. Call the winning team at Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. You'll get a real person, not some automated answering service. 281-222-2222 or MokaramLawFirm.com.
Selfless service is the guiding principle that drive National Guard soldiers to be always ready whenever disaster strikes. They are your next-door neighbors and your colleagues in schools, offices, and factories. To be a Guard soldier is to stand ready to serve at all times for family, for community, and for country. To learn more, log on to NationalGuard.com or contact an Army National Guard recruiter in your area.
Sponsored by the Texas Army National Guard. Aired by the Texas Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Have you ever tried something for the first time and then wondered how you ever got along without it? That's how thousands of new Navage users describe their first experience. Once they feel sinus relief and can breathe clearly again, many wonder why it took them so long to experience the Navage difference. Navage uses refreshing saline and gentle suction to quickly suck out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Stop suffering from congestion and start feeling better again with Navage. Brand new look, same great product.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Ever have one of those days where your gut just feels blah?
Ugh, yes.
Occasional bloating or gas could be signs that your gut is out of balance, but Align Probiotic can help. Align 24/7 digestive support is with a unique strain to help relieve occasional digestive issues. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand. So when you feel the signs, it's time to try Align. Align Probiotic. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
It's football time at BetMGM. Use code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. When you register with BetMGM, you'll get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, live betting options, original bets, and the best daily promotions in the business. Use code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. New customer offer. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 8778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, call 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, call 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. Subject requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll get to the Colts in a second. We got a nice long segment here, so we'll get to the Colts in just a second. The question that Seth asked the audience out there is, how far out do you go from Houston, in the Houston area, where you still consider yourself a Houstonian? You still say you're from Houston, right?
Right, yeah. And especially, obviously, if you're talking to somebody else from Houston, you're going to be more specific. But let's say you're traveling and somebody asks where you're from. Do you say outside Houston, or do you say I'm from Houston?
Yeah. Here we got a few texts. First, shout out to anybody who's up this morning, especially if you've stayed up all night. Shout out to you. From Katie, don't want to admit I'm a Houstonian, but yeah, Houstonian. There aren't any any K-Town hats.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a good point. The sports teams pull you. They pull you in a little closer. Yeah,
sir or ma'am. It sounds like you've identified at least some sort of business opportunity out there. Yeah, a little K-Town action out there.
K-Town.
Yeah, man.
K-Town. The high school shirt. I like wearing a good high school shirt. There's the T-shirt. That's one thing that people overlook sometimes is the golden age of T-shirts we live in.
Yes.
Where so many different people on the web can print up like anything that you want in the world.
I'm a sucker for all of them, dude. If they show up on my Instagram feed, I'm clicking, and I don't care who I'm buying. I don't even know who I'm buying them from. I'm like, I must have that T-shirt.
I've always wondered about Magnolia. Because it feels like, if, Jimmy Butler will say, will insist I'm not a Houstonian, I'm a Tombalian. I feel like, so I've always kind of put Tomball as the place that you get out there and it feels a lot more like suburbs than it used to, but it just still feels different. But then you get way out to Magnolia. I would say, are people from Magnolia saying I'm a Houstonian? I would imagine no.
It's a good question. Back in the day, I don't think they would have, and I say this because my ex-wife and I bought land in Magnolia back in the late 90s.
Smart move. You held on to it, right?
We were going to move.
I knew you had to hold on to it.
We were gonna. I wouldn't be sitting here making wiener jokes with you if I had sold it. But back then, we viewed Magnolia as we're gonna get out of the big city. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now you drive up there, and it's really just a continuation of Tomball. Is all it is. There's no. Other than the sign that says "Welcome to Magnolia," you wouldn't know you were leaving civilization. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to ask. I think Steve McKinney's in Magnolia. I don't know. I've never driven the hell up there for him. But Steve comes to me.
That's right.
But I'll ask him if he considers himself a Houstonian. Now Steve is a smart business person, and would. I'm a Houstonian, yeah.
What you're saying is he would have held on to the land.
Steve totally would have held on. Yeah.
I'm like, I got to get out of this payment.
Well, I told you, Gary Walker, when we first got here, Gary bought land in Rosenberg, or Rocheron,
yeah.
And he was, Gary's a farm kid, and I think just looked at it as he, got 100 acres, and just he could go, boar hunting and do all that stuff and camp out. We used to have cookouts on Friday nights down there.
That's fun.
But he held on to it for a long time, I think, and I'm guessing he did pretty well.
Probably,
because it was 100 acres, probably smack dab in the middle of a bunch of future housing development.
Oh, good for him. Good for him. Text message: I live in Huffman, and I say I live outside of Houston. Text message: I live in Lake Jackson. I just say outside of Houston when I'm out of town.
Yeah.
So and those are pretty far. Those are pretty far out. I live in Lufkin, but I'm a native Houstonian. I'm so happy for the Odyssey app, so I can hear you guys everywhere. I got Payne and Pendergast, the best team out there. That's not even somebody answering the question. That's just somebody giving us love. So I'm going to read that all day, every day, right there.
I'm looking at I look at the little satellite. It's almost like the electrons that fly around the nucleus of Houston. I know that's not how it works, but whatever. I feel like the Woodlands is its own city, and yet we still feel like that's part of Houston.
Yeah.
Let's Let's stop looking at it from other people's perspective. Let's look at it from our perspective.
Yeah.
I think of the Woodlands as Houston.
Sorry,
I think of
Woodlands.
Katy
You're part of us.
Rosenberg might be the furthest flung, and then like League City, like Dickinson.
Yeah.
Those are pretty far flung, and yet I feel like, yeah, that's Houston. Whereas Sealy, if we're going out on I-10, I feel like Sealy is Sealy.
Yeah.
And Sealy is out there, and I'm sure it's become more suburban than it used to be, but I don't look at that as Houston per se.
The only thing I would say about League City and down that direction is those are really close to the shore, to water, and so they feel maybe a little more detached from the big concrete jungle that is Houston,
Well, the thing that makes it super weird is the fact that like Clear Lake is actually part of the city of Houston.
Yeah.
And like all those it used to not even be physically attached to it, but then I think they incorporated Pearland or something. There's like a little peninsula of the city limits that extends down to NASA.
We're so out over our skis right now.
So it feels like there's a little like Florida Peninsula like type of action with Clear Lake.
Yeah.
I mean, Clear Lake is technically Houston.
Yes. Yeah.
That's not even like no feel about it or anything. They're
Yep.
actually somehow weirdly a part of the city of Houston.
All right, keep texting in 713-572-4610. The Texans, we're going to
Or am I thinking of Friendswood? I don't have a clue.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This game against the Titans, we're going to dig into the game against the Titans as the week rolls on. We'll have a little more clarity, hopefully, over the next day or two as to exactly how we think the Texans handle this thing. In the meantime, the Texans have clinched the 4 seed now. Well, they clinched the 4 seed last weekend, but they've been in the playoffs and won the division for the better part of 2.5 weeks now. And yet, oddly enough, the mood is as low as it's been in a long, long time, based largely on the ineptitude of the offense. But the good thing is, the silver lining in all this is if you're somebody who just like, okay, hey, at least we're in the playoffs, we're in the dance. If the Indianapolis Colts are considered the best competition to the Houston Texans in the division, then the Texans might be division champs for a long, long time. It is unraveling in Indianapolis after that loss to the Giants on Sunday. And again, if they won that game, the Colts, they would still be mathematically in it. They wouldn't be in the playoffs, but they would still be mathematically alive. That eliminated them. That's as embarrassing as it gets. A Giants team that is the worst team offensively in football, they're the worst across many different metrics, scored 40-something points on you, and Drew Lock had an historic day. Drew Lock had a day that when you go, the only quarterbacks to do this, and this in the same game are guys like Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
Well, this is what I was hopeful for, and I think it might be coming to fruition, is that Shane Steichen might be a really good quarterbacks coach and offensive coordinator, but not quite a head coach, because there's so many things about that team in which I like to not venture too much into the gossipy side of things. There's always some kind of smoke or something weird, or like the Anthony Richards saga is all just a bunch of strange stuff that it seems dysfunctional. The stories about the owner and the way he operates, it just seems like a dysfunctional mess, and it seems like Shane Steichen doesn't necessarily have control over either his young quarterback, his podcasting, linebackers, everything. So I hope they stick with both Anthony Richardson and Shane Steichen for at least 3 more years.
Yeah.
To give it a good run.
Yes.
Because I don't think either of those guys are going to make it.
I don't either. And the word is they're rolling with Richardson next year. Like he's their guy for another year, which is awesome. Now, the thing that has really highlighted this over the last few days is they've basically alienated their loudest voice that they've had out there. Pat McAfee, who has as big a platform as anybody in the broadcasting business, put out a long tweet about all the red flags in the organization. And apparently there's people in the organization and in Indianapolis, just at large, fans that are angry with McAfee when he's critical of the Indianapolis Colts. They view him as some sort of Judas or a traitor. And he put out I'm not going to read the whole thing, but the parts that really pop with this is where he says, a blind person could see the red flags on this team. Work ethic questions never happens on good teams. Preparation commitment questions never happens on good teams. Late to meetings never happens on good teams. Late to skipping treatment never happens on good teams. The franchise quarterback tapping out of a game on 3rd down in the red zone because he was tired never happened in the history of the NFL.
Yes, that is 100% true.
It's a good list.
To answer, somebody always asks this question about Anthony Richardson tapping out. They'll say, hey, other position players do it all the time. Right. It's accepted with those, especially like defensive line. It's kind of like hockey. Like guys need to blow every now and then, physically taxing. Anthony Richardson had scrambled to run for 0 yardage, and he was too tired after that. And quarterbacks, the quarterbacks are theoretically the leader of the offense. They don't leave the field unless there's a package that you're going to use or whatever it might be. But especially when it's 3rd and goal in a game in which you're trailing. That's the part that I don't think the national media even did a good enough job of pointing that out. People are like, well, all right, well, what if he was actually dinged up a little bit or something? Like, no, he himself said he was tired, and it was 3rd and goal when they were down by a touchdown. It was the strangest thing anybody's ever seen. By the way, I did appreciate that he said he was late to skipping treatment. I don't know how exactly that works. Like at some point you just missed treatment completely. You weren't late to skipping.
They hit a slash in between the two of them.
Oh, late to
skipping treatment. Yeah. Late to / skipping treatment.
No, it's late / skipping.
Okay.
You said late to
I misread it.
Skipping.
Yeah, I misread it. Here was J.J. Watt yesterday on the McAfee show.
You might as well be Anthony Richardson. That's how slipshod your performance is.
You want me to tap out of this segment? You want me to tap out and leave?
Yeah.
J.J. Watt was on the Mac. J.J. could not wait to talk about this. When McAfee tweeted that whole thing out, J.J.'s like, oh, I wish it were Wednesday. I guess he comes on every Wednesday. He came on a day early to talk about this because he was on yesterday on McAfee, I believe. And here was J.J. Watt reacting to McAfee's long list of grievances with his Colts.
I hear you. No, you supported him for a long time. You did. Like I through tough times, you supported him for a long time. I think you said no. I support them. I will support them. And then they didn't do it. So here we are. Which you're not. I don't think anybody's really disagreeing with what you're saying. I think there's obviously when you just look at the stats and you look at the reality of the situation, it is what it is. On paper, you literally can look at it and see this has not worked out. Whatever you have tried, whatever it has been, it simply has not worked. So you have to find a different path. If you're an organization like the Indianapolis Colts, who has obviously been a great organization, who is in this division, this division has been bouncing a little bit all over the place, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's been considered one of the toughest divisions in football over time.
No.
And you haven't won it when everybody else has won it twice. And there's a couple teams in there, or at least one team in there that's had the number 1 draft pick multiple times in that same time span. And they've found a way to win it twice at least. Like, you have to do something different. And I'm very curious. I'm very excited to see what happens in this offseason, because I also imagine there's probably some people pushing back, being like, okay, well, we also don't want to just give in and seem like Pat McAfee is running this entire show. But you've said a lot of things that a lot of people need to hear.
Yeah. And the McAfee thing, like he's got a powerful voice, man. Like they're hearing it in the building over there.
They're hearing it, and I think that the funny thing is, as JJ's saying all that, I think you could say a lot about the Texans' offense and the way things have gone this year. There's just, at some point, there needs to be something changed or fixed. It's not a matter. The injuries are only a partial explanation for why it's gotten as bad as it's gotten. But I would keep hearing people all year long talk about the injuries on the offensive line, and it was like no, there haven't been. It was like this was largely a relatively, until as of late, like a relatively healthy offensive line. They systemically need change. The one thing about that whole exchange yesterday when JJ was on, Pat McAfee was ranting at one point, and this wasn't really good for radio, but it was a hilarious visual. McAfee makes mention of, they gave an award to the mascot that's supposed to go to a player, and simultaneously, even these guys, they're both in different spots. You could tell J.J. Watt and A.J. Hawk didn't understand what McAfee was talking about, and they simultaneously gave that confused puppy dog look.
I was confused too.
Yeah. So, okay, this is where I can't trust McAfee, though, unless maybe I saw it out of context. I feel like that was overblown. There's a Salute to Service Award, which you give to somebody in the organization for work that they've done, supporting the military. Yeah. So I think it was easy headline porn that the Colts gave it to the mascot, but they gave it to the guy, earmuffs, everybody. So they gave it to the guy who works very, very closely with the mascot. You can almost say theoretically he's inside the mascot. So they gave it to that guy that works with the mascot, kids. And the guy's, he's traveled all over the world, been in, multiple places. He does a boatload for the military.
Sure.
So that part of it makes sense.
Yeah.
But I feel like if McAfee's using that as part of his argument, all right, dude, let's let's throw everything into a big bucket. Sounds like that was a deserved award for that guy.
Yeah, it weakens your argument for sure. But when you talk about having to answer for it, Shane Steichen, in his very next press conference after McAfee started talking about all the professionalism, and keep in mind, this is the team in the AFC South that is the closest to the Houston Texans right now. So don't get complacent, Texans, just because the other three teams in your division are janky-ass ratchet organizations. Here was Shane Steichen having to answer the question, this is a great cut, about the allegations of tardiness to meetings inside the building.
Yeah, Shane, I don't know if you saw Pat McAfee's post-game tweet or if you were made aware of it, but he talked about players showing up late for treatment, for meetings. He wondered about the accountability. Is that true? Buck suggested that it was an issue at times throughout the season.
Yeah, I think with any team, right, not everyone's going to be on time every time, but there is accountability, and guys are held to a standard, and that is talked about in-house.
Okay. Buck, by the way, is DeForest Buckner, who, in his press availability, he admitted, there's been professionalism issues in the building.
Yeah, that's I remember talking to people about, you'll never guess which team, but the Jets. Being on the Jets at various times where it was just guys were kind of just treating it like their own personal office, and especially when you're a veteran are doing that, just kind of rolling in whenever they get to the building and everything, which is so far and foreign from anything I was ever involved with in any of my, I played for 3 different head coaches, and they were all really competent coaches. It was Gary Kubiak, Tom Capers, and Tom Coughlin. Very, very professional, very competent. And it was a big deal if you were late. It sucked. They got, it's a hefty fine. I don't know how much it is these days, but I don't care how rich you are. You know that several $100s is a lot of money to be paying just because you couldn't get to a meeting on time.
Yep.
And it's as simple as that. So that's where I wonder if Shane Steichen's got an issue with serial tardiness. That's day one of the meetings at training camp and everything else is respect everybody else's time, be a professional, be on time.
The guy who's probably going to get chopped over this, it would appear, is general manager Chris Ballard, who, when he first got to Indianapolis, he got a lot of love, man, for his talent evaluation. And they've got good players on the team. I don't think he's done a terrible job assembling talent. They've had quarterback issues, obviously. They've had a different quarterback start every year, it feels like, every year he's been there. That's not even an exaggeration. That's practically the truth. He's had 3 different head coaches, 12 starting quarterbacks. This is Ballard, under Ballard's watch. Different week 1 starting quarterback every year from 2017 to 2023. They've got a sub-500 record. They've never won a division championship. And in that same time frame, the Jags, the Titans, and the Texans have all won at least 2. Texans have won 4. Jags have won 2. And the Tennessee Titans have won 2. They've been to the playoffs twice in 8 years. They've got 1 playoff win. Unfortunately, that was here at NRG Stadium in 2018. That sucks. That the only thing keeping Ballard from having a winless playoff ledger is the 2018 Houston Texans. They've had multiple big games and big leads they've choked throughout Ballard's tenure there. So the thought is that they're not going to fire Steichen. There's even rumors that I saw that I think it was Albert Breer yesterday. I saw a video with Albert Breer where he's talking about they may let Steichen help pick his GM.
Yeah,
Ballard's in trouble. I think it's it's just one of those things. It's just may have run its course.
It gets to be one of those times, and it is. It's why the quarterback position is just such a career killer, or just it's a kingmaker, depending on how you handle it. And the tough thing is that with Ballard, he's done a really good job putting competitive rosters together. He's just had a really hard time replacing Andrew Luck, obviously, and in that time period, though, it's become very, very clear that the old days of just having to draft a quarterback in the first round, except for the rare circumstance where it wasn't a first round, that's kind of been blown out of the water, and people have done more by trading for a Tom Brady or winning a Super Bowl with a backup quarterback, all these different things, and he just hasn't been able to get it done. So ultimately, yeah, you got to move on, I suppose. Yeah. But Ballard, I feel like I'm happy if Ballard gets fired. from a Texans, chance of them finding as good a GM are less than 50%.
Yeah.
I think he's better than your average GM. But then likewise, I hope that they keep Shane Steichen and Anthony Richardson as long as possible.
I'm with you on that.
I think Shane Steichen's probably a really good offensive coordinator who's just not cut out to be a head coach.
Yep. You mentioned the podcasting linebackers. As long as we're just going to sit here and crane kick the hell out of the Indianapolis Colts, the closest team to the Texans in the AFC South. This was Zaire Franklin and EJ Speed on their, In the Trenches podcast?
That's right.
Yeah.
They tried to steal Andy and Greg Cook's,
old name from their show on 790. Yeah. So here they are. This is the week after. The week after the Colts beat the Titans with Mason Rudolph playing quarterback for the Titans. Here was Zaire Franklin clowning the Tennessee Titans.
Shout out to Mason Rudolph. Actually, not shout out to you because I was open a couple times. But,
Whatever.
Shout out to Tennessee. Don't let the door hit you with a good little split you. We swept them up. That's a positive.
Okay, so then the reason he was saying I was open too, Mason Rudolph threw 3 picks in that game. So he's like, where's my pick? Pretty funny. Jeffrey Simmons, defensive tackle for the Tennessee Titans, after the Colts lost to the Giants, found this bit of video and retweeted and said, don't let the plane door close on you, my dog. See you in Cabo. Basically saying you're with us now that you got knocked out of the playoffs.
Welcome to our crappy club, but also we swept. So the Colts swept the
Titans.
The Titans have a chance to sweep the Texans.
Yes,
that would be and it's not. There's a very good chance the Texans only play the starters the first quarter, what have you. That's going to bother me, even though that's not a real victory if the Titans win. It's going to bother me almost as much as if the Texans had played their starters the entire game in this meaningless game.
Yeah.
If the Texans lose this game, it's going to bother me that the Titans swept the Texans because I feel like it's going to be so indicative of everything that's just not quite right.
Yeah. Well, and I like it. I think there's something about finishing 10-7 instead of 9-8 that looks better.
Yeah.
Double-digit wins. And Seth, you know that I'm all about this AFC South road winning streak that's going on right now.
That's right. Oh, that's right.
It's up to 10. This is why I live. It's why I exist.
Statistically very improbable, right? Are we up into the 1 in a million chance by now or
Honestly,
so?
we're getting close. If we're not there yet, I'll figure it out. I had done the math when it was at 8, and it was getting up there. Yeah. For those who don't know, the Texans have won 10 straight road games in the division, going back to the David Culley season, back to 2021.
Okay, so we have an answer from the Montgomery section of town.
Okay.
An authoritative voice, original Texan Steve McKinney. I texted him. First I asked, hey, you live in Magnolia, right? He's like, no, Seth. I've told you 27 times, Montgomery. All right, it starts with an M and it's up there. He didn't answer me that way. So I said, do y'all call yourselves Houstonians in Montgomery/Magnolia? And says, Houstonians, yes. I'm from Houston. And then if somebody said, oh, yeah, which part? And then he would say Montgomery.
Okay.
So, so he calls himself, I'm from Houston. I'm a Houstonian.
That directly maps to how you wanted this answered, too, which is he calls himself a Houstonian.
Yeah. If you're so we're just curious. I wonder, but have we heard any from it? I don't care.
I've got a few more. No, I've got a few here. This is an important question, Seth.
Okay.
Ocho says if your high school football team plays the majority of its games in the Houston area, you're part of Houston.
That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, if your league is right around in that thick of the suburbs and everything, you're a Houstonian.
Someone says I think Houston is a lot more north and south direction than east and west direction.
It has more. Wait, it's more inclusive north and south.
Yeah.
Than east and west.
I'll just read it verbatim, and you can interpret it however you want to. I think Houston is a lot more north and south than east or west.
That's interesting.
Who would be a good person to ask? Clint. What is Baytown? Is he?
That's true. Well, I tell you, east. It feels like it gets cut off east of Houston.
To the texter's point, partially.
Yeah. It does feel like it becomes very much LaPorte's off in its own world.
Channelview, Baytown.
Yeah. Well, and part of that, maybe it's because Beaumont's got its own flavor. Because as soon as you get east, you start getting, it gets more and more Cajun or just more feels like Louisiana.
Yeah.
And I think just the topography and everything just feels like Gulf Coast, and so that does make sense. Whereas you go out west, the way Houston has grown, it's just like more of the same.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, okay, yeah, here's some more subdivisions, here's some more strip malls, here's this, here's that. So it just feels like an extension of the city of Houston, where you get into a whole different vibe when you go east.
Wherever the traffic starts, then you can consider yourself a Houstonian. That's
probably a good point.
It's a great answer. Yeah, it's a great answer. Santa Fe guy here again. I always say Houston, Galveston area. Okay, well, that's a long answer. You just got to just one-word answers, man.
That's what the media ratings people would tell you.
That is true. That is.
See, now when I'm in Galveston, I don't feel like I'm in Houston.
Yeah.
Like I don't like Galveston is specifically not Houston, and yet Texas City feels very Houston.
Yeah. Yeah, it's strange.
It's just you go across the channel there, and it's a different world.
Galveston definitely feels like Louisiana for sure. For sure.
But I think that the north-south part of it is true. Like almost from like Lake Jackson all the way up to Willis, that almost feels like that could be just considered Houston.
Mm-hmm.
I have a hard time west of Katy, and maybe that's just because I'm an old-timer now. Like when Brandy and I were first exploring Houston, it was like, where the hell are we anyway?
Yeah.
We're all the way out in Katy. Oh, looks like they got a mall here.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn around and drive through some pastures to get back to Houston.
Ain't that way anymore,
to
man.
where now. So I don't know about west, like Sealy and everything. I haven't been out there in forever. I'll have to go on some reconnaissance. There's a good point about, so like east, you've got the bay there, which also it's like a geographic thing. And then after as you're getting past, like that's more Beaumont than Houston.
Definitely. I grew up in Pasadena, but always called myself a Houstonian. Yeah, Pasadena's kind of on that east, border of what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
How much does the emotional part of not wanting to get swept by the Titans factor into practicality for you this weekend? Like,
nothing, zero. Like
zero?
you have to detach yourself from it. Like, I don't. D'Amico yesterday. You know what? I made a montage. I'll have to send it during the break because I didn't initially believe D'Amico that everybody was going to play, but he was asked or he talked about it 4 times in his press conference.
Yeah.
And when I made a montage of him like making the point that this team needs to get some confidence. This team needs to feel what it's like to play well and all of that stuff. I think he really believes it. My thing is like, yeah, feeling nice is swell. But the biggest thing you can do to improve at this point after 17 weeks of football is get as healthy as possible. Like if those guys want to play good football, then go out and do it next week. Like you're not because the downside of it is like, okay, go out and play a quarter, and you want to play your starters a quarter. The Titans kicked your ass last time you played them. It's no guarantee that you're going to feel great after that first quarter of football.
True. Yeah.
So just get healthy.
True. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if that Ravens game had been competitive, would that be impacting how he handled? And by the way, we have no clue ultimately what it's going to look like on Sunday. We're guessing right now based on 4 quotes from a press conference to how he's going to handle this whole thing. But if they end up playing, the starters end up playing a half or they play into the second half, would he have done that if the final score was 31-28, not 31-2?
I think this is right. If it wasn't such an ugly loss
it was horrible.
The week before,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, it's. I think that part of it too is that there's something about when you go into a regular season game treating it like a preseason game. This is not based on anything scientific at all, but this is the way I always felt as a player. I just always kind of felt like you're asking for injuries because you're going to have guys out there who aren't necessarily checked in all the way, especially your veteran players. As hard as they try and everything, it's also at the end of the season. They know they're only going to play a quarter. It feels like a preseason game. And if anything, I feel like you don't necessarily get the best performance out of those guys. So everything you're looking for, like, hey, let's look sharp, let's get out there and just stay. I feel like it's a lost cause. If you've made the decision to rest guys, go all the way with it. You don't need to just. I almost made a bad analogy. Kids are home from school.
Well, the kids are home from school. They're not listening. So
they could be. Their parents could be watching on YouTube or whatever.
That is true.
I'll save it for another day.
True. Okay, look at you. Look at you in 2025. 2 hours.
That's not even a resolution to stop offending people in their homes.
Hey, by the way, I watched Casario's hit with John and Mark last night on YouTube. We're going to play a little bit of that in the next segment. I was right. Like he kind of poo-pooed Year's resolution. Yeah, nailed it. I figured that's what I figured yesterday. I'm like, among the people least likely to incorporate New Year's resolutions is someone like Nick Caserio, who probably the minute he finds something that makes himself a more productive person, does not wait for January 1st to incorporate it.
Yeah, no, I think he's kind of wired like a lot of our listeners are, like the people that are just wired for just kind of setting a routine and, having habits and checklists and everything else like that. That just seems like how he's wired. So It probably feels like and also, given especially because he's an American football coach and personnel person, it'll feel like the old, if it's so important, why didn't you start on it 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
Yeah, wait until January 1st to start thinking about your future.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to read this.
I, however, will have 7 New Year's resolutions.
I know, I've already...
There's strength in numbers.
I'm working on some as we speak.
There's a chance I'll get at least one of them.
Okay, how do you interpret this text? I'm going to read it verbatim.
Yeah.
In prison, the outskirts of Houston ain't Houston. Is this somebody texting us from prison right now, or somebody
in prison? Maybe he's in Houston.
Yeah.
Is he in prison? And this is his opinion from prison,
or maybe
because he's got a phone.
Maybe he's been in prison before. Like, hey man,
in prison. Oh, maybe he was talking like when you're in prison.
Yeah.
You don't tell people you're from Houston, but because then there might be a gang element to it though too. I don't know about how it all works.
You're
probably like, I don't know. All I know is that if I ever go to prison, I just want to be really careful about like how I don't want to accidentally. Make it look like I'm somebody who should be shot. For no good reason.
I think that's exactly what the texter is saying. Like in prison, you better not say you're from the outside. You better say you're from Houston. You better
not say you're from Houston if you're from Sealy.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Maybe so.
I always wondered. Like in when they were going to try to make it a felony to put your flag on the Ohio State logo. After the debacle up there after the flag.
There was literally a politician that wanted to do that.
And I did think like a felony. Like what kind of street cred would you get for showing up in the pen? And when somebody asks you what your crime was, like I planted a flag on the Buckeye, and then I realized, you'd be in the state of Ohio.
Yeah.
So that's like worse than a felony. You might get really rolled up pretty hard.
You'd have a new boyfriend. Yes. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, that guy.
What man would have you? Not if he was an Ohio State Buckeye fan. He's like, no, I'm not going to have that treacherous whore.
I don't know.
You wouldn't even be maybe you want a boyfriend in prison, but like they're looking at you as the guy that planted the flag on the Buckeye.
Maybe. I don't know. Is selectivity a big thing in prison? Is choosiness a big thing there?
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
I don't know. I'm asking, yeah.
Human's going to human, yeah.
We've got so many different groups texting us right now. Hey, if you've been in prison, tell us how selective you were when choosing out who you were. Yeah, okay. Payne and Pendergast with you. Happy New Year, everybody. If you're up with us, we appreciate you. Check in. 713-572-4610 is the number to get in. The newest Houston Texan, Deontay Johnson. How much do we expect to see from him? We heard from D'Amico and Nick Caserio, and I think Nick Caserio confirmed something that we all thought when he talked about the Deontay Johnson acquisition. We'll hear from the Texans head coach and GM coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
That was a game that, more so than any game all season, where it looked like CJ just wasn't right. These sacks that he's taken, sometimes in taking those sacks, guys just don't have the confidence that they're going to be able to throw it away without it being a grounding or without it being an interception. And it screws up their decision-making just that much.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
What's good, y'all? Clint Stoerner here. Look, over the past few years, I've met some great people and businesses. One of those teams is the crew over at Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you're ever in a situation where you need a personal injury attorney, this is who you want to call, no doubt about it. Not only have they been serving the Houston community for over 25 years, but you can count on them. You can count on them to come out swinging against all the problems that a car crash brings. They always go the distance to get you the compensation and medical attention that you deserve so you can focus on taking care of your family. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall accident, or any personal injury, they have your back. Call my friends over at Mokaram Injury Lawyers anytime, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at 281-222-2222. You're going to get a real person, not some automated answering service. If you or a loved one has suffered a serious injury, don't waste time. Call the winning team at Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Your first consultation is free, and you pay absolutely nothing unless they win your case. 281-2222 or check them out online at mokaramlawfirm.com. All right, y'all, it's just not normal, man. The pain that's caused by chronic joint pain day after day, but some of y'all have dealt with it so long that it's become part of your life, man. Doesn't have to be that way. Make the decision right now to say no. You're not going to live with it any longer. Get moving again in 2025 with the help from QC Kinetics, man. QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, joint preservation, folks. Yes, you can revitalize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. I'm talking no steroids, no drugs, no surgery. This is the future of medicine, using an array of natural solutions like PRP to attack the pain that you're dealing with from arthritis. Tens of thousands of people around our country have used cellular treatments, and I'm telling you again, they're living their best life, baby, without that constant pain in their joints. You want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints, get lasting relief with these amazing treatments? Call QC Kinetics right now for a free consultation. You deal with joint pain now so you can make the most of the new year. 713-913-5285. QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Technology platform developed by AmericanEagle.com has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting the NFL playoffs, buckle up. Betting football's hard enough as it is. We're doing the research for you. So listen to Cash the Ticket with Mike Valeni and I. We'll be dropping new episodes for every single playoff game. And that's going to be storylines leading into it, so some good football stuff, but also the betting nuggets you're looking for. Sides, totals, trends, player props, throw those in there too. Pre-game and post-game, we're going to be all over the postseason. Subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Take the guesswork out of buying and selling your home with Orchard. Will your home sell in time? Which upgrades are worth it? Can you keep your home show ready with a busy life? Orchard has all the answers. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you can buy your new home before selling your old one. It's simple. Orchard gives you an equity advance on locking cash to buy your new home first. That's right. You don't have to wait for your old place to sell. You can move in right away. And no more rushing out for showings or constant cleaning, because Orchard sells your old home after you've settled into your new home. Orchard even handles repairs and improvements at no out-of-pocket cost to you. Their local pros know which upgrade most money, so you sell for top dollar. Buy before you sell and skip the selling hassles with Orchard. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth, you got a look on your face. What's going on?
I was thinking, as in our undying and never-ending quest to be the best in the world.
Yeah.
Which we're not exactly sure how you judge that or anything on a local sports radio show, but to be the best in the world on our local sports radio show, I was watching yet another documentary about Bob Dylan last night, and because he's fascinating. But I think the biggest thing that jumps out to me is that he, despite having so much commercial success, he genuinely kind of just followed his own path into what he wanted to do next, even though at times, like when he went electric, he basically lost his entire audience. Like he was getting booed by gentle hippies on an entire tour because he was playing electric rock music, and they didn't like it. So these gentle hippies were booing the hell out of him, calling him Judas, all this stuff. But like that's where he wanted to move musically. Yeah. And then he went in, and then he started, and then he went more into like blues and gospel almost.
Yeah.
Like he went, and country. and he was just do what he was going to do. But it was always unique. And I tell you, I don't know how to apply that to our show in a sports radio context. I don't know. There's not quite as much like room for creative improv. I'm not sure.
It sounds like we should just start talking about cooking or politics.
Like, don't change our genre completely.
Yeah, that's what he
that's
did.
true.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's just
'cause
changing
he kind
the
of
type
went
of
from
music.
folk to rock, then more into like almost blues country.
Yeah. We should really do that and see how long it takes management to come. We'll put a lock on the studio and see how long it takes management to come rip the door open.
That's like it's a good strategy for a social media person. If you're a podcaster or something, you might be like, you know what? Not anymore. I'm done with sports. Clay Travis has kind of done that. He transitioned into politics over sport, like in a big way. Other guys, so did what's his name, Olbermann, right? He did it. Yes. He transitioned from sports into politics and then back to sports.
Yep.
So, I don't think that's what I want to do. I want to be the best in the world as a sports/talk format.
Yes.
I think there are elements where we've kind of evolved into being, since it's 2025, and we can include the listeners in this conversation a little bit, or a lot bit actually. Like we've transitioned into the guy talk from the early 2000s. That was the big thing. It was almost like a lot of sports shows were like 25% sports, 75%. Are you a boob guy or a butt guy?
Yes, yeah.
We've moved really far away from the boobs and butts.
Yes.
And I would say we're all like almost exclusively sports with like a little spring 3 minutes per segment every now and then on lifestyle stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know, would we get booed at our appearances if all of a sudden we started going like 50-50 sports/lifestyle
Started
stuff?
talking about our clothes. Just started talking about our drip and things like that. Yeah.
Feels like it's not swarm enough.
Right.
But maybe we'd get booed, but in doing so, we would end up with a larger audience of people that wanted us for our rock music / boob takes.
I'm going to tell you right now, like what Bob Dylan sounds like. I've watched none of these documentaries about Bob Dylan that you've watched, and I've not seen the movie that's out about Bob Dylan with actors in it.
I haven't seen that yet either.
I've heard it's really good, and I'll probably go see it. But Bob Dylan sounds like one of those musicians that annoys the hell out of me. When I go to see their music and they decide to play their whole new album that I don't give a crap about, like that's annoying to me.
Well, he's he's still touring constantly and performing.
Is he really?
And he's very open about I can't write songs the way I used to. It's just not in me anymore. But he still writes songs and he's still putting out content. He just loves going out and performing.
Does he play all his new stuff or does he play the old stuff?
I'm guessing he mixes it up a little bit.
Okay.
But a lot of the people that probably go to watch him now are also just they're lifelong Bob Dylan fans that just appreciate see it. They want to hear.
Sure, yeah.
They might want to hear his new stuff.
You don't even
kind
care.
Of like a deadhead is going to want a much different playlist than when you or I show up to a Dead concert.
Yeah, you're not playing Touch of Grey. What the hell?
Play all of your 3.5-minute long pop songs, damn it.
Yeah.
Why are you playing non-pop songs?
D'Amico Ryans, if you can find it, if you can listen to it here on Sports Radio 610. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer do a great job with the Texans head coach. Here's D'Amico Ryans this week on newcomer Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, no, it's late in the season. Our last game, we add a new guy to our roster, but I told the guys, throw the kitchen sink at him. Let's see what he can absorb, see what he can handle, and go out here versus Tennessee, and let's see what he can do. We know he's a talented player. He's proven that at multiple stops. It's just a matter of him just coming in and, man, how much can he pick up and how can he come out and help us?
Yep.
And we'll see that this game, try to get him some opportunities there. And as I mentioned Deontay, man, it's fresh start with me.
Yep.
Every guy that I get is fresh start. I really don't care what happened in the past. Like, it's about the present and how do you attack it and how can you come and help our football team.
Yep. All right. What do you think the best case scenario is with Deontay Johnson here?
I think, honestly, that he's out there all the time, and that because he's a speed threat and because there's a little bit of an X factor element to him, there's no tendencies on him, that you just go ahead and with Deontay Johnson, everything he wanted in Baltimore, that he would be more of a focal point and everything, he gets it, and maybe it lasts 2 weeks, maybe it lasts 3. I'm skeptical that it'll last 4, but he would be a part of it. If it lasts 4 weeks, he
might be back.
I'm thinking it's almost in this. To me, it's almost a requirement that he's productive. Like that, or at the very least, he's out there and he's getting targets because he's loosening things up for Nico Collins and everything. This is a weird thing to say, that on the surface of it, it sounds stupid as hell. But in some ways, I look at Deontay Johnson as a critical X factor in whether or not the Texans can subsist.
Bingo. If you and I started making a list of Texans based on indispensability, C.J. Stroud is obviously, I don't care what kind of year C.J.'s having, he's number one because he's the quarterback. And then it's Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Nico Collins. It's Derek Stingley Jr., all those things, Lassiter because of the lack of depth. I don't know that you get past like 10 or 12 and not put Deontay Johnson's name just because of the element that he brings to the team.
If you look at the way the Texans offense was operating up until Tank Dell's injury in the Chiefs game,
yes,
including the touchdown that he scored as he was getting injured,
yes,
there was so much of that game offensively that looked like, yes, oh, this is the way it should look. Oh, wow, you're seeing zone coverage so Tank can slice people up underneath. Or, oh, look at, he's in man coverage. He's going to beat his guy. And CJ had enough time to get the ball to those guys, or when he didn't have time, he was throwing it underneath. That's the way it's supposed to look. Yeah. And then it was gone. Like we had 2.5 quarters, or what was it, 2 1/3 quarters of that version of offensive football, and maybe they could have built on that. And then you lose Tank Dell's speed, and you got what we got last week was, man, that is a plotting group out there. Like they might as well be wearing barn. There's no speed. The timing and the spacing on routes was off. It just, everything was too slow. It reminded me of when Tom Brady was playing in the flu game at NRG Stadium, where they caught him on the sideline saying, we need to be faster. We need to be faster.
Yes.
But those guys at that time couldn't get faster, and the Texans receiving core and tight end group, like, they can't get faster.
No.
They are who they are.
No, but they got faster with Deontay Johnson in the building, to your point. And here was Nick Caserio. I think Nick alludes to something here that I think probably confirms what a lot of us thought about maybe some of the thought process behind claiming Deontay Johnson off waivers.
Yeah, our philosophy is always just look to take advantage of opportunities when they present themselves. You don't really know when that's going to happen, whether it's week 8, week 12, week 16. So we look at the waiver wire every day. Pro scouting staff does a great job, and then we have discussions about it. We talk about it as a staff. Ultimately, make a decision, well, does this make sense or not? Right. I think the situation with Tank maybe, said, hey, it's an opportunity for us to bring in a good football player, a lot of experience. So Deontay's been a productive player in this league for a number of years, a skilled player, even going back to his Toledo days. I mean, this is a player, I actually had the opportunity to work him out, spend the day on campus with him when he was coming out. I think it was him and Woodside. I think they came out around the same time. So he's got a good skill set. He's athletic. He's fast. He's got good quickness. He's been productive. So when you get a player this late, obviously you can't teach him everything. Right. You just want to try to give him some small doses so he can go out there and actually practice, and then if he has an opportunity to play, go out there and perform at a high level.
All right, so two things interesting to me there. One is Nick taught, he can't absorb everything, so you give him some specific things. Right after we heard D'Amico Ryan say, throw the kitchen sink at him. So that's interesting to me. But I think Nick confirms it there. Like, if Tank Dell were healthy, they would not have picked up Deontay Johnson off of waivers.
Yeah.
He alluded to the Tank situation there. And part of me says, I don't know, maybe you should, even if Tank were healthy, that might not have been a bad idea to pick him up, considering you came into the season thinking it was going to be Nico, Tank, and Diggs. And the offense was still the first half and change against Kansas City notwithstanding. This was still an offense that looked like it could have used more weapons. It's irrelevant now, but clearly the Tank Dell injury was the impetus for them putting a claim in on Johnson.
Well, Sean, I'll credit you with early on saying, look, as much as people were hung up on, hey, could they have 3,000-yard receivers and everything, you were steadfastly making the point that, hey, Stephon Diggs is 31 years old. Nico Collins has an injury history. Tank Dell has an injury history in a brief career, but he's tiny. That there's a very good possibility that in the majority of games you're only going to have 2 of those guys.
Yeah.
So it's as much about depth. Even though you got 3 starter caliber players, you almost look at it that way, and that's how it played out, but almost too much
to the extreme. Yeah.
Yeah. They had depth in the form of multiple capable starters. It was an embarrassment of riches, and now that's gone. It's evaporated.
Yep. So that'll be easily one of the biggest things to watch in this game on Sunday is the addition of the Johnson into things.
Real quick summation on one of the comments we got on YouTube from God's Time about like if we alienated our whole audience by switching things up. He said, that's not your genre, all created. It's your genre. I think what he means is, and then he says all created by one specific group. I think he's talking about sports radio listeners. Right. What I would say is it's there's different genres of sports radio, and there's a spectrum of like some shows are 100% sports, and then there's other shows like the Dan Le Batard show, a couple of shows up in New England that are incredibly successful. They might be like 25% sports,
yes,
and then 75%. Really, the genre of radio that we're in, if you break down to the business side of things, is really it's men 25 to 54.
Yep.
Like, that's our core demographic that advertisers care about and everything else like that. So it's like, okay, which segment of the men 25 to 54 who want to listen to talk radio, that's not political or newsy that's the genre.
Yep.
It's it's men 25 to 54 with stuff that doesn't actually matter. It's anything. It's not politics. Or news or anything like that. It's all the stuff that's genuinely entertainment.
Yes. But we're going to get just as worked up and angry about it if we have to, okay?
That's the fun of it all.
If we have to,
yeah. Well, it's just like playing a sport itself. It's all a construct.
Yes.
It's all fake.
It's manufactured.
And yet you latch onto it. And like when you're playing the sport, it's war. That's what humans do. We have a need to go out and simulate things.
That's right. So let's get in the next segment emotional about C.J. Stroud's sophomore slump. I like this piece that Jonathan Alexander did. Does this make you feel better or worse about the year that C.J. Stroud is having right now? We will dig into this coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Texans and D'Amico have a decision. Should they rest guys and get prepared and stay safe away from injury?
There's no way D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, Bobby Slowick, any of these guys that are making decisions, there's no way they watch that game on Christmas Day and say, yep, that's the last thing I want to see from my team before I go play in the playoffs.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
Here in Texas, we look out for each other. At home, around town, and especially on our roads. So, let's slow down. Set the phone aside and drive like a Texan. Kind, courteous, and safe. Because that's what neighbors do. Learn more at drivelikeatexan.com. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
At Twin Peaks, we're proud to offer an exclusive and extensive collection of some incredibly rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Plus, check out our barrel selects that are hand-picked and bottled just for you. Check with your favorite location to see what they're pouring. Cheers! And remember, Twin Peaks has an amazing made-from-scratch menu to pair with that perfect cocktail or twin draft. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Fellas out there, it's Ron Hughley, and let me tell you about the Men's Clinic. And if you're struggling with ED, I'm telling you the Men's Clinic will take care of your issue. Their product is unique and unlike anything on the market. And remember, man, those little blue pills, they're yesterday's news. Men's Clinic is the only clinic that offers 100% satisfaction guaranteed. So don't let your ego block you from having those happy endings. You got nothing to lose. Make the call today, 713-828-1476, or visit themensclinic.com.
New year, new you? How about new year, new ride? I'm Trice Ham. I'm the general manager at Bayway Chevrolet down in Pearland. And what better way to start off the new year than to finally knock off your to-do list getting a brand new car? Folks, I need a head start on 2025, so the deals I'm making to start the year are better than you've ever heard from me. But don't just take my word for it. Test me on it. Bring me any written offer on a new Chevrolet. I'm going to beat it, or I'll give you $1,000 cash. Or you can skip all the nonsense of going around to a bunch of different dealerships and just come see me and get the best deal right off the bat. I've got over 300 vehicles in stock to choose from, award-winning customer service, and folks, I've got the best special finance team I've ever seen. If you're worried about your credit, don't be. We're going to get the loan done for you. We're going to make you feel at home. We're 8 minutes from Beltway 8 and 288. It's 5719 Broadway, right there in Pearland, Texas, or www.baywaychevrolet.com. Start your new year off right. Start it with a bang. Come see me get the deal of a lifetime on a brand new Chevrolet. Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Mo Karam Injury Lawyers have been helping Houston Texas for over years, y'all. Contact them day and or night, 24/7, 365 at 281-222-2222 or at mokaram@mokaramlawfirm.com. Your consultation is always free. You pay nothing unless you win. Mokaram Injury Lawyers' goal is to help you get your life back on track and help you obtain the highest possible compensation for your injuries. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they take care of everything, making sure you understand all your options for maximum compensation. Mokaram Injury Lawyers is where it's at. They take the time to really get to know you and make a connection. Cases sometimes take 6 months up to 2 years to resolve, and they're in contact every step of the way. They simply don't believe in leaving you hanging now. Personal injuries in car accidents, large truck accidents, work, Uber, Lyft, motorcycle, bus, slip and fall accidents, or even wrongful death. Any personal injury, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers or visit mokaramlawfirm.com. Contact them day and or night, 24/7, 365 at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
Yeah, guys, the Federal Reserve recently announced they were lowering rates, and that is great news for consumers in the market for an automobile. Lower rates from the Fed means lower car payments for customers. Our good friends at D&M have been laser focused on offering smart, low-cost leasing solutions to their clients for decades. That has never changed. But here's one change that we'd like to point out. Today's market is different from the market a year ago. Last year, interest rates were increasing and used car values were decreasing at the same time. Now, used car values have held up extremely well while rates have dropped. This means significant savings and the lowest payments D&M has seen in the last few years. The Easy Lease at D&M is the most consumer-friendly lease on the market and backed by the industry leader. Make no down payment, have no payments fees, and build a relationship that lasts a lifetime. It's easy. Call 713-290-1000. That's 713-290-1000. Or visit online, dmautoleasing.com. That's dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Have you ever tried something for the first time and then wondered how you ever got along without it? That's how thousands of new Navage users describe their first experience. Once they feel sinus relief and can breathe clearly again, many wonder why it took them so long to experience the Navage difference. Navage uses refreshing saline and gentle suction to quickly suck out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Stop suffering from congestion and start feeling better again with Navage. Brand new look, same great product.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. DayQuil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
DayQuil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, DayQuil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new DayQuil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
This is ludicrous.
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a New Year's Day edition of the show. All right, so this is an undeniable statistical fact. C.J. Stroud has gone backwards since his rookie year last year. Hard to go forwards because he had maybe the best rookie season of any quarterback in the history of the league. Jaden Daniels is now having something to say about that. Jaden Daniels had a really, really good season. But C.J., it's been a tougher year for C.J. He's got the Texans in the playoffs. That's good. He's had his moments. That's good. But I think C.J. himself and a lot of other surrounding elements, Seth, whether it's the offensive line, the inability to run the football, blocking, play calling, whatever it may be. There's a lot of reasons behind what is being categorized by a lot of people as a sophomore slump. In fact, Jonathan Alexander, the headline, Inside Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud's sophomore slump and how it compares to recent rookies of the year. So I was very anxious to read this just to see, like, okay, is this something that is normal here for a rookie of the year that's a quarterback rookie of the year? There have been 20 offensive rookies of the year in the last 2 decades. 10 of them have been quarterbacks. And credit to Jonathan Alexander on this research. I came away more encouraged after reading this, Seth, because most of the names on this list, and the names rapid fire, CJ last year, And then Roethlisberger, Vince Young, Matt Ryan, Sam Bradford, Cam Newton, RG3, Dak Prescott, Kyler Murray, Justin Herbert. The only two that got tangibly better statistically were actually the most recent two before CJ, Kyler Murray and Justin Herbert. Both statistically had better seasons in their second year than they did in their first year. Other than that, it is a lot of very similar, statistical at least, backsliding to what CJ's experienced. Seth, we got you? Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, who it was Kyler Murray and who?
Kyler Murray and Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert, okay.
Yeah.
I think that, and even with Justin Herbert then went into a lull where it seemed like he was stuck and not advancing, not necessarily retreating. It was just, and it was easy because it was the Chargers. You stopped thinking about Justin Herbert for a while, unless you're into fantasy. I think so much of it is that, boy, coaching matters, and environment matters. Who do you have around you? That there's a lot of promising young quarterbacks that came in strong, but then maybe took a step backwards. Like Josh Allen. Josh Allen came in kind of struggling and erratic, then made a huge jump forward, but then took a step back, but then got a new coordinator, took another huge leap forward.
Yep.
So I think that's where a lot of this comes back on Bobby Slowick and the offensive coaching personnel in general, and everything around CJ Stroud. If you want to look at some of these quarterbacks that took a step backwards in their second year, or even further, like with Baker Mayfield, there's an avenue to get to recapture some of that promise.
Yeah, it's they've all had bumps in the road. Like the only one, I don't know, I'm just spitballing off the top of my head. Like the only quarterback in recent memory that I can remember who hasn't had to deal with some sort of ups and downs, and I'm not talking about Tom Brady or anybody talking about like the ones that have been drafted since RG3, let's say, the last 10 or 12 years. Yeah. The only one that feels like he hasn't really had to go through any of the ups and downs is Patrick Mahomes, and even he this season, they're winning a bunch of games, but even he this season, up until about week 10, was having his worst statistical year of all time.
Right? Yeah.
They all go through it at some point.
But again, you look at he's still able to do a lot of really good things. These last 2 years in the regular season, it hasn't been nearly what it had been for the first part of his career. But because he's got Andy Reid as a coach, because they do a good job with their personnel and everything else like that, you can exploit the better parts of his game. He can't be MVP caliber Pat Mahomes, but he can certainly be Super Bowl champion Pat Mahomes. That's the environment really, really matters. Yeah, if Pat Mahomes was having this season in his second year as a starter, right. It's tough because they're winning all these
games.
Yeah. I think what people would say is that it looks maybe a lot more like Tom Brady's first few years, where it was as much about the team's success as it was Tom Brady's individual performance.
Yes.
Tom Brady, the master QB, really didn't come along until midway through his career.
Until 2007 when they went and got him Randy Moss.
Yeah. That's when the really prolific numbers started.
Yes, the numbers.
So, yeah, if you could just somehow say, these last 2 years were Pat Mahomes' second and third years as a starter, I think people would be saying, all right, boy, he does some really good things, but he's still got to keep it going. So it's a good reminder that, man, these things fluctuate. And there's no part of me that thinks that somehow Pat Mahomes has lost it as a QB or something. This is just that stage of that team and what they're doing right now, and it seems to be working out really well this year.
It does seem to be going okay. The one that, of all these names on here, the other 9 or 10 names that have been named Offensive Rookie of the Year in the last couple decades, the one that jumped out at me, because I'm trying to go, which one feels the most similar? Which one feels the most like, this should give me hope that maybe CJ's going through a lot of the same things. And this is without obviously having gone back and watched all the games from these guys. I'm just talking about style of play, where they were drafted, head coach, the feel of the organization, that kind of thing. The one where I feel like there's the most similarities is Matt Ryan with Atlanta, where, if you recall, Matt Ryan was the 3rd overall pick in the draft. CJ was the 2nd overall pick in the draft. If I'm not mistaken, it was a defensive head coach at the time. It was Mike Smith. That's like CJ, a franchise that for different reasons needed rescuing. They were coming off of the Michael Vick prison, Michael Vick going to prison and going 4-12 with Bobby Petrino quitting on them the previous year. Like, there was a lot of stuff swirling around Atlanta. That was a poverty franchise at that point. And CJ came into a situation that was not ideal either, obviously for very different reasons, but the Texans were at the bottom. They were picking second for a reason, and for several reasons. And so CJ comes into that situation similar to Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan is a rookie. There's a reason he was Rookie of the Year. They went 11-5 his rookie season. They backslid a little bit. They went 9-7 the second season. But then in seasons 3, 4, and 5, when they're still getting the benefit of the Matt Ryan rookie. Well, that was before all the days of the rookie contract, so that's I shouldn't say that. But they went 13-3, 10-6, and 13-3 the next 3 years after that. So that's when I'm looking at ones that are trying to give. And I would even say too, Seth, like C.J. Stroud and Matt Ryan, or maybe even kind of similar stylistically. Unlike guys like Cam Newton and RG3 and others that are on this list, they're pocket passers. And ultimately it was. Ultimately, Atlanta from 13 to 15 went through some stuff. They were 4-12 and 6-10 and 8-8. But then with Kyle Shanahan as the OC and Dan Quinn as the head coach, they get to a Super Bowl in 2016. That's the one that I look at and I go, that gives me hope, because I think there's probably a lot of similarities there with Matt Ryan and C.J. Stroud, both stylistically and situationally, that ended up turning in 36 wins over the next 3 seasons after that.
I'll tell you another thing, and this is where it's almost too simple. It is too simple. And look, quarterback wins are a dicey stat to look at. It's like pitcher wins. There's a whole lot more that goes into it. But somebody a long time ago, an old head, it basically made the point that, like, look, yes, QB wins are a dumb stat to talk about, but the genuinely good quarterbacks rarely have a losing season. And that's where I look at, okay, you look at Matt Ryan's second year. It was a big step back. In almost every statistical category, he was worse. Completion percentage, yards. He scored more touchdowns, but he threw more interceptions. Like, his interception rate went up. All of these things, average yards per attempt, everything was worse in his second year. But they went 9-5, which feels a little bit like the kind of Texans season that they're having. Yeah. The quarterback's not a driving force behind the success or anything, but on questionable teams, he keeps your head above water in a way that other quarterbacks wouldn't. Yeah. So, I'm not pointing to that as the reason, but it's that's a little bit of therapy I use. It's like, all right, yes, it's been bad. CJ took a step back. The offense is a mess, and you credit the defense largely with a lot of this stuff, but they're still winning football games. Yeah. They still have a winning record at the very least. Yeah, right. No, it's a great point. It's funny, though. You look at this list, and I'm going to put Kyler Murray and Justin Herbert aside because they both statistically improved in their second years, but all the guys who kind of treaded water or backs, it's like it's one or the other. Like, they didn't all of a sudden ascend again. Like, for every Ben Roethlisberger, there's a Vince Young. For every Matt Ryan, there's a Sam Bradford. For every Cam Newton, there's an RG3. Dak Prescott, he got it going again. Like, that's so. Does CJ feel more like a Roethlisberger, Ryan, Newton, Dak quarterback, or does he feel more like a Vince Young, Sam Bradford, RG3 quarterback? Okay, Vince Young, no. Sam Bradford's a tricky one because he had just injury after injury after injury. Like, Bradford had a lot of problems. I mean, Bradford was still getting traded for good compensation. And getting paid. Yeah, RG3, it was, injuries as well with RG3, and then just some kind of him and the Shanahans not being able to find common ground. And then who was the last one? That was it for the ones who backslid. Who permanently backslid. Yeah. The backsliders, RG3 weirdly might be... He might weirdly be the closest comparison in that there was something about just not having the right match or being on the same page as the offensive coordinators and head coaches. But he also got injured a bunch, and obviously he's a different type of quarterback, and his athleticism is surreal. It makes it. But I guess just even in saying that, CJ doesn't feel like any of those guys. Right. I still feel. My confidence in CJ long-term really hasn't been shaken at all. I think my perhaps over-the-top enthusiasm obviously has gotten a dose of reality. Yes. but worried about whether they need to start thinking about a new quarterback or anything like that. Like that's not even like off on the horizon for me. I'm full bore CJ. But you got to get better people around him, both on the teammate side and on the coaching side, perhaps.
Text message, don't forget about the impact of going from a bad team schedule to a good team schedule. The only thing on that, and I get what you're saying, this is a harder schedule, a much harder schedule this year than they played last year. The good team, bad team schedule thing only impacts 3 games on the schedule. Just 3. Other than that, you can, as long as the league stays at 32 teams with these divisions, you can know who the Texans are playing and where, other than maybe the occasional London game, in perpetuity. Like the schedule's done very formulaically. The only 3 games that were impacted by how good the Texans were last year were the Cowboys game, which they won by 3 touchdowns, the Chiefs game, which, they lost, and then in the Ravens game, that's a fair point. You get run off your own field on Christmas Day on that one. They're going to play a first-place schedule again next year. That's what's going to happen. So they're going to face Buffalo next year. They're going to face the Ravens next year. They were already going to face the Chiefs because that's the division they cross over with. So, and then we'll see. They're going to play either Tampa Bay or Atlanta next year as well.
And they haven't – and I guess the other side of it, too, is, like, look, we're not talking about the whole team. We're talking about the offense and where have they been. And I don't – it doesn't – I haven't looked at the strength of the schedule of the actual defense played, but it does not feel like they've faced a constant barrage, a murderer's row of defenses the way that, honestly, a couple of years ago Davis Mills had to. Yeah. It's just that when they face those good defenses, they've tended to really come up short. If you look at the best, I'll go the ELO, the EPA power rankings. Yeah. I mean, they faced the Vikings. They looked awful versus the Vikings. The Packers have been really good defensively, and they did some good things against the Packers, but the Lions, they did nothing offensively. The Ravens, I'm choosing to forget that team, but they've also they've faced some bad defenses. They faced the Jaguars twice. They faced the Cowboys. They faced the Patriots. They've faced the Jets. How'd they look versus the Jets, which was at that point not the same defense as they had been in when Robert Saleh was still the same guy. It's the strength of schedule isn't an excuse for how bad the offense has been.
Text message, CJ Stroud is Mac Jones 2.0. You gave me so much hate on it in April. Okay, so this is a texter who's keeping receipts who said that CJ Stroud is Mac Jones 2.0 back in April, and apparently, if I'm reading this correctly, there's no punctuation in this text. So, but apparently we hated on him for calling CJ Stroud Mac Jones 2.0. Or do you really feel, texter, like this season for CJ is one that you take and you plunk down and say that CJ is a quarterback who's going to be bottom feeding as a backup on Jackson years?
You know what? I'd have to go back and try to look at some of the things I was saying about Mac Jones at the time. But I guess I was more impressed with Josh McDaniels than I was Mac Jones. And I know for sure after the Texans played Mac Jones, I felt like Davis Mills was the better quarterback in that game.
That was in week 5 of both of their rookie years.
Yeah, and so that's because Mac Jones was doing a lot of classic rookie quarterback stuff where his offensive coordinator was managing him really well, getting the ball out of his hands really fast, efficient, but not necessarily potent. And it was impressive, but it wasn't the same caliber. It wasn't the same advanced level stuff that CJ was doing last year. So I would say, look, come talk to us in a year because I don't think the book has been written on that one yet. I mean, we're like right now. I don't think you can't plant a flag in the ground and say, "Yep, we've figured this quarterback out and who he's going to be for the rest of his career."
That's what this texter is doing. You gave me so much hate on it in April. I don't give you hate on it now. I don't think he's Mac Jones. I think you're wrong. So if that's hate, if having a different opinion from you is hate, ma'am or sir, then absorb it however you want to. But I just think you're wrong on that. That's
okay.
all.
Now, depending, I guess the thing is, how much were you hating on him? Because statistically, it's very close. I mean, like Mac Jones, his second year. So his first year he had 22 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. Yep. Second year he had 14 touchdowns, 11 interceptions.
Okay.
What's CJ at right now?
He's at 19. He's at 19 touchdowns and 12 interceptions.
Yeah.
What was their record in Mac Jones?
The record was 6-8 as a state.
Yeah. I mean, and not that 9-7 is like making plans for New Orleans or anything like that. I just use my eyeballs. I think there's CJ has regressed in some ways this year that I think are very fixable, and I don't think it's all his fault. I don't think he's Mac Jones 2.0. Look, if in 2 years CJ is a backup quarterback on a team that's battling for the number 1 overall pick in the draft, I'll take you to a steak dinner somewhere. I'm going to write your phone number down right now. I don't think that's going to be – that's, by definition, that's what has to happen with C.J. Stroud for him to be Mac Jones 2.0. He's got to be a backup quarterback on a crappy team in 2026, I guess.
The biggest underrated thing about or under-discussed thing about Mac Jones is that like part of his scouting report was that he used to be a tennis brat.
He's a tennis boy hissy fit waiting to happen.
A temperamental, temper tantrum having the tennis brat, and that does not jibe with actual successful NFL quarterbacks.
No, and CJ will never be that. Like that's if it's got to be a perfect mimeograph.
Yeah, bullying the staff at your local country club is not a great proving ground for becoming a leader of men in the NFL.
Handling adversity. Yeah, exactly. All right, it's a New Year's Day show. I got a couple pet peeves I need to get off my chest. One of them is New Year's related. This is a staunch do not do this for people out there, and I hope I'm not too late being 8.5 hours into the new year, but we'll try. Pet peeves next.
It's 2025. This is the year. Look, I'm going to make it really easy. Make your New Year's resolution. If you haven't one yet and you're thinking about it, make your resolution to set up your retirement plan and be prepared for the future. And this is the great thing. This is not something you're going to keep after every single day for the next 365 days. This is something that can be done very quickly and easily just by calling Trajan Wealth. They have advisors with decades of experience helping people just like you that say, this year I'm going to get my finances and my future in order. And that's what they do. And it does not take nearly as much time or energy or hair pulling out stress as you might fear. So give Trajan Wealth a call today. They are family owned, they're veteran led, and they want to get you set up for the future. 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330. Or go to the website, TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. And you might be saying, like, well, I'm not wealthy. How does that They're for you. You have no idea how capable you are of generating wealth generations into the future just by having a good plan in place right now. You've worked your butt off. You're living a good life. Be sure you can extend it. Go to 346-371-3330 or TrajanWealth.com. It's Trajan Wealth, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Ready? The Texans closed down their regular season in a rematch against the Titans on Sunday. Hear all the action here with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans play as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
There's a lot on the line in a divorce. Your home, savings, retirement, maybe even kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions it can take, you really need a partner you can count on. I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. We're committed to helping protect your personal interests and the life you've built. Don't let divorce take more than it has to. Talk to us today.
Offices in Houston, The Woodlands, St. Louis, and by appointment only in League City. Schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Houston attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. CordellCordell.com.
After 30 years of doing knee and hip replacements, Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup thought there had to be a better way, and that led him to regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it.
Now, after 20 years of successful orthobiologic treatments, lots of clinical data, research, and teaching, Dr. Scheinkup is National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
They've done an amazing job of becoming the most significant orthobiologic and regenerative medicine practice in the United States. QC is so far ahead of the game in its science, its protocols, its people, its facilities.
So if you have chronic pain from arthritis and you want to avoid drugs and surgery, call the experts in this revolutionary field, QC Kinetics.
To give patients real lasting lasting relief from pain. That's what I live for. That's my mission.
Get your free consultation now. Call QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
The Fed just lowered interest rate. Great news for those in the market for an automobile. Lower rates means lower payments for you. My friends at D&M Auto Leasing have been laser focused on offering smart, low-cost leasing solutions for decades. That has never changed. The Easy Lease at D&M is the most consumer-friendly lease on the market, all backed by the industry leader. Make no down payment, have no payment for 60 days, and build a relationship that lasts a lifetime. 713-290-1000 or visit online at dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at B&M.
Danica was very independent. She was fearless. She was fun. She was funny. She thought she was taking a prescribed pill, and in reality, it was a fake pill laced with fentanyl. My life has been devastated by the loss of my daughter. Don't take the risk. Think like it can happen to you.
Visit onepillkillstx.com. Sponsored by HHSC.
Here in Texas, we look out for each other. At home, around town, and especially on our roads. So, let's slow down. Set the phone aside and drive like a Texan. Kind, courteous, and safe. Because that's what neighbors do. Learn more at drivelikeatexan.com. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
Have you ever tried something for the first time and then wondered how you ever got along without it? That's how thousands of new Navage users describe their first experience. Once they feel sinus relief and can breathe clearly again, many wonder why it took long to experience the Navage difference. Navage uses refreshing saline and gentle suction to quickly suck out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Stop suffering from congestion and start feeling better again with Navage. Brand new look, same great product.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
In a power outage, keep everything in your home, including your AC, running at half the cost of a generator. Visit BroncoPowerBoost.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Happy New Year's, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy 2025 to you and your loved ones. We appreciate you tuning in this morning. If you are going to wish people a Happy New Year, and I'm cool with that, like sending a text to somebody. I do that quite a bit. Don't do what's happened to me over the last 24 hours or so. And I'm here. There was a group text that Patrick Creighton sent out to all of us on the team here at Sports Radio 610. This is not me referring to that group text, Patrick, if you're listening. This is different than that because Patrick Creighton sent a Happy New Year group text to the on-air staff here at Sports Radio 610, all of whom we know and have their phone numbers in there. And, it's a group of 8 people that are collectively friendly with each other and know each other. Do not do this. I have a friend who does this every year on New Year's, and the most annoying thing. And it sends a group text to about, 15 to 20 people. Mm-hmm. Like Apple being able to have these group texts go out to more than 6 or 7 people now has really given some people liberties here as to how wide a span they have with their text.
Yeah.
A Happy New Year group text to when I go and I click who's on this group text, of the 15 people on it, maybe 3 of the numbers are in my phone. So there's 12 people on this group text who are now replying to it that are wishing me a Happy New Year that I don't really care about their Happy New Year wishes for me. And it's just it turns into this thing. And I know turn notifications off, Sean, whatever. But yeah, like it's unnecessary. First of all, it's impersonal. Like I'm in this group of 15 people that you sent 5 words to on a text.
Yeah.
I would have been perfectly fine. If you're going to wish me Happy New Year, send me a text and tell me exactly how much you appreciate me in the new year.
The problem with group text, large group text, is that if I only have the contacts for like half the people in that group, I find it impossible to participate.
Right.
Because then I don't want to be the guy that's like, hey, could everybody identify themselves? I'm just like, all right, if this is not a tight knit circle of friends here, and who knows who the hell I'm chatting with, and I just don't participate.
Yeah. Unfortunately, and I don't either. Unfortunately, it seems like the other 14 people on this group text are participating, and then some of them even have conversations going on. You know, like, oh, I'm replying to Rich over here, this guy. I'm using fake names. But I do believe the person that sent this text listens to the show. Don't put me on it next year. Don't put me on that text. Don't ever put me on a text that includes 12 of the 14 people that I don't know who they are or have their number, okay?
Yeah.
Stop doing that. That's a pet
Let's stop
peeve.
the group text tyranny, okay?
Yes.
It's a hidden cancer in society right now that's sapping valuable time and resources away from doctors, scientists, and sports radio hosts.
Yes, thank you,
The most
Seth.
crucial and vital people in a society.
Well put. Well put, yeah. And to be clear, Patrick, if you're listening, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about your group text. It was a different group text.
Our Sports Radio 610 group texts can be fun.
Yeah, they're fun. I don't mind those.
Sometimes I feel like I don't. Sometimes I'll make a joke, and if I don't get a response, it feels especially harsh. I'm like, oh, these guys really do hate me, don't they?
Yeah.
All right. It's just,
Wait, if you could see the other group text. We have a separate group.
I'm on the 15-person group text, and there's another 14-person group.
Good one, Seth. That's the title of the group text.
You're saying that every time I text that group text, the other group text gets fired up? I'm that guy?
It pops. Yeah. No,
there's nothing like. I love the side group text. That's fun.
That is fun.
It's fun as much as I hate group text. Once you're on the side group text that's talking smack about the annoying person. And the best is, oh my God, we had a family situation like that where we were going through a certain crisis, and there were a few of my siblings and cousins and whatnot were all involved, but there's one that's just impossible to handle and deal with, and it was almost immediately. As soon as I saw the one group text light up, I knew I was going to get something from somebody else on the other group text real quickly.
God.
Like, oh, here we go. Buckle up.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah, so none of the side group text. That is a beautiful thing.
You need to release that on X. The comments you guys have made after my dud jokes. Yeah,
it doesn't exist. We don't have a side group text yet.
Sure,
about Seth. Yeah. So here's the other thing. This is a much more sports nerdy thing.
What are you texting right now? Now you're texting it right now, aren't you?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, wait until you hear what I just did to Seth.
8:31 if you want to listen on the Odyssey app. This is a pet peeve of mine just from last in the Fiesta Bowl between Boise State and Penn State is that in addition to trying to get to the semifinals of the college football playoff, Boise State was trying to get Ashton Genty, their Heisman runner-up running back, the single-season rushing record for running back, for anybody, for running backs or otherwise. But the single-season rushing record, if he got, I forget what the number was. I don't think he got there. But if he got to X amount of yards, that would break Barry Sanders' single-season rushing record. And then every time they brought this up, the announcers had to point out that now, back in Barry's day, they didn't count the bowl stats for the single season. So Ashton Genty is getting the benefit of playing in the Fiesta Bowl, and maybe he's going to get more games out of it.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, so they haven't gone back and added the bowl stats in? Like, that would seem to be something easy enough to do. They're like, Barry did have 222 yards in the Joe Schmo Bowl back in that year, so if those were there, this would even be harder for Ashton Genty. And I'm thinking to myself, just go back and add them in. Like, what are we doing? Like, because they started doing it in, 2005, that players from then on are the only ones that get the benefit of the bowl game? Get a calculator out, you jerks.
They did this with the sack records, too, I think. They went back and they were able to go back and kind of go over, plug all the old box scores into computers and actually – I think they kind of rewrote the career sack earnings because it wasn't officially a statistic until 1976 or so.
Yeah.
So guys like Deacon Jones and what have you were they felt jilted. I guess football's interesting because there are very few stats that are kind of considered like a big deal or a measuring stick the way you have in baseball where there's multiple things. I think partly because just football changes so much from era to era. Yes, baseball changes, but it's not as extreme as what's happening in the passing game in football. So, I hear about passing yardage, somebody breaking the passing yardage, and I'm kind of like, yeah, all right. Well, it's kind of like, it's like driving the fastest car in 1950 compared to 1895. It's okay, good. It's probably going to change, right?
Right.
But rushing yardage still feels like a big deal. Getting over 2,000 yards rushing, especially in some ways, it's probably harder these days because teams are not running the ball nearly as much. But yeah, that's still a big one. I feel like they need to standardize that as much as possible.
Yeah, it's easy enough to do. Just add the damn bowl stats in for everybody.
I mean, except that now you're getting into an era where some of these guys are going to have 3. The college stats, I'll tell you what, the overtime rules piss me off. Because that's what throws out. I basically look at most college stats now and everything, and you can have one overtime game that's almost like having, in terms of scoring, it might as well as be played an entire extra game on the season.
Yeah, Kellen Mond, back when A&M played LSU, they went to 9 overtimes.
Yeah.
And you're right, that was bad. I think they stopped doing that. I think they stopped counting the overtime stats as touchdown passes. But when they did do it, the other dumb thing about college stats, this is just stupid, is that sacks count against your rushing yards.
Right.
That's the dumbest thing. What are we doing? You look and you have good running quarterback that at the end of a game have 14 attempts for 16 yards because 5 of them were sacks.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
It doesn't make any sense. Well, it makes sense from a bookkeeping perspective somewhat. I don't know. I don't want to get too nerdy about all this.
It's dumb.
No, yeah, it's dumb. It's dumb, Sean, is what it is.
It's dumb.
What's the football record that you care most about? That actually does it for you? I feel like touchdown passes, even though obviously the passing game has gotten easier, there's something about the simplicity of it where I'm still, and especially a touchdown to interception ratio.
Yeah.
That's the big one.
Those pop for me. When Aaron Rodgers had a year where it was 47 touchdowns and 3 interceptions, I'm like, ooh, that's a year right there. No, you're right. Yards doesn't do it for me anymore. Passing yard, 5,000 yards, okay.
Yeah, not at all.
Because if you're on a bad team, you're more likely to have a tremendous amount of passing yards than somebody who's on a good team that's just grinding the clock out on fools, There's a nice text to you here, Seth, on the text page.
No.
Seth, unlike the group text that we have about you. Seth, I've been listening to you since you were on Mad Radio. You've made me laugh at the best of times and the worst of times. I've appreciated every bit of it. Thank you, and carry on. That's Slim from Katy.
Oh, thanks, Slim.
Now, apparently, Slim has another side text where he's texting about me.
That's right. He had just actually texted me about trying to get rid of this weight around my ankles that is Sean Pendergast, something like that.
Off to the side.
There's a guy. Hey, thank you very much for that. That's a very kind word. It makes me feel like I'm not doing something completely stupid and ridiculous job.
Yes.
And I remember that, there are people that actually I feel like there are at least 7 people out there that feel like I make their day better.
Indeed, man. Indeed.
I'm basically, like I said before, I'm basically a brain surgeon.
Right.
My job is just as important as a emergency room nurse.
You make people's brains feel better.
It's a noble profession.
Mental health,
sports
man.
Radio.
Mental health. You make people's brains feel better. Text message, just admit it. Okay, first of all, if you start any text with just admit it, you can go ahead and assume that I'm not going to admit it. Okay, don't tell me what to do. Text message, just admit it. CJ is so overrated and truly sucks.
That truly sucks. That's, guys, he's trolling you. That's based off of the previous Mac Jones conversation.
Yeah. Okay. See, I'm taking this seriously right now.
Yeah, you're getting too serious. I think somebody was trolling you yesterday, too, when you started to read off that list of places that Dana Holgerson went on vacation.
Oh,
and
Dubai.
At the very beginning of it, you said one of the cities, and I wanted to say something about the city. And then we had a little minor disagreement over, like, okay, what are we going to just read this entire list of 20? So we probably should have talked about that before the segment. But then a few minutes later, somebody said, hey, Seth or Sean, can you read that whole list again? And you were like, yep, here it is.
I was doing the thing. See? But I was executing the radio playbook. I'm like, maybe they just got in their cars.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
No, nobody knows.
No,
they
you're
might
right.
have just been,
You're right.
They were trying to stir something
You're
up.
right. And Seth was just sitting there going, this is cute. He's so innocent, and he just thinks that people want things that they ask for. Yeah, that's funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Happy New Year, everybody. Could the New England Patriots pull off a Caserio in the draft this spring? One of our former colleagues has a crazy scenario. Is this a possible scenario? And when I say pull off a Caserio, you're going to know exactly what it is I'm talking about when you hear this. That is next.
Oh, boy. I'm going to try to concentrate on this. I feel like I'm being blindsided. Sean, furiously texting on some group text right this moment. I see you. Yes. Cackling. What the hell? I've been blindsided. Maybe you've been blindsided. It's like you get in a car accident, and it's like you're blindsided by either a truck or Sean texting other people about you. Look, the Mokaram Injury Lawyers, that's who you want on your side. If you've been blindsided in a car accident, slip and fall, whatever it might be, Mokaram will take on the insurance companies. They'll make sure you're treated fairly. You want Mokaram Injury Lawyers in your corner so you're never alone in the fight. If you're injured, you know what to do. Call my friends at Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. They take care of all the problems that can come with an accident. They're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to help you get the assistance you need when you need it. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, you'll get the compensation you deserve because they fight for it. They've got over 25 years of experience and treat every client with a personalized service that you can trust. It's simple. Give Mokaram Injury Lawyers a call at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. 281-222-2222 or visit mokaramfirm.com.
We're closing down the regular season with another Thirsty Thursday on the Northwest Side. Join Clint and Ron tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6, live at Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress. With our friends at Bud Light. Great wings, cold drinks, prizes on site, and the best sports conversation in town. Start your football weekend off with us. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Ever have one of those days where your gut just feels blah?
Ugh, yes.
Occasional bloating or gas could be signs that your gut is out of balance. But Align Probiotic can help. Align 24/7 Digestive Support is a daily use probiotic with a unique strain to help relieve occasional digestive issues. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand. So when you feel the signs, it's time to try Align. Align Probiotic. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, awarded a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Classes start January 8th. Apply now and save with no application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2025. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes PM for say delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Don't you love the sounds of the holiday season? The bells, the sleighs. Woohoo! If so, your holiday's now even more magical, because now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, you can take home your favorite Hyundai with some of the season's greatest savings.
Drive away now in one of our most popular models with 0% APR and 0 payments for 90 days. Only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I would say one of the biggest turning points in the history of this franchise, I don't think it's even arguable, it might be the turning point, depending on how things turn out with this era of Texans football, was draft night 2023, where the Texans used the second overall pick to get their quarterback of the future, C.J. Stroud, who at least one of you on the text page thinks is overrated and truly sucks, unless you're trolling. But I think he's the quarterback, as do most Houstonians. And then they trade up. In the boldest of moves, they trade up a ton of draft capital, including a first-round pick in the next season to draft Will Anderson Jr. And I think you've got your two culture setters on each side of the football, hopefully, at that point. That was the feeling at the time, and thus far it's worked out. For a rebuilding team, they're in the playoffs 2 years in a row. I think a lot of people would have signed up for just, I'm talking one-loss record, and where they are getting into the postseason, winning 2 divisions. I think if blindly you said this is what's going to happen the next 2 years and that's all you know, I think people would have signed up for that on draft night in a second. Now, how the offense is playing has everybody, that's more detail, that has people feeling a certain kind of way. But, Seth, in my mind, no doubt, like it's either hiring DeMeco Ryans or that draft night or the combination of the two are two of the most important instances in the history of this franchise, right?
Yeah,
I think that's fair to say.
Very important, and especially, all right, if let's say, in the vast spectrum of things that could happen. Let's say the Texans just fall off a cliff. Yeah. That made their high water mark was the Indianapolis game in the opener this year. Yeah. That if that were the case, I guess you'd go back and revise it and say, all right, drafting CJ made sense. Which is I tend to like I'm very, whether a quarterback works out or not, I appreciate that these days. I think people are just taking a swing.
Yeah,
like it's a big crapshoot with quarterbacks. So the trade up for Will Anderson would be the one that you'd look at and say, all right, yeah, great, we love Will Anderson, he's an awesome player, but with all of those draft spread out, could you have done more to help the team overall?
Yeah,
that's a big question. So that's still very much open to. Only time will tell whether that's ultimately looked at as, wow, what a smart move, or wow, you guys were even though you like Will, it was way too aggressive a move.
So far, so good, I would say that.
Yeah,
I mean, he's going to be a Pro Bowler again, probably.
Well, and especially it's part of one of the strengths of this team is that the defense plays the way they do. So yes, it's very much like I'd be surprised if I end up thinking that was a bad trade up ultimately.
Yeah.
But it's like everything else in the draft. You got to give it a few years.
Yeah, it's only 2 years. You're absolutely right. So after that, when you saw how their rookie years both worked out, I mean, they were both the best rookie on their respective side of the football. The thought was, I wonder if teams are going to try to copy this, or how copyable is this? Obviously you need multiple high picks just to be in the mix to get the number 2 and number 3 picks. The New England Patriots right now would have the number 1 pick in the draft if the draft were tomorrow. They've got their quarterback of the future. At least that's a lot of the chatter up in New England. They like Drake May a lot, even though he's only led them to 3 wins this season. And I don't think he's even led them to all those wins. They beat Cincinnati in Week 1 with Jacoby Brissett. Nevertheless, Drake May has shown signs that he's the guy of the future up there. Nick Wright, our former colleague here at Sports Radio 610, Nick is the best with his scenarios. Take a listen to this scenario. This has a Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud flavor to it, but he takes it one step further. What are the chances of Nick's wild ride happening here for the New England Patriots?
If you feel like here's QB1 that you can pick, you can decide who it is, you like more than last year's QB3, who you have, then you must shop Drake May. And if as an added bonus, because I know Wilds thinks Drake May is awesome, if the Titans agree with you, who have the number 2 pick, and the Titans are like, listen, we would take Shedeur, but if you guys take him, we like Drake May more than Cam Ward. As an added bonus, you have a chance to truly revamp the New England Patriots by going Shedeur Sanders 1, Travis Hunter 2, Deion Sanders head coach, and say you turned the worst college program around in 2 years. Have a shot at the worst pro program. That has to be something you investigate. And for some reason, Drake May is a sacred cow amongst Patriot fans that the play doesn't demand, nor does the tape. And so it just must be considered and investigated.
Okay.
I guess this is
Shedeur 1, trade Drake May for the number 2 pick, take Travis Hunter, and then fire Gerard Mayo after 1 year and hire Deion Sanders as the head coach of the New England Patriots.
I am a fan of bold, audacious moves that will either be spectacularly successful or go down in flames in such a way. This is the thing. Lots of moves that you make are either going to work out or fail. But it'll go down in flames in such a way that you'll be mocked forever and everybody will claim that they knew exactly how it would turn out. Like Urban Jackson. Look, when they hired Urban Meyer, I thought this is either going to be brilliant or it's going to be the dumbest thing anybody's ever done.
I wanted him here. I wanted Urban for the Texans.
It'll be one or the other, and I will not crush them for the decision if it does flame out, and boy, did it flame out. So I just say, man, you're in a business where it is really, really hard to distinguish yourself. It's incredibly competitive all the time. And just by going the status quo and doing the normal routine things, like somewhere along the way, you got to make a bold move. So I like the bold moves. But this is where I differ with Nick a little bit. And it comes in the way people evaluate quarterbacks these days. Nobody genuinely knows when they draft the guy whether he's going to work out or not. There's prospects that they feel good about, but anybody who's been in personnel for any amount of time has been wrong about stuff that they felt really confident about. You flat out don't know until a guy gets there. So with Shedeur, there's probably personnel people that are really excited about Shedeur. There's others that are skeptical about him, but he's still a college kid, and there's just no way to know exactly how it's going to look in the NFL. If they were to do that, it would have to also be coupled with, like, they just flat out don't like Drake May. Like they flat out don't think he's the future because they've seen enough of him in the NFL, and I don't think that's the case.
I don't either.
As much as Nick paints a fun scenario, I don't think it's very likely or realistic.
It's a fun scenario. Let's just imagine for a second that it comes true. If someone, I love doing it. Hey, if someone had told you, 6 years ago or whatever, like when weird stuff happens, I think there's a lot of that with Deion. Like if you had asked people 10 years ago that Deion is going to be hailed as this amazing program reviver, they would have said he's going to coach. Like, wait, what? And it turns out Deion's a pretty good college coach. But can you imagine if Nick's scenario came true, that they draft Shedeur 1, trade for the 2nd pick, draft Travis Hunter, and hire Deion Sanders? Imagine if someone told you after the Patriots' last Super Bowl win against the Rams in 2018 that in 6 years Bill Belichick would be gone and he'd be replaced by Deion Sanders. Like in 2018, I'm talking about. I didn't even know if Deion had coached a game at Jackson State at that point. I don't think he had. And and that Tom Brady would be the lead announcer on Fox while owning part of the Raiders. You know?
Yeah.
But what happened to Belichick when he left? He took the job as the head coach at the University of North Carolina. Well, why would he do that? Like college? Well, because now you can pay players as much as you want to pay them, and they're basically contracted employees of the university for the most part.
Right. Not to mention just even, the amount of trying to explain the alignment of the conferences and everything else like that.
Dude, but then trying to explain, like, so Belichick, so he left. What did he do before? Was he gone for a while? Yeah, he's gone for a year. What did he do then? I spent a lot of his time rehabbing his personality on Pat McAfee channel. And people in 2018 would have been like, the punter for the Colts?
He's on the internet instead of No, it's bigger than television now. Yeah, it's. I know we thought it might happen, but no, it's totally bigger than television.
But it's the punter for the Colts. Oh yeah,
right.
No, he's the biggest personality in sports media in 2024. Yeah.
And he's actually on TV as well as the internet. It's a whole thing, man. It's a whole thing.
Oh, and he's the color commentator on Monday Night Raw as well. Like, what are we doing? Yeah, that's wild. Good job, Nick. Good thought provoker. No chance of happening, but good thought provoker by our friend Nick Wright.
Do you think? What do you think the chances are that Deion's an NFL coach within the next 2 years?
2 years, I would say. That's a good question. I would give it a 1 in 3 chance. I think people are very. I think people are very anxious to see what the Colorado thing looks like once Shedeur and Travis Hunter are gone.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I think with Deion, it's always interesting to think. Okay, what really genuinely drives him or motivates him as a football coach, because part of it has been, since he started coaching with younger kids, it's because he liked coaching his kids. Yeah. And that part of it, I wonder if, even though NIL and the transfer portal has changed everything so much, and I know that Deion before has said he wouldn't want to coach in the NFL, but I always look at that as that's negotiating. That's just being sure that if he does get offered a job, they're going to pony up some big dough.
Yes.
But I do think he genuinely enjoys his ability to influence young men.
I agree.
And partly because he's good at it, partly because it's a good thing to do. So I think he's probably more emotionally attached to the college game than maybe we want to give him credit for.
Yeah.
At first blush.
Yeah, it'd be interesting though. That's from that. D'Amico talks about it. That's a big thing with D'Amico, is he feels like he's got that sort of, I think, collegiate influence.
Yeah.
On guys. I think that's a big reason why he loves coaching, and he's taken that to the NFL. But that's someone's saying that on the text page, dumbest idea I've ever heard. I'm curious on why people think Deion would be a good NFL head coach.
Okay, so that's a $1 million question, isn't it? Because why does anybody think anybody's ever going to be a good NFL head coach? Bingo. It's already been well established that being a good coordinator is not evidence that you're totally going to be a good NFL head coach.
Yeah.
A lot of it comes down to the intangibles and the job requirements of a head coach. A lot of the really, really good ones, they move further and further away from just being a good coordinator or what have you. So it's kind of like Rick Rubin, the music producer, where he doesn't actually play an instrument. He has very little music training or ability, but he's awesome at producing really, really good music.
Yes.
Because he's got all of these undefinable, intangible things that he brings to the table when working with athletes. So if you had tried to predict or gauge, that guy's going to be an awesome music producer, you never would have chosen him.
No.
A lot of it comes down to, for me, I love seeing guys that actually have head coaching experience and have done things as a head coach. A lot of times a coordinator gets a job as a head coach, and it's his first managerial position, really, where he has to hire and fire people or anything in his entire life.
Yep.
There are fast managers who have way more experience as a manager than some first-time head coaches.
Doing the hard things.
So I guess the evidence would be he's taken a couple of college programs as a head coach and turned them around to an extreme degree. Yep. That's the evidence. He's got way more evidence than a lot of other guys out there in terms of his ability to be a head coach.
That's a great way to frame it.
Art Briles is a high school coach.
Yeah.
Had more promise and potential, and he ended up going to college and doing it there.
Yep.
I think there's a lot of high school coaches out there that I would much prefer to be coaching my NFL team than a lot of the NFL head coaches.
Yeah.
Because they actually know how to be a head coach.
Yes.
More so than, it's, yeah.
Payne and Pendergast with you, heading into the 9 o'clock hour. One of the biggest signs yet that C.J. Stroud is having a tough 2024. I'll tell you what it is coming up next.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine, with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So we got the Lions and the Vikings coming up in Week 18. If the Vikings lose, I think their season is over. I could see them going on the road, losing Week 1 in the playoffs to Baker Mayfield. But if the Lions lose, don't forget, the Lions haven't lost any games on the road all season. They can still get to the Super Bowl even if they have to take the road path the entire way. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine.
Howdy, John Drager here with Verlo Mattress. At Verlo, we craft each mattress in our store. This unique approach means direct savings for you with no middlemen and no hidden costs. Just top quality mattresses at unbeatable prices. Designed to ensure you wake up refreshed every morning. Each mattress has a lifetime comfort guarantee. Open our store and experience the Verlo difference. A great day starts with a good night's sleep, and that's the Verlo promise. Learn more at Verlo.com. That's VERLO.com. Verlo Mattress of Champions.
Hey folks, this is John Addison, General Manager at Bayway Chrysler Jeep Dodge and Ram in Pasadena. At Bayway, we're all about transparency. When we say no hidden dealer fees, we mean it. No tricks, no surprises, just honest pricing you can count on. The price you see is the price you pay, plain and simple. Because at Bayway, we believe in buying a car should be easy and straightforward. Come on down to see us at 4000 Pasadena Freeway or check us out online at baywayram.com. Experience car buying with complete honesty, only at Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram in Pasadena.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NITSAD Council.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness. Orange Theory Fitness is an all-in-one strength and cardio workout to energize you from the inside out. Book online at one of our 29 Houston area locations at orangetheory.com. And remember, at Orange Theory, your first class is free.
America is kept safe because the Army National Guard responds, protects, and supports our nation when it needs them most. The Army National Guard responds to disasters such as wildfires and floods. They protect us with missile defense, cybersecurity, and civilian support teams for chemical, biological, and radiological hazards. Be there for your community and your country. Visit NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service. Sponsored by the Texas Army National Guard. Aired by the Texas Association of Broadcasters and this station.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast, on a Wednesday. Happy New Year, everybody. Appreciate you. Text message. This goes back to a discussion Seth and I were having in the opening hour of the show. Like, how far outside of Houston do you go? What's the furthest you would go to where you still refer to it as Houston when people ask you where you're from?
Do you say you're from Houston or you're a Houstonian or whatever?
Yeah. This is a good one. Morning, fellas. I'm from Needville, anytime someone asks me that isn't from the H, I say Houston. I always get a weird look if I say Needville. Needville sounds made up. Needville sounds like one of those things that you would say, like if you had a, like, say, a significant other that you were kind of on the outs with because they're just, like, they're very high maintenance, you'd be like, yeah, she lives in Needville, population her. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Population her.
Yes. Yes. So I get
Needyville. Yeah, Needville does, with all apologies to the original, Jebediah Need or whoever that it's named after. It does feel like, it feels like a place that was like what was that during impression? The whatever, I can't. I'm blanking on the name of those programs. Yeah.
Oh, like government programs that help people.
Yeah. I was like, well, they relocated all these Okies to Needville.
Right.
They were very much in need.
Right.
Yes.
Just government checks rolling into this.
Yes. I was asking, I like New Deal, Texas. I'm always curious about that because Christy Regan is from New Deal, but New Deal was like Roosevelt's one of Roosevelt's initiatives, the New Deal. So I always wonder, like, okay, I'm guessing like most rural places in Texas these days, it's decidedly not democratic. Like I wonder if they've had discussions about changing the
name of New Deal,
or not Democratic Party, or not on the socialist side of things.
Right.
Raw Deal, maybe Raw Deal, Texas.
For Houston people, this is a text message. For Houston people, I give them Cypress. For non-Houston people, I say Houston. Yeah, that's what I always wonder. Like, if you're outside of Houston, you just start with Houston, and then they go, I used to live in Parker, Colorado, which is outside of Denver. So when I meet people from Colorado, I'm like, I used to live in Denver, and they'd be, what part? And I'd say Parker, and then so I get a little more specific.
So this is how Needville came to be. August Schendel founded the town of Schendelville in 1891. It was basically his house, a store, and a cotton gin. That was the whole town. In 1894, he applied for a post office. At that time, the town was named Schendelville. Mm-hmm. He applied for a post office named Needmore as a joke, since they always needed more of everything.
Yeah.
But since Needmore, Texas already existed, the post office amended the name to Needville. So you know what I'll say, man, hats off to August Schendel, who didn't name it Schendelville or anything like that. He started off making a joke about the name of his own town. That is a selfless man right there.
Did he choose to make it Needville though, or did they make it Needville and he couldn't change it after? Because I'd be a little, if I were Schendel, I'd be a little angry. I'm like, I have my name in this town, and now
like he maybe just did it as a joke.
Yeah,
and then they were like, okay, here you go, and it's not even the joke that you asked for.
Yeah. Like no, I want it named after me. You know? Okay. Yeah. That's.
I think it was probably like most people in Texas in the late 1800s. They were drunk on whiskey all the time.
Yes.
So it was probably something. I'm guessing whiskey was involved in it somehow.
Yeah. So the Pro Bowl rosters are going to get announced tomorrow. Tomorrow night on ESPN, they're going to announce who made the Pro Bowl. They put out the final list of top vote getters, top 10 at each position, and this might be, Seth, how I love to read into non-football things as far as like how a season's going for somebody. And when I say non-football things, I mean like stuff not like on the field. Like you could argue C.J. Stroud has struggled more this season because he's thrown more interceptions, or he's taking more sacks, or he's missing open receivers. This is one that kind of speaks to, I guess, maybe popularity to some degree, but it's kind of intertwined with performance. Is that C.J. Stroud, who coming into the season, I think you could argue was one of the future faces of the league, and may still be, not even among the top 10 vote getters at quarterback amongst fans for the Pro Bowl. And Jaden Daniels, who is like this year's C.J. Stroud, number 2 overall pick, turning around a downtrodden franchise, made the playoffs, won double-digit games, going to be a runaway winner for Rookie of the Year on the offensive side. Jaden Daniels 1, Joe Burrow 2. They're not even in the playoffs, the Bengals, as of right now. Joe Burrow 2, and then Jared Goff, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. You got Baker Mayfield and Bo Nix right now in the top 7, and C.J. Stroud. Sam Darnold's 9. C.J. Stroud's nowhere to be found on the vote on the voting.
Sam Darnold, that one hurts. That stings. That's they got a head coach and offensive coordinator that's done a great job with Sam Darnold in a way that we haven't been able to pull off with C.J. Stroud.
We have not. Yeah. Not even in the top 10, man, right now. It's a rough go. It's a rough look.
Travis Kelce got the most Pro Bowl votes.
Yeah, that's kind of cheating, right? I mean, it's online.
That's
it's all
Swifties.
Yeah,
that's a lot of Swifties. Yeah, he wouldn't have if it were football people doing that. But that's the way it works, man.
Yeah,
that's how the fan voting goes. Who's the most, other than Travis Kelce, who would have the most kind of non-football fan support?
Oh, boy, because I'm looking. The rest of the top 5 is Jahmyr Gibbs is too. Like, the Lion fans showed up at the voting booth for this thing. Like, you got a ton of Lions that are in the top 5 at their position. Who's got the most crossover appeal?
Damar Hamlin.
Damar Hamlin's 9th among safeties.
Is he really?
He's
there you go. Then there you go.
Safeties.
Okay,
yeah, like Damar
that's a lot of. He's getting a sentimental vote there.
Yeah,
it's
a different kind of answer to your question, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, just for any reason other than like the actual.
How good they
obviously
are.
They were a crossover sensation for whatever reason.
Right.
And yes, very different reasons, but there's something added to it above and beyond the playing field.
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm trying to think of who the other one would be. I'm just trying to think like across commercials and things like that. Like Mahomes has great commercial appeal, but he also deservedly is in the conversation for the Pro Bowl every year.
Who is the one that's the most grudging acknowledgement, you think? I feel like Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield might be the guys where people are most like, well, all right, I guess. If I have to.
Yeah, that's a good one. I've come around on. I like Baker now. I used to hate Baker. I like Baker now.
Baker, I was always intrigued by because it was so clearly tied to his injury and the fact that he plays for a train wreck of an organization.
Yeah.
That there was something there until he injured his shoulder, and it was. I'm always skeptical of guys that are affected by a separated shoulder and their non-throwing arm. Baker's was a nasty. It wasn't just a separated shoulder. It was like a shredded shoulder that he was trying to play through.
Yeah. I like that veiled shot at Trevor Lawrence you just had right there. That was good. That was solid.
Trevor, it's always something. It's like, he had an ankle. Well, no, he had a knee. No, he had a separated shoulder. He had split ends on his hairdo.
Yeah, he's like the game Operation where the guy's got everyone on. Someone says, to be fair, every national game the Texans played this year, CJ wasn't good. That's. I mean,
and to be fair, statistically, he's not close.
He doesn't deserve to be in the conversation.
Yeah, he's not in the top 10 of hardly anything.
Yeah, and yet the commercials that I've seen for the Pro Bowl all have CJ running down the field during the flag football game, smiling after he threw that dime to Jamar Chase in the back of the end zone.
Yeah,
and we'll see quarterbacks. A lot of it's like how many of these guys back out. So we'll see.
I hope CJ at that point while the Pro Bowl is being played is like sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber.
I do too.
Healing up and getting, well, not obviously unless the Super Bowl is being played the next week and the Texans are in it. So
that would be nice.
Let's entertain that fantasy for a moment. But yeah, I just, this needs to be a quiet offseason for CJ. I don't put any, I'm not like overly, I don't think that any of those guys were like way too out there or way too aggressive or anything, but I think this was a very good lesson for a lot of the younger players on the Texans, that it's not so simple, that you don't just keep getting better every year by momentum, or you can't just chart it out on a graph and say like, oh, wow, look at how much we improved, so next year we'll improve by the same amount. It's a battle every single year to be good at all. If you won a Super Bowl, you got to battle like hell to win one game that next season, the first game of the year, and those guys all very much understand that now.
Yep. Someone says, I wonder, will State Farm bring Baker back as a pitchman? That was Progressive that Baker was speaking for, not State Farm.
And he had some of the best insurance commercials out there.
Tremendous.
They're genuinely fun, like treating the stadium like it was his own house, and everything. It was awesome.
Yeah, and that was back when he was on the Browns. Like I begrudgingly like those commercials. I legitimately like Baker Mayfield now.
Who's got the best athlete commercial or insurance ads right now?
Case Keenum's is pretty good. These backup quarterback
that's
ones?
a series. That's a multiple. Yeah, but I guess the backup quarterbacks in general for those.
Yeah, for those, the backup quarterbacks in general.
I grudgingly enjoy. I like Jake from State Farm enough. Like, he's a very likable guy.
Yeah.
The role he plays, at least, and so I fight the fact that Andy Reid is so goofy on those. I think is Andy Reid might be the best athlete on an insurance ad right now. Him stealing fries and everything.
Yeah.
It's fun.
This isn't NFL, it's college, but I like the Fanville commercials for Dr. Pepper. With Brian Bosworth as the sheriff. Those are very, very funny. I like those.
Fanville looks like a place that's probably a lot like Needville, Texas.
Yeah, maybe even more annoying. Not that Needville's annoying. Sorry, if you're from Needville, I didn't mean to imply that you're one level of annoying and Fanville's the next level.
Yes.
But there's a lot of annoying people in Fanville.
You nor August Schendel would I ever call annoying.
I feel like I learned something today, man. Appreciate that Needville nugget there. That was pretty good. Schendel, huh? Schendelville? These are the Texans that are in the top 10 at their positions for the Pro Bowl. How many of these guys do you think end up making the Pro Bowl, Seth? Derek Stingley Jr. And by the way, the selection process for is part fans, part players, part coaches. I think it's a third each. So this is only 1/3 of the criteria to get in. There's only 6 Texans that crack the top 10 at their position. Derek Stingley Jr. is 7th at cornerback. 7th.
Yeah.
Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. are 3rd and 4th at edge rusher.
Okay, good.
Behind T.J. Watt and Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon cracked the top 10 at running back. He's 10th. And then the 2 specialists, Kaimi Fairbairn, 6th among kickers. Tommy Townsend, 3rd among punters.
Tommy Townsend, 3rd among punters.
Tops in the AFC, by the way.
What's that?
And Townsend, 3rd overall, but he's tops in the AFC.
Oh, top in the AFC.
Yeah.
I think Townsend does it. He adds a little flavor to it just by being as fiery as he is.
And with the long
I think
hair,
people love
too.
seeing. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing. For marketability, if you're a white a defensive player or apparently punter, especially, grow your hair out long. It's very eye-catching, and people tend to look at you as a Viking. I think that's what it is. They feel there's a Thor element there.
Yeah.
They love seeing a psychotic, long-haired dude running around because it feels like Thor. Especially Clay Matthews would be the most Thor-like.
Clay Matthews, and then you have Timu Clay Matthews, who's Brooks Reed. Yes, play with great energy and fire. Grow your hair out. And I would say, too, the other thing Tommy Townsend has is he's got suns out, guns out, man. He's got those sleeves rolled up.
Yeah.
He shows off those guns. Did you see him celebrating after that 70-yard punt, which was like the only highlight of the Ravens game? He's run over to his own sideline, like with the arms out like this, like, who's the man?
Yeah.
Who's the man? What's my
yeah.
name? Say my name. Yeah.
He was like that Jamie character from Ted Lasso. Like it was almost like me.
Tommy Townsend, do. Tommy Townsend, do. Yeah. So how many of these guys make it, do you think, the Pro Bowls? Because I think these are the 6.
I don't know. I feel like if you're top 10, you're going to have an option to because so many people opt out.
Yeah.
And then with the defensive, so Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, and because remember it's just the AFC.
Yeah.
I don't know if Joe Mixon makes it.
The AFC is light on running backs. I did a little bit of checking into this.
Derek Stingley, because remember you're just looking at the fan voting.
Right.
The players and coaches are gonna Stingley's gonna have more votes. He's gonna be higher up in the voting.
He's
from
making
the
it.
Players. Yeah. So, and I think likewise the players and coaches will vote for Daniil and Will Anderson. Mixon will be the interesting thing because I think a lot of players and coaches will appreciate the level of difficulty that he had this year.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it was a bad rushing offense, so I don't think he'll make it.
Okay.
And Tommy Townsend, I'm not sure. Cam Johnson's in the AFC still.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel confident in anybody else. Those guys that I mentioned are the ones I'm confident in.
If I put the over-under at 3.5, I'd probably go under.
Yeah.
But I think they've got a shot. Will the ones that deserve to make it, like truly deserve to make it, Derek Stingley Jr. defensive ends, 100% deserve to be on those teams. Like blindly else. And I know T.J. Watt and Myles Garrett are both in the AFC. I'm not saying they need to be voted in as starters, but I think you're going to have 4 edge rushers there. I think that's your 4. It's Watt, it's Garrett, and it's the 2 Texan guys.
I wonder how many listeners we have in Needville. The population is 3,089. It's pretty diverse population. Just like a lot of Houston suburbs.
Yeah.
That was one thing that bothered me. Remember that article that was written during Harvey about how Well, all of this togetherness and everything is just an illusion based on these suburban places that all have like some of the most ethnically diverse cities in America are the suburbs of Houston.
Yes.
Like it's a place, it's very unique to where we actually commingle with people who don't look like us way, way, way more than even a lot of other diverse cities where it's a lot of big cities. It's like, yeah, we have diversity. The black people live over here. The white people live over here.
Yeah.
And we have a few Asians. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, Houston, it's everything. So Needville, likewise.
Melting
town
pot.
of 3,000.
Yeah.
58% white.
Yeah.
8.3% black.
Yep.
30% Hispanic.
There you go. Needville.
Native American, only 0.23%.
Okay.
Asian, very underrepresented from. I'm going to go start an Asian town in Needville. That's going to be my thing. I bet they probably don't have one good Chinese restaurant.
You're going to start. Oh, I see what you're saying. So Chinatown, part of Needville, is what you're going to go start.
And its 21 Asian residents need a place where they feel comfortable and can go get kind of some of their,
All the street signs are going to be in Chinese. It
won't be Chinatown or anything like that. It's going to have to be Asian Town.
Asian Town. I got you right.
Both Southeast Asian and Asian. Yeah, everything.
Only 4 of them are Chinese. Yeah.
If you got an Asian in your hyphenation, then it's Asian Town.
Come one, come all. As long as it says Asian, yeah. Oh, that's funny. Someone says Dan Campbell on the Applebee's commercials is pretty funny. He is.
Oh, I haven't seen those.
You haven't seen Dan Campbell on the Applebee's commercials?
No,
He's a manager at Applebee's with the headphone and everything, and he walks up to a booth of people placing their order, and he tells the guy to put the menu over his mouth when he places his order, like a coordinator. It's really funny. Yeah, Dan Campbell's really good. All right,
I've been doing. I don't see many commercials at all anymore. I've kind of got a process for putting it on mute so I can do some work and everything.
Yeah, you're missing out, man. You're missing out. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I'm here for this kind of shade at a divisional opponent, and it comes from a Texans legend. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, New Year's. Here's a good New Year's resolution for you. More Liqueur 43 in your life. Liqueur 43. Awesome liqueur from the great company Zamora. And the Liqueur 43 is the key ingredient in a Carajillo, which is a very, very rapidly growing cocktail. Wherever you go out to eat, or out to your local bars, ask for a Carajillo. It's equal parts Liqueur 43 and either coffee or espresso. Especially a cold Liqueur 43, man, it's perfect for after dinner, or if you're relaxing around the house, watching football like I did with a Carajillo last night on the table next to me. It's awesome. Liqueur 43 natural ingredients in it. That's where it gets its name from. The Carajillo is the fastest growing cocktail in Mexico. You got to have Liqueur 43, though, to make yourself one. So get to wherever it is you get your alcohol and get some Liqueur 43. Look them up online at buyliqueur43.com. That's B-U-Y, liqueur43.com, and drink responsibly.
Payne and Pendergast.
That was a game that, more so than any game all season, where it looked like CJ just wasn't right. These sacks that he's taken, sometimes in taking those sacks, guys just don't have the confidence that they're going to be able to throw it away without it being a grounding or without it being an interception. And it screws up their decision-making just that much.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
Fire threatens everything in its path. When it threatens our nation and our communities, we respond. We bring the fight to the front line. The Army National Guard stands ready to face the dangers of Mother Nature and protect our homes and our neighbors. We will always be there when your community needs us the most. Discover more about all the ways you can serve part-time in your community by visiting NationalGuard.com. Sponsored by the Texas Army National Guard. Aired by the Texas Association of Broadcasters and this station.
At Twin Peaks, we're proud to offer an exclusive and extensive collection of some incredibly rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Plus, check out our barrel selects that are hand-picked and bottled just for you. Check with your favorite location to see what they're pouring. Cheers! And remember, Twin Peaks has an amazing made-from-scratch menu to pair with that perfect cocktail or 29-degree draft. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
New year, new you? How about new year, new ride? I'm Trice Ham. I'm the general manager at Bayway Chevrolet down in Pearland. And what better way to start off the new year than to finally knock off your to-do list getting a brand new car? Folks, I need a head start on 2025, so the deals I'm making to start the year are better than you've ever heard from me. But don't just take my word for it. Test me on it. bring me any written offer on a new Chevrolet, I'm going to beat it, or I'll give you $1,000 cash. Or you can skip all the nonsense of going around to a bunch of different dealerships and just come see me and get the best deal right off the bat. I've got over 300 vehicles in stock to choose from, award-winning customer service, and folks, I've got the best special finance team I've ever seen. If you're worried about your credit, don't be. We're going to get the loan done for you. We're going to make you feel at home. We're 8 minutes from Beltway 8 and 288. It's 5719 Broadway, right there in Pearland, Texas, or www.baywaychevrolet.com. Start your new year off right. Start it with a bang. Come see me get the deal of a lifetime on a brand new Chevrolet. Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start living.
O'Reilly. Extend the life of your engine with a full synthetic oil change and save at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, pick up 5 quarts of O'Reilly full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. Or upgrade to a MicroGuard Select filter for just $2 more. Limit supply. Offer in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
It's playoff time, and it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last few weeks of football action with Prize Picks, the place to win cash while watching the playoffs. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. The app is really simple to use. Pick 2 or more players across any sport. Pick more or less on their projection, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money. Prize Picks offers MasterCard for quick and easy deposits into your account this sports season. Join Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, available to play in more than 40 states, including California and Texas. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code 610 and get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code 610 on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even have to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I like when J.J. Watt goes on the Pat McAfee show. My only complaint is that I wish he had a professional microphone. Like, he's hard to hear sometimes.
I know, yeah, and it's I've actually there's very simple solutions. I've struggled with microphone audio quality on my own social media stuff before, but yeah, they've got lots of really good microphones that you can just plug into your iPhone, and there you go.
Yeah,
it's like studio quality sound.
Yeah.
If you, it's just but. I kind of keep it feel like it's grittier and more casual and everything.
Yeah,
and it's almost a badge of honor that our guests don't need to have studio quality sound.
I like to be able to hear, and you can hear them, but it's not great. Yeah. So anyways, I bring this up because we're about to play some J.J. Watt audio. One of the underrated things about J.J. going on the McAfee show, especially amidst this tumultuous time for Indianapolis Colts fans and former players, where this team seems to be teetering on the brink of some sort of firing going on, either with the coach or the GM or maybe somebody else, is that JJ can take great pleasure in the fact that the Texans are indeed better than the Colts right now. This was fun, JJ Watt bringing up little factoids to McAfee yesterday.
I saw a stat. Is this stat correct? I don't know if this stat's correct. I just saw a stat. You never know on X.
True.
Since the last time the Colts have won the AFC South, every other team in the division has won it twice.
Yeah.
At least.
That is true. Yeah,
is that correct?
Titans and Jaguars are in that.
That's real?
There's no way the Jags have won.
Bortles? Whoa.
The Jags have won twice since the last time you guys won it. I couldn't believe it. I had the stat check.
Yep, it's real.
Well, you didn't fact check it. That's why you said I don't know, and you just wanted to present.
I came to the show that does the best fact checking on the planet.
Amen. Thank you. Nobody gives us enough credit for
Stat
that.
that.
Yeah, hashtag stat that. Yeah, it's not great. Okay.
He's right.
The
The
fact
Jags
checking or the record of the Colts?
I took that as the Colts, but probably both. The Jags, man. Ballard got there in 2017. Chris Ballard, the GM of the Colts, got there in 2017. The Jags won it in 2017 and 2022. Trevor Lawrence's second year. The Titans won it in the COVID year 2020 and 2021. And the Texans have won it every other year. 18, 19, 23, and 24. The Colts, zero division championships since like 2014. Been a while.
Look, in the AFC South, it's not for a long time. It was kind of the poster child for insignificance, and it's not that anymore.
Okay,
yeah,
says you.
Well, not perennially, at least.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah,
perhaps. Maybe because even when the Jags made the AFC, the Jags made the AFC Championship game, and in hindsight it looks like a fluke, but they actually got screwed out of going to the Super Bowl that year too, because they had the interception that should have been a return for a touchdown, but it was whistled dead. Yep. They kind of got hosed that year. So there have been some good teams. I still get kind of depressed when JJ and Pat are arguing about who holds court in the AFC South.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like arguing about who's got the best AA baseball team.
Yeah.
It just it's a depressing argument.
Welcome into the Sun Belt Conference podcast.
Yes, that's what it is. It's a mid-major.
Yeah.
It's not. It just doesn't. It's. When it comes to teams that are actually in contention, it's very rarely one of these teams. So I don't enjoy it as much as I think those guys. And then I always wonder whether Pat McAfee actually really cares about it as much as he acts like he does. Because now he's become the fan that he says he's canceling his season tickets. He's not getting season tickets
Colts,
next year because of the way the organization's being run. Like, all right, well, you're not. How diehard a fan are you? Because it's not a money thing.
No.
You're like, okay. So you're upset with the way the organization's being run or what's going on. All right, if you're a diehard fan who's got plenty of money, like why are you canceling your season tickets? That doesn't sound like a super fan to me.
Yeah. Of the other three teams in the AFC South, like obviously there's not a ton of fear going on January 1st, 2025 if they have to play these teams, say, I don't know, 4 days from now. Like the Titans beat the Texans earlier this year, but I don't fear the Titans in terms of like, okay, this is the team that's going to at least take away the division mantle from the Texans here. For me, Seth, like of all the things going on with these other three teams, the Colts, by definition, are the closest right now just because in the standings, they're at least around a 500 team. The other two teams are going to be picking in the top 5 in the draft, the Titans and the Jags. Probably the thing I fear the most in the division is that the Jags finally get a head coaching hire right that can get Trevor Lawrence right in some way.
Yeah.
And even then, I'm like, I don't know. Like, I thought Doug Peterson was that guy 2 years ago. But, like, if the Jags hire Ben Johnson, like, that would make me sit up a little bit. Like, oh, okay, Ben Johnson is the one who he resurrected Jared Goff.
I think this is the thing about Doug Peterson, because I've seen him mentioned as a defensive coordinator for the Texans. For me, right now, Doug Peterson, the book on him is that he seems to do a really good job of getting a flash of potential or getting the most out of a quarterback's natural skills, but then not developing him on further. So Carson Wentz, he was involved. Nick Foles for a brief stretch of time, and then Trevor Lawrence for the 1 year that they made their playoff run. But there's no stacking on top of that. Now, maybe that's just bad luck on his part because that's who those quarterbacks are. It's not like it's not like Carson Wentz and Nick Foles went on to be perennial All-Pros with another coach or something.
That's true.
So I don't know, but I don't look at him as like, oh yeah, that's the quarterback whisperer. I just don't feel that way about him.
Yeah, Cody Stutes had a really good piece for his subscription service, Houston Football. He went deep on candidates for offensive coordinator for the Texans if they choose to move on from Bobby Slowick in the offseason, which if they don't, then the reaction, I can't wait to see what the reaction would be. I think a lot of fans are out on Bobby Slowick right now, for better or worse. One of the names that was most interesting, and Cody actually had in his top 7, I think it was Josh McCown, who is the quarterback's coach in Minnesota right now. He's since leaving football, he coached high school, and then he was the quarterback's coach for 10 weeks last year in Carolina before Dave Tepper blew everybody out of there.
Yeah.
And now he's been the quarterback's coach for Sam Darnold, who's had a near MVP caliber season in the mix in the top 5 for MVP odds. How would Texan fans react to Josh McCown being hired as the offensive coordinator here?
I think they'd be cool with it. I think there was right. My whole issue with the Josh McCown experiment or potential experiment where he was a finalist for the head coaching job, like people. There's still people out there that try to claim that was a media creation or something. Like, no, the Texans themselves said that he was one of the finalists for the coaching job. That wasn't like some media creation.
Right.
But he had never been a full-time football coach before. If they had hired him as a quarterback's coach at that time, I would have been cool with it. I would have been excited about it. All the reports are on Josh McCown that he's a hell of a guy and that he's super smart, got a whole bunch of experience as a player, obviously. So, no, if they wanted to hire Josh McCown as either a quarterback's coach or offensive coordinator, that's the interesting one. Like, okay, is that too big of a leap for a guy that's only been a full-time coach for a year or two? I don't know. There are other coordinators that have made that leap from like Jack Del Rio was only a position coach for, I think, a couple of years before he became defensive coordinator in Carolina. And I might be wrong on that. But there are guys who have made that leap pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, if he were to come here, it'd be as the OC. I don't think he's making a lateral move to come here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There was an article. Sometimes these anonymous executive articles are funny because you can tell, like, okay, these guys aren't as clued in on the rest of the league as everybody else. It was an article about young quarterbacks or something, and this one anonymous executive was like, well, I'll tell you what they got to do for Bryce Young. This was earlier in the season before there was any problems. They got to get him up to Minnesota, work with those people, because look at the job they've done. I'm like, the guy working with the quarterback up there is the guy that worked with Bryce Young last year.
Bryce got him fired.
Yeah. So it might be a little bit more complicated than that.
It might be. Now you're answering the question. You would be okay with Josh McCown.
Yeah.
How do you think the fans would react? Because we can't ignore the elephant in the room that Josh has heavy Jack Easterby stink on him to Texan fans.
Yeah, you know how I've always felt with Jack Easterby is that even though I was, as far as I can remember, the first person that started wondering what the hell this guy does and why is he here and why is his resume inaccurate, I don't deny that he did do some good things. Sure. I think there were some things that he did that were really smart and were like laying the right kind of framework. There were just a lot of other things that offset it. So, but included in that is like I don't think just because Jack Easterby liked a guy means that guy is horrible or trash.
No, he brought Nick Caserio here, and I think Nick's done a good job. You know?
Yeah. So I'm not. I think for the. Let me be realistic about this. I think most people will say, okay, yeah, this is a guy that did have a lot of buzz about him. It was just like not enough buzz that anybody else. There was no other team in the league at that point that thought, hey, he should be our head coach. After having zero actual professional coaching experience. Like it just didn't make any sense.
I 100% think there would be a faction of fans who would be not nervous about it, but just like PTSD sort of feeling about it. Not a huge portion. I'm mostly with you. I think the biggest thing that would make people positive about it is it would represent substantive change over what they've got right now. You know, like I think there's a lot of people just hoping. I think there's a lot of anybody but Bobby going on right now, probably with a lot of people. Like fair or unfair. I know it's not all Bobby's fault, but he's the guy that's overseeing this.
The other thing too is that I think that I've changed in that. I originally had said, all right, look, if you're going to run a Kubiak/Shanahan type of system, there's lots of coaches out there that you can go get and that have familiarity with it. So your quarterback, if he does have to get a different offensive coordinator, might not have to change completely the entire methodology and all of that. I'm not as worried about that anymore.
Yeah.
I think we've seen enough good quarterbacks go from coordinator to coordinator who might do things very, very differently, and they're just fine. So it's at the end of the day, it's okay, how good of a coordinator is this guy? I'm not going to worry about what type of system he runs.
Well, and how good of a preparer is the quarterback that he's mentoring? And I think CJ is a maniacal preparer. I think he'd be good.
Okay. No, this is a question you should have asked, Sean.
Yeah.
I'll excuse you for it.
Thank you.
No, it's the question that comes to mind is, honestly, I think the guy out there that you are under no threat of ever losing to a head coaching job, but who has done a really good job as an offensive coordinator, is Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
But people are going to have feelings about that because that's the old New England connection. But I think he's the classic case of a guy that is a really good offensive coordinator, but when he becomes a head coach, he becomes a bad coordinator and a bad head coach.
Yes.
So he's not going to get another job offer.
No.
I don't think there's anybody out there that thinks this time's going to be the time that he's a good head coach.
No, he's been bad in two places and welched on the other offer.
Right. Yeah.
Indianapolis offered him the job and he left them standing at the altar. Let's see here. Payne and Pendergast, acknowledge yourselves. Oh, I'll do that all day long.
Acknowledge me.
Do not
acknowledge us.
Do not underestimate your value to society, however humble you may be. Yeah, we appreciate that. Just talking about how, brighten up the Texters Day. Appreciate that, man. And thank you for letting us acknowledge ourselves.
You know what I've struggled with the most this past year in 2024? Remember that? Remember 2024?
Vaguely.
I have I go into almost crisis mode sometimes when I want to be able to provide answers about why something like, say, the offense is as bad as it's been, and it's just so hard to actually accurately diagnose everything or to say with any. It's hard. I feel like I'd like to have answers, but there's so much going on here.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm letting people down.
No.
I'd love to just be able to say, this is the elixir. Fix this, fix that,
Got to
fix
get
that.
that out of your head. Get that out of your head in 2025, man. Get that out of your head. You're not letting people down.
I'm going to stop caring about helping people. Got it. I can do that. I'm going to put that's going to be my resolution.
But continue to acknowledge ourselves. One more time for the people in the back, Jace. Yeah. Give it to me one more time. Come on, Jace. Thank you. There we go.
Yeah. We need more holidays that celebrate us.
Yes.
I want one a month on this station. I want the other shows to have to celebrate
highlights of our show.
Pendergast and our tenure. Yes.
As we're 3 minutes over on the break. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, I've got my ideal scenario for the wild card round, and also today is an epic day of football that we've got to lay out for you here, and we'll do that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Texans and D'Amico have a decision. Should they rest guys and get prepared and stay safe away from injury?
There's no way D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, Bobby Slowick, any of these guys that are making decisions, there's no way they watch that game on Christmas Day and say, yep, that's the last thing I want to see from my team before I go play in the playoffs.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world, so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in Houston, The Woodlands, St. Louis, and by appointment only in League City. Schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Houston attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. CordellCordell.com.
The Fed just lowered interest rates, and that is great news for those in the market for an automobile. Lower rates means lower payments for you. My friends at D&M Auto Leasing have been laser focused on offering smart, low-cost leasing solutions for decades. That has never changed. The Easy Lease at D&M is the most consumer-friendly lease on the market, all backed by the industry leader. Make no down payment, have no payment for 60 days, and build a relationship that lasts a lifetime. 713-290-1000 or visit online at dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
During my pregnancy, I experienced symptoms that didn't feel right. I trusted my instincts and contacted a healthcare provider. It saved my life. I learned there are 15 urgent maternal warning signs I should pay attention to while pregnant and even up to a year postpartum, like severe headache, dizziness, chest pain, or swelling. Learn about these urgent maternal warning signs at dshs.texas.gov/hearhertx. Brought to you by the Texas Department of State.
Have you ever tried something for the first time and then wondered how you ever got along without it? That's how thousands of new Navage users describe their first experience. Once they feel sinus relief and can breathe clearly again, many wonder why it took them so long to experience the Navage difference. Navage uses refreshing saline and gentle suction to quickly suck out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Stop suffering from congestion and start feeling better again with Navage. Brand new look, same great product.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
The holidays are approaching, y'all. Family time, football, gift giving, festive parties, and unfortunately, people who decide to drink and then drive. It's not a fun topic. It's ugly, and it's a serious one. I really can't believe that this is still happening in our community today. One person's poor decision to drink and drive can change somebody's life forever. It's not fair, but if a drink driver should hit you, protect yourself. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. They'll fight for your rights. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they have over 20 years experience navigating the legal process to get you the justice and compensation that you deserve. They always go the distance to give compensation and medical attention that you deserve so you can focus on taking care of your family, the number one priority. Call the winning team at Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Your first consultation is free, and you pay absolutely nothing unless they win your case. 281-222-2222 or MokaramLawFirm.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Chilly out in Pasadena, man. I'm watching Game Day on the TV here, Seth, and you can see the breath coming out of Pat McAfee's mouth and Nick Saban's mouth. Like they're not bundled up, but it does look like it's a little chilly. I'm guessing.
Do they have any comedians on that Nick Saban's going to try to just might potentially leap across the desk and murder?
not yet.
Shane Gillis was hilarious on there, and Nick Saban did not want a single piece of it.
No.
He's a grumpy old man the entire day.
He did not like being called Alabama Jones, that's for sure. That was good.
Which, for those of you who didn't see it, he was wearing a hat that looked kind of like an Indiana Jones hat. So he called him Alabama Jones.
That's fantastic. That is so good. So as a Texan fan,
he's gonna be back in coaching next year. Saban was like, that's a moment. Saban's like, this is like I spend a lifetime building. What the
Shane
hell is
Gillis
this?
drove him back into coaching.
Yeah,
that'd be hilarious.
You're a stooge now. Entertain me, Nicky. You're not a coach anymore.
Maybe Belichick gives the blueprint for these stodgy old dudes to get back into the game. Man, it's successful at UNC. You never know. So Texan fans, I think, are looking at these play. A lot of the ones I interact with are like, okay, they're thinking like wild card. Maybe we get a win in the wild card round, but then it is, it's going to be curtains if they've got to go to Baltimore or Buffalo or Kansas City. If you're one of those people, that's fine. You're entitled to your point of view. I choose to still look at the playoffs as something that if a few things break the right way, and the Texans figure a few things out, maybe you can win a divisional round game and get to the AFC Championship game. I think at this point I would sign up for making it to the AFC Championship game blind. Like, if that means they won 2 playoff games, I would sign up for that, and I don't even care what the AFC title game looks like. This team, with all these problems, will have made it further than any other team. I'll sign up for it. I had a buddy that texted me yesterday when you and I were talking about who would you rather play in the 4 versus 5 game, the Chargers or the Steelers. We all agree nobody wants to play the Ravens in that game.
Ever again.
Ever again.
I don't want to ever play here. Yeah.
And to that point, I had a buddy, my buddy Rick texted me. He goes, here's one way to look at it. If you're somebody who feels like the Texans can do more than just win a wild card round game, it's not so much about who you want to play in the 4 versus 5. It's about which of those teams that are left over, Chargers or Steelers, because they'll be the 6th seed, which of those teams has a better chance of going up to Baltimore and beating the Ravens so that you get Baltimore out. Just get them out. You know what I mean?
The Steelers make the most sense given that, look, they've had the Ravens number in Baltimore over the past few years until this last game.
Yep.
And this season, they just, I feel better about Pittsburgh winning in Baltimore.
I do too.
Than the Chargers, especially warm weather team in Baltimore where it might be chilly that day.
And I still come back to especially compared to last year with the wild card game when it was just such an electric atmosphere in that stadium for that wild card round game. I still come back to playing the Steelers and being like, this is not going to feel like a home game. This is not going to be the type of game where if a potential free agent like Danielle Hunter were sitting in the crowd like he was for the Cleveland wild card round game last year. Danielle said, like, that was a big part of my decision. I was at that game last year, and it was electric in that stadium. It ain't going to be that way if the Steelers play. So I want Chargers, Texans, Steelers, Ravens, and then I want the Bengals to find their way into the postseason at 7 because they're easily the team that could be at 7. Broncos, Dolphins. Bengals are the team that could be at 7 that's capable of going up to Buffalo and scoring with the Buffalo Bills.
I'll tell you what, the Vikings and the Ravens games are the 2 games that I think were the most thoroughly humiliating this year. Is that fair? None of the other ones are jumping out at me. Well, the Jets, but that's a whole different
The second half of the Jets game, and just the mere fact that you lost to the Titans at home.
Right.
But as far as getting steamrolled, yes, Vikings and Ravens.
By a good team where it's like, okay, you can't blame this on travel or anything. Those are the 2 most embarrassing teams. So you don't have to worry about the Vikings unless you got to the Super Bowl. Yeah. The Ravens are the only other team where, all right, listen, I'm not purist here and act like, no, I don't even want to advance in the playoffs unless I reverse the grave injury that the Ravens gave me and vanquish my enemy. I don't care. Duck him.
No.
Duck him.
No.
I will duck the hell out of him. And if it means the Steelers beat the Ravens, yes. In the wild card round, and then you got to face the Steelers, hell yeah. Sorry about it, Baltimore.
No.
Hell of a regular season.
Give me a second round. Give me a divisional round that is number 1 seed Chiefs versus 7-seeded Bengals and number 4 seed Texans versus the number 6-seeded Steelers. I'll take it all day long.
Sean, I'm a 49-year-old man. The best football team I was ever on was in 1999 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Mm-hmm. We went 14-2 in the regular season.
Yep.
Offense was incredible. We lost to one team that year. It was the Tennessee Titans. We were 14-2. We lost to the Titans. And who do we face in the AFC Championship game? The damn Titans.
In Jacksonville, right?
Do you think for a single minute that I'm sitting here at the age of 49 thinking like, well, if we, it wouldn't have mattered if I'd gone to the Super Bowl because it would have been a hollow victory because we wouldn't have beaten the Titans that year. And I don't know if I could have lived with myself. No, of course not.
No, dude.
Looking out in hindsight, God, I wish that stupid lateral that wasn't called
I would be a miserable person.
Sorry.
If I were you and I was on that team, I would be so miserable because I, like you, go to Radio Row every year, and I watch some of these that happen to be on Super Bowl teams that are walking around like they won the MVP of the Super Bowl, and they're getting treated that way too.
Because they have firsthand experience about, like, hey, what's it like playing in a Super Bowl? What's it like the night before?
Their little collateral material they're walking around with says 2-time Super Bowl champ on it. Sit down.
I don't worry about that as much. Honestly, Sean, because I'm an athlete in sports media, I already feel that I've got like the huge fast forward button. The fact that a lot of other people who are more talented as broadcasters don't get the opportunity. So I don't ever worry about that. JJ Watt now, I feel like JJ is one of those guys who is a Hall of Fame caliber player, but when it comes to Super Bowl time, I think he sees a little bit of like, oh wow. Yeah, they'd much rather talk to Teddy Bruschi than me.
A lot of FOMO.
Because of all that other stuff. Yeah.
A lot of FOMO. Your autograph is worth more too when you're on a Super Bowl team. Did you ever think of that? Did you ever think how rich you would be if you were on a Super Bowl team?
I never expected to go into media at all. Just so I kind of I never worried about any of the. You know my outlook towards life. I embrace the ephemeral nature of everything, and I don't worry too much about honors and stuff like that.
When I was doing that,
which maybe kept me from being a better football player. Guys, at the end of the day, none of this really matters, right?
Right. Or you just go, but it all led to this, and I'm happy right now. I told the interviewer, Derek Butterman of Barrett Sports Media. I did an interview with him about my decade at Sports Radio 610, and a big part of that, obviously, is the last 5 years hosting with you. And I said, I think with some level of accuracy, that I think I'm at least partially responsible for Seth's journey of getting into radio to begin with, because if you recall, back when I was over at 1560 in mornings with John Granado, it was the 2011 season, the first season the Texans were like really popping and really good.
Yeah.
And Granado, who had been the sideline reporter when you were a player and you knew John from back in the day, we're just sitting there one morning after like the second or third game, and John's like, I'm going to call Seth Payne. I don't know what he's up to these days, but he'd be great to have come on. And you came on with us, and you were amazing. Yeah. And I said to John right afterwards, I said, we need to have him on every week. He's great. And you kept coming on with us. And then next thing we knew, you were over at Sports Radio 610. We created a monster over here.
Well, I came out. I took a tour of it. I was like, oh, maybe I'll do this thing. Because I was at a point where I was trying to figure out what the hell I really wanted to do with my life.
Yeah.
Because I had plans when I was done, and I got a year into it, and I was like, I hate this whole plan. So it was good timing. Yeah. And it was, so thank you, Sean.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for the nudge.
Yeah.
You gave me that nudge.
Well, I just wanted to have you. I thought you made our show sound good. I didn't know Gavin Spittle was going to come handpick you and plunk you down in the lineup against us.
After that season, I told Brandy, I was like, let's take a trip to Houston and see what the opportunities might be. And I went around and I toured all the radio stations and talked to TV people and everything. And Sports Radio 6 me a respectable
wage.
And it actually wasn't but it was a wage at all.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, I'm like, oh, wait a second. Yeah. I honestly, that's where it's hard to get I'm like, if that was the actual salary, there's no way in hell. Like, if that was my salary I was going to depend on, there's no way in hell I would have taken that job. But I looked at it as like, okay, it'll be an opportunity to do more. And I don't, it wasn't, I had other sources of income.
But you're investing in yourself in a way.
Actually, I'm going to text Gavin now. And now I think about how much I made that first year. What the hell?
Yeah.
I'm Seth Payne.
I got Seth retroactively angry about his hiring at Sports Radio 6.
11 years ago.
That's funny.
12 years ago?
When did you get here?
13 years ago.
2012?
Yeah.
2012, yeah. 13 years ago, thereabouts. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are in the loop. Today's my anniversary, my 11-year anniversary with the station.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Happy anniversary.
It's been a hell of a run. Thanks, Reggie. I appreciate it.
Are you the third longest tenured host? Is it Lopez, then me, then you?
Yes. On air? Okay. Host. Obviously, host on air, yeah. There's longer tenured employees, but as far as the lineup goes, yeah, for sure. And I got a ways to go to catch you guys. So
Seth, do you remember me texting you back when you were doing all this stuff?
I do.
I said, you got to get down here, man. You got to get down here.
Yeah. Thank you. I couldn't remember the timing of it, but I knew that you had encouraged me at some point.
John Lopez, recruiter.
I was.
Yeah.
You and Bob Allen also was a big guy. Like, Bob Allen was the first guy that while I was a player was like telling me, like, you should really, really consider. I was like, never.
Now here you
I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the media hungry player.
I say that. I say that so you can blame me.
Oh, yeah.
Did you do
No,
that?
thank you.
Did you do that with your own, like on your own, or did management come to you and say, "Hey,
no, on my own,
John, you're a likable guy. Can you just text Seth and tell us how much you would love to work with him?"
I was working with Vandermeer, and I think we had you on a few times.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was. We came in. Yeah, you texted me, I think, after I was on with you guys. Yeah.
You were cheating on me and Granato?
I'd do it with anybody, man.
Oh, you whore.
It was a different time back then.
Oh, man, this affects our entire relationship.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, John, thank you for honestly, yes, thank you for encouraging me to do what is like not like remotely close to a real job and have a lot of fun. Yes, I am grateful every day that I honestly have a job where I've never once felt like, crap, this thing again. Yeah.
That's true.
Judas and Pendergast here on Sports Radio 610 as we wrap things up.
I actually never texted Sean because I didn't really know him that well then, and I thought there was no way you were going to leave.
15, 16? Yeah. No, I did an interview yesterday with Barrett Sports Media, and I said it's something I've said before. Like and I think some people over there take it as disrespect, but in 2009, I saw kind of what the financial ceiling was going to be for me over there, and I'm like, I got 3 kids to put through college, and this is the gold standard here in town, so I got to get over there. So I put the list together of all the things I needed to do to get over to Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, a list and everything.
I did, man.
Yeah.
Make sure Gavin Speward. That was at the top of the list.
Hey,
everything is sales.
That would be a good, Sean, since one of your resolutions this year is to grow your social media following. That would be a really good January 1st video. It's just like a little tell that story, recreate the list. To show, like, hey, I had a goal. I broke it down into the steps I would have to take to meet that goal, and then there's a ba-ding, ba-ding, ba-ding.
I've still got it. That's good advice. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's. I may do that. We started an argument between Seth and I. Kind of tangentially started an argument between you guys.
Yes.
Because
did you tell Lopez what Reggie had said about him?
No, not yet. No, I'm going to text it to him. I'm going to text it to him. That's on the group text that Reggie's not on.
Yeah.
I suppose the one that you're not on, Seth. No. They got into what was a heated debate.
Yes, it was.
Over what exactly constitutes Houston, like calling the town that you live in or the part of the city that you live in, still calling it Houston when people ask you where you're from.
Even though it's not actually in Houston.
Correct.
Like Katy or whatever.
Lopez had a theory.
And that is if you can drive to 1960 within 5 minutes, feel free to say I'm from Houston.
He's very permissive.
Because like Woodlands is not Houston.
Right.
But let's say Kingwood is Houston.
Kingwood,
if you can drive to 1960 anywhere around the city within 5 minutes, go ahead and call yourself.
Is Tomball Houston?
Tomball is not Houston.
It's pretty close to that little branch of Tomball.
It's longer than you think. It's further than you think.
I used to live in Tomball. What are you talking about? Actually, there's way less traffic when I was up there, though. You're right.
Yeah.
All right, so that takes care of the north side, though.
Like Baytown is not Houston.
No, for sure, Baytown's not Houston. No, and we've got the Clint Stoerner to prove it.
I'll tell you what. Let me tell you something about 1960. That whole damn road can just go ahead and fall into the mud. Because when I'm trying to meet somebody, if I'm on East FM 60, but I gotta drive east to get to West FM 1960, I just no.
It's all stoplights too, man.
You are
correct. And it's no, you're on East FM 60. West FM 60 is east of here. No.
I can see where that would be very confusing.
No, they got no regard or respect for the compass up there.
What's your hottest, Reggie, your hottest geographic Houston take?
Are you setting me up for that one that I said just a little bit ago?
Yes.
I do not consider the landlocked towns to be a part of the cities that they are landlocked.
So Bel Air can basically go pound sand. West U.
Seth, can you help me out here? Bel Air can.
It doesn't. What are you saying? It is part of Houston or isn't?
It is not. But I was hoping that you would give me a go die.
I think he wants you to tell Bel Air to go die. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dicey man.
He's got friends.
Sean and I spent it. I've got a complicated.
I'm not upsetting the money.
I've got to bring the Hamlet of Fishers into this, and then it gets a whole where I grew up. Thing. So it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, man, if you want to be an alcove, you get to be an alcove. If you want to be a part of this city, go ahead and incorporate.
You are West U, and you'll always be West U.
That's right. Which that's clearly something they want.
Yes.
That is what they will
Bel
do.
Air with its lack of ports and sea trade.
I love how they have to be landlocked.
West U, no shipping whatsoever.
She's like, I don't want to alienate the beaches, you know. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Seth, antibodies and a happy New Year to you, my friend.
Antibodies, my fellow Houstonian.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
That's right.
Fellow West
Inside
Unians.
the loop, too.
That's it. That's it. All right, we're done. We are out of time.
Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year to you guys as well, man. It's great to see you. Let's make 2025 a great one. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Happy New Year to all the listeners out there as well. Enjoy all the football today and enjoy In the Loop. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez. Colin is in today to produce. They're in the loop and they start now.
That is correct. We do start now. Happy New Year to you all, Sports Radio 610 fans. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us in 2025. Hope you are having a great one. Hope you have had a great one. It is going to be a fun day, if for no other reason than we got all sorts of sports popping all day long, baby, all day long. And we are here with you till 2, as we often are.
Happy New Year to you too, sir.
Yeah, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Not Figgy Fig, sorry. John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Calling Neil in for Figgy Fig. I got into autopilot. I need to work on that. I need to do better about that. Yes. Oh, and for the second day in a row, we get a little Seth appearance. That was fun. But yeah, just to clean something up, when it comes to the what is or is not Houston, I'm permissive in the situation of like the greater Houston area. If you were explaining to someone who's not from Houston, from west, around Houston or near Houston, I am very stringent on the like.
If someone in Chicago, you're in Chicago, and they say, "Where are you from?" Say Houston.
You are, generally from around Houston.
Yeah,
but city limits is where I'm at, man. City limits, like, go ahead and rep your set, man. If you're from Atascocita, say you're from Atascocita, man.
Yeah.
If you live in Cypress, say you live in Cypress, man. Like, no need to hide from where you are. Especially when we trying to get to places, right?
Yeah.
Especially in those particular situations when you're hollering at somebody, man, you need to know where. You need to know, am I trying to make a 50-minute drive every day?
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
You know
that is absolutely true.
That is a difference here, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope you're having a good one here. As man, college football is all day long, baby, all day long, all through the show. In fact, we're starting at 11? Well, actually, I think we're starting a little bit earlier, in fact, but we're starting at 11 for college football playoff things, which before we get to the games today, we talked about that game yesterday. Wasn't it entertaining game?
It was funny because I actually thought I felt bad for Ashton Jeanty because people are, and you already see it on social media and everything. Oh yeah, he hadn't faced a defense like this, and didn't and people were throwing out numbers, hadn't faced a top whatever rushing defense and all. I felt bad for him because he is great. He's a great running back. But that Penn State defensive front, et cetera, just locked him up. And he still had, 100 yards rushing? Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
fell, 26 yards short of Barry Sanders. Can we talk for a second? 1988, Barry Sanders. That is a menace. 2,620, 8 yards, something in there?
12 games.
12 games. That does not include the 222 that he put up in the Holiday Bowl in 1988.
Yep.
That was a pet peeve of mine that I said on the show today. Like, as I'm watching this unfold, this Ashton Jeanty thing, and they're pointing out that he plays in an era where the bowl stats count.
Yeah.
Barry Sanders didn't. How hard is it to get out a freaking calculator and go add back in the bowl stats for everybody who ever played in a bowl game?
I actually did that. On my phone when I heard them talking about that yesterday. I was like,
why can't they do it for the record books? I like that it has your blessing. I like that you and I are on the same side of this argument. But
not that my blessing matters, but I also
do you feel that way too? No, your blessing matters.
I add my blessing to this.
Bless this.
Why is it so difficult?
How hard is it to go pull out the record book and add the numbers back in?
It doesn't count.
We've got the technology to do it. I know that we do.
Technology for literally all the time since we made abacuses. We've had the technology.
Abaci!
Oh, yes. My bad. I need to make sure to have
I could have broken out a slide rule and figured that one out. Or an old TI. What are those Texas Instruments?
Yeah, the TI. Last one I remember is the 84. How far along are we? Are we doing these like Apple iPhones? Are we on like the TI 136 yet or whatever?
Exactly.
But no, like we have the ability. I don't understand why we don't do that. But still, incredible. Incredible that Barry Sanders was that good. And honestly, still incredible that you get Ashton Jeanty. And it probably, like, as much as you say, hey, he hadn't faced a defense like this, what was abundantly clear was the game plan for Penn State was
That's it.
That guy in particular.
That's it.
Not even stop that guy. Slow that guy down, right?
Yeah.
If we could stop explosives from that guy, he can eat off of his 4 yards every once in a while, and we're going to make them try and throw to beat us. And that was clearly a fruitful strategy that allows James Franklin to be tied for the third most college football playoff wins.
Oh, God.
Since that, yes. It makes me laugh because I sincerely believe that James Franklin, while being a pretty damn good coach, also a little bit of a choker.
Yeah.
And this complicates that narrative in a way that is funny to me.
It is. And I'll tell you this. I'd take Ashton Genty right now, today, for this team in a heartbeat. He is great. That was you talk about, people say, tough sledding and all. Dude, they weren't even trying to. The reason the quarterback had such a good game is because they weren't even thinking about the pass. Like, they weren't even thinking about it until late in the third quarter.
Yeah, Maddox Madsen had 304 yards passing, but the tough thing about it was they were obviously focusing in on Ashton Genty and then deciding, hey, throw it up there. And when you do, we're going to try and be opportunistic, and they were 3 interceptions for Penn State. One of the things that I found interesting, Drew Aller, early on, I was like, oh, is he going to do this? He hit one of those deep shots on that, and then we came back around, and I was like, oh, is Drew Aller some entirely different dude than what I've seen? I know he was a 5-star quarterback, but he has been kind of a little lackluster, at least when it comes to being a quarterback. And then we got, the Drew Aller that I expected. But shout out to Katron Allen, if we're talking about running backs. He had a very efficient running day, 134 yards on carries. Ultimately, 31-14 was the final. I thought that was a really fun way to start this out, but also another one where I think this game was a lot closer than it felt.
It never felt close.
Or rather, it shouldn't have been as close as it should have been, or as it. You get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it never felt close.
Yeah, Penn State absolutely allows teams to kind of stay in. And I felt like this was a classic bowl game situation where you get a Power 5 team, or a Power Conference team, rather, because there's not 5 anymore, that has the size and usually more depth versus a Group of 5 team that usually has a little bit less size, a little less heft, and then definitely less depth, although I think that's closing a little bit. That gap is closing somewhat with transfers and those types of things. But yeah, that seems like that felt like what happened there. It was an entertaining game, which I guess you can hold as a win.
Yeah,
for
because
the
you were
college
always thinking, well, maybe, Boise will catch a break and all this other stuff. But no, they were clearly a much more equipped team for that type of game. That said, the other narrative that you're already kind of feeling and seeing everywhere about, this playoff, like, get out of here. I mean, I've said it before, I still believe it. You're going to have a Cinderella in these playoffs. Maybe not this round, maybe even not this year, but you're getting the opportunity that people have craved for. It might not be the best this year. It's going to end up being entertaining because these teams are going to have their day.
I think entertainment is one thing. I will subscribe, though, to the idea that I don't think that any given year you're going to have more than 4 teams that really
every year,
and that's what I'm saying. And so ultimately, you expand it to 12, not to give yourself an opportunity and more champions. It's increased participation and maybe create more entertainment.
Yeah,
you could say that the entertainment was there, which is cool. Participation is there as well. Penn State is a better team than Boise State, and you see that kind of come through. And that, I think the one thing that you could say you probably knock in this, which is something that the college football playoff is already considering, is eliminating that automatic top seed, that automatic move to the quarterfinals for the conference champions. Because then you have a situation where you probably don't have this same situation in the quarterfinals as you might have it more.
And we're going to see it today. I mentioned yesterday, Arizona State is actually a higher seed than Texas. And they're not as good as Texas.
They are not. In fact, that's the game that starts at 11. What are you most interested for in that game? Actually, before we go there, because I don't want to get to these games real quick, I want to make sure I don't forget. You lost entertainment purpose dollars yesterday.
I did.
Yes, he did.
I wish they were entertainment purposes only. Was that out loud? Man, they were right there.
Alabama.
I was feeling good about Alabama. They were down 16-0. I was like, hey, man, money line, plus 185.
4-loss Alabama season, man.
4-loss Alabama season. And if anybody's interested, it's a $70 million buyout now for Kalen DeBoer. So that's not going to happen.
They're not doing all that.
Really?
Yes.
$70
million. So that's not going to happen. Boy, I meant to do it this morning and I didn't, just to get on some of those Alabama message boards to see what's going on.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a sick place, because if there's one fan base that loses there, you know what minds.
Yes,
it is Alabama. Game today starting.
And a fight.
Oh, well, yeah, there was a fight
between
yesterday.
coaches.
Man, New Year's Eve delivers, and New Year's Day is going to deliver in a big way as well. Outside, I mean, we could just stick to the college football playoffs, but there's other games outside of it that are going to be fun. Texas and Arizona State, how are you feeling about this game? Because I truly do believe, I know it's one of the two that are Vegas has as a blowout. I'm in that same vein. Like, I think that this, again, coming back to like the size and heft that Texas has, particularly defensively, it's one of, if not the best defenses in the nation this year, is going to be a problem for Arizona State that feels like a one-trick pony.
I think it's going to look and feel a lot like last night's game, Penn State, Boise State. Scattaboo. He's great. He is a weapon for Arizona State, the running back. But I feel like by the end of the night, you're going to say, "Oh, Texas had two running backs with 100 yards," and they had this, and this. I think it'll be close for a while. I think it'll be a better game. And as much as I'm an Aggie, but I've been really high on the Longhorns all year long. I think it's going to be a better. They're not going to blow them out early. It might be a lot like the Penn State game where late they kind of pull away.
Now, I will allow you to get your Aggie on here, though. Multiple reports claim that Quinn Ewers has a $6 million offer to transfer, and some of that is understanding that it seems like his time is done after this
one
season,
way or another.
Right, Arch Manning is probably better suited for this offense, but in this game, it's still Quinn Ewers, and I think that's one of the places where I go, hey, this is kind of a weakness of sorts for the Texas team. Not saying that like he is flat out bad, because I wouldn't want to do that to Quinn Ewers. Like, if there was something that holds up Texas is Quinn Ewers' inability to like sustain drives. Like with Sark's offense, there are good plays in there offensively. If there's one thing Steve Sarkisian can do is draw up offensive ball plays. It feels like there's often times where you look up and you go, Quinn Ewers is what's holding this particular play back or this particular offense back. And if they have enough of those drives, you can let Arizona State stay in this thing.
Yeah, I think it's going to look a lot like that. And as far as Quinn Ewers, he's not projected super high in the draft.
And that says a lot in a quarterback class that is pretty damn light.
That's pretty light anyway. Take your $6 million. I don't think the Longhorns will mind.
No, I mean, it's already been a little bit of a logjam, and there's been people clamoring for Arch Manning since he got on campus.
Yeah, so take your $6 million, do what you want with it, and then move on from there and maybe have a better year. I think it actually will happen.
But we're both on Texas here, right?
Oh yeah. But I think a better game. I think it's going to be a better game than what we've seen. Texas has been blowing most people out.
Then you got the Rose Bowl, which should be absolute mayhem if it looks anything like the first time these two teams played, Ohio State and Oregon. This is where I go. I don't know very much about what's going to happen here. I tend to lean towards Figgy's Ohio State Buckeyes.
I do too.
Okay, you're in the same place?
I do too.
Will you go as far as one of the places that I feel like I'm willing to go, which is that Ohio State is actually probably the best football team in the nation?
I think Ohio State. I think Oregon and Ohio State.
Yeah.
I think those are the top two, and then probably Texas would be my third pick. But no, I think Ohio State. They are deep. They're playing pretty good. I know the Michigan game, all that stuff, but I like Ohio State.
Oregon's got to be sick, and I know this has been talked about again, and this goes back to
those are two best
the
teams in the
seedings and everything.
Yeah.
How is it, right, that Penn State comes through the historical frauds that Penn State have been at times, especially in recent history? They get to play against Boise State, and the objective is just stop number 2. And then Oregon's like, we're the number 1 team in the land. We've been the number 1 team for all this time. You know what we got?
Ohio State.
Ohio State. Right, we got to deal with Quinshon Judkins and whatever.
One more thing about last night's game. As dominant and like I said, totally in control as Penn State felt the whole night. Penn State ain't winning.
No,
they ain't winning.
No.
They will keep teams around. They will make mistakes. They will not, complete drives or give up something big. And like they look dominant, really. Beginning to end, even though the score wasn't like that. They ain't winning nothing. They're not
like Penn State feels like the epitome of what this college football, like who stands to gain from the expanded college football playoff. Because again, as I mentioned earlier, James Franklin now tied for third most college football playoff win, because you can get in there and you can get some wins in some places where you're not having to compete against the cream of the crop necessarily, like that very top ring. You can get some people in those outer rings of contention, and that's where they seem to be. In that place. Now, they would stand to face off against the winner of the Sugar Bowl, which, first and foremost, I should say, condolences to the city of New Orleans who's dealing with something. I hope everybody's doing all right. New Year's Day in general, like a lot of New Year's Day or New Year's Eve is an opportunity for a lot of people to gather, especially in public settings. And that makes for opportunities for like mayhem to happen, like what happened in New Orleans. Unfortunately, 10 people passed last night due to just someone being reckless and out there. And I know that the Allstate Sugar Bowl is
They're still going to play.
Yeah, they're going to play, but security is heightened. So all of that surrounds this. But on the field, it should be a really interesting game between Notre Dame and Georgia.
Yeah, I like Notre Dame. Again, that's another team that I'm not a fan of, but I like Notre Dame this year. And I like Notre Dame. I didn't mention them earlier. I actually put a little, let's say, imaginary money on them.
Entertainment purpose only dollars. Which at this point, if we're going on your track record, a very slim track record of batting on Alabama.
Hey, I was on a roll for a while there.
Okay.
I was on a roll for a while. I feel pretty good about
Did it cash though?
the value. No, it did not.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that we get the details to the people.
And by the way, 2025 just hit me different when I woke up this morning.
Really?
2025 sounds very futuristic. It's very the difference between 2024 and 2025 to me is incredible. It just feels like there should be robots roaming the street and stuff. And, it's just weird. 2025, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, the number itself does not feel real, especially when you consider that, so much of the media that we've consumed, especially, in decades past, where it's like, oh, man, in the distant future, so many of those numbers are now behind us.
Yeah. I'll put it this way. We all remember Y2K when it turned to the year 2000. We are now as close to the year 20 as 2000.
Sure.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. 2025.
2025, man.
Wow.
That's where we are.
Yeah.
And 2025 stands to give us, at least the first day of 2025, stands to give us some really, really fun college football games. I'm on Notre Dame here, man. I'm on Notre Dame here. I know you are. Georgia is even as Georgia kind of took over the mantle from Alabama, this does not feel like that type of program.
No, it does
that
not.
type of team. The program itself, sure.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting to see what Gunnar Stockton has as the quarterback. Obviously, we know Carson Beck not there. And again, Notre Dame, I have a hypothesis that Notre Dame is one of those teams where you either watch them a lot or don't watch them very much, and I end up being on the other part, or the second part of that spectrum. So I'm interested to see just watch them more. But they do feel like a much better team than what their 7th ranking exposes. Man, it's going to be a really
Georgia Bulldog, huh?
Nah, that's not the reporting or the rumors rather. Oregon. Notre Dame is one of those ones that people have been rumoring. I think Colin Cowherd seemed to seemingly gestured and nudged.
That's all the Aggies need. They play Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning next year.
I mean, Cowherd was basically like, I can't say it right now, but I will say that there is a big time college quarterback going to Notre Dame. So
all right.
We'll see. What we'll also see is just what's happening in these college football and just general college football and college football playoff streets. Game started at 11 with Texas, and keep you updated with what's happening as it goes along. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, Happy New Year to you. Let me know what you're doing. 713-572-4610. What you're doing on this New Year's Day as you roll along. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. What is the worst part of New Year's? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
Ready? The Texans Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Quack, quack.
Happy New Year to you all. It is In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, and that's Colin Neal giving you the quack quack on this first day of 2025, a year that does not feel real, but get used to it, baby. We are really in that thing, and appreciate you guys hanging out with us as you are in that thing, letting us know what you're doing. Shout out to Horace on the YouTube, said he's walking his dog while wifey sleeps it off. What it is, I'm interested in. I'm guessing it's probably the alcohol.
Yeah.
The champagne of sorts.
I would have to say so.
But you never know, right? People indulge, right? Especially on a day off, which I imagine a lot of people do have. So let us know what you're doing if you do indeed have the day off. If not, if you are one of the people that are truly essential, making things go, let us know. Like on the text line, where someone let us know that, oh man, I lost it. Well, let us know what you're doing, regardless.
But shout out to everybody who is on the grind today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not a lot.
We were talking about these games that are going today. I read I read the things wrong. I was reading them in God's time, Central Time, but I thought it was Eastern. So and Arizona State will get going at noon local.
Yeah, and real-time reaction right here.
Yeah, well,
I promise you that.
We'll keep you up on what's happening there because if there's one thing I'm gonna do, if I'm gonna work on a holiday, I'm definitely gonna still watch this sports.
Yes, sir.
Now, of course, it is a holiday, and there's a lot of good things about New Year's Day, right? At this moment, I can't think of right. Opportunity to reflect.
Family, Reggie. Family. Yeah.
Who does that?
Yeah.
Somebody said just left one sweat after a killer workout. Shout out to you. Okay, see, get into your resolutions.
That is starting your resolutions.
Wow, you got right into the resolution.
In a strong way.
Like, are you hungover working out, or did you might not be hungover, or it might not even be a resolution. You might be one of those people that's annoyed at the gym, which got us to our question of the day. What are the most annoying things about New Year's? Because there's obviously the opportunity for fun. Oftentimes people are off work and those types of things, but there's a lot of annoying things about it. And I imagine the one that comes up more often than any other one is the people that are gym folks that realize, oh, there's a lot more people.
Rise and grind.
There's a lot more people.
One of my pet peeves is rise and grind, by the way. But
why? Some people got a grind set.
That's very specific.
That's a very weird flex. Rise and grind.
Some people have a grind set, man.
We'll just do it then. I don't need to hear about it. I don't. You asked about what's the worst thing about New Year's.
That is fair.
My number one by far is the amateur drinkers. I mean, amateur drinkers.
Folks who can't hold their liquor.
Well, and all of a sudden they feel like, hey, it's just going to take shots. I'm just going to, get plastered. And no, I get it. You're celebrating, but like the amateurs that just get sloppy, fall down, dangerous drunk.
It's one of those days where you'll see people out, or like the authorities out in heavy supply to make sure that, or to try and tamp down on drunk driving and those types of things. So that's absolutely one of those things where make sure you do things responsibly. Obviously, in those ways. One of the things that I wrote down as an annoyance for me on New Year's Day. All the damn text messages.
Oh, I got one similar, but finish your thought.
Right, like everybody that's like, hey, Happy New Year. It's like, I feel obligated to respond, or even in some instances, like, you got people that you're like, I feel like I should probably send a Happy New Year, even though I don't. We all know what it is. Like, this is just a social kind of cue a norm that we have. But we that I wish you a Happy New Year. Like, who's the jerk that's like, no,
man, I hope you have a horrible year. Hope you have a horrible year.
I hope that you're just like you're miserable. Like nobody's really in that vein. And even if they are, they have the decency to not tell you. Like, just assume that if I did not send you a text, I'm wishing you a Happy New Year.
I have one that's similar, and I'm not going to say it's one of the worst things about New Year, but it's a minor annoyance.
Well, yeah, I mean, these are all minor
just a minor annoyance. I must have received, I'm not exaggerating, at least 12 to 15 pictures of friends of mine and family members' plates of food that
Wait, food? Like, I never
when you
think of-
send the food pic, it's one thing to post it on social media.
New
Hey,
Year's?
having a good time. But like texting me, like, this is what we're having. Isn't this cool? Yeah, it's nice.
On New Year's Eve and
Yeah.
New Year's?
Yeah, like the people go out to dinner or whatever.
I never thought of New Year's being like
it's a big food day, man. It's
I
a
never
big,
thought of it as a food day. Well, I guess there are like the
you go out to
specific foods.
eat and then you go party.
Well,
or-
I think about like
yeah.
the traditional foods, right? Like
Yes.
having black eyed peas or having like
No, I'm about New
greens
Year's
or
Eve.
those types of things,
Yeah.
like to establish yourself for the new year or whatever. Like I don't think of it as like, hey,
I can show you.
Look at all. No, I don't. I'm good. I'm not,
I don't
why
want-
would
I
you
don't-
want to make your annoyance my annoyance?
I can show
at that
you.
point?
I mean, we had enchiladas, chips and salsa. We had some collard greens as well, along with the black eyed peas, which is a very interesting combination.
But like,
does your family typically do the collard greens, black eyed peas, or was this a new occurrence for you?
The collard greens is new. The black eyed peas we usually do, and also some ham as well, and some squash.
I have never had this as like a. Well, I guess also like I grew up in different like New Year's confines, which was going to church.
Yeah.
For the crossover service on New Year's, so it wasn't really about food. It was about
oh, really?
other
But
stuff.
New Year's Day, the foods are traditional. Like you have to have greens, and there's a whole list of these things, and I'm doing it off the top of my head, so I might have it wrong. Like the greens signify, that you have money in the next year. So same thing with
Generally
the
just
black-eyed
good fortune in
peas.
various ways.
Yeah,
Yeah,
black eyed peas represent like a penny or something. I don't know, something like that. I don't know what the ham represents, but yeah,
deliciousness. That's what it
yeah,
represents.
that's exactly what it does.
Or depending on your religion, fitness. I don't know. Various people letting us know. Shout out to Pal Pals. Gotten 5 Happy New Year texts today. Not responded at all. Good for you. Go ahead and stand up to the societal norm. Let's break that from the case. All right, Ocho is right on here from the 713. Fireworks annoy me. And yeah, man, this is fireworks. Specifically, obviously, the people that have dogs. It's a hellscape. Which I have a level of sympathy for you there. But if you live in an urban area, particularly, you get to play a game that I like to call fireworks or gunshots.
Yeah.
Because sadly enough, that is also some people like doing, just firing off shots up into the air. And it's like, hey guys, I feel like we should all know that when you send it up, it doesn't just go into outer space. It comes back down.
It does
That's
come
really
back
dangerous.
down. It does come back
I don't know,
down.
like if this is like a level of neuroses for me in the back of my head. I'm always like, maybe don't sit too close to a window in these moments. Like
It doesn't matter.
You never know what idiocy might come from the fireworks. Actually, last night I did at noon go out onto, like, I live in an apartment complex, went up to the
at midnight,
garage at midnight.
Yeah.
What did I say, noon?
Noon. Yeah.
Nighttime noon. So I went out to the top of the garage and I was like, maybe I'll see some fireworks. Nope, just heard pops.
Yeah.
Like I didn't get a good clear view of any fireworks. And I was like, okay, so I'm just gonna have, even though like the pops don't annoy me that much, but I was like, I'm just gonna have the noise of it and not get like the visual effect, which was mildly annoying.
The fireworks is an interesting thing because I remember being a kid and wanting to pop fireworks and all that stuff, and it was cool. And I don't know if it's just because I'm older, but I think it's just because of the time we live in. If you want to see fireworks, you can see fireworks almost anywhere in the greater Houston area. Now, if you're in the country, maybe that's different. But like, I sat on my front porch and watched a fireworks show last night. I mean, you can watch them anywhere, but I don't get them now in the cities at all.
Somebody said from the 281, pet peeve, new year, new me. That's right. You the same old person.
Yep.
I am, I'll allow you a level of hope and optimism. I hope that you can change, but in that one day,
how do you hope they change?
Yeah, no, I mean, in whatever way you would like to, right?
Flip a switch.
I wish for you what you wish for yourself, right? So you go do that. However, we're not going to pretend like you just all of a sudden a different person. I'm with you there. 281. But yeah, shout out to the various folks from the 713. Uber driver said that they're out picking up all the hungover people and taking them back to their cars.
Walks of shame.
But yeah, hey,
walks of shame.
But look, I don't know how shameful it is if you were smart enough and reasonable enough to like get somebody else to drive you. I appreciate you doing that. And of course, shout out to the 832 listening to y'all at the gym on hungover leg day today. Gym shockingly empty for them though. That is nice. I feel like that kicks in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right? On the 2nd is when you get people doing that. How long does that usually stick? About
If
two
you
weeks?
can keep your resolution to the end of February, you're probably a winner. Because most people can't keep them past the end of the month.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
It's also not the easiest month to do that.
No,
Like, things
no.
will pop up. Like if you made a change in a different month where it's like, hey, it's a little bit easier to get through this. But yeah, shout out to everybody getting on a new year, 2025 New Year's Day. And we are here with you. I guess ultimately my most annoying thing about New Year's Day is that that I'm actually at work. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, John, I haven't seen you since last year, man. How you been doing?
Oh, God.
Wasn't me. I ain't do it.
God.
You know, I just want to make it clear. I did not do it. It was not me.
I haven't had a drink all year.
That's right. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Somebody said January 14th is National Quitters Day. I will celebrate that this year. Thank you for alerting that to me. But appreciate you hanging out with us on this New Year's Day, wherever you are, however you're listening. Coming up next, it is still a Wednesday, even though it's New Year's Day, and that means that we get to talk to baseball and basketball. Adam Spillane joins us next.
We're closing down the regular season with another Thirsty Thursday on the Northwest side. Join Clint and Ron tomorrow after.
they want, who they want, who they want, who they want, who they want. Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on New Year's Day, and Happy New Year to Baseball Spo. I think he's gonna be more basketball Spo today, but regardless, we appreciate him nonetheless. It's Adam Spillane. What's happening, my man?
Happy New Year, everybody. It's good to see you guys.
And look at you getting that New Year's Day workout in before 10 a.m.
Can't quit it.
You can't quit, but you rose and you ground.
That's what I'm going to do today.
He's very frustrated with the concept of the people that go rise and grind.
I hate
and everything.
that term so much. Please don't ever tweet that.
I don't think I ever have before.
Good
I don't
for
think
you.
Ever have to worry.
I feel like you should now. And when you do, make sure to tag him.
when I see him next time I see him.
There you go.
You're gonna retweet it.
100%. So, a lot of things happening. Mostly Rockets wise. The Rockets are starting the new year off playing basketball versus the Mavericks tonight. Let's start with going back to the previous game and the Tyler hero of this all. You're Adam. Amen Thompson ends up getting the worst of everything, 2-game suspension, and then you got fines for various other players. I know Jalen Green came back with a fine. Ime got a $50,000 fine for approaching the ref. Fred VanVleet, in his separate situation, somehow came away with the $35,000 fine. But Tyler Hero does not get a suspension. Like, the way that the levy, did it feel just to you?
Yeah, I think that Tyler Hero, he might have instigated it a little bit just by being Tyler Hero, and I think that he likes
gave a solid push.
He likes to be that kind of annoying guy, but he got thrown down. He didn't throw a punch or do anything to escalate the situation. So yeah, it's whatever. They gave Terry Rozier. Hero did get fined $25,000.
Yeah, that is
something. So it's not like he got off scot-free. But yeah, the suspensions and everything that got handed out looked about right. There was nothing there. I was like, oh no, that's totally unjustified.
I said this to Reggie.
Really quick.
Go ahead.
I haven't seen the Van Vliet thing. I still haven't seen that, so I don't know.
Accidentally bumped the guy.
Yeah, they say that he recklessly bumped.
No,
Mark
it
Davis.
wasn't reckless.
Yeah, but Fred basically said that was totally accidental, and again, I still haven't seen it. But that was the only thing that really stood out to me was that.
If you try and watch that video looking for a reason that Fred should be fined, you can maybe make the case that like he kind of hick-checked Mark Davis, but I think that would be a very unfair, a very unflattering read of the situation. I think the much easier, right, if we're going to go Occam's razor, like the most reasonable assumption there is that he took a step in one direction, Mark Davis cut inwards, and they just happened to collide. Unfortunately, all of this has been read in the most negative light for Fred.
Yeah, and I think that Fred's belief is Mark Davis was looking for a reason to kick him out of the game.
Yes.
And so I think that he's probably a little frustrated with that. He's had a couple of now run-ins with the officials this season, and I think that he's a little concerned about that. And then today he gets
I was
Ben
about to say,
Taylor.
does he have an opportunity today, doesn't he?
And although the last time they had Ben Taylor was, I think it was the Oklahoma City game, and Fred was singing Ben Taylor's praises after
That's right.
Game. So relationships can turn around sometimes.
A little politicking there.
Yeah.
New year, new Fred, huh?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So we were talking about this yesterday. I kind of feel like it's overshadowing what really is happening here with the Rockets, and they can't close a game anymore, man. I mean, they can't close a game. They don't have a go-to scorer in the crunch. We've talked about that multiple times with you. But it's like, guys, this is very consistent now at the ends of games where they can't put the ball in the bucket.
Yeah, and it's back-to-back. You know, the two games were a little bit different. Minnesota just kind of blitzed them, and Minnesota just started making shot after shot after shot in the last 3 minutes, and the Rockets had a bunch of bad, it wasn't a lot. It was like 4 or 5 bad offensive possessions, and then the last possession was not a particularly good one. Sunday was just the entire fourth quarter. And they started out okay in that fourth quarter, and then they missed 11 straight shots. And so when you close a game shooting 6 of 24, like, that's a problem. And they had trouble getting shots. And listen, Miami's a very good defensive team. I think that that's kind of the one common denominator in these two games is that they ran up against two really good defensive teams. But they've got to figure out a way to run better offense in crunch time, especially like their strength is early in the game when they can get out in transition and they can force turnovers with their defense. You're not always going to be able to do that, especially when the game slows down. in crunch, they are having trouble. Some of it is making shots. I think that Ime Udoka said yesterday that they are creating, some of it is they are creating good shots and just not making them, but some of it is also they aren't creating shots either. And that shot clock is running down into the, into the single digits, and then all of a sudden you're having to hoist something up. So they are trying with Şengün. Like I think that is kind of their first option, is to dump it into him, whether it's in the post or at the elbow, and let him make a play. That hasn't necessarily been working, and I do wonder, like Friday, he missed a couple free throws. He was 2 for 4 from the free throw line down the stretch. The last possession, they gave him the ball, and I wonder if he was a little less aggressive on that possession because he had missed those 2 free throws, and maybe he was a little worried about getting fouled, but he can't be. Like, that's just one of those things.
Yeah.
You have to expect that you're going to make the free throws. You can't be any less aggressive because you are their best option, and whether or not they double, whether or not they guard you one-on-one, you've got to go out and you've got to try and make a play, because if you are basically, Şengün right now is their best offensive player. He's got to play like it day in, day out. Like, you can't just be 15, 16 a game. Şengün the other night, he makes his first 7 shots and then finishes the game 1 for 6. Like, you've got to be able to play a consistently good 48 minutes.
Now, I did mention Reed Sheppard last week, and I said that I'd bring him back up. Where do we feel like he is, not just with his development linearly, but then also just with the opportunities developing? Because it feels like, especially when you get into those games that you need, Aaron Holiday is someone you go to. When with Tari out, you've kind of brought Cam Whitmore in to get more burn as well. It's like the Reed experience is being whittled back. Like, where are we at with Reed at this juncture?
Oh, he's definitely, that role has lessened as the season has gone along. Part of it is Amin Thompson kind of taking more of a backup point guard role. Now, you're not going to have that for the next couple of games, so maybe that opens up some opportunities. They have a lot of faith in Aaron Holiday. Like, that's the weird thing about this team, is that you look at the guys at the end of the bench, the Jayshawn Tates, the Jeff Greens, the Aaron Holidays. Like, normally on most teams, and even Jock Landale, on most teams, those are like rookies who are G Leaguers who would never sniff minutes for any other team. Those 4 guys for most teams would be in rotations. And so that's where the Rockets kind of have a little bit of a benefit. And you've seen it with Tate here in the last week or so, starting to get some minutes, and he's played well up until he got sick the other day. I think the opportunities will be there for Sheppard. I don't know if they are going to be as plentiful as they were before the season started, but you've seen it. He'll play the first half, and then he doesn't play the second half. So a lot of it is just going to depend on him, and he's got to be better. And they have built this thing so far on defense, and he takes away from that. And unless he's going to be great offensively, which he hasn't been so far, it's hard to have him out there.
Yeah, but I feel like and this is being hasty. I recognize it, but we will approach the point where you need to find some level of balance there in order to make this tenable on a high level. And I do wonder, like, you need to get Reed to that place, and he feels like he needs minutes. Is a G League stint in his offing here soon?
They keep saying no. We'll wait and see. I don't. If we're at the point in a couple of weeks where he's not playing at all, then maybe they'll go in that direction. But they keep thinking that they don't need to. And again, it's not like he's gone 2 weeks without playing. The playing time has been somewhat sporadic here, but I do think that they will give him opportunities to at least work his way back into the rotation. I don't know how that's. Like, again, I think that tonight is a good example of a night where that could happen, because you're not going to have Amin Thompson for these 2 games. But I would like to see them just like say, hey, you're going to play 20 minutes tonight. Let's see what you got.
Yeah.
And but it's hard because you're trying to win, and it always takes me back to the Dusty Baker saying, like, this ain't no tryout camp.
Yeah.
Like, we're out here trying to win games. We're out here trying to make the playoffs. It's the Western Conference. Every game really matters. And, the difference between, what are they? They're 3rd right now, and the difference between 3rd and 11th it's very slim. It's a bad week, and all of a sudden you're finding yourself in 11th. So
yeah, tell the Suns about that.
Yeah. And I don't think that anybody believes Phoenix is going to finish the year 2 games under 500, and they're 11th right now. So you got to try and pile up wins as best you can. Now, they play Washington on Monday. To me, that's an opportunity to get Reed Sheppard some minutes. I mean, that's barely an NBA team. Like, he should be able to get some minutes against those guys. But like this next stretch where it's a shorthanded Dallas, but it's still Dallas. Then you have the Lakers, or then you have Boston, then you have the Lakers. It'll be tough for him to play in those 2 games. But again, Noah Min Thompson opens up some minutes at least.
Are the odds of a trade pointing up?
Big trade or small trade?
Small trade. I was interested yesterday, and I don't know, do you even qualify this as a
Because I feel
small
like
trade?
it is.
Cam
like
Johnson is a name that came up with the Nets kind of seemingly offloading some veterans. They got rid of, or they let Dorian Finney-Smith go to the Lakers. And Cam Johnson is an interesting one, particularly as a dude who's shooting over 40% and who at times has found a way to be productive in a defensive system that works in Phoenix. And that one got interesting for me as a dude who you could consolidate in a smaller way into a rotation.
Yeah, that if they make a move, I think it would be of that ilk, where like the Rockets have a pick swap with Brooklyn in 2027, and Brooklyn may say, you know what, we're not gonna be good in 2027. We probably need to get that pick swap back. Like that was the smart thing that they did with that trade with Brooklyn right before the draft is that they got Phoenix's picks from Brooklyn, but they gave back Brooklyn almost everything, but they kept that one pick swap. So they gave the Nets an opportunity to tank by giving them back the 2025 pick swap and the 2026 first-round pick, but they still kept that 2027 pick swap in their back pocket. So that is something that they could absolutely use as leverage to make that sort of a trade. So I don't think that that's out of the question at all. The question is, though, okay, you go and get Cam Johnson. Whose minutes is he taking?
Right.
Because, and that's the difficult aspect of this team is that you look and the guys who are playing, Jalen Green, okay, he hasn't been great, but there are times when he looks great.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want Cam Johnson taking Jalen Green's minutes. He's not going to take Dylan Brooks' minutes. He's not going to take Tari Eason's minutes if Eason's healthy, which is a whole other story right now. He's not going to take Amin Thompson's minutes. So it's more of like, okay.
Can I interest you in the backup center minutes and where you try and find some more of those with Jabari?
They've done that a little bit, but the other night, and Steven Adams was really good when he played. And it's not like Steven Adams is playing a ton. It's not like they're playing him 20 minutes a game.
Sure.
So I just don't know if there are a ton of minutes there. But you never know. Somebody gets hurt between now and February, and you do feel like you have to make a move. I don't think anything big is going to happen. I've seen the De'Aaron Fox stuff out there. I think that if Rafael Stone called Ime Udoka today and said, hey, we have a chance to get De'Aaron Fox, it's going to cost us Fred VanVleet and a bunch of other stuff. I think Ime says, don't ever mention this to me again. I think that is how much Fred VanVleet means to the team. I think that's how much they absolutely love Fred VanVleet, that they just...
They're mentioning Reed Shepherd in Sacramento.
Yeah, listen, that's certainly a possibility. I think that I don't see De'Aaron Fox as a Ime Udoka type player. But hey, you wait and see what other things open up, because you mentioned Phoenix a minute ago. Like that's the one that you kind of have to watch if you're them, and that probably doesn't happen this year. But again, the Rockets have all this Phoenix stuff in the future, including they've got that pick swap with the Suns in this year's draft. That could become very, very valuable, because it looks like it might be hard for the Suns to make the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's not like they're going to have ways out with that exorbitant Bradley Beal contract. So, yeah, man, a real interesting place for this Rockets team. If I find it hard to just kind of sit pat with the Rockets, even though that's what they're doing very well, is kind of standing pat and just seeing what they have. You get antsy.
They're on schedule, though. Like you look,
they are.
They've gone from 20 wins to 22 wins to 41 wins to now they've got a chance to get 50. And you look at what Oklahoma City did last year. Oklahoma City, a very similar trajectory. They made the one trade where they took a swing at Gordon Hayward. It did not cost them anything. It didn't work, but they did not trade any of that core. They didn't trade any of those picks that they've stockpiled. And look at them right now. They're 27-5 at this point. And they still have all that stuff that they can still trade. So I don't think, like, if they were, what are they right now? 21-11? Is that right? If they were
the Rockets, correct?
Yeah. If they were 11-21, I think that the story would be very different. So they would feel a whole lot more pressure than they actually do. But because even though they've lost these last two games, it's working. Like what they want is working. They are a very good defensive team. Offensively, I think they are hoping that somebody they have on the roster can build into that guy.
We'll see if you get anything towards that tonight at Toyota Center versus the Dallas Mavericks. A hampered Dallas Mavericks team, but
What's
the Mavericks
left of the
nonetheless.
Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, whatever's left of them. All right, that's our guy, Adam Spillane. Appreciate you jumping in every Wednesday. We'll catch you next Wednesday, and Happy New Year to you,
Happy
brother.
New Year, everybody.
There he goes. All right, coming up next in the loop, we'll go around the NFL where, hey man, the Colts looking funny in the light. Let's talk about.
Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by this. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, for the first time in the year 2025, year of our Lord 2025, don't get that wrong. Let's go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Last minute change of plans and you can't use your tickets? Download Quick Assist from your app store today. They'll take care of the process for you and find you the best price on the market. That is QUICKASYST, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. Some news for your Texans, as they are in the NFL, and this is around the NFL. Just want to make sure you knew that why that was pertinent. The Texans have signed an offensive lineman that you might be familiar with. In fact, they are definitely familiar with him, Austin Deculus.
Yeah, he's back, baby.
Signed off the Saints practice squad. And obviously, he was a sixth-round pick for the Texans in 2022. And an LSU kid, so what a great day to sign back as his LSU Tigers got a victory in the Kinder's Texas Bowl. That was fun to watch. He's bounced around, especially last year and the year prior on the active roster and practice squad. Bounced around the league a little bit, and now he has returned. A corresponding move has Zach Thomas, guy that we were talking about a little bit.
Yeah.
He was placed on the reserve non-football illness list. So there you go. Also, Jackson, I always forget how to say my man's name.
Who?
Janky?
Oh, Janky. Yes,
Okay, I was like,
one of the twins.
I always want to be like Yonka, and I'm like, all right, you're doing too much, right? Like
I think it's Yankee.
Is it Yankee?
I think it's Yankee.
Okay, like Daddy Yankee?
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
Gosh,
what?
you're supposed to laugh at that. That was a terrible joke. I felt bad saying it, but I was like, at least if he laughs, it'll work.
It'll work.
All right, fine. But yeah, no, Jackson Janky comes to the practice squad. But yeah, man, you excited about the idea of adding back a dude who's familiar in Austin Deculus?
I feel very indifferent about it because
welcome back, Austin.
Because good for you, Austin. I mean, it doesn't it still reflect sort of we're just kind of spitballing here, man. We are spitballing for some offensive linemen.
Is that Roy Ayers?
Yeah,
Searching?
yeah.
Great song, by the way.
And it's just. You know where my mind went when I saw this is like, oh boy, here we go. I mean, you know, they're really this offensive line is going to be such a big story to see how it plays out as we move into the offseason. Of course, there's a lot to be done between now and then, and maybe they'll even make some noise. But this offensive line, man, they are just searching for anything that works. That's what this tells you.
Man, they've had quite a few dudes that they've picked up onto the practice squad at various points.
Linemen.
Linemen in particular. Obviously, in this instance, Deculus is going to the active roster, and I still don't imagine that you actually see him at any given point, but just it does point to the idea that they're still very cognizant of that offensive line and seeing what they can do there. So that was an interesting move that was made there. I forgot to mention this earlier in the week, but we have Hall of Fame finalists.
We do.
Announced for the 2025 class, and that now becomes even more important as we have turned the calendar into the 2025. This is kind of a wild class because I don't know that there are any names that and of course it is the finalists, right? The official 5 players in will come during Super Bowl week. But if you look at, I don't know that there's any one name that you go, this is absolutely above all the rest per se. You tell me if I'm wrong there. But there's a lot of really solid
Like
names.
who's definitely in, you can go pretty deep.
Yeah, you absolutely could, because, I mean, Eli Manning is one of those. We don't have to have that argument again. I think we agree that he shouldn't, but he probably will.
Yes.
Luke Kuechly, a shorter career, but a monstrous career. Antonio Gates is one of those dudes that I would absolutely want to put in there. But then you talk about guys like Fred Taylor is an interesting running back. Terrell Suggs, a fantastic defensive player. Steve Smith Sr., how do you feel about him? Because, like, I think his popularity has grown over time. He's one of those dudes that felt like he was underrated in his time. Am I right in that assessment?
I don't know if Marshall Yanda to me is.
Marshall Yanda was an incredible.
To me, he's a lock.
Yeah.
Like an absolute lock. He might be, like, if I had to rank him, he and Kuechly probably be up at the top, wouldn't they?
I feel so. I feel like it. Shout out to my guy, Torrey Holt. That was one of the wide receivers that I always really liked, but he feels like he's always kind of been in this nebulous place where he's around the periphery. He's definitely good enough to be amongst these guys. Jarrett Allen, or Jared. I always call him Jarrett. as if there's T's in there. There's a lot of really interesting guys in this. I'm interested to see how they ultimately pare this down. If we had to make 5, you have Yonda, Hughley. I'm in agreement with that. Yeah. I would lobby for Antonio Gates being in here. Would you?
Gates for sure.
Okay, so that's 3, right, that we have there. Who are the other 2 that we want to put in? Adam Vinatieri's right there.
I think Vinatieri, but in such a big, deep class, you would think right.
As far as kickers goes, he's one of those ones that's very high. He's a big reason why the Patriots win a lot of those Super Bowls in that run. As wild as it is to put that much upon a kicker.
He's the all-time career points leader.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, he's going to get in the Hall of Fame.
That's always the funniest thing about kickers is that they rack up points.
But if you have the 3 locks in Yonda, Hughley, and Antonio Gates, it almost becomes a question of what do you do with these guys? Like, what do you do with Reggie Wayne? What do you do with Fred Taylor?
Great name in Reggie Wayne. Yeah. Really good player. I think that you got to wait another one.
I think Fred Taylor's in that same.
Fred Taylor, absolutely.
In that same vein.
He feels like a player that is good, that's going to keep waiting. I know up in Dallas, they're real upset about the idea that Darren Woodson will absolutely keep waiting. I still don't think this is the year that he ends up.
I think Darren Woodson's in that group. I think Eli Manning is in that group.
Eli Manning is getting.
He's going to get.
He's going to take one of these 5 spots.
You think he's going to take one of these 5?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. I think he's in that group of kind of what do you do with him? Maybe wait a little bit.
They're gonna put the Joker in. You want me to lay out the case again?
I think no. Look, I don't disagree. But what do you do with Jared Allen?
He might be 5 there, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I think I feel good about the 3 that we put in, and then the 4th one is just one of those ones that I have accepted. But a really fun class, nonetheless. I think it'll definitely be one that, for the most part, is very deserving. Even while it maybe not as, and maybe I'm wrong in saying that, but it doesn't feel as top heavy as some other classes, like the one last year.
Yeah.
Because of, why I said that?
Andre.
Okay. Just to make that explicit and obvious. Shout out to Andre Johnson, Hall of Famer. First one for the Houston Texans. Some other things around the NFL. Mike Vrabel, free to procure another job. Earlier in this week, his consultancy?
Yeah, it ended.
It ended
yesterday, right? Or
no,
the day
it wasn't
before?
yesterday. It was Monday.
It was Monday, yeah.
And so that allowed him to be free to pursue opportunities, which shout out to the Browns doing him that solid. They were like, hey, we're going to get you out of this contract a week early because we're probably not going to be playing it for something anyways. And you can actually be early on the market. And I imagine that, especially after last time around where it felt like he was just waiting around and waiting. Not felt like he was.
Yeah.
Just waiting around and waiting around. I imagine that he wanted to get to the market early. And I saw an interesting kind of article that pointed to the idea that he really wants to coach the Patriots, which would make sense with the association that he has playing there.
But what are you going to do with the head coach?
Yes, the head coach that they had
the guy that's there,
the guy that they had been grooming to be the successor of Bill Belichick for a while. After having one singular season, Gerard Mayo only had that one season. He was a coach and waiting for a while. It was a little bit of an odd season, if we're going to be completely honest, and where he had a moment where he called his team soft, and they had to work through that portion of things and everything. But you think that Kraft is willing to abandon this plan that was put in place to bring back a prodigal son, and admittedly one of the few one of the coaches that ends up losing their job that we're all like, no, but that's a good coach.
Look, I think I wouldn't put anything past Robert Kraft at this point. He's not like Jerry Jones and Jerry Jones is actually kind of loyal to his head coaches to a fault, but in terms of unpredictability, but he can be very unpredictable. I don't know if that's going to be the case. There is an argument to be made that Mike Vrabel, might be waiting a while. There's an assumption that everybody's going to want Mike Vrabel. I think they probably should, but of the candidates of the openings out there. You think the Saints? Well, I think that has Aaron Glenn written all over it. The Saints job. It's almost like which job is Patriots? We just talked about.
Yeah, but that's not one that's necessarily open.
Raiders. Why would you want to go there?
That's fair.
Why would you? It's of all the openings that are out there, he might end up still being Jets.
Hell, as we look towards Black Monday, which is next Monday. If you start looking at the jobs, the Saints job obviously is open, as you mentioned. The Jets job is open. The Bears is an interesting one because I don't love that as a job, and they always seem to hire the weirdest coach in that cycle. But even still, you have a quarterback there now, at least We believe you have a quarterback there now. And there is some talent there. It's just always been mismanaged, and the front office is not one that I believe strongly in. The Raiders probably are going to have an opening there. The Giants, you would assume, might have an opening and probably should have an opening. But there's actually been reporting earlier that they might stick with Shane and Dable, which that's interesting. The Jaguars is one of those things where that might
Jaguar to open up.
The Cowboys is a question, and that could be an interesting one because you talk about an idea of Jerry Jones liking somebody who has personality and, has some level of, gravitas that it feels like a leader of man that Mike Vrabel clearly has. Could that be an interesting one? How do you feel about this? Because Yahoo Sports put out kind of a list of some of these openings that could open up. The Titans is a potential one and done. Do you see that with Brian Callahan in any way, shape, or form? Your opponent for this week in Week 18?
I think it's possible. I think they were in disarray. Really kind of what saved his job was the win over the Texans early, but that doesn't mean it's absolutely saved.
Yeah, they were reeling.
They were absolutely reeling, and he was in trouble. And they're going to get in. They're going to have a complete makeover at the quarterback position.
Now that's not going to pertain at all to Mike Vrabel.
Bring him back.
How wild would that be?
Bring him back. What
we
about
straight
Jets?
Up fired you for no reason. The same man, because Rand Carthon is still over there running it, right? Like all of a sudden he's just going to bring back Mike Vrabel.
But that's kind of what I'm saying. Like you would think Mike Vrabel, he's going to have all kinds of opportunities.
Yeah,
is he? Is he? I mean, Raiders know
he does kind of fit in this the modern iteration of head coaching in some way, where it feels like what had become en vogue was the head coach or the dude who had been a coordinator who was a play caller. So somebody that could come in and give a schematic advantage. Most of the time on offense, very sporadically on defense, right? But it feels like now we're transitioning to the leader of men type of dynamic.
Well, it's still one of the two. I'm like offensive play callers. Ben Johnson's going to be the number one candidate.
Certainly.
So I think it's a school for either an offensive play caller, offensive minded guy that can call plays, or the leader of men. And that's
me a Dan Campbell.
That's the Dan Campbell effect. So that's exactly what that is. It's kind of a D'Amico Ryans effect too, if you want to stretch it a little bit. In that vein. But Mike Vrabel. So I'll say the team. You tell me if that's attractive to him. Raiders.
To him or to them?
Or to them. Either way. No.
I mean, it should be attractive to them, but I understand that's a tough sell just regardless.
Jets. No.
I mean, it shouldn't be.
Patriots, I don't know if they're going to make a change. Saints, I think, are going to go there in Glenn.
That's a good shout.
Yeah. I think that's where they're going to end up. Bears, maybe.
There's thoughts that like Ben Johnson could take that job, and I'm just like,
well, because of the quarterback,
right?
Yeah. So it's kind of weird. Like he deserves a job,
but deserve don't got nothing to do with it.
It has nothing to do with it.
There's so many times in the world, and we all know this, where you try and get that deserve, and that deserve does not love you back.
He's going to mess around and be a Cowboys coach.
Oh boy,
that would be wild.
Vaya con Dios, man. That comes with a lot more stuff than you typically expect, right? Imagine, like, I know what it is to be a head coach. I coached in Nashville for the Tennessee Titans, and then you become the coach of the Cowboys with all their mess.
Yeah,
and they're a team owner and all that. I mean, our very own Dalton Schultz has talked about how like it was like a zoo for them cats. It is different.
Yeah,
it is different there. So we'll see how that ultimately plays out. We did mention the Colts are in a weird place. And you know what? I'll bring this back up later. But yeah, man, they've been catching some criticism in a way that makes you look around and go, hey, man, this is our best competition?
Yeah.
This is who, man, going to run the AFC for a while.
It looks like it. They should.
So I'll bring that up a little bit later because I don't want to shortchange the Shane Steichen of this all. But
there's a Texans connection on Shane Steichen too.
That's what we call a team. Sorry. Happy New Year's to everybody listening. You are still hearing In the Loop. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. I keep asking what Figgy is doing. I'll actually do that in the mixtape today as I'm handling those duties. But coming up next, let's get some Houston sports predictions for 2025 from the one and only John Lopez. We'll do it next.
10. It's playoff.
SportsRadio610.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, king of all Twitches on the Twitch. Wow, on New Year's working, you're damn right we're working. It's In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is not working, but you know what? He earned that. Don't come from my man. We got Colin Neal hanging out with us. Appreciate you, my man. You guys need raises. Hey, man, from your lips to God's ears.
Yeah, man.
And by the way, I'll send you an email that I want you to say that to. Okay, I just want you to go ahead and send that to that person.
Give these guys a raise,
and we'll see how that goes. But no, jokes aside, appreciate you guys hanging out with us on this New Year's Day. Hope you are having a fantastic one, shaking off whatever you need to shake off, getting yourself going, or just relaxing and rotting away, whatever you're doing. Appreciate you guys spending that
wallowing on your couch waiting for the games.
That's right. We're only 38 minutes away.
Who doesn't love a good wallow on the couch?
From the college football playoff continuing. Yeah. Or in the bed, man. Maybe they didn't even make it to the couch.
They're still in bed.
Might still be in the bed. That's shot. We appreciate you doing that as well. I think that you have all the leeway to do those things. So we are into the new year. 2025 is upon us. And that's a good question, Geek. Who else is hungover? Let us know. 713-572-4610.
I didn't really hit it much last night. I had a couple glasses of wine. Actually, it was Ron Hughley's wine. I went ahead and opened it yesterday. Tweeted out a picture for good measure. But that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't invite me
low
over.
key.
You didn't invite me over to get a little nip of
you
that?
could. You can drop by anytime. You know where I live, and you know our door's always open.
Okay, that's not true.
It absolutely
the door
is.
is under lock and key.
Well, it's locked, but you can knock.
Okay.
We'll let you in.
Very good. All right.
Figgy came by yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah, he borrowed a ladder. I'm like the tool guy.
You are the tool guy.
I'm like the tool guy at this
John
station.
the Tool Man Lopez.
You had a tool bag here.
Yeah.
You nearly left, and you're like, oh, I forgot my
Well,
tool bag.
yeah, that's because I borrowed a drill.
He borrowed the DeWalt, and Figgy said, I need a ladder, man. I got to put those clouds in my studio.
That's right. And we will not explain that one bit. What we will explain is that John Lopez, being the prognosticator that he is, derogatory.
Yeah. Not yesterday, but otherwise, yes.
Yeah, that's why I added the derogatory on there. Being that we have a whole year ahead of us in Houston sports, John Lopez is going to make it easy for you. He's going to tell you what to expect with some 2025 predictions. React accordingly on the text line.
Yay or nay, you're crazy. You know what? You might be onto something.
By the way, can I take a second and stop you dead in your tracks as you're trying to get started?
Yes.
You spelled yay wrong, and I know you like being the grammar police and the language police.
I did, didn't I?
Yes, you sure did.
I sure
did. Spelled
it
Y-A-Y.
Yes.
If you are saying yay or nay as that dichotomy, it is Y-E-A.
Yes, it is. Man.
Hold that.
Now I don't even want to do the segment.
Oh, well, no, we don't want to do that.
But I am such a nerd when it comes to spelling and grammar that I already changed it on the doc.
You're welcome.
All right, so these are the predictions. You tell me, what kind of leg it can stand on, or if you think it just might happen. Let's start with one on the Rockets. Okay?
Okay.
The Rockets will reach the Western Conference semifinals.
Okay, so the second round.
Yes.
All right, let's see.
Look at the standings. Look at the competition.
And the tough part about this, as we were talking with Adam Spillane not more than 40 minutes ago, the NBA, particularly the West standings are so tight that, we have 50 games to go. This can go all over the place. People could be all over the place. And so, But if the playoffs were to start right now, you would be facing off against the Clippers as the home team. I'd like that matchup.
Yes.
But then just generally, if I was going to make this a little bit better, tiers usually can be helpful. The Thunder are in a top tier.
Yes.
That makes sense. I think that they probably exist in that tier by themselves.
You could argue Grizzlies.
But I think that there's a secondary tier there.
Yeah.
Where the Grizzlies are currently there, and I think that they're there. Like, they're a top 5 team in both offense and defense.
I think you have to argue Nuggets.
The Nuggets is probably fair, especially because they're young pieces that we were like, I don't know if you can depend on them to be supporting cast players.
Yeah.
They are those supporting cast players.
Yeah.
They're showing up, and I think they will continue to get better over this time. That's the beauty of having more time for development. So they exist in there. I think the Rockets exist in there. The Mavericks exist in there. I think that takes you from, as they currently sit, that's there. And then beyond that, the Timberwolves are a solid team. I think they're right in that place. I think they're in a possibility to play against. The Clippers have been actually pretty good. They're a possibility that you play against them. I don't think the Lakers are that good, but I think that they're going to do everything that is possible to be in that range. Maybe the Suns. All of those teams are really good but have flaws. They all, though, have closers. And so that's
where I was going.
I get real scared about absolutely saying that they'll win the first round. However, I think that as you continue to see the progression of this team, typically you go into the playoffs, you take your knocks, and then you come back. But it feels like this team is so solid defensively, and you've got to hope that Jalen Green finds something a little bit more consistent, that Alperen Sengun finds something a little more consistent over the final 50 or so games of this season. That I'm willing to go, that does happen. Now, it's probably like a longer series, and then that means that they don't have as much of a good chance to push further in the playoffs. But I'm willing to say, they'll win that first playoff series.
These are my predictions. I don't necessarily – I believe in some more than others, like this one. Stephon Diggs will re-sign with the Texans.
That is an interesting one because Stephon Diggs, obviously 30 years old, right? And that's a serious injury that you have for a dude who is football older. He's not that old. I say that as a 32-year-old. But the familiarity is there. You saw what he was able to bring. He is happy here. That seems like it was very evident.
What are they?
Well, I do wonder, and this is where I would love to. I probably need to hit up Texans cap and see how you can manage the cap ramifications because he currently has a cap hit for you, like with the void years that are still there. Would you be able to negotiate some of those if you re-sign him back? That would be maybe an interesting motivator to do it, but then also the question on the other side of that, especially without Tank Dell for a majority of the next season, which is probably maybe all of next season, which is a reasonable expectation with the lateness of the Tank Dell ACL, MCL, LCL combination injury. I think that, you know what? I'll say
I think they will.
I think that they will.
I think they will.
I think the comfort with all of those things and knowing the high end, and I think that they bet on the idea that he comes back good from injury. Is that a good bet? I've been burned before on those types of bets that you have a guy coming back from injury that will produce at that same level. But I think that they're willing to take that bet for the dude, the familiarity, and all of those things, and obviously being able to negotiate some of that contractual situations.
Bobby Slowick will be fired. Fired is the word I used.
Why did you make that designation or this distinction?
Because there's a possibility he could move on, I guess. Still.
That he's like
I don't know about coaching? Head coach, but maybe he just kind of sees the writing on the wall. Whatever.
This is tough because we've just talked about the idea that this team can be and this organization can be very loyal, and arguably to a fault, I guess is the way that I put that. However, it feels like there's not schematic advantages being brought by Bobby Slowick right now. Offensive line has been a clear up, and that's they need to address.
So that's the argument against him getting fired.
Personnel,
maybe they make those moves.
And coaching wise, I'm gonna go ahead and say
I am too.
I think that there's enough acknowledgement of the dysfunction that's happening offensively.
The Astros will not make the playoffs.
Is that calling you weighing in? You think he's off there? Or you think he's right there?
I think he's off. I think.
You think they make the playoffs?
Oh, yeah. I think they're in a good position to compete in the AL West.
You have to consider the division.
That's what I was thinking is the AL West, and I was like, that outfield, are they going to get something done with the outfield?
Outfield is bad.
There's still paths there to get something done in the outfield. And if I can make this contingency, if you'll allow me to put a contingency.
Oh, you're putting contingencies on the prediction.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I didn't make the prediction, you did. With you. If they are able to make something happen with the outfield, and I'm talking about 2, not 1.
Yes.
Then yes, because I do think that they have.
Then you disagree.
Then I disagree that they would make the playoffs. But as it currently stands right now, I would say no, which is unfair because we haven't seen them finish out the offseason.
Right. Kenyon Green will be released.
Straight up released? Straight like that?
Flat out. It's going into year 4. They've tried and tried and tried again.
What would be the hit?
He's it's a first-round contract, but still rookie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think. Could he be a depth piece? The cap.
He's not even a depth piece right now.
The dead 9.
Yeah.
I'm not.
It's not that much.
It's not that much, but you consider all the other places where you have.
$9 million. That's not much at all.
$9 million.
It's just $9
Come
million.
on.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm.
You're not down with that one?
I don't know if I'm not down with that one, but I'm disagreeing on that one.
All right.
That he'll ultimately not be on the team.
The Texans will draft Penn State tight end Tyler Warren.
This is where I will disagree. I do think, hey, man, Kenyon Green ain't going to be no starter, though. Like, Tyler Warren was so fun to watch.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness.
He's a monster. He's a beast. Like, he's a tight end, but he's a wide receiver. He's a wide receiver in a tight end's body. That's what I see it.
And he's just he's a football.
But he still has physicality.
Oh, God.
Right? And there's a lot of people here locally that are like, oh, physicality at the tight end, sign me up.
Yeah.
Did y'all see that play where he snapped the ball and then he caught the touchdown pass? Wow.
And by the way, I'm still stuck at 2024 because the dead cap would be 5 for next year, which is even less. So that on Kenyon Green, that is.
Okay.
With Tyler Warren, I'm going to say no because you look at it.
Offensive line.
There's so many things that you need to address. Offensive line is going to be
running
tough.
back.
I think that first round pick, which Tyler Warren's a first round.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that's going to go to your offensive line in trying to address that because you probably need 2 guards this year. But then also, hey man, you just signed Jordan, Jordan.
Yeah,
you got him for another year. Cade Stover's still there. Dalton Schultz is still on.
Dude, oh man.
No, I hear you. It would be really fun to have him.
Yeah.
I just don't think that you have the space nor the inclination with your priorities to have that be the way you go.
C.J. Stroud will be in the thick of the MVP race in December.
The thick of the MVP
That means rebound season.
Rebound. I mean, you're looking at sophomore.
That means probably new offensive coordinator.
I see what you did there.
It means wide receivers.
It
means new offensive line.
I'm going to say no. But I think that's because the expectations are already being set that he'll probably be in I guess they've taken comeback player away from just hey, you're playing better.
Yeah, like the Joe Flacco rule.
But I was like, he would be kind of in that mental space, I think. I don't know that they'd be willing to, especially feels like if you're going to have MVP, you got to start in that place where we already have some considerations that you can be the MVP. Not saying that he can't, but I don't know that the narrative will follow him in that way. Plus, I imagine you're going to have fewer national games. Like you went 2-2 in the national games this year. Plus, I think some of the shine wore off on the Houston Texans on a national scale. Unfortunately, I do think that'll hamper the.
You also have to think about the competition. Some of the players that are still going to be out there.
Yeah, Joe Burrow come back.
Yeah,
all that.
Yeah. There finally will be resolution on the Astrodome, and it's going to be demolished.
No. What in history makes
I laughed at myself when I wrote this.
What in history makes you think that this is the year that all of a sudden everybody finds Jesus, everybody finds God on the idea of, you know what, this thing actually has to go now. No, man, that's going to outlive me. The Astrodome is going to outlive me. That's what I had.
Golly. I got another one here. Actually, I got 2 that are kind of along those same lines. Hannah McNair and Amy Adams-Drunk will get into a very public feud.
Is that for this week?
It could be this week. It is 2025.
We could cross that off this week.
Exactly.
Interestingly enough, it has been boiling to that point, hadn't it?
Yes, it has.
And you know what? If you end up with the situation where dudes don't play and they end up with the sweep, I think that is great fodder for the possibility of it popping off next year. So yeah, I'll agree with that. In fact, we might be able to push the buttons and make that happen.
Yeah, we can. I consider it my calling.
Okay, very good.
Alex Bregman will be a Yankee.
No, I'm selling that. Unless you're thinking of that the Lions trade or the Tigers.
Yeah,
Detroit got all the cat teams, don't they? I think that you go Tigers. I think that feels like the emotional tie as well as there's an easy spot for him to slip. I mean, there's a spot there for the Yankees. It just feels like that Tigers thing is setting up really nice right now. So there you go. Those are some Houston sports predictions for 2025 from John Percival Lopez. Appreciate you hanging out with us on New Year's Day. Yes, I'm just going to be guessing what that P stands for.
All day.
John P. Lopez all day long. As we are gearing up for a little bit of football.
Darn right we are.
I'm super excited for that. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the almost fight or the contentious thing that happened in college football. We'll talk about that next.
Payne and The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. We were just doing predictions for 2025. One of your predictions was that the Texans re-sign Steph Diggs, obviously with Tank Dell likely being, out for significant, if not all of the 2025 season. And Ocho on the text line was like, Diggs already had lost a step or two before the injury. Wouldn't he be like more step in an injury? Quite possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, in fact, quite probably if we're going to be honest, but we'll see how that goes. And somebody else said, I'm not sure there's an offensive lineman in the draft. We're drafting. And then also that you have to, they don't trust the offensive or the Texans' ability to evaluate offensive line in the draft. And yet and still, I think that's a place there's a level of need there. Not that need-based drafting is the way that you should go as an optimal situation. However, we've talked about it for how many weeks now straight? Yeah. The idea of how the offensive line has hampered them, and they don't have but so much salary cap space coming up this upcoming season. So I don't know what necessarily they can do there. But we'll see. We'll see as we get closer to the offseason. There's still a little bit of regular season. There's still some playoffs to go through, and we'll have an opportunity to come back around to that topic, I'm certain. All right. In What's Poppin', we mentioned this earlier with Spo, but Amen Thompson has been suspended 2 games for his altercation with Tyler Hero, the one where he judo flipped Tyler Hero after Tyler Hero gave him a nice 2-hand shove to the chest at the end of Rockets Heat. That was on, Sunday?
Yes.
Days running together, but unfortunately the Heat get a victory there in part because of all of this. So Amen Thompson will not play tonight. And he'll miss the game in a couple of days. Is that the Celtics? I'm trying to recall. I'll pull up the schedule here in a second. But pursuant to
Mavericks, Celtics, Lakers.
There you go. So pursuant to that particular situation, Jalen Green was fined $35,000 for kind of diving in there. Terry Rozier got a game suspension because he was the first man in off the Heat bench.
He was in there quick.
He was in there diving on Amen Thompson. Jalen seemed like he was diving in there to mitigate that, but diving in got him a $35,000 fine. Tyler Hero himself, the man who started the action, $25,000 fine.
No suspension
for him. Ime Udoka, coach of the team, a $50,000 fine. Obviously, he carries a higher level of responsibility. And outside of that particular incident at all, Fred VanVleet got fined $35,000 for.
Hey man, I'm just standing here.
Reckless contact with the game official. Well, he wasn't standing anywhere. He got sent to.
He was already gone. Yeah, that's right.
Because there was a 5-second call that did not go his way, and then he tried to talk to referee Mark Davis about it. Apparently, got a little too close. They ended up colliding, and that got him thrown out of the game and got him a fine.
Yeah, and this to me is. I said this yesterday. It's kind of fascinating. The way people, I'm looking at you, Vernon Maxwell, turned it that, just kind of just focused in on, hey, boy, he really tossed him like a rag doll. He did. But this was, to me, it was just like almost like diffusing or diminishing, some of the, you're looking at the wrong place here in that game. But, what are you going to do? People like to see scuffles like that.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah.
And we've gotten to a place in our society where I know we're trying to be as civil as possible, right? We're trying to find more and more civility, but we sometimes lie to ourselves about our base nature.
Yeah.
And hey, man, we all get excited when a fight pops off.
Fight.
We do. We all get a little excited when a fight pops off, if we want to be completely honest.
Middle school schoolyard.
That's right, and that happened. But, yeah, you mentioned Vern Maxwell. Vernon, he got on – Max got on social media, and he jumped in with a level of excitement. I think his tweet pursuant to this was 2 games.
Keep in mind, this is Vernon.
Yeah. 2 game suspension for Ahmed, $25,000 fine, and no suspension for the instigator. MGK, apparently he's saying that Tyler Hero looks like Machine Gun Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
He said the league has never liked Houston, and they must have a thing for skinny white kids that can't rap.
Kudos, but all right.
I love Mad Max so much. I love Mad Max. So, by the way, before that even came down, he did say that he would carry the fine, but he said that he had talked to Coach Ime Udoka and that they had come to an agreement that he should not carry that he shouldn't carry the remainder, or like I got to find the exact wording that he used so I make sure I get this right. He said, after speaking with Coach Ime and my financial advisor, we have decided it's not the greatest idea for me to offer to pay all future fines for the team. I don't want to send the wrong message. Instead, for each Rockets win, I'll donate $100 to a self-defense class for MGK.
Oh, God.
I love him so much. He's like, look, man, if there's one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to troll them people that I do not like. So in this instance,
looking at you, Utah.
Tyler Hero. Oh, yeah. And that's something that we can all get behind, can't we?
Yeah.
This was, by the way, this was Ahmed Thompson talking about the incident. Now, this was at practice yesterday, which was before the suspension was levied. In fact, Ime Udoka said that the league hadn't talked to him about suspensions. They have now, but this was Ahmed talking about that incident.
It's no personal at all. I mean, it's just straight competition. I mean, growing up, I used to get stuff like that with the SAR, obviously. And, yeah, it's just nothing personal. Just competition, heat of the moment.
Nothing personal, just competition.
Hey, one, do you believe him in that?
No. I think it became personal in that game. It's not like a long, lingering kind of thing. I think he was, because that's one of the things I was talking about. Like they're focusing on, he tossed him like a rag doll, which he did. Tyler Hero was torching this squad, and so that's part of it. I mean, I think he had 26, 9, and 5. If I'm remembering that, it's in that neighborhood, and they were frustrated with him. They were getting worked by Tyler Hero. That was the personal thing, Yeah, I think you can talk all you want. Yeah, it was cool, but he put it on you.
He did.
Yeah.
He did score them buckets. I think it was him being a jerk personally, but you're not wrong. Right?
Yeah.
He was able to be a jerk, and it was maybe more effective him being a jerk.
Exactly.
He was doing all that. Now, Ahmed being out these 2 games means that he will not play tonight as the Rockets are hosting the Dallas Mavericks. I don't know that he's absolutely necessary, though, as the Mavericks will not be fielding Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic, Derek Lively, and Dante Exum, which I don't think that matters in the same way as those other 3 guys that are starters. But those guys are all ruled out for this game. And so it'll be interesting to see where they go. I imagine that the bench unit will look really interesting. I want to see what the bench unit looks like without 6 man on this team. In fact, like he's basically 6 starters, what Ime will call him, because if anybody else is out, he steps in. And then Tari Eason, we'll see. He's still day-to-day, so you could be without both of the so-called Terror Twins in this one. Yeah. I really want to see what that bench unit looks like in this game, even though the Mavericks, they have a little bit more depth, but it's not the same without those top 2 guys.
This is one where, and Adam Spillane was talking about this, these next couple of games. Let's see if Reed Shepherd can get on the field, on the court.
If he can get on the court. Yeah. Cam Whitmore probably is going to have the greenest of lights off the bench as well. So I want to see what that looks like. I imagine Jay Sean Tate probably gets some run. Yeah. Tonight will be an interesting one for those fellas. I'll probably have that on TV number 2 outside of
look at you.
Outside of college football. Well, I just want to make it abundantly clear. The college football playoff is probably the thing to still watch for me. Speaking of college football playoff, or college football in general, hey, Shane Beamer and Brett Bielema, 2 of the, I guess, like, they're personalities in this game.
Oh, big time.
Beamer's done a fantastic job. I think previously he was at Virginia Tech, but now doing a fantastic job at South Carolina. And then Brett Bielema at Illinois, making them relevant, which shout out to you, because that's not always been the case there. They had a very weird coming together, not physically, but just kind of emotionally. Almost. If Shane Beamer had his wish in that game where there was a player down on the field and Brett Bielema was like taunting him.
He was.
Like children?
And it was not a great look for Bielema, obviously, by any stretch. He's got an injured player on the field, and he does the arms out, the little T-bar, they call it. Like when a guy, we've all seen it. kickoff going into the end zone. The guy, holds out his arms, saying pretty much, "We're gonna let this go. It's gonna be a touchback, and we'll take the ball, wherever." And he was taunting him with that. Far be it from me. I never thought I would defend Brett Bielema on this. Bert?
No, his name is Brett Bielema. I like calling him Bert.
But I got to defend him on this because he talked about it afterward, and I think we have the audio here, that this is one of the true unwritten rules in college football. And Shane Beamer, frankly, just tossed that out the window. But this was Brett Bielema talking about it.
Congratulations, Coach. A really fascinating win that was not without its moments. And I see your smile. What happened between you and Coach there in the third quarter?
Football game. I think the best thing to happen, we got ourselves in a bowl. That means a lot for this program. 10 wins, 5th time in school history. We want to build something sustainable. Can't say enough about our kids and their effort. And obviously a really good South Carolina team. Very excited to get a W.
Well, that wasn't the post-game press conference, but in the post-game press conference, he basically said every program in college football, for that matter, when you do that, it's a signal you don't move on. But I guess Shane Beamer, trying to game the system, bleeped around and found out because it's not an actual hard and fast rule that you can stop there. So he told the referees in advance. And we don't have to play this necessarily, but he told the referees in advance that we're going to do this and we're going to go full bore on this. And that's sorry, man. That's not what coaches do. When you do the T-bar thing, it's over, touchback. But instead, he did the little throwback pass.
Yeah, man, it got a little heated. And I hate to side with Brett Bielema.
I know, me too, but you have to.
Yeah.
Actually, let's listen to Beamer's explanation. I think he lows it. He explains it there, and I'm like, nah, man, you're wrong. Does except you.
In all my years of being around football, I've never seen an opposing head coach come over to the opposing team's sideline and basically make a gesture towards the opposing head coach. And I think he was upset about something that we did on the kickoff return in regards to Juju on the throwback to Nick Harbor. But I would say he needs to check the rule book because that's something that we cleared with the officials before the game. So disappointing. He got a lot of respect for him. He's obviously done this for a long time, but in all my years of coaching, I've never seen that happen, David. An opposing coach come over while his player's hurt and basically have something to say to the opposing head coach. But I got my own team to worry about. We weren't good enough today.
I think every opposing head coach would have had a problem with that. Everyone. This was on Shane Beamer, man. You just don't do that.
Yeah, and with South Carolina losing, South Carolina, I make sure I enunciate. That also puts the SEC in a place where I think they're 6-5 in bowls, and especially they've lost quite a few of them in the big situation. So it's kind of an interesting thing. The SEC, I don't know if it's being exposed. I feel like that might be much, but yeah, they look a little funny.
It's hard to say. There's been a lot of close games, which doesn't matter. You lost. But a lot of players not playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to ultimately make a big deal when it comes to how we actually see the conference. It's just maybe give a second to pause on the SEC supremacy that sometimes pops up.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick before we go, a couple things. Minute Maid Park is no more as of today.
Yeah.
As it's January 1st, 2025. It's officially now Dyken Park. So yeah, get in where you fit in, I guess, is the way. Ultimately, a reminder and just a little nod. I guess this also brings it back to Rockets. The Suns lost again last night, so they've lost their last 3. They're 15-17, and the Rockets control the Suns' draft pick.
Yeah.
So as of right now, if the season were to end today, which it doesn't, right? Like there's a long haul to go still. They would currently have the 12th worst record, which is in the lottery. Anything can happen from there.
Yeah.
Like, this is a nice controllable asset that they have, as we talked about with Spo. That could be something that could be used as leverage if they get to a place where they're still bad and they want to possibly
trade it back to them.
Trades.
Yeah.
Or if they decide to break that thing down, hey, I will take one day Devin Booker at some point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Trade it back to them.
Yeah, interesting thing just with the Suns as of right now. They're in a little bit of a losing streak. That is somewhere where I will keep my eyes personally. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on this New Year's Day. Hope you were having a good one. Coming up next, Did Nick Caserio give the game away on who plays this weekend? That and more as we dive into some of the Caserio cuts from Texas All Access. We'll do it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. AILT FM HD. 2 Houston Insider Access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, calling Neil in for Figgy Fig. We're doing In the Loop on a New Year's Day. You are not hearing this incorrectly. This is not a best of. It's not a recording.
Live and local, baby.
Live and local right here on Sports Radio 610. We are super excited for the start of the college football playoff games on New Year's Day. We just saw Jaden Blue and Cam Scattaboo getting themselves ready in their locker rooms there at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, the Peach Bowl. So that's going to be a fun one. We'll keep you up to date on what's happening there. But I wanted to ask if Nick Caserio gave the game away on something that a lot of teams are having to deal with, how they are going to approach their Week 18 games. For teams, there are various different motivations or lack thereof, and we're already getting news of some of those, like Nick Sirianni, right? Obviously, he has a big decision to make when it comes to whether or not Saquon Barkley and probably the offensive line and some others would play in their Week 18 matchup, as Saquon Barkley is just 101 yards away from the single-season rushing record in the NFL held by Eric Dickerson. That's going to still be held by Eric Dickerson. He can do a little bit of a jig or whatever ED would do to celebrate. Light a cigar, I don't know. Because Nick Sirianni told reporters, quote, "We're going to rest some guys," and Saquon Barkley. And so, no single-season rushing record for him. And in addition to that, I think we're getting some other news, like
Chiefs.
Carson Wentz will start at quarterback against the Broncos, and that makes sense. Like, what do the Broncos have? Or sorry, not the Broncos.
The Chiefs.
What do the Chiefs have to play? Also, I do wonder if you also do that because you're like, bleep you, Bengals. I do not want to see you at all.
Yeah, and there's 2 or 3 teams that their playoff hopes are hinging on what happens in that Chiefs game. So they don't care.
Right. But when it comes to these Texans, technically, there's nothing to play for in this game. You are locked in as the 4 seed.
You know how I feel about this, and I know most people wouldn't agree.
What do you mean?
I don't think they should be playing these guys.
When you say most people wouldn't agree?
Some people.
I think most people agree with you. I think that you are currently occupying the popular
majority
stance. At least the plurality.
I guess maybe it's because the Texans don't agree with me.
It's only two decisions, right? Play or don't play. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it comes down to D'Amico Ryans, he has said that those dudes are going to be ready. Now, that is not exactly an answer to this.
That they're going to play, and we'll see how the game goes.
We'll see how the game goes, what he said. Well, let's go to our guy, Nick Caserio, who was talking with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, as he always does on a Tuesday on a regular week. And this will be cut 3 here. Or sorry, not cut 3. This will be cut 1 from Caserio, right? But obviously that was an early thing to ask. Like, where do the Texans stand on the idea who plays in Week 18 versus the Tennessee Titans?
Yeah, look, so first and foremost, the focus will be on Tennessee, kind of go through a normal week. Got the extra day yesterday with the bonus Monday, if you will. Tuesday, it was a normal off day. And then we'll finish out the week Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, travel Saturday, play Tennessee on Sunday. Have an idea probably who we're playing, when we're playing after the Tennessee game. So back to work, back to business, and that's where we are.
Well, that doesn't say much. He just gave us the schedule. He gave us the schedule of what they're doing. But, I guess the reason that I feel like I'm really against this is because, like, Caserio and D'Amico, and frankly here in our station, I know Clint has said that he doesn't want these guys. These guys don't want to have that bad taste in their mouth going into the postseason. To me, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. It really doesn't make that big of a difference because, like I said, even if you just play a half. Does that really eliminate any bad taste? And what if it's a bad half? And what if it's a good half? Does that really make you feel that much better going into the postseason? I would much rather err to the side of rest and preparation for the postseason.
Right, and I think this is Seth's position as well, is you come around and you say, hey, probably the best chance of making this particular group, you give them the best chance of putting their best foot forward on, in the wild card round is being as healthy as possible. And I understand that, and logically that makes sense. And this is where I know that I try and exist as a logical person. That is one of my goals. This is one of those places where I feel like I end up in my gut doing stuff where I'm like, one, have they earned the right to just be out playing certain games, especially with the ways that they've played, right? And that's probably not the best way to put it, but it's the way that comes to mind for me. And it's just like, man, giving yourself an opportunity to display that you can get it right before you ultimately have to go and try and get it right?
Yeah.
A level of belief there would be useful because I think it'd be fair to look at the Ravens game, and I think Jonathan M. Alexander said something similar in his weekly mailbag. There's definitely some pockets of potential like disbelief amongst this team. Like, hey man, I would like to get that back. Now, would that actually change?
That's my point. How much would it change? I get the logic, and don't want to have that bad taste, and we need to iron out some things. Well, you've been ironing, like crazy for 17 weeks. I don't know how much it's going to affect it. And then even if you have a good showing, let's say in the first half or into the second half or whatever.
Does that translate?
How much have you shown really of what you're going to, you're not showing a lot of what you're going to try in the postseason right now other than the basic stuff.
I was like, is there anything more than the basic stuff?
Well, you would think that they would have some sort of, okay, let's try this. Let's work on this.
D'Amico's whole assertion is like, this team, it's not about what other teams do. It's about us.
It's us, yes.
You just have to go out there and play good football and get back to basics. And in fact, on that comment, Nick Caserio said this.
Yeah, it's really a big summation of our season. We've kind of sat here multiple weeks. We've played good football at times. Other times we just haven't executed. And we go back and look at the Tennessee game, Week 12. It was kind of in some respects, a synopsis of our season. Gave us some explosive plays, turned the ball over a little bit, we were penalized 11 times. So just trying to minimize some of those bad plays. Tennessee played better than we did. We understand that this is a challenging opponent that has a number of skilled players in a lot of different areas. So focusing on Tennessee, trying to play a good football game, doing the things that are conducive to winning, putting ourselves in a position where we can go ahead and go out there and play good football as a team, which this time of the year, that's the most important thing.
I mean, I get it. I don't know how big of an impact it's going to have, and that's why I would much rather, if you would rather rest a guy, get him prepared physically, etc., or play a good half of football again in a game that doesn't matter.
Yeah,
that's where I am.
I hear you, but it just feels like at some point you gotta be able to play some level of good football, man. I think that the belief is necessary. But again, I understand where a lot of people are coming from. And it's one of those decisions that ultimately the results will decide whether it was a good one or not, right?
We're going to have plenty to talk about next week on this.
We're going to play the results on this, as we often do.
Yeah.
And so we'll see what it ultimately comes to. I think at one point...
And heaven forbid, we haven't even mentioned, the I word. There is a risk for injury.
I was about to say isotopes.
Isotopes, injury, whatever. I mean, there is. There is in every game.
Like,
so, there's that too.
And I mean, there's talked about later in this, but like they talked about also, you have certain, and I guess these wouldn't be the guys that you're talking about resting, so it probably wouldn't matter. But you have positions where you're still getting some guys comfortable moving around, dealing with injuries, like a nickel, where you're going to have Kamari playing some, but then also you're going to have Miles Bryant filling in at time. And so, there's positions where you still want to get a level of feel and comfort with. Some other things that came up for Nick Caserio. Stopping the run is going to be something interesting here. Dating back to Week 12, at which point I think Nick Caserio said that was Week 12 was a synopsis of the season when you talk about there was explosive plays. Remember Chigokonkwo, Okonkwo, and then Westbrook Akine hitting the deep shot down the right side. Like, explosives were there. That's been something that defensively you've seen. As well as there was penalties. You were still getting some penalties in that game. I believe you were penalized 11 times, and you turned the ball over. Like, those are some of the things that you saw in addition to some good play. Like, this was kind of a microcosm. So I think an opportunity to exercise some of those demons was interesting. But in addition to all of that, running the football was something that the Titans were able to do. Tony Pollard was the lead back that day, and he had 119 of them things and a touchdown. And you have the possibility of Tyjae Spears being in this one as well. This was Nick Caserio talking about the possibility of stopping the run better than they did against the Ravens.
Yeah, really good back. I mean, ran for 100 yards, over 100 yards in the first game. He's a 1,000-yard rusher, and he's really kind of a multi-purpose back because he's just not a runner. He's a very capable receiver as well. So good athlete, good with the ball in his hands, capable of making explosive plays because of his speed. So the run game will be important. I'd say this time of year in most games, like the ability to run the ball, stop the run, and cover kicks, like those are the things that you're going to have to be able to do. in order to be a good physical football team.
Yeah, and look, that's going to be huge from the defensive perspective. To be able to control the run, you're going to have alternating quarterbacks. It seems like, or at least,
actually
it sounds like
looks
it. Although they put Will Levis out there yesterday and not
Mason
Rudolph. So I don't know, but they're talking about that. Like, it's
like,
almost
is that going to be series to series or quarters?
Right.
We're going to cycle at half.
It's almost as if the Titans aren't taking it completely seriously either.
That's not the case. Brian Callahan, in his media availability, did say that hey man, just you get 17 games, put good tape out there. Was essentially his message. Like, so it seems like they're like, hey, go out there and play hard because it's not like you don't have another one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But pursuant to running the football, you have an interesting take, and it's not about the defense.
No, it's about the Texans' offense. I really feel like if the Texans can't run let's assume they're going to play their guys. They're going to play at least a half or more.
Or a quarter.
Exactly. If you can't run the ball this week against the Titans, then that whole thing about, that I've been talking about, like, what if it doesn't go well? I think it's going to compound itself. The Tennessee Titans, I get that the interior of their defensive line was an absolute, wrecking ball, 2 wrecking balls in the first meeting. But they have been getting gashed by the run. Like, with this new offensive line, the only new face from the last time you faced the Titans is Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher is the only new face on this offensive line. Now, Titus Howard has moved, but still, same dudes. If you can't run the ball, do you realize that against the Colts week before last, the Tennessee Titans gave up 335 rushing yards?
Is that good?
335. A couple of weeks before that, I think 3 weeks before that, they faced the Commanders. They gave up 267 rushing yards. So if you're like, hey, this is a get-well game, it's a feel-good game, and get the taste out of your mouth game, and you can't run the ball against the Titans, then it might start working in reverse,
Yeah, that would be a nice thing to get back going because Joe Mixon has not had an opportunity to, get his rocks off in the last few weeks, and that's such a far departure from where they've previously been. It's one of those things that D'Amico Ryan's talked about in the idea of playing good football and getting this team back in a positive aspect is, hey man, sustaining blocks and creating creases so that you can actually go and attack with the speed and explosion that Joe Mixon provides. Yeah, those are things that you like to see, and it's a particular challenge, at least when you talk about personnel. With Tavondre Sweat, Jeffrey Simmons, Sebastian Joseph Day on that defensive line. But yeah, man, that feels a little bit similar to what was it, Week 12 when we were going into it, and we were like, hey man, this Titans team looks like it's unraveling, and there's probably ways that you can get at them, and then look what happened, right?
They gave up 159 yards to the Jaguars last week. You got to be able to run the ball here, man.
Yeah, with Tank Bigsby toting that rock. Yeah, that's absolutely something that I'd love to see in this game is seeing them actually be able to run the football. On the text line from the 713, beat someone that beat you, gentlemen, would be good psychology for the playoffs. You buy that?
Not really. I mean, I don't mean to be, Debbie Downer here.
There's plenty of Debbie Downer all the way around.
I'm optimistic that if they get healthy, you have a better chance no matter who you face in the first season. This game doesn't matter except to Hannah McNair and Amy Adams-Strunk. It really doesn't. And those of us that just like beating the Titans, you know how I feel about the Titans. I hate the Titans. I'd love to beat the Titans. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
it doesn't matter.
But to your running point, if they do rest guys, I imagine Joe Mixon's one of those guys. It will be interesting though to see Dameon Pierce get some burn. He did some angry running. He got an angry run situation. I'm going with 11 here. And in talking about that, Vandermeer Harris asked Caserio about Dameon Pierce's playmaking ability because we saw some of that as well with the return that he had.
No, he's shown that over the course of his career. When he gets the ball in his hand, good things can happen. And he's worked really hard, talking about like a skill he necessarily didn't have, but he's worked really hard. Frank has spent a lot of time with him, and there's some nuances that are involved in understanding how the return's blocked and what we're trying to accomplish. But once you get the ball in your hands, then you let your run instincts take over. Damien's hard to tackle. He's got good lower body strength. He's low center of gravity. He's strong with the ball in his hands, and there's been multiple examples, not only with the kickoff return the other day, but even going back to the touchdown run against the Patriots and then the kickoff return last year with the Browns. So it's a skill that he's learned and acquired, and he's embraced it, and he's helped our team in that particular area.
Now that I am totally down with. He has become a weapon in special teams, and he's valuable to this team. in special teams.
Does that give you any hope that he can be valuable again, toting the rock behind the line?
Bingo. I don't think it really. I mean, we've seen a lot there. What is he up to now? 21 carries.
21 carries,
21
baby,
for the year
and counting.
Yeah, I guess.
And counting.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But if you had to guess as of right now, because we're continuing to try and suss this out. Of course, there's practice today, which I don't know how much that'll give us any insight into what's going to happen. But how the starting goes, and because you only get 7 inactives.
Yeah.
Like how the starters go, or do they go with something that looks a little bit akin to regular? Do they bench some of these guys, have some of them inactive, and then if they have some of these guys go, when do they come out?
Yeah, I think D'Amico gave us the best hint there when he said, when he first started talking about this week on Monday, he goes, "Yeah, the guys are going to play," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." I don't agree, but okay. But then he said, "We'll see how the game goes." That's a dead indicator that he just wants to get these guys sort of going a little bit, but not necessarily go full bore for 4 quarters.
So some Davis Mills time, huh?
Yeah, I think we might see some Davis Mills.
2-3 quarters?
Yeah, at least 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a New Year's Day. Hope you're having a great one. Texas, Arizona State is going. They're going at the Peach Bowl in Atlanta. No score currently. Only 30 seconds have gone. Or no, not more 30 seconds. It's 15 minutes on that quarter. I went to basketball time. But yeah, things are going there. Arizona State currently has the football. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening there, even though it's currently 0-0. Coming up next, though, it's about time for us to get our New Year's Day lunchtime confessions. We'll do them next.
Ready? The Texans closed down their regular season in a rematch. not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
The old confession within a confession for you, Reggie. And that is...
Confessionception?
The first part of my confession is this is probably the dumbest confession I've ever had in my life.
Okay. That probably says something.
The actual confession, I don't know. Should I even say this?
Come on, you know you want to do it.
I do want to.
I mean, I don't care either way. Just make the decision.
Ezekiel Elliott kind of
all right.
Kind of intrigues me.
I forgot to mention this.
Kind of intrigues me. Let hear me out, which is always dangerous to say.
Yes, very dangerous. If you're not familiar, Ezekiel Elliott, obviously drafted by the Cowboys, spent what was that? I don't know, 5-6 years there, probably more. Cut, went to the Patriots, didn't do nothing. Went back to the Cowboys this year, really didn't do nothing. Well, let me see. I had the stats on.
Oh, I got the stats right here. Yeah. I have the stats for you. Here's where I would
74 carries, 226 yards, 3 touchdowns. You would be in 15 games.
12 carries, 69 yards receiving.
Oh, well, it's my 69 nice yards.
Yes,
receiving that he got.
As opposed
again, 15 games.
Here's where I'm going. Here's my hear me out.
Man, they let Rico Dowdle, who had been like running back 3 for a whole bunch of time. He came out, got a 1,000-yard season, and you talking about 69 yards receiving.
All right,
for them.
That is more than double of what Dameon Pierce has rushed for.
You were going to be real more than double just the yards?
Yeah, rushing yards.
Not the yards per carry, though. I'll tell you that for sure.
Here's the thing. Would you rather have 3rd and 2 with Ezekiel Elliott carrying the ball or Dameon Pierce?
Modern Ezekiel Elliott?
This Ezekiel Elliott.
I feel like I'd still rather have Dameon Pierce. I understand what I'm saying.
I see where you're going.
I know. Now, one of the things where you could say is like Ezekiel Elliott was notoriously good at pass protection.
Pass protection and 3rd and short. I thought this and I'm like, you're dumb. And then I thought,
yes,
yeah, maybe. Then I thought, the Texans don't have a backup running back. It costs you nothing.
Well, they still wouldn't have a backup running back. What the hell are you talking about?
It'd be bad.
If the decision that the Texans have made all season long is do we put in Dameon Pierce for some of these plays, or do we just keep going with Joe Mixon? They go, oh yeah, no, we keep going with Joe Mixon. Why would that change for Ezekiel bleeping Elliott?
No, it wouldn't. But what I'm saying, you do need a backup running back that can at least get you 3rd and 2 if you have to.
Yeah, I don't know about that, big dog.
Like I said,
I appreciate what you're doing there. And don't forget that the Cowboys released Ezekiel Elliott to, quote, provide him with an opportunity to pursue any potential playoff participation.
You said, huh?
Well, I mean, that would be some participation for a short period of time. I think we all agree at this point. I appreciate the strength and resolve that it showed that you had within you to actually say that in front of everybody.
Out loud, yeah.
So I'm proud of you.
These are my confessions.
So yesterday we were watching the Fiesta Bowl, which had Penn State and Boise State with Ashton Jeanty, who was still trying to, top Barry Sanders' 1988 single-season college rushing record.
Right.
And he clearly did not now. However, on the broadcast, they showed Barry Sanders had been on, out of social media, basically cheering for Ashton Jeanty to, break his record. And we know, we played the audio earlier this week, that Eric Dickerson, not really in the same exact place.
No, he's not.
Saquon Barkley. I don't think he had any malice for Saquon. Offered, when asked, offered, advice or whatever. But ultimately, his stance is, hey, man, why cheer for somebody to break the record? Records are meant to be broken, but then you don't have the record.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I have recognized that I now and probably always have sided with Eric Dickerson's approach. I understand that it is our societal expectation. Hey, you're the elder statesman.
Yeah.
Be classy. Give support. Celebrate the modern era of the game. And I think you can still do that while also not rooting for your record to fall. I get it. This is part of the relevance, right? And maybe this is where I appreciate the way that put money bucket, it'll be cool. The way that Brad Sham, who is the radio voice of the Dallas Cowboys, did when Emmitt Smith broke the rushing record, the career, and where the call was move over sweetness. so that you always remember. I don't know how intentional it was, but you always remember that is who the record was being, surpassed for. Because I think sometimes we're like, oh, well, they broke the record, and you always remember who the record was passed by. Not necessarily. You just remember who the new record holder is.
Yeah.
So I'm with ED, man. You get that record pass, and it's easy for people to not talk about who you.
I think that it's easier for Barry Sanders to cheer for the record to be broken, because I think in this case, most people would say, nah, he's still a record holder. He did it. I mean, there's like let's say Saquon Barkley, broke some Dickerson's record. I don't think too many people would say, oh, Dickerson really has a record, even though he played one game fewer.
One game fewer. 16 versus 17.
But Barry Sanders in 12 games?
That is correct.
2,600 yards?
That's right.
And the bowl yards didn't matter?
222 of them things.
Yeah, so add the 222. I think most people would still be saying, yeah, it's Barry Sanders.
Yeah, but you'd have to be in the know.
Yeah.
Like the actual record book would not have his name on it in that.
Yeah.
And I kind of just like it with the record book.
It's still Barry Sanders.
Yeah, I side on the side of be selfish.
These are my confessions.
My interest level in this, as much as I said, don't play the guys and all that, I'm still going to be watching, still going to be hoping that the Texans can beat those guys to a pulp. But my interest level in Sunday's Texans-Titans game escalated dramatically, maybe tenfold, about an hour and a half ago.
What happened?
The Tennessee Titans tweeted a picture of Titans players in those Oilers uniforms.
Yeah,
it just reminded me they're going to be wearing those Houston's uniforms on Sunday, and it's kind of separate from my thought on how they should play this, but just beat their ass.
It's so
just
petty,
beat their
man.
ass.
Like it's so. Now, what would be nice is if you end up, with Davis Mills in there
and still beat their ass.
You see the vision.
Yeah.
Just make sure we get the win by hook or by crook.
Yes.
And actually, that's probably not a good thing because the whole idea is make sure you're healthy, right? So I don't know if hook or by crook ultimately does. But yeah, man, get a victory, man. You can't get swept.
You can't.
You can, clearly. It would not be the end of the world, but it'd feel close.
Yeah.
And I don't like that.
These are my confessions.
So the Kinder's Texas Bowl happened yesterday at NRG Stadium, and I salute Baylor, I salute LSU because they get it. And when I say they get it, you might ask me, Reggie, what do you mean? Sure, like a good, reasonable football game is something that we all want, right, when you're watching football. But when it comes to these bowl games, especially the non-college football playoff bowl game, you know what I want more than anything? Just a spectacle.
Well,
just a spectacle. Sometimes it can even be a mess.
Yeah.
Right? But it was a spectacle to see that. And I appreciate them. They put up, 80-something points in that game, and just up and down. We had, tossing the ball. Nussmeier was cooking.
Yeah, he was.
Early in the game.
He looked like a prospect.
He's been such a fun quarterback to watch this year. In fact, he did look like a prospect, which is funny because he decided he's going to come back for next year, feeling like he still has more work to do. I sure hope that he made the right decision because in a more shallow quarterback class.
Yeah,
it feels like he could have, especially after that bowl game,
especially after combine.
Man, he could have maybe got himself a nice draft pick, maybe earned some money.
He's got that proverbial howitzer too. He can throw the ball.
He's chucking that.
He can chuck that thing.
That was a very fun game.
Yeah.
So yeah, appreciate them fine folks in the Kinder's Texas Bowl, and shout out to LSU for getting the victory there.
These are my confessions.
I like drones 100 times more than fireworks at New Year's. Were you paying attention to all this, like Singapore and Tokyo and
what broadcast was that on?
Just on Twitter and stuff. They were showing all these fireworks displays in cities around the
Twitter
world.
Was full of football.
And drones, like the drone light shows, they're 100 times better than fireworks. Like if you get some time, go look it up. Like I'm sure you're looking at it right now.
I'm not.
Some of these shows that were in other countries.
Sorry, the University of Texas just scored again. I wanted to look at the box score.
Yeah, it's 14-3.
I'm a dork.
But no, we need to be doing more of that here because it seems like it's mostly just in other countries. Drones over fireworks all day long.
There's some drones.
Well, other than the illegal ones in New Jersey, but
well. All right. Interesting that you said illegal, not alien. I think I saw recently there was like a drone show where a giant lion's head ate the 49ers logo. That people bring out the drone show, but you're right. There's ways to dress it up. There's elevations to it. I think, was it Army Navy when we were out in D.C.? There was a fireworks show on the media at the media dinner.
Yeah.
And we were having this discussion, and ultimately we came down to once you've seen, I don't know, X number of fireworks shows, there's not really a way to get to a different level besides making a giant, like a bigger bomb of sorts, right? Like, it's just, all right, going there.
Like, if people ask
flashing.
you, what was your favorite fireworks show that you've ever seen? I don't know. Because they all run together.
Although I'm not great at favorites in general.
They all kind of run together.
I do wonder if that's everyone's experience, that you just go, fireworks show.
Yeah.
I get the gist.
Yeah.
Right. Once the magic, especially once you're not like a child, but like once the magic is gone, it's just like, oh, that's kind of nice. But I don't know that you can dress it up. The drone shows, it feels like there's still places to go with this.
Yeah. And they were spectacular. I went down a rabbit hole for sure.
They were very good.
These are my confessions.
Gotta admit, I must confess. Mark Jones, the broadcaster, ESPN. I think he's also the full-time voice TV broadcaster of the Sacramento Kings, funny enough, bringing them back around. But he was calling, I don't remember which one of those college football games yesterday. He was calling one of them, and he has this shtick. Shtick where he's always giving you kind of like cooler than the other side of the pillow type, little quaint folksy things that he'll say in there. But it's very clear that he's trying hard.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be entertaining.
Is it to you?
It is to me.
Yeah. Give me an example.
I find it entertaining. Remember, when he does it, and it's like it almost reeks of trying too hard.
Yeah.
Which is one of those things that I really dislike, is just, hey man, you don't have to try so hard. Just keep it easy. But with Mark Jones, for some reason, makes me laugh.
No.
And it's annoying to most people.
What about Gus Johnson?
I get it with Gus Johnson. Like, he's a legend. And then he'll get into that place where it does oftentimes feel like he
tries hard, but it hasn't run its course yet, I don't think. There probably will come a time.
I know people that are like out on Gus Johnson, though.
Yeah?
They feel like it's just too much.
Oh, an interception! Wow!
Yeah, man. Gus just brings a level of energy. And for me, with broadcasters, the thing that I like is, if I hear that, give me the impression that you're enjoying this as well.
That's the main thing. Yes.
Which is why I love Kevin Harlan, because Kevin Harlan, he seems like he has never worked a day in his life. He is a kid in a candy store every time he calls.
I totally agree.
But yeah, the Mark Jones shtick, that one lands with me, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And if I can get one more in.
Yeah, man.
These are my confessions.
Appreciate that, Colin. Rest in peace to meth streams and crack streams.
What?
Meth streams and crack streams. These are two, let's say, less than legal ways that people streamed various sporting events.
Yeah, you could say that.
Maybe someone in this room would maybe use it to watch the boxing events that he wanted to watch without having to shell out.
Are they
for
RIP?
the pay-per-view. RIP, man. As of earlier this week, those things are down. And so, maybe just maybe someone who will not be named will have to pay for these, or find another reason to less legally watch those events that he wants to watch.
Talk to Figgy.
Yeah, but I don't feel like doing the whole
Figgy's
broken. I mean, this person doesn't feel like doing the whole jailbroken Fire Stick. It's just periodically, right? Because I mean, I have the league pass. I have I have Red Zone, and
but there
NFL
might be a
Plus.
Boxing match. There might be,
especially with boxing, man. Because some of these events, I'm like, you're not getting $60, $70, $80 out of me for this.
Yeah,
But just real quick, throw it up.
By the way, speaking of things that are now, well, in this case, canceled. As of today, you don't have to inspect your car anymore.
Yeah.
Isn't that though for certain cities,
counties, certain counties?
If you're actually in Houston,
yeah. To
call back to what we were talking about earlier. No, but just kidding. Yeah, thankfully, you can just worry about that registration.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
You still got to pay money, but it's still worth it.
Well, I mean,
then going through the whole thing of taking your insurance to the grocery store to get the sticker. And all
okay. When he said it's still worth it, I was like, rather than to not do it, getting jailed, like you have to register your car, Lopez. Yes, that is worth it indeed. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here on New Year's Day in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Currently, University of Texas leads 14-3 over Arizona State. Arizona State scored first in this one, kicked the field goal, and since then, Texas big shots. Have gotten them in the end zone. Kenny Dillingham, looking young as ever, got a 5-year extension recently, and glad he got it before the game because it's looking like early on it might get a little ugly.
Yeah.
Also, pursuant to that, before Sugar Bowl has actually been postponed till tomorrow after a man who apparently had a car that was registered in Texas. He ran his car into people, and I think we have 10 casualties.
Yeah.
So with that, it looks like the Sugar Bowl will be postponed till tomorrow. So
yes,
we'll have to wait to see that game. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's still NFL season, so we're still going to get you some NFL overreaction or reality here on In the Loop.
We're closing. From the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 present The Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You are indeed in the loop on New Year's Day 2025. Hope you're having a good one. It's still a Wednesday, just like any other Wednesday, and we appreciate you hanging out with us on this Wednesday. But Lopez.
So what does that mean?
On Wednesdays, that means I get you some NFL overreaction to reality.
And I enjoy doing this.
Very good.
Yeah.
You're soon enough. We're not going to have as much of these, right? Because
That's right.
NFL season is quickly coming to a close. Week 18 upon us as the Texans will face off against the Titans in Tennessee, and they'll be wearing those jerseys. Yes, those ones. But let's do a little overreaction to reality, shall we?
Okay.
As we often do. And, of course, as I want to set up for that, I realized I didn't have my notes in front of me. Now I indeed do. So let's do that. Overreaction or reality, Lopez. Brock Bowers is the offensive rookie of the year.
Oh, I don't think that. I think that's a reality. He's not going to get it.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, he's the best rookie in football right now in the NFL.
So that's an overreaction when it comes to actually happening, but you think it's a reality.
I think it's a reality. He's actually not going to win it.
Who's going to win it?
It's going to be Jaden Daniels.
Sure.
But when you look at what he's done on that team, by the way, and the numbers that he's put together, just ridiculous. Like absolutely ridiculous. The season that he's had.
Yeah, I mean, he's been credible. Like, he broke Mike Ditka's rookie tight end record.
Mm-hmm.
He's been fantastic playing with, quarterbacks like Aiden O'Connell and what's the other one? Gardner Minshew. And there was one more that I can't remember that was not particularly good.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, man. Was that Desmond Ridder? Was that who it was?
Might have been.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's been tough. Just 8 catches away from tying Zach Ertz for most receptions by any tight end in a season.
Yeah. He's been stupid good. And by the way, side note on that, think of all the tight ends that have had great rookie years over the years. And Mike Ditka still had the record from like 1965 or something.
Right. That's right.
How good was he back in the day as a rookie?
Apparently really good. Apparently this whole Mike Ditka thing, there's a reason why people
the reason why he was a first ballot Hall of Famer. Like, they didn't even throw the ball that much. Like it was like either 63 or 65.
No, you don't get it. We don't throw the ball that much to y'all. Him, he can get the football whenever he needs it.
I mean, all the great tight ends over the years, it was still Ditka until Brock Bowers, which actually says a lot about Brock Bowers too.
All right, so as we continue NFL reaction or over reality, there's a couple of things that we already have resolutions to, but I kind of want to get how you feel about them. One of them I think is probably easy. Eagles should let Saquon Barkley go get Eric Dickerson's record.
No, that is an overreaction. And by the way, he won't.
Yeah, Nick Sirianni has already said that Saquon Barkley will sit amongst other guys that he will have sit, so no record there.
And that's the way it should be. I mean, they have much bigger aspirations.
Fish to fry indeed. All right, but how about this one? The Chiefs, the Denver Broncos, and who will be running out Carson Wentz to start, should let the Broncos win and keep the Bengals out of the playoffs.
Not an overreaction. That's a reality. Now, how do you do it is the key thing, without
very carefully.
Very carefully, without compromising the integrity of the league and all that other stuff. Well, one way you can do it is starting Carson Wentz. I mean, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, that's probably one turnover in there at least, right? Like that you can get in. So yeah, that feels like I would definitely want that level of petty, because if there's one team in the AFC that you definitely would not want to see, it's just the havoc that offense can cause.
Yeah,
defense is really problematic, but yeah, I definitely would not want to see that team. So I'd be interested in going for there. All right, this one I found to be very interesting, and so I wanted to throw it up to you in NFL overreaction or reality. The New York Giants won't have a winning season for another 3 seasons. Overreaction or reality?
Ooh.
All right, you got to remember.
Just winning.
Winning season.
9-8.
Yes. I mean, Malik Neighbors got out there, 171 yards, 2 scores, and that pulled them away from having the number 1 overall pick. And it's possible that because of that, they're in a place where it's going to be tough for them to get a quarterback in there. And once you get a quarterback in there, you probably need some time to make that thing gel. With that being the case, you probably got 3 seasons of losing still ahead of them. It's almost like Punxsutawney Phil?
Yeah.
The 3 more seasons of winter for them.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're going to have a new coach. You would think.
Maybe.
You would think, yeah.
There are reports that Joe Shane, the general manager, and Dable might stay there, which would probably has lost their damn minds.
Dang, you know what? I think that's a reality. I wanted to say it's an overreaction, but it might be the way you laid it out, especially.
Yeah, it does feel like it feels like they're set to just be bad for a whole bunch longer. And that's the thing that's funny about the NFL is that we say all that and something magical could change real quick.
Sure,
all of a sudden
happens all the time.
However, I wouldn't bet that for the New York Giants, especially as they've been currently run. How about this for overreaction or reality? We're nearing the end of the year. We're nearing end of year awards, end of seasons awards. Kevin O'Connell should be a lock for Coach of the Year. Overreaction or reality?
I think that's a reality. I'm trying to go through my head here of other big time candidates. I think Kevin O'Connell would be it, right?
I mean, he has been incredibly good, especially like for Kevin O'Connell. It's interesting it's one thing to remember that not only is he the head coach, he's the primary play caller, and he's had to do a level of development with Sam Darnold as a quarterback. Not to say that like Sam Darnold did not come with some level of development. Clearly, he's been in the league a while. He's bounced around and also played under Kyle Shanahan last year. But there's a lot of work that had to be done with making the quick adjustment on the offense. Making sure that Sam Darnold is comfortable and also like being able to continue to see him flourish in the system, which I think has helped him quite a bit. Kevin O'Connell is absolutely up there. Dan Campbell's got to be up there, right?
I think I was just going to say, I think Dan Campbell, you can almost give it to him just because of what they were able to do on the heels of a bitter loss end of the season and keep it going. You can almost say the same thing about Andy Reid.
Just finding a way to get away with it over and over and over again.
Back-to-back Super Bowls, and not playing as well offensively, for the most part, but still, just 15-1. Like he's not going to win it. He's not going to be on very many ballots, but to be able to do that is huge.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So maybe it's not a lock in that situation then. Okay.
Well, maybe not a lock, but I think O'Connell. That's not an overreaction. That's a reality. He'll win it.
All right. This one comes a little close to home, and it might hurt the feelings a little bit. The Baltimore Ravens would be better off as a wild card team than as the AFC North champions.
So the bracket right now has them facing. Well, I guess we'll find out. But better off as a wild card team as division champs. Yes, I'm going to say that's a reality. What do you think?
Well, I mean, the tough thing about it is you have very recent obvious evidence that if you go and you face off against one of these teams, that being the Houston Texans in Week 1, you do it in the exact same place that you just got a resounding victory compared to your first-round matchup being against who? Like, that would be against... As of right now, it would be the Los Angeles Chargers, the team that has literally given up the fewest points in the NFL. Not saying that they are, the best team, but yeah, it really does feel like, and this probably speaks to the way that the Texans have been playing of late. You're probably looking at the Texans as the worst team in the AFC in the AFC playoffs right now.
Yeah, no, you look at it, I think they probably would be better off.
Now, would that put you in a place to end up playing Kansas City in Week 2? I don't know, but once you get past the first round, you're already talking about playing probably one of these tough teams, Kansas City or Buffalo. So it was going to get tough regardless. It was going to get sticky, but yeah, it feels like the team should be trying to play against the Houston Texans, which is a really sobering realization about the way that the Texans played. But it's not like it's been unearned. The Texans have not played up to a standard to be terrifying or scary for any team. In fact, they've played in a way that it's desirable to play against this Texans team.
Yeah, and I think the fact that the Broncos now have a much better chance of being the seventh seed. I think they definitely would be better off as a wild card.
All right, and finally, let's get this one in. Jim Harbaugh, head coach of those same Chargers, best head coach hire of 2024 offseason.
Yes. I don't think that
they turned this thing around quick.
And it's the Chargers.
And they don't have it's not like they had some real warts on their roster that they were dealing with coming off of what's my guy, Brandon Staley. Brandon Staley's tenure. And just it's not like things change in a great way. They're playing a similar defensive style even. It's just
culture.
There you go. That is the word.
Magical word. It's so obvious there, and he just gets it done, man. I mean, anywhere he goes, and people forget just how successful he was. I mean, some people. In the NFL last time. I mean, they went to the AFC Championship game, 3 times?
Oh, yeah, man. He was fantastic in San Francisco.
And NFC Championship game.
Yeah, he was fantastic in San Francisco. Well, the thing that I found interesting, though, is just like he seemed to not get along with his boss.
Yeah.
Right? That was the thing that ultimately seemed to do him in San Francisco. And I had that question of, is he still that guy where he might have a little trouble getting along with his boss? And we're early on. We're still very much honeymoon. We'll see how that ultimately goes.
A lot easier to get along when you're winning like that.
That's right. It really is. It's the ultimate deodorant, as some people say. It fixes everything, man. You get out here, win some football games. And Justin Herbert just looks better again. Not that he was like atrocious, but especially like the football nerds that will look at all of these stats and some of those things will still come back around to you and say, hey, man, no, this thing is still worth looking at with Justin Herbert, and that has been reactualized under his tenure.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. That's
I like that.
NFL overreaction or reality here. And, man, I still feel sad about having to actually be – that you could look at a team like Baltimore and be like, actually, it'd be better for you to not win your division and not go.
And why is that? Because of the Texans.
Because they play. That's real frustrating. That's a real frustrating thing. I was about to say, hopefully, you could exercise some of that feeling by winning and playing well against Tennessee. But again, that's one of those things where I don't think you can. Man, you've put enough on tape. Like you have a long enough seasoned record in a way that's not good that I don't know that you can wipe that away. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a New Year's Day 2025 edition of this thing. Coming up next, let's do some resolutions, some New Year's resolutions, but for Houston sports. Do you have a Houston sports resolution for Houston sports teams? 713-572-4610. We'll give you ours next.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Mixtape. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy New Year, folks. It is In the Loop. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. We got Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. Hope that y'all are having a wonderful day. I imagine maybe not so much if you are a fan of Arizona State University and their football team, because right now, not looking good.
They're getting work pretty good right now.
There was just a play with a dude out in space with a caravan of blockers in front of him on the perimeter. In fact, it's 14-3 in favor of Texas, and it feels like it should be more. Like Texas just ain't really.
It's about to be more.
Ain't put their foot on the pedal fully yet. Arizona State had a 4th and 2.
Yeah,
in plus territory just last possession, and they were like, "Let's go to the man, hit the button, hit the Cam Scatterboo button," and he got 1 yard.
Why anybody runs between the tackles against the Texans against Texas on 4th and short is beyond me.
Yeah. Well, they should be doing what Boise State did against Penn State, where they on those 2 touchdowns that Boise State scored, they used Ashton Genty as a decoy, and on a motion and a play action,
and then they handed it to a fullback up the middle, and you saw the Penn State linebackers. Their eyes were gone. In fact, their legs were gone. They took 2 steps away from the hole before they came back and tried to fill the gap. So, that should be a way that they do this. However, that is not the way they've done it thus far, and it has not really helped them. 14-3 again is the score in favor of Texas.
Go ahead and warm up your spiral ham, because there's not going to be much to watch.
There's a reason why I'm behind the board and not on the field coach. And
then we're gonna have a little gap here because the Sugar Bowl has been.
Yeah.
Wait, no, the Sugar Bowl was supposed to be the night game.
Supposed to be the night game, and now it's reportedly going to be the postponed until Thursday, tomorrow.
Yeah. So maybe you get to your sleep a little early.
There we go.
Is the way that we do this. After the Rose Bowl happens, which is coming up after this. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. It's New Year's Day, and I know people like doing resolutions. Are you a resolution folk?
I think everybody is at some point. Like even if you don't call it a resolution, it's like, okay, this year it's like making the turn when you're playing golf. After 9 holes, you're like, all right, this time I'm gonna get it going. Yeah, I'm gonna get it going now. I think that's kind of what New Year's is. I don't like, okay, this is my resolution, but I do kind of tell myself I'm gonna try to do this. You know what I mean? More this year or whatever.
Do you ever do it?
I try.
That's a no.
I try.
That's why I don't bother. That's why I don't bother lying to myself. But yeah, we got some resolutions for the new year for your Houston sports team. Now, I was doing this on my own, and then I saw Leah Vann of the Chronicle also did something of the sort for some teams locally. Would you like to go to hers, or would you like to go to mine right now?
Let's. I want to hear yours. I'm sure she's going to have some that complement that, but I want to hear yours.
She's got some real good ones, but I started thinking about it, and of course, it's easy to start thinking with the Texans. And I think first of all, I want to go with find a schematic advantage. Find a schematic advantage, and I don't even know if that's like right at the top of the year. But yes, if you can find that early, cool. But I think that this probably does speak to your offensive coordinator in some ways, right? Either Bobby Slowick is going to take this offense to another level. Like I think you've heard multiple people around sports point to the offense and talk about how it feels like it is the basic, the basic level, right? You jump in on a subscription site or whatever, and you're like, hey man, there's basic, there's plus, there's premium, there's super plus, which I think is all a scam at this point. But there's the basic tier, and it feels like we're at basic Shanahan offense right now, and it's very clear that you're not providing a schematic advantage. Whatever you have seen this Texans team do and create at a high level, so much of it has been the individual brilliance of this team.
Yes.
And not enough of it has been the scheme helping create an advantage for the players to then flourish. And you need to find that. I think that's going to be a huge benefit for this team. And I think also, in some ways, I wonder how if that also filters the defense at all. Now, the defense has been incredible, literally the best defense in DVOA, which is a different advanced stat out there. But I do wonder how long that lands, because there's a lot of the defense that exists on, hey, we've got great players. We're just going to make it simple and let them play, which in theory is good. But We've seen situations with like various different defenses creating additional advantages. We see Brian Flores doing that to a high degree. Not saying that you go and change the entirety of the defense, but
right.
Just making sure that you have a schematic advantage, taking the talent on this team that you have put together and allowing them to flourish in a higher degree.
The first one that popped into mind for me, similar to that, but a lot simpler. Quit throwing those damn screens.
Fair enough.
Quit throwing those damn wide receiver screens.
Fair enough.
Just stop it. Just don't.
And the tough thing about it is, like, the screen feels like that's a great way to go. If you're having a team that gets pressure, one of the ways that you slow down.
But you got to be able to execute them, which speaks to your point.
Yeah, one of the ways.
Schematically.
One of the ways that you. Well, that's just technique, man.
Yeah.
One of the ways you get at is slowing down a defensive line. Just throw it over top of them, right?
Yeah.
Or get the ball out quickly. It just feels like they never execute them right, and we saw that to a great degree on Christmas there on NRG.
In 2025, we will no longer do that. That's the resolution. Find something else. Find another schematic advantage, as you put it.
So I wanted that to be all cutesy, but I couldn't think of the cute way of putting that. This one is a little bit more cute for the Texans.
Okay.
Do some deep reflection. And I think the deep reflection, I say that to mean, remember where you are in this build. I think that I'm coming more and more to the point. Of course, hindsight is 20/20. It's easy to do this on the back end. I acknowledge. I feel like we jumped in a little too far too early.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is still early in this rebuild, and probably the reflection being, maybe don't be in that place where you're super hasty to push this thing to like Super Bowl levels. Like, go through the process and do some deep reflection, including, hey, offensive line, right? Like, make sure that we focus on the little things. Let's get back to the basics in some ways, as DeMeco Ryans have said.
Yeah, and on the offensive line, that's another one that popped into my mind. Very much similar to what you're saying there, and that is, but again, slightly different. Set your ego aside.
Okay.
Set your ego aside, because if you can set, and you're Nick Caserio, you're DeMeco Ryans, hell, you're Cal McNair. If you set your ego aside, you're going to make a tough decision that should be made with Laramie Tunsil. You're going to make a tough decision that should be made with Bobby Slowick, with Kenyon Green, with, because ego keeps these guys around a lot of times, especially draft picks. No general manager likes to have egg on his face with draft picks that aren't working out. And it's ego. It's nothing else.
Self-preservation as well, right?
Yeah, that's ego.
The more that you admit, hey, I messed something up, the more likely that it is that whoever your boss is, ultimately an owner or what have you, comes around and goes, hey, okay, if there's so many of these times where you messed up, at what point do we need to find someone who won't do
I think that should be a resolution that from the top down, they need to resolve. All right, we kind of have been keeping Kenyon around, making excuses for Laramie Tunsil's run blocking. Titus Howard, he's a right tackle. I mean, he might be in that mix. I don't know. Kenyon Green for sure. High draft pick. You passed on some great players. You force-fed him into the starting lineup. Set your ego aside and just say, hey, man, pat your chest. My bad. My bad. My bad.
That was on me. Yeah, I'll hold that one. From the 832 on the text line. New Year's resolution for Coach DeMeco Ryans. Quit being so soft and call out where we suck and hold people accountable. Also, stop saying we're a running team. The accountability thing is so tough because, what does accountability look like is a question I always ask once accountability comes up. And I know for me, whenever I'm, frustrated about Ryans kind of say some of the things that are wrong, it feels like for me, I'm just I would like to make sure that we know what the issue is.
Yeah.
More than it is hey, this is a level of accountability. I feel like and I don't have a great answer as to why, but it feels like, hey, I think that DeMeco Ryans does hold these guys accountable. And I guess the reason why is we've heard various players talk about how it's no walk in the park.
Yeah.
When you're under his tutelage, but he's just not going to do it publicly. I just want to make sure that, hey, it feels like you actually know what the issues are and that you actually know how to get to some of the answers here, because when you have an extended period of not getting it fixed, it does make me question if you know how to fix it.
So what were some of those that were shared by the Chronicle?
Well, I want to give you an Astros.
Oh, give me another one.
I didn't come up with a good one for the Rockets. I think Lee Van had a good one on the Chronicle, but the Astros, focus on your fitness.
How so?
You have a team that's coming in this year where you're probably going to need to worry about your pitching.
Gotcha.
Is Luis Garcia going to be able to pitch for you, right? Are some of these guys going to be able to come through and pitch for you? And if you can do that, I think you have an opportunity to be another good team. If not, You might be, depending on like a Wisniewski to come through and like, hey, we really need this to work.
Mm-hmm.
You might be putting too much undue pressure on Fromber and Brown and Arrighetti to kind of carry everything when the remainder of your rotation is maybe not in the same level. So making sure that you get healthy. Plus, I just don't want to have another Kyle Tucker situation, even though Kyle Tucker's not here, right?
Yeah.
Fewer of those types of things. So let's focus on the fit.
And that's rehab, and I guess it just ties in with that. Fitness, rehab, being able to stay on the field and pitch.
Yeah. All right. So I'll turn you to the Houston Chronicle, where Leah Vann came with some of these. When she had a somewhat similar, but for the Houston Texans injury reserve. We will invest in alternative healing. Right? Just like, hey, man, just making sure that we get these guys back, get these guys healthy. You've missed some guys for very extended periods of time.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah, obviously, you've talked about Collins, Mixon, now, Kenyon Green, which I don't know how much people are lamenting that. Fatukasi has missed some time, and I believe he's not practicing again today.
Yeah.
Who else can you throw in there?
Tank Stephon.
Tank Stephon. Like, there's been and it is football.
Petrie, yes.
It is football. People are going to get injured. But you've had kind of extended amounts of injury here. So, man, what about some alternative healing? Let's see if we can find some.
Go to Germany, do that crazy German.
TB12.
TB12.
Plant-based diets.
Herbs.
Spices.
Yes.
All such sorts of things.
Curandera, the old
not familiar.
The old Mexican, I guess, herbal.
Okay, yeah. So still herbal. I was like, I'm not sure. That sounds like a Brazilian dance dance fighting style. How about this for Jim Crane? I will not be afraid to pay my best players.
Yes, please.
Or at the very least, I will not be afraid to get something for my best players if I'm not willing to pay them.
Yes, on both of those. And 6 years, you can fudge on that a little bit.
Right. Or
yeah.
I will expand my horizons.
Yes.
Right. Hey, maybe we can go. You know what I mean? Like maybe we can.
They could have gotten Bregman maybe at 7.
Yeah. Right. I'm not certain. Right. I don't know. And we'll see. I don't know if this will be a full counterfactual. I don't know if that's the right way to say this. But once Bregman does sign a deal, maybe we get some level of insight into, okay, yes, this might have given us an idea of what he was willing to accept and what maybe the Astros or where they weren't willing to go. But, man, it feels like having the third strike of guys that you had here that gave you a lot of value that you ultimately walk without gaining anything back. Yeah, that I would like that to not be the way of business necessarily. And they've done a good job the previous 2 times of finding production outside of it. But still, I feel like that's something that we can be better at. Always striving to be better, right, Lopez?
Always striving to be better. How about the 832 saying stop having players-only meetings? He said team meetings, but I think he's talking about players-only.
Yeah, I feel like you should generally have team meetings. Team meetings are the lifeblood of
you
football.
Kind of gotta have team meetings.
You gotta get on the same page. The game plan has to be disseminated. All that has to come through.
How many players-only meetings have they had this year?
I think 4.
I only recall
at
there
least
being
3. At least 3.
I was thinking 3, but I feel like there's one I'm missing right now.
Yeah.
So. Do y'all sit on this thing where, I forgot who said this, but do players-only meetings always mean that your season is like, it's not going to go the way you want it to?
If not that, it's just not a good sign.
No, it's definitely bad omen, right? If you get to a place as a player where you're like, clearly the coaches are not saying enough.
We need a players-only meeting.
We need to have a conversation outside of the stuff. Again, lots of meetings in football where there's some things that we need to say. Clearly things are not going well.
Yeah.
And it feels very last resort-ish, right? Which is an indication things are not going the way that you want, and they probably won't go unless you try and jar it out. And that's what you're trying to do, except how often do those actually work?
Kind of kiss of death-ish.
Yeah, I always say vote of confidence.
Yeah.
Right. Whenever you get that, whenever someone has to start going to your boss, do you still have confidence in them? They're like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course I do.
Only so long. Only so long before you don't. How about this for Tillman Fertitta? And this isn't even for the Rockets themselves. I will bring back the Houston Comets.
The Comets?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
I personally would.
Yeah,
I know
like
that
to see that.
Fertitta's also making a strong push for the NHL team, which I hope would be the Arrows. Maybe you come up with a different team
it has to be
name and
identity. It has
identity.
to be the Arrows,
it feels
right?
like it would have to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I would love to see the Comets. And that's for me personally. I have an attachment. That was my first pro sports game.
Will they win 4 straight?
Yes, 4 straight.
4 straight
championships. 4 straight
championships.
to start the W.
Yeah.
But yeah, over at Was it the Compact Center at that point? I think it was the Compact Center.
I think it was started out Summit, turned into Compact Center. Yeah.
I still vividly remember going to my first game, watching them beat the Minnesota Lynx.
How about that?
I would love to get those vibes back again. And let me see if I got any other one. Oh, how about this for Joe Espada that they had? I will not use 2 closers. Well,
that might take care of itself.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully it takes care of itself, because that's another place where, hey, use the value that you have.
Yeah.
Right? Use the value that you have to get some things fixed, especially when you have a glaring hole in, I don't know, the outfield.
Yeah.
832 Bagwell making any type of decisions.
I don't know if that's ever going to change, but it seemed like they're not talking about it as much. They're keeping him under wraps.
Yeah, at least if you're going to do it, do it quietly.
Yeah, he's doing it quietly.
Do it in a clandestine way.
Yeah.
Do you have any Rockets ones? Because I feel like I'm just in a place where I'm like, resolution, stay the course.
I think
stay the course. Just keep doing what you're doing, baby.
Don't do anything different. I kind of would like to see a mid-level sort of trade to get another 3-point shooter in here.
I wouldn't. I mean, I've already kind of proposed.
You laid out Cameron Johnson.
I think that'd be interesting, but don't do anything drastic.
Yeah.
No wild shifts.
But make better shots. Bring in a shooter.
Bring in a shooting coach, or just a
shooter. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe move the ball more, but I haven't really looked too deep into that.
Yeah.
It feels like, hey, if you're not going to be able to generate advantages against defenses by just driving by them, let that ball do the work for you. Make them move side to side and then create gaps that way. But it feels like they're doing a decent job, and we'll see how they start their year tonight against the Mavericks, as they'll take them on at Toyota Center. But yeah, those are some of our Houston sports New Year's resolutions, and shout out to Leah Vann of the Houston Chronicle for hers as well. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on New Year's Day. Coming up next, this is time where we hand it over to Figgy for the mixtape, but Figgy is still out on vacation. So first and foremost, let me know what you think Figgy is doing right now, 713-572-4610. But also, if you are a resolutions person, here are some tips to make sure that your resolutions stick. We'll do that and more.
Flex the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed, it is the mixtape.
Look at you.
Right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula, not Figgy Fig. He is out all week on vacation. And so I ask you, fine folks, listeners on Sports Radio 610 and the Lou family, what you think Figgy's doing on this New Year's Day?
What is Figgy doing? You know what I think? I think he is just chilling. He should be out enjoying, as a texter said, this terrific weather.
Yeah. I mean, it's not bad out. What is it, like 60 degrees?
Yeah, it's great. It's absolutely fantastic.
What outdoor stuff is Figgy into? Like, I feel like if you're an outdoor person, or if you go outdoors and like do stuff, there's kind of silos and kind of different groups. Like you're more outdoorsman, so you'll be fishing.
Yeah, I'm always either fishing or whatever, like doing something outside,
like
working in
guy?
the yard.
Yeah, I mean,
he's not a hike guy. You know what? I'm trying to picture like all the.
Like is he like at brunch on
the
patio?
videos and stuff? That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to picture like all the videos of him outside. They're usually like at a restaurant or a bar on some patio somewhere.
Patio person at the restaurant or bar.
Yeah.
Maybe he likes to just explore the city. Try out some new food.
He does.
He does do that.
He's a great explorer of the city. Yeah, he's probably eating some good.
Mm-hmm.
I could absolutely see that. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Like yesterday, I just went to the park. I took my granddaughter, but stuff like that. Anything outdoorsy.
That's such a good. I ain't been to the park.
Go to the park.
Although as an individual and young man, just being at the park.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Do that long walk, maybe over in White Oak Park or Memorial. One of those
might not be a bad idea.
Get some sun.
Yeah, man.
Get sun, man. Good life, good living. All right. So shout out to Figgy wherever he is. Hopefully, I do this mixtape justice. And I bring this to you for this reason, because it is New Year's Day, and a lot of people are trying to implement their New Year's resolutions. In fact, we just threw out a whole bunch of them for the sports teams in Houston. But I think this is one of those points where you have an opportunity to reflect. And I imagine that if you put resolutions up, you're not wanting to throw those up there to not accomplish them.
Correct.
Right? You want to get them done. So I, for you, have brought you some tips to help make your New Year's resolutions stick.
So this time it's really going to happen.
This is really real this time.
I really mean it.
We're actually going to make this happen, right? And yes, all the people that are giving more resolutions, like the person who said for the Rockets, keep slamming fools on the floor. Is that Vernon Maxwell?
Might be.
From the 713, stop giving the ball to Şengün far away from the paint. Actually, I don't hate that.
I don't either.
Him working in the high post, especially when you have the guys that you do. They're heady, smart at cutting. Down the baseline on the backside or 45. It's a good way of getting the ball down. Somebody said, please cut out the cancer of LT.
Oh, well.
Okay.
That's not Lawrence Taylor he's talking about.
No, well, I mean, it is not. And I guess the cancer of Lawrence White is.
Yeah.
All right, so here are some resolutions or some tips to keep your resolutions going when your willpower starts to falter. How about this? This is one that everybody knows. Start small.
Yeah.
All right, start small. According to psychologist Lynn Bufka, they suggest being realistic about your evolutions, right? It's daunting to say something like, I'm going to lose 50 pounds and then never eat dessert again. And because you're going to get to that place where you're going to be looking at that bread pudding and you're just like, hey, it's just one taste. And then you fail and you're like, well, it's over.
Yeah, might as well go all in now.
It might be helpful to say, I'm only going to have dessert on the weekends or for special occasions. And you start small and you give yourself, bite-sized accomplishments that you can have to be able to ultimately lead to the big goal. So start small.
I totally agree. I haven't looked at your list. Tell me if this is on there, because I think this is a key one. Say it publicly.
Ooh.
Say it out loud.
Like have an accountability buddy.
Like if I were to say, like, what would be a resolution for me? I don't know. Whatever. Let's say someone out there wants to lose 15 pounds. Put it on your social media, Facebook, Instagram. I am planning to lose 15. That makes you more accountable because you don't want to. Yeah, because
do
you put
really
it out there.
Put it on social media, or do you want to
tell?
Because this is the thing. Social media feels so performative.
Or tell your family, even if you just
that
say,
feels a little bit.
Tell your friends and family. I am going to try to lose, let's say again, 15 pounds this year. And then all of a sudden it's out there, so you can't like wuss out.
Okay. All right, or you could just feel shame. Even more more shame. Although shame is a powerful tool in society.
Yes, it is.
Think positive.
Okay.
Is another one of these. It's, sounds a little hokey, but it's true, man. Positive changes, it's tough. Or big changes, rather. So Buffett says, simply thinking more positively what your ultimate goal is and what you're gaining from that change behavior. Not just what the goal is, but what the gain is on the side.
Like, just imagine, how it's going to be if I do this.
Yeah, exactly. Right. If I put money aside or whatever, that I would have spent on, I don't know, coffee daily. You go, hey, that starts to add up, and this is what I can do with that money. Once I do that, and that helps with the motivation. How about this also? Focusing on goals, specific goals. So as opposed to kind of it being, kind of generic, I'm gonna eat better. Like, have it be a little bit more specific with the goal, so that
I'm gonna have a salad at least 4 times a week.
There you go. That's
something like that.
Maybe a little aggressive, but you know what? I feel it. I'm with you. And this is where you were talking about enlist your friends and your calendar. So obviously,
say it publicly. Say it out loud.
Some accountability and some more rigid steps to kind of help you go. And I believe finally here, penultimately, be kind to yourself.
Oh, brother.
No, but seriously, right? No, but I believe this in this one wholeheartedly, because one of the things that we'll do is, this is what I need to do, and these are the steps. And then if you miss one, it just go, and I do this a lot, right? Especially with like my workouts. I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to work out 3 times a week, and I miss one. I'm like, damn, I missed one.
Yeah.
Well, no need to do, I'm done. I've already broken it, so it's cool. No, be kind, man. It happens. You can't be perfect. Miss one, we're back at it, right? And I think that kindness is necessary to ultimately reach a goal, understanding that you're not going to be perfect.
It sounds kind of corny.
It does,
be kind to yourself.
It's real.
Okay.
It's real. And you know what? If January the 1st, 2025 feels like too artificial a date, too arbitrary a date, make the changes on your own schedule, right? If you can't start it right now, start it in February. Start it on the 15th, right? Just whatever it is, give yourself an opportunity to be successful as best you can. And if the start date doesn't work for you, well, we'll start it next week. You know what I mean? Now, don't use that as an opportunity to just push it along and never get to it.
Yeah.
But I think that's another way that you can help your resolution. So I guess, should I run those back one more time?
No, well, if you want. But what I'm saying is somebody told me this a long time ago, and whenever I've lost weight, this is absolutely one of the things that works. Step on the scale every week. Like a lot of times say, I'm trying to lose weight, I'm eating better. And then
every day?
Every week. At least every week.
Okay.
If not every couple of days. Because like a lot of people say, I'm trying to lose weight. And then you don't really follow up with stepping on the scale and actually weighing yourself. But if you do it every couple of days, every week, you're like, oh, wow, I'm up half a pound. And so a lot of people just kind of assume that they're still going to try to lose weight, but they're not stepping on the scale.
Okay.
Step on that scale.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go. The tips. Make sure that you start small, think positive, focus on goals, enlist your friends in your calendar, be kind to yourself. And you know what? If starting just right today doesn't work, find the right time to start and start and go for it. Somebody said stepping on a scale humbles you. Fair enough.
That's what I'm saying. It does.
But, sometimes you got to be humble.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, still in Figgy's mixtape, Sports Radio 610. Figgy's out on the day. I'm Reggie, holding the job down. And one of the things that was, this time of year in the NFL is that you start getting Saturday games, you get Friday games sometimes, and you're just like, man, the schedule gets real bloated. And you're like, but the NFL, why don't they do this all the damn time? Why does it all of a sudden pop up? I take you to Joe Pompliano, who has an insight into the rule that actually holds the NFL back from just taking over the entirety of your fall.
So there's something called the Sports Broadcasting Act of 1961. There's a lot of legal jargon in the actual law, but what you need to know is that it's an antitrust exemption that allowed leagues like the NFL to pool all of their media rights together into one package and then sell them to networks rather than doing it on a team-by-team basis. The NFL and every other major sports league still operates on this model today, but Congress knew by allowing the NFL to pull together its media rights, it could create a monopoly. So they specifically added an exemption window to protect high school and college football, essentially saying that the NFL was not allowed to hold games on Fridays and Saturdays during the fall. The NFL abides by these rules during the regular season, but they're able to get around it during the early part of the season and the later part of the season because Congress determined that fall meant 6 p.m. on Fridays through midnight on Saturdays, the second Saturday of September through the second Saturday of December. That's why the NFL was able to hold a Friday night game in Brazil earlier this year, because it beat the exemption window by 1 week. Rather than holding a night game on Black Friday, the NFL starts this game at 3 p.m. to beat the exemption start time of 6 p.m. And then when the exemption window officially ends, the NFL goes to town, hosting 2 to 3 games every Saturday Saturday until the.
There you go.
I had no idea.
I
had no idea.
I knew that it was in deference to
but not
football
like officially in a document.
But I think that for me, what that did was I was like, oh, okay, so the NFL isn't just being kind. The NFL literally could not do. We are literally just holding off the colonizers. The NFL would colonize the entirety of the week and say bleep you to basketball and college football and high school football and just have football all the damn time if they could.
It's like hunting season. Hunting season begins 6 p.m. the second Saturday in September. So that means you can't play games anymore. Then, it's basically duck season.
That's right. And even then, they right around the edges, they'll go right up to the line. They're like, "Hey, man, if we play in Brazil, it'll start before this window. So let's just go ahead and do that." And they're like, all right, but
I had no clue about that.
Yes, there's actual laws.
Yeah.
The NFL, the only thing that can stop the NFL from expansion is actual laws being put in place on the books. So there you go. That's the reason why the NFL isn't on Saturdays during the year or like.
And how long is that going to last?
I don't know. Yeah. But considering the amount of money that the NFL brings in, I wouldn't put it past them to like lobby to get that changed.
And they have the power brokers on their side.
And I would hate it. I'm not gonna lie. Like I really,
would you though?
I enjoy football season, but like there's already so much. Can you imagine if you're also having to try and deal with and navigate college football on a Saturday plus a couple of NFL games? Like I just don't know how I would take all this in. I have no idea.
I think they would pick their spots, but they would definitely.
You sure? You sure they're actually giving deference to college football?
There's still a little deference to the college football, but if they want a Saturday, they'll take it. You know,
and that's the thing. I think that they would just keep going, right? They will continue to eat everything up until there is nothing left.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing?
Because
I'm being
it's
serious.
true. Because it's true.
Now, the one thing that I do appreciate that this stops is that this does stop watering down some Sundays. Because one of the things that does happen sometimes, I mean, there's only so many games you can have when you're putting games,
Sunday.
Thursdays and Saturdays, you look up at some of these windows and you go, "Oh,
yeah."
I mean, there's less good stuff here.
Oh, this past Sunday, I was like,
Sometimes you look up and it's slop.
Not a whole lot of good football.
And we will eat that slop.
Yeah.
Because that is the NFL. That's what we do. But sometimes it's slop because, hey, man, you can only have so many good games with the parity that you create and all that. And then, Thursday and Monday and Sunday. Yeah. So there you go. I just thought that rule was interesting.
I did too because I had no clue.
Before I let you go here in the mixtape, I did want to remind you of this. New Year's Day 2024. Now, Alabama is not playing today, but they did so last year. Alabama, mind you, lost their game yesterday, the Rely Quest Bowl to Michigan. Fourth loss of the season, which best of luck to you, Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
I imagine that his life is not very easy. Hey, make sure, might need to board up those windows so you don't get a brick through them or something like that. But last year, Alabama was playing for something. And it reminded me of this audio that happened courtesy of Jalen Milroe.
Jalen Milroe often wears his own branded apparel, reading LANK across an acronym that stands for Let a Naysayer Know. Being told by his former offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien.
That is not what I thought.
Is that not what you thought?
Boy, let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know.
Of course.
The professional's right in the middle of his lead. That's all right. I just keep going.
You almost lost me again. It got real tight up here as you were. I just want to let you know.
Reese, you were too smooth with that. I thought it was going down. It was going down out here.
Oh, sorry about it. Let a naysayer know.
Let a
naysayer know. That's what we thought the whole time. That's what we all thought.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Reese Davis.
Reese was the only one.
Shout out to Reese
was the only one.
And also, you know what? Shout out to Pat McAfee for being an ally.
Yeah.
Because I could just hear it, and obviously, if you've seen the copy, the video copy of it, Desmond Howard, you could see him.
Dying.
I can't remember who else was on the panel, but they saw it and they were like, "Oh,
yeah, what
am I supposed to do with
this?
this?" And Pat McAfee was like, "I'll be the one to say it." What? Because naysayer is not the word that you're supposed to say there, but I'm glad that that's the one that you did say.
I don't think so.
Yep. In fact, that got myself and Colin. We were talking about that earlier today, and that reminded us. You remember that player? That player who had played in high school football, and now I believe he's committed to what? Or he might be enrolled at Eastern Michigan?
Yeah, he's committed to Eastern Michigan. I believe he signed there, but I'm almost.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's a young man who plays line. linebacker. And when it comes to words that I imagine that you should be very careful, or names that you should be very careful to say as a broadcaster.
Yeah.
His name is Noah Kanega.
I'm sorry?
Noah, and it is spelled Knigga, and it was like, and yes, he is. He is a young white man. I don't know how good he is, but I mean, he went to Eastern Michigan, so I mean, I guess take of that what you will. Yeah. But I was just like, oh, yeah, that's probably uncomfortable to walk around with as your name, but it is pronounced Knigga. So if you see him, I mean, I don't know this year, but if you see him, I don't
even want to say it
in the fall next year.
Like I feel like I don't even want to say that name.
That is how that name is pronounced.
Let's not get a fine on
exactly.
Yes, I'm like, but that is how his name. There was an interview.
How do they say it?
Knigga.
I can't even say that.
Yeah. And you know who I feel sorry for? Broadcasters. And Colin mentioned this. You said you felt sorry for the Eastern Michigan broadcaster.
But then you put on different perspective with the opposing team broadcaster.
Yes, the opposing team broadcaster, right? The one that does not see him all the time, that just pops up and looks at the roster and was like, "Oh no, there's no way."
And the tackle was made by Noah.
Don't say it.
Linebacker number 42, like whatever his name is.
Now that's a goal. That's one of the rules. You don't shout the numbers as much as you can.
Yeah, but rules are meant to be broken in some instances.
So records are meant to be broken, but not according to Eric Dickerson.
So if it's time for dinner at Eastern Michigan, and you send a trainer to go get him for dinner, is it LAKK?
Knigga, no? No, you still letting the naysayer know? you are still lanking in that instance. That's the mixtape on this.
Hey man, go tell them dinner's ready.
Let a naysayer know.
No, it would still be late because you'd be letting the Noah know. You know what I'm saying? There you go. So yeah, that made me laugh thinking about it. Salute to Reese Davis, a consummate pro, and salute to Pat McAfee saying what we all thought.
Naysayer, huh?
What we all thought in that moment. Hope that your resolutions, you're able to hold on to those and maybe make use of some of those tips. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on New Year's Day. Coming up next, we're getting ready to hand it over to the drive on New Year's Day. That consists of Luke Morrow and Sean Bijani. But before we get there, we'll do a little bit more. We'll do it next.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy New Year's Day. You got John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Colin Neal. Appreciate you, my man, for sitting there for Figgy Fig, working on a holiday, in a way.
Yeah, we are.
So it's been fun. It's been fun to be with you here. We're getting ready to hand off to our fellas on the drive. Today it is Sean Bijani and Luke Morrow, and it'll be Byron Matthews on the board for him. So they're going to have some fun today as well. Looking forward to hearing from them fine fellas and keeping you company on your New Year's Day as you go about whatever you happen to be doing. But appreciate you locking in on Sports Radio 610. Now, a couple of things before we get there. Maybe I don't even have time for a couple of things because this first one is really interesting. Of course, your Texans are indeed playing, or I guess before I get there, I do want to let you know, if you did not know, the Sugar Bowl after, a reckless individual who seemingly has ties to the general Houston area ran his car into some people in New Orleans in the French Quarter last night, and ultimately at least 10 people are dead, and they're still, kind of
30
working through that situation.
Yeah.
So with the Sugar Bowl being played there in New Orleans, they've gone ahead and they've postponed it 24 hours. So the Sugar Bowl will not be played tonight. It'll be played tomorrow evening. And so that's just I guess I was going to say it's a scheduling note, but it's a little bit more than that.
News.
It's news that's happening. So that's happening. But then also the Texans practicing as they get ready for their Week 18 matchup against the Tennessee Titans in Nashville. As we know, the Titans are going to be wearing them jerseys that you're very accustomed to being worn here in the city of Houston. And so that's going to be a frustrating and annoying thing for me personally, for us on the show. However, this is going to be an interesting thing to watch on that game, as it seems like they get out in practice, and a potential offensive line that you could see on Sunday. As I think this is what we're looking at for practice today, according to Sam Warren of the Houston Chronicle. We're looking at an offensive line where the left side is the same. You still have Laramie Tunsil. Titus Howard still playing left guard. Your center still being Jared Patterson, but with Shaq Mason out, and Juice Scruggs maybe returning. Juice Scruggs practicing at right guard, and then Blake Fisher at right tackle. I mean, I know that there's been a whole conversation about do start and sit, and I mean, offensive line is one of those places that probably does not get involved there anyways. But with that being the case, seeing how that kind of gels, I guess, for lack of a word, is going to be very insightful. And as you talked about, this definitely feels like a need to be able to run the football in this game.
Yeah, look, it's interesting. Juice Scruggs was, and I was, wrong on him from the start. I thought he was going to end up being a really good center. They say, he's a better center than a guard, but they need him at guard now.
And that's a comparative assessment of his play as opposed to just like,
correct.
Where does he rank as a good center across the league?
He still may be a better center, but he hasn't reached the level of Jared Patterson. He is I shouldn't say not a good guard. Maybe that's a little harsh. But he has not performed nearly as well at guard on the left side, and now he's going to the right side.
And I think also, and of course, Shaq not being there continues to complicate things because you need another guard. Kendrick Green had to try and hold down the forward at right guard, and it seems like we had another iteration of Kendrick Green where it starts where you go, if you squint, and then it falls off, right?
Yeah.
That feels like that has been the Kendrick Green experience when you put him in on the offensive line. And so you need guards, but it is interesting that this did not create any shakeup, that people did not go to previous places. Like, it remains that Titus Howard's playing left guard, and Shaq is the one, or sorry, not Shaq, Juice is the one who ends up being displaced to the right side. Now, of course, that's continuity in some ways as well. You don't want to then move Titus again over to right guard, which is the third position entirely.
But you would have thought maybe right tackle, but I guess you feel like Blake Fisher at right tackle.
Well, yeah, Fisher's a tackle
is going to be better than Juice Scruggs at left guard.
Yeah,
which is where he's played. So it's kind of it's interesting. It's bizarre the way they're kind of lining this up.
I understand the necessity of it, right? I'm not here to undercut it. I just think that this is going to be real interesting, especially because Juice Scruggs comes through, and I mean, I guess Kendrick Green, the size difference is not particularly different. But I guess if you're thinking about it compared to Shaq Mason, who is a lot larger, and not that Shaq Mason was doing fantastic, but what is the push going to look like there? Because it does feel like Titus has found some ways to kind of use that power that he should have with the size of his body to make some impact. But I'm super intrigued by this. And, again, flipping sides is not the easiest thing to do as a lineman.
Right.
And now Juice is going to have to undertake that, where he goes from after playing center to moving out to left guard. Now he's going to play right guard this week. At least that's the indication early on. thus far.
And that kind of tells me, well, he must have been really bad at left guard from everything that they have been judging and reading.
I don't take it
why
there.
are they putting him at right guard?
Well,
because what I'm saying is
because you need a right guard,
well,
right?
you need a right guard, but I mean, you also have. Like with this line, I guess Blake Fisher at tackle, you just have to play him there.
Yeah, I mean that's all. I mean, as a rookie, that's the only place he's played as a tackle on the interior or on the exterior. Putting him on the interior is an entire different change. And you've already moved Titus Howard out of his position
and
to
you don't
left
want to
guard.
make him to the right.
You wouldn't flip him to the right.
Yeah.
And again, you come back to and you look around and who are your other guard options? You don't really have great ones, and so then you come to Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
Right, and he's the one who then gets pushed out of place. But what kind of and maybe, you know what's funny? This might actually push me to a place where I move off of my block of, all right, well, just play guys. Because now if you're talking about, and I will raise my hand for not fully considering where the state of the line was, especially without Shaq Mason.
Yeah.
Not that I'm Mason. He has had a little bit of weak link to him in his play. But, yeah, man, we're talking about protecting the quarterback. Like that becomes another place of potential fissure where Juice Scruggs hasn't been incredible. Like he's been part of the things that you've done to try and improve the solidity of the offensive line. But how does that work with him now going to the right side and then having to try it again?
And here's the thing:
next to a rookie, mind you, as opposed to next to Laramie Tunsil, who is good at pass blocking.
Next to a rookie, and here's the other part of that. You actually probably want to play these guys as much as you can. He was talking about
absolutely.
Let's see how the game goes. Well, that pertains to C.J. Stroud and Mixon and some of these other players on the defensive side like Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. But the offensive line, if this is gonna be your line and you want to have the good taste in your mouth, as it's been put, you better play these guys a lot because let's say you get into the postseason, you don't want to just have a half of football with these guys.
Yeah, and I don't know that you have the depth to really go.
And you don't have the depth.
I don't think you have the depth to even have that discussion in a real way.
Yeah.
I mean, you're already right, just flatly on the face of it. These guys need an opportunity to play together as a five and see a group of five rather, and see how they congeal. Making sure that all the calls are in and that there's a level of familiarity as much as possible in a singular game.
Yeah.
With this particular iteration,
and they better run the ball. They need to run the ball. We outlined it earlier that this Titans defense, as much as they're really good on the interior defensive line, has been very susceptible to the run. And then on top of that, let's say you face, well, no matter who you face in the postseason, you're going to have your hands full. You're going to have your hands full on the offensive line.
Yeah, for sure. So, man, this is going to be really interesting. And I just thought back to the idea of who it is that you're talking about defensive tackle-wise or on the interior that you're going to have you're going to have Titus, Patterson, and Juice facing off against.
Javondre Sweat, Jeffrey Simmons.
Sebastian Joseph Day. Yeah, man. Hands will indeed be full, man. This is going to be quite the interesting thing there, watching this offensive line try and go and do it. So, yeah, I very much, I will mea culpa, my bad. I was doing a little too much, maybe got caught up too much in the motion. But, I get a little bit more concerned about the notion of, hey, C.J. Stroud out there, especially for an extended period of time. Although, like, the way that C.J. Stroud played, it's still going to leave a really, a bad taste in my mouth just inherently about the way he played as opposed to, like, resting, but the possibility for injury, at least I'm able to focus on it a little bit better when I remember, you've got movement happening on the offensive line again here. We welcome in the fellas from the drive for this evening.
What's happening, guys? Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year to you, fellas.
Happy New Year to you, too.
That's Sean Bijani. Got Luke Morrow in town with the nice H-Town hat. Fellas, how we living?
Doing about as good as expected on the first
I don't know. You seem like you're not doing that great because right now it looks like your hands
as good as expected.
I don't know. Did you expect to have your hand all wrapped up like that?
On New Year's Eve, no.
You went hard. You went hard in the paint drinking, huh?
Went hard in the paint. I did drink, but it didn't to do with drinking
sure. That's what everybody says.
No.
Oh, no, I just slipped. Yeah, okay.
No. My day took a turn for, like it could only go up like by 7:45 yesterday morning. I was trying to do a good deed.
Yeah.
I wound up at Lowe's. I was picking something up for my dad. And it was a big cooler, right?
Okay.
Like, you put a whole bunch like the Gatorade coolers kind of a thing. And so I put that in the back of my truck, and I was like, you know what? Like, I can't close my tailgate, so I need to buy some toe straps. So I go in there and I buy some toe straps, and I'm trying to, cut the the little twisty ties off of the toe straps with a knife, and it slipped through. It cut through, and it sliced the inside of my thumb on the other side. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to need stitches.
So it was that bad?
Yeah, it was bad. Like, I threw my knife in the truck, went right back into Lowe's, washed my hand off, got paper towels, went up to the front desk where I just picked everything up, and you go, what's wrong with you? And it's like, I need a Band-Aid, please. Slapped the Band-Aid on, went to 3 different urgent cares, and then...
so you didn't even just hit one urgent care. You had to hit 3?
I had to hit 3.
All right, so what was wrong with the urgent care?
So the first one I went to, they looked at it and said, yep, you need stitches. And I was like, I know.
Yeah.
And
Glad
then
they were on
like,
the same page.
Yeah, well, we don't take your insurance. And I was like, fantastic.
Yeah.
So
Why
I
am I
left.
here?
I went one down the street about 10 minutes, and they didn't open until 9. Well, it was like 8:30.
Oh, God.
So I was like, yeah, I need stitches now.
Yeah.
And then so I went to one around the corner, and then they were open, but I had to wait an hour.
Oh.
So did that, and then that feeling like where a doctor, you trust in the doctor to have done this before.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was like the first in a long time. So here I am.
This goes here. No, doesn't go there.
I was very angry yesterday, and I woke up very angry today, but I'm better now.
Okay. So, Luke, are you prepared to do the show solo if something goes wrong?
If I start bleeding out because my stitches pop open or something,
because it sounds like they might not be the highest quality. To be completely honest. Man,
fun times.
All right. So outside of that, good New Year's Eve for you?
Yes, it was
Sounds
awesome.
like it. Drinking on pain pills.
Yeah. You always want to mix pills and alcohol.
No pain pills, but it was plenty of craft beer and topped off by some vodka and some really good whiskey.
Atta baby.
There you go.
Yeah.
I love to hear
Atta
it.
baby.
Very good. All right. Well, I know that your New Year's Day will be great because you guys are running a drive. And
yes,
everybody listening, you will enjoy yourself as well hanging out with these fine fellows. We're done for the day. We got you tomorrow as well, right here on Sports Radio 610. So. Y'all have a wonderful evening with these fine folks. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, the drive is live.
Yeah, there we go. We still got the Metallica working. The drive's still live. I wouldn't expect me to talk about like my jacked up hand for the first few minutes of the show, but that's all good. It happens, man. Luke Morrow, the guy with the best Twitter handle at the station, as far as I'm concerned. Morrow on the mic. I just love that one. Luke is in with me for the next 4 hours. My man, Happy New Year officially.
Happy New Year, yeah. To be here.
It's gonna be badass, man. I'm looking forward to it. It was good to listen to John and Reggie. Feel like they haven't been together in a long time. But it was fun listening to you guys.
Baby.
Yeah, it was fun listening to you guys on the way in and chilling in the other room. Glad to have some kind of normalcy while all the other lazy asses take the day off. So it's all good.
Sean and Seth were in.
Like today, but they've taken their liberties here recently, which is well deserved. They bust their ass. They do a good job. Happy New Year to everybody out there listening in the great city of Houston and beyond. We appreciate you. Byron Matthews producing. He too is in for a lazy ass named Tyler Milner today, which is all good. We'll show him some love. T. Mills, the man. Hit us up. Be a part of the show on this great and beautiful New Year's in the city of Houston. 713-572-4610. 572-4610. You can call. You can text. You can be a part of the show that way. Hit us up on Twitter, as I mentioned, at Morrow on the mic, at Sean Bijani for myself. Now, it's not Morrow as in M-O-R-R-O-W. It's M-A-U-R-O on the mic.
Yeah.
At Morrow on the mic.
The official way, not the Americanized version.
Official way. Yeah, baby. Twitch and YouTube. You got that pulled up. You can watch the show. You can see my jacked up hand. It's beautifully wrapped, courtesy of the lovely and talented Miss Bijani, my wife. Appreciate her. We'll do that, and I'm sure I'll talk about the situation a little bit later on and maybe voice some of my 2024 frustrations, get them off my chest as we enter 2025. As far as like New Year's go, like we're all different ages. Like I think you're in your 30s, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, you're in your 30s. I'm in my early 40s, and Byron is very much in his 20s. 27. So, how the hell did we celebrate last night? How did you guys take in the New Year?
I celebrated at home. Now I was up for midnight. I was up beyond midnight, but just at home. It was a good time. But I I guess regardless of my age, I'm always of the school of thought that I think New Year's is always better, like at a house party or at home, than trying to go out and do something.
Agreed.
The restaurants, like if you try to do like a fancy dinner, it's always a restricted menu. You can only get one of 3 things. They charge you $200. Every place is busy.
You've been there, done that, it sounds like.
Yeah, last year I was like, we're staying home this year. Forget that. So, you go to bars, it's packed. Anyways, no matter my age, I always prefer being at home. That's what we did last night. It was fun. It was
You're kind of an old soul, would you say?
For sure.
Yeah.
My brothers called me Buick growing up because only old people drive Buicks. And I always seemed like older than I was.
Yeah, I that's not bad advice. It took me well into my 30s before I wanted to come around and do that, and I'm glad I have. But even though last night I was at a house party, it was at my brother-in-law's. We had fireworks. We had the kids over. They're riding scooters, just playing around. It was a great time. Like the dads that were there, myself and I was a bad influence, I guess. To some degree, we bought a whole bunch of fireworks, had the Roman candles, and I don't know if you guys used to do this, stupidly, younger years. We had Roman candle wars. That means we were shooting each other with Roman candles. Nobody got hit. We made sure of it because I guess they decided to play it a little bit safer because they already knew that Bijani had a really bad day or a start to the day. He sliced your hand open. So, we're not going to make it worse. So we were 35 yards apart and it was kind of like Battleship, right? We were just, aiming in the general direction of the party and not really trying to hit them, but, make them move a little bit. So that was fun. And I had some really good whiskey as a topper last night. And I got to be honest with you, I had way more than I normally do. This was the first New Year's Eve that I had actually stayed up past midnight, I would say, in maybe the last 5 years or so.
Wow.
We're usually in bed. I mean, granted, I have a 4-year-old. So
that's
the
fair.
last 4 years, 3-4 years, has just been different life situation-wise for me. So
I don't blame you. This is the first time I was at home for New Year's in the Central Time Zone, I think ever. I grew up on the Eastern Time Zone. So,
you're a Connecticut guy, right?
Yeah. So my point, though, is I'm always used to, obviously, ball dropping, Times Square, New York City. That's the New Year's you have on TV. Last night, the coverage after 11 p.m. Central Time is horrendous on every network. There's still New Year's for 2/3 of the country.
Yeah.
And it was ridiculous. It was terrible.
Everybody's plastered, whoever's doing the hosting on the
but they do
Times Square thing.
Well, I get that. They already had their New Year's. But once you hit 11 o'clock Central Time, they switch over to Austin, Texas, or Chicago.
Yeah.
States and cities that are still waiting for their New Year's. And yet last night, the one we had on TV, they were interviewing some barbecue chef when it hit midnight. There was no acknowledgement of midnight. I think it was CNN was in Austin, Texas. We were flipping around ABC, CNN, CBS, whatever. We were looking for something. And they didn't even acknowledge it. It hit midnight here in Texas, and they were interviewing some random lady about, her barbecue.
That's about right.
Yeah, I was like, what? What's going on here?
Unfortunately, that fits all too well.
Byron? No acknowledgement.
Byron, what'd you do last night?
I literally just stayed at home.
Chilling?
Yeah, my mom's doing a whole bunch of cooking today. So
once I'm off, y'all do the whole New Year's Day thing where you eat the cabbage and the black-eyed peas.
Yeah, that's what she usually makes. But usually she makes her gumbo on Christmas. Ooh. But this year she elected to make it today.
Seafood?
So I can't eat seafood, but yeah, she has seafood for her and my dad, and I have one that's just chicken and sausage.
Oh, there you go. Look at your nice mom making the Byron special.
No, for sure.
Yeah,
it took years for me to finally ask for it because she always made it with seafood. My family would come over, and then one day I was just like, "Can you make one without the seafood so I don't feel left out?" So we've been going. I think she's been making mine for 7 years now. So
that's very, very cool. Hey, nothing wrong with that, man. I was just glad I got to kind of cut loose a little bit last night for the first time in years. It was nostalgic. My wife turned out to be DJ last night, and so she pulled up all old grunge rock from the 90s, and so we're jamming to Eve 6 and Goo Goo Dolls and little Kurt Cobain, and it was just very I felt like I was back in 8th, 9th, 10th. It was kind of cool. And then, we topped it off by shooting each other with fireworks. It was very, very nice.
Just like you were in 8th and 9th grade again, which is great.
Yes.
I think New Year's Day is better than New Year's Eve, though. I mean, if you go out and you party, and I do as well, it's fun. But I always love New Year's Day, it's the recovery day, so you don't feel bad laying around. You get the gumbo going. You have the football on TV. You're off of work.
Yeah.
You just sit around.
Well, that's the thing. Like last night, you're talking about watching all the New Year's Eve, festivities. Like that's probably the first time in my adult, coherent life that I had not watched any New Year's Eve coverage. And I don't really feel bad about it.
No,
because to be honest with you, even when Dick Clark was still alive and doing his thing, it wasn't the same in the last few years.
Yeah,
and it's kind of like SNL has become for me. It's not appointment TV anymore. We had it on the football game last night. It wasn't a good football game, but it was sports, and it was live sports, live entertainment.
Yeah,
that's what we were watching last night, and listening to music and doing that stuff. But it really used to be awesome to have the New York thing on, watching the ball drop, because for the rest of the country, I don't know how everybody else feels. Probably there's a far more disdain towards New York these days than maybe in years past. But I don't know. That was our New Year's Eve. We'd sat at the house with my grandparents when I was younger. We watched the New York ball drop, and we celebrated with them, and then we went to bed. We were in bed at Central Time midnight. You know what I'm saying?
Not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad. The best one now is you watch Andy Cohen and Anderson Cooper get hammered on TV and then just see what ridiculous things they're going to say.
Were they sloppy again last night?
Oh, yeah. From what I saw, I didn't watch much.
Yeah.
But even just clips online. And then you have to wait for the apology the next day from CNN or from them or whatever. But that's the best part of New Year's.
I was watching a video the other day. Whenever I guess Steve Harvey hosted, and he had Gronk on there. And apparently do you remember this?
Oh,
Because I don't remember it happening. I just always seen the clips. I couldn't tell you if it was 2 years ago or 7 years ago.
Yeah,
I had no clue.
Here.
But there was a Lego-sized version of Steve Harvey on the stage, and Gronk had an old leather football helmet on, and he was being Gronk on the stage and walking around, and he grabs this Steve Harvey Lego bust and just smashes it on the ground and kicks it, and Harvey's it looked like he was having a little fun with it, but I think deep down he was genuinely pissed off because it took a lot of time and effort for whoever did that.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm assuming he probably wanted to keep that.
Yeah, even more so than that. There's been some allegations in the years since about Steve Harvey, how he treats people that work for him.
Oh, I've heard that.
Kind of
yeah.
like the Ellen DeGeneres
I was going to say Ellen, yeah.
So I don't know if he's the friendliest guy. So he probably was legitimately ticked off that Gronk smashed this Lego version of him.
Yeah,
it's probably a bruise to the ego.
I'm guessing he didn't say a damn thing to Gronk about it though, off air.
No, he probably didn't say a word to him the rest of the night. Just had that pouty face that he dons from time to time. And then Gronk at the Brady roast, smashed the shot glass, and the glass got into it, hit the people in the front row.
I immediately felt awkward. I watched that. I was looking forward to it. I immediately felt awkward for him because somebody's not feeling great. Somebody has shards of glass on them. I didn't know if they were hurt at the time. Turns out somebody did get cut. I think
so. Yeah.
But yeah, that was one of those weird moments. This was it the Snickers commercial, want to get away?
Yeah, right.
Immediately.
Yeah, it's jumped the shark.
Yeah,
stop with the spiking of everything.
Yeah, kind of like I told you with when I sliced my hand open yesterday. It was yeah, I'm gonna need stitches. Damn it.
It's tough.
And it's just a huge womp womp on the rest of the day. Whatever, man. I feel to kind of pivot. Speaking of womp womp moments, when the Texans lost to the Ravens the way that they did on Christmas, albeit. I feel from that point on, it was really a down in the dumps, for Texan fans moving forward. Do you remember the term found money last year? I got so tired of hearing that term and talking about it. The Texans, who nobody expected the season that they had last year. It's kind of house money. They're playing with house money. That's what I was trying to say. House money. And it feels like every bit of that going forward this year, it's just a formality. Let's get through week 18. Let's get through, getting bounced out of the first round by whomever it's going to be, Steelers, Chargers, Ravens, whoever, and concentrate on the offseason because they got a lot of things to figure out, a lot of work to do. Maybe a new OC, new O-line, all that stuff. I felt that way when Tank Dell went down. That's when I felt like the Texans season had really kind of come to a screeching halt. Maybe not even screeching because it felt like it was pitter-pattering along even before that, just from an offensive standpoint. But when you got Tank and Nico, and Mixon and Stroud and those guys are healthy, and what they've been doing on defense up until that Ravens game, you felt pretty good about it. And it's just, I wonder if you're a week removed now. Here it is, Wednesday. Christmas was last Wednesday. We're a week removed from it. Are you feeling a little different, at least? I'm not going to say maybe better, but are you feeling less like, the rest of this season, this Week 18 game against the Titans coming up included, and whatever round one holds for the Texans, are you feeling less, pessimistic about the situation going forward? Because I am. And for nothing else, there's one, if not just two reasons why I do feel optimistic going forward about this Texans team. And I want to know what you guys think. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. We'll talk about that. College football playoff games. There was the Boise State-Penn State game last night. Penn State made easy work of Boise State. What was it, 31-14? I believe it was.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now they move on to the semifinal in the Orange Bowl. They'll await the winner of the nightcap game tonight, Notre Dame and Georgia.
Well, yeah.
It would have been. Yeah. It would have been. It's moved. We don't know officially to what though. It's going to be played tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't know what time.
Yeah, I know there was talks that it was originally scheduled for 7:45 Central Time tonight. There was talks of keeping that tomorrow, but I saw Pete Thamel had the report that the teams are hoping for an earlier kickoff because whoever wins tomorrow has to play Penn State, but Penn State played yesterday. So that's a 2-day rest advantage because that game in the semifinal will be a week from tomorrow. So it's going to be a normal game week for either Notre Dame or Georgia, but Penn State's going to have 2 extra days. So long story short, these teams are hoping to play this game as soon as possible so that there isn't such a rest gap between them and their opponent.
I'll tell you what, Luke, if there is any criticism, if there is any opinion that, we hear things about Penn State's got arrested. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I mean, this is a real life situation that caused this. I mean, if you don't know, and I would imagine there's probably a few segments of people out there, Luke, at 2:14 in the afternoon on New Year's Day that don't know. Guess what? You just broke news to me like an hour ago. The reason why that was the case, and that is because there was a terrorist attack. In and around the Superdome area.
It was on Bourbon Street.
It was on Bourbon Street. Okay.
Yeah, as people were celebrating New Year's Eve last night.
And so there was a truck that an individual had driven, onto Bourbon Street and got out and started firing, his weapon at patrons on the street. Ended up killing, as far as reports that I'd seen, at least 50, and dozens of others, incurred injuries. They have since got and killed the individual. So the investigation's ongoing, but I don't want to hear anything from a sports matter like why there's a rest advantage and this is not fair, da-da-da-da. There's nothing you can do about that situation. It happened, and you just pray for all the people that were involved, the families, friends of everybody involved, and that unfortunate situation. I mean, that's just unthinkable. I couldn't believe it when you told me. I saw a headline this morning, Superdome security, and I'm like, okay, bowl game. Mm-hmm. It's a bowl game. They ramped up security, da-da-da-da. It's New Year's, whatever. I didn't think anything of it. I just totally glossed over it. I mean, I hadn't watched any news, any TV this morning, and what little sports radio I listened to on the way in, it was John and Reggie. I didn't hear that. So you broke the news to me. It's just a crazy situation that unfortunately unfolded.
Yeah, it's awful. It's horrendous. I mean, you go out to celebrate New Year's. This is the last thing you have in mind that's going to happen in New Orleans. And for those that are curious, why can't they still play a football game? Whatever. Tonight, almost 24 hours later, they had found homemade explosives on the scene. So anyways, it's another terrible part of the story, but they have to check. They want to check the whole area and the whole city to make sure there's nothing else that's going to be going on. Yeah. God forbid you try to play a football game tonight and, something else happens. You couldn't live with yourself. So they just want to make sure everything is good to go in New Orleans before they actually kick off the game, which they expect to be tomorrow. Give them 24 hours to make sure, the city's on lockdown, if you will, that it's safe, and then we can play football tomorrow.
It's not even just that game because, it's that game in that location. Your first question, at least I know mine would be, and was earlier, okay, if they targeted New Orleans, well, that's not the only bowl game going on. Mm-hmm. I know they got one off last night, Penn State, Boise State, and Texas and Arizona State, which is currently playing. We'll give you an update here just momentarily on that one. But you've got to make sure that this is not like bowl game related. Like if there's, you're trying to connect the dots. You're trying to figure out like, all right, well, where else could this possibly be, being targeted? So they could take all the time they absolutely need in terms of these types of investigations. I could care less about a college football game being played within 24 hours of the time that it was originally scheduled, or 48 or 72, to be quite honest with you. Rest advantage, disadvantage doesn't matter to me. But we will keep you updated on all of that stuff going forward. We got you till 6 o'clock today. Nothing changes for us. Just Ron and Clint are out. Myself, Sean Bijani, Luke Morrow are in. Texas currently leading Arizona State 17-3 with about 8.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter there. Coming up next, though, I told you I wanted to talk a little bit about the Texans and why I think there's at least two reasons to be encouraged going into this Week 18 game, and one thing, maybe two, that we can be happy about from a Texans perspective. We'll talk about why and what those are next. It's Sports Radio 610. Stay put.
Will they?
Choppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
With Deontay, adding him to our team, is a guy who has talent. He's done it, at a high level for other teams. It's bounced around a little bit here. As I mentioned to him, of course, it's a clean slate starting with me. It really doesn't matter what has happened in the past or what the narrative is about you. You come here and everything is a fresh start. And so we'll see how he can help us, what he can add to our team, on the field and off the field.
That was Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans from earlier this week talking about one of the Texans' newest additions, Deontay Johnson, whom they claimed off of waivers about 9-10 days ago. Sean Bijani and Luke Morrow in for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner. Byron Matthews in for T-Mill today. We got you till 6 o'clock. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610. You can call. Phone lines are open. We'll take your phone calls. You can text as well, Twitch, YouTube, tweet at us, all kinds of different ways you can be a part of the show. We'd appreciate it. Now, I wasted about I'd say hour to an hour and a half talking about Deontay Johnson 9 days ago with Patrick Creighton when Area 45 was doing 10-2 for the fellas in the loop. And I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. It was a great conversation. Really good questions were being asked. And I thought, hey, well, this is why you make this kind of a move. This is why you put a claim in on a guy like Deontay Johnson, who's 28 years old, obviously with a very high skill set, good football players, been 1,000+ yard receiver before this in his career, in his 6-year NFL career. This is why you make this move, because you're playing his former team, the Baltimore Ravens. Drain him for intel, throw him out there. Just make the opposing defensive coordinator think a little bit. I mean, who knows that defense better than the guy that went against them every day in practice? Why not? For 20 minutes, that guy was technically active, at least as far as the knowing public understood things. And then Sean Pendergast on the countdown to kickoff got a note from somebody that said, whoopsie. In fact, Deontay Johnson will not be active today. In fact, the guy with no more appendix in Cade Stover will be. He's going to take his place on the active roster today. And so I was like, womp, womp. However, I think still going into Week 18 and into the postseason, which the Texans are absolutely guaranteed to be in, Deontay Johnson is one of maybe two reasons why, Luke, I'm still very confident that this Texans team can make a little noise this postseason. There's 18 weeks in the season now. And I think for when it's a 16-game schedule, we felt this way, okay, you know who this team is, you know what they're capable of. Yeah, but do you? When it's not every year a team that is sputtering offensively has a guy like Deontay Johnson drop into their lap. It may be a beautiful thing. It may be an absolute nothing burger. But I think for everything that he has shown from an athletic and football standpoint to be his first 6 years, this could be a really good thing for the Texans offensively if it works out. And we're going to find out just how well it could work on Sunday against the Titans.
Yeah, I really liked the move, bringing him in. I mean, I remember going back, whatever it was, 2.5 months ago, I was in with Ron in the same time slot. And at the time, that was right around the trade deadline, and Amari Cooper was getting traded, and he was talking about options for the Chiefs. And at that time, I brought up, go out and get Deontay Johnson. I'm a big fan of his. I think he's a really good wide receiver. And as a Chiefs fan, Ron, like the idea, add him to Kansas City. Him and Mahomes would be great. So I say all that because I think he could bring a lot to the table. I think he's a talented weapon. My concern is just time. Because if you go back and you look, a lot of receivers, in fact, the majority of wide receivers that make changes midseason don't really match the production they had prior to that move. In fact, if you crunch the numbers, only 37% of wide receivers traded midseason put up better numbers on a game-to-game basis after the trade. Mm-hmm. So that's, just over a third. So point being, 2/3 of the time, it doesn't work out you want or, to the same level as that player was performing before. Now, for the Texans, anything you get from Deontay Johnson at this point would be great, and that'd be gravy. But my concern is just time. We saw Devontae Adams go to the Jets, and him and Rodgers now are clicking, but it took like a month, and those two guys played together for years just to get back on the same page. So I think if this was earlier in the season, absolutely, like if you had a runway here of a month to get on the same page with Johnson in this offense for the playoffs, I would be excited. My concern is just there's just not enough time to get that impact from him in the playoffs like maybe you would like to see.
Yeah, that's fair. You know, the question that I would have, and good job by you on having, the stats to kind of back that up. Would you say 37% of the level of production relative to what that particular player did on his previous team?
Right, before the trade, yeah.
Here would be my question, though. What is the margin, if it's a positive or negative, what's the margin in terms of production that particular player is bringing your team, like the Texans in this case, relative to what they had been getting before?
That's fair.
And I wouldn't make it a direct comparison at all to what Tank Dell gave the Texans when he'd started to kind of get clicking within this offense, and C.J. Stroud his last couple of 3 weeks. It might not have always lent itself out in terms of catches or yards per reception or total yards, touchdowns, whatever for Tank Dell. But if you just watched him, I'd say about 4 weeks prior to his injury and the day that he got injured, Luke, you could see like Tank was being looked at a little bit more often in situations than he'd had been earlier this season. There was more of I think, intent on getting him the ball in certain situations, and he just looked more natural in getting the ball. He looked kind of like Tank did last year. And I would be looking at Deontay Johnson, and you're going to have one regular season game to kind of create this number that we don't know if it's going to mean anything, but what does he look like against the Titans relative to what John Mechie, some combination of John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, and Robert Woods, and Jared Wayne, and whoever, looked without Deontay Johnson, without Tank Dell, because you've had to go through multiple situations, 2 years, whether you've been without Nico or you've been without Tank Dell, you've been without Stephon Diggs, for much of this season. Would you lose him like after week 5 or 6? I'd felt like it was fairly early. So that's what you'd have to go off on. I'm with you. It's just time is not on the Texans' side relative to what Deontay Johnson can bring you. Time is not on the Texans' side relative to all of the things that we want them to correct that may actually be correctable within, a 14-day layoff, whatever it is between games? I don't know, but sometimes things just click. And I go back to when people were all in on Bobby Slowick last year. I think it was after the Jacksonville Jaguars game. It could have been after the Pittsburgh Steelers game. They started off 0-2, but then they go on the road. They get right offensively against the Jags. They do what they do, like the birth of Stroud to Dell. Like, that was awesome.
Yeah.
And then you kick the Steelers' ass here in front of 75% Steeler fans, 30-6. And I think somebody asked Bobby Slowick. I know somebody asked. It might have been me. I can't remember, but it was like, hey, what's changed between the first 2 weeks and now? And it's like, well, he admitted it. I had my boat rocked, against the Ravens. And, we kind of figured some stuff out in the second half against the Colts. But he goes, we went back to the drawing board, just kind of wiped the slate clean and started from scratch. And I don't know what that means. He's never really explained in full what exactly that meant. But if you can kind of have that realization after an entire offseason of you getting that job, and preparing this offense with the personnel that you thought and you were going to have at your disposal, and you're able to flip script like within the first month and a half of the season, well, why can't you do that after a greater sample size in the course of a regular season and all of a sudden say, you know what? If there's ever a time for us to try X, Y, and Z, it's now. Whether it be against the Titans or maybe you wait and do enact that light bulb moment in round 1 of the playoffs against whatever it's going to be, the Steelers, the Chargers, or the Ravens.
I agree with you. I mean, my grandfather always used to have an expression, and it was more about raising kids than running an offense, but he would always say, it's easier to bend a smaller tree than a bigger tree, meaning like, you have to nip these habits in the butt when they're young, as opposed to it's easier to shape a kid when he's a toddler than when he's a teenager.
Yeah.
So I guess similar with an offense, like maybe it's easier to reshape things in September, early in the season, as opposed to week 18. I don't know. But wouldn't it be? It would be phenomenal if all this time Slowick was like saving all these things up his sleeve for the playoffs. That this was all like a Machiavellian approach where he was intentionally showing like this poor offense for these couple weeks, and then they come out in the playoffs and they're just like high flying, and Deontay Johnson's making big plays.
What was it? The Browns game last year, first round of the playoffs. Do you remember the first play? It's like, boom, what was it, 75 yards to Nico Collins, like right up the seam? Am I remembering that correctly?
Well, they hit the Colts game, right? 75 to.
That was the Colts game.
Yeah,
that's
to
where
Nico Collins. Yeah,
I was like, which one was it? It was either the Colts or the Browns, but I thought they had a big one early on against the Browns too. I could be wrong, but yeah, that's the play that I'm talking about. Regardless of who it was against, it was a big game, a must-win situation for them, and boom. That's what the Texans have not been able to get with any regularity this year, like they were last season, is that big, explosive, game-changing type of play.
Mm-hmm. And that's the tricky part about Sunday with the Titans is you want to make sure you're clicking and on the same page, but I think you also want to make sure you don't tip your hand on any of your best stuff or even any new stuff that maybe you want to implement for the playoffs. So there's like this balance you have to keep that if you are going to play Stroud and the starters, you want to use this opportunity like, hey, this is our last tune-up before the playoffs, or we have to be clicking on all cylinders, so we got to kick it in gear Sunday against the Titans. However, at the same time, like you also don't want to expose any sort of things you've been working on or hiding specifically for the playoffs. So you have to do it without maybe going all on the offense in a sense so that you can still save some things or bring some tricks out of the bag for the Steelers or whoever it might be the following week.
That is maybe the biggest question going in is how the Texans approach this game against the Tennessee Titans. You know, I've been on both sides of the fence going into today in that, hey, look, you don't need to play anybody. Health is the most important thing. This is multiple times now this season where C.J. Stroud either has said himself or he has said to somebody else, i.e. Kirk Herbstreit, was it week 9 on that Thursday night football game? He told him that he was a little banged up at that point in time. Mm-hmm. I don't need to hear any more of that. Like, he's got from a Wednesday all the way to a week 18 Sunday against the Titans to get healthy. Give him that extra week. You know, why not? What do you need to see from the starters that have had 17 games, 16 games already, whatever, to show you what they're capable of? Like, what do they need to do in a regular season game that would be put on film for your opposition to see and study and gain an advantage from that you can't accomplish behind closed doors, so to speak, in practice? That's a question. 713-572-4610. He's Luke Morrow. Sean Bijani, Byron Matthews in for T-Mill as well. If you'd like to weigh in on that, hey, we're here for you. Coming up next, should Texan fans prefer a Titans win on Sunday? That is a question that not only Luke Morrow has, but one longtime AFC South reporter. We will discuss next.
The holidays are a time for reflection on what matters most and the relation that makes.
Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I want to see our guys go out and just gain that confidence just from doing ball the right way. And that you gain confidence by that. You want to have that. You want to be playing your best ball at this point of the year. So that's what I want our guys to feel. Tennessee's a tough matchup. Again, they got us here earlier in the year, really tough matchup for us. So we know we have to play our best ball versus them, divisional opponent. It's always a tough matchup, and so we have our work cut out for us. I want to see our guys go out and just play the right way and gain some confidence going into the postseason.
Here we go. That's really, at the end of the day, Luke, all that matters is their confidence level. And that was D'Amico Ryans earlier this week, meeting with the media, talking about how important it is for his team to just play better against the Tennessee Titans. We talked about, well, hey, one of the biggest questions is, well, the starters, are they going to play? And what iteration of them is going to play? And how long are they going to play? That was his mindset earlier this week, as well as this, when he was asked about the balance of wanting momentum from a Week 18 game against Tennessee to protecting his guys.
Yeah, there is a balance there. But for us right now, I think it's a feel for where your team is at this point of the season. And for me right now, our team needs to be playing better before we head into the postseason. So, we'll see where we are and how the game goes, and of course, be smart about what we're doing and be intentional about everything that we're doing, knowing what we have ahead of us. But I still want our guys to go out and play good football.
All right, he said we'll see how the game goes. That was earlier this week. Moments ago, as D'Amico Ryans is meeting with the media, was asked again how long does he plan on playing the starters, and he again said, quote, "We will see how the game goes." That tells me, if I was to connect the dots, Luke, that the starters are going to do just that, and that is start. The question is for how long, and that is going to be predicated on, again, how the game goes.
Yeah, and I would say, how well, they're playing. If you see the offense clicking, if you see what you were hoping to get out of them, almost like a preseason game, right? You put them out there for however long it is. Maybe it's a quarter, maybe it's a half, maybe you play them into the fourth quarter. And because the result on the scoreboard doesn't make a difference for the Texans. So it's more about how well the guys are clicking or just getting their reps, because maybe you don't want too much of a layoff before a playoff game. But it's all, it just depends on how they go out there and play. Now, if they go out there and the offense is continuing to struggle and they end up playing the whole game and you still don't, really play the way you want, I don't know, does that do more harm than good for the team heading into the playoffs on what might be another mental, stinker Sunday for that offense? And it's like, oh, great, we didn't put it together again.
Yeah.
And now here come the Steelers in a playoff game.
See, what you just said is, hey, if the offense goes out there and it is not playing well for the whole game, like, do you think that if the offense goes out there, just let's talk specifically about the offense, if they go out there and they just look as disjointed as they'd had all season long, just not able to put any consistent drive together, the communication is lacking, the offensive line. Now, look, if the offensive line is giving up, free hitters, on C.J. Stroud, then I don't think there's any situation that you use the sentence all game long. Like, you got to pull them. Yeah, at some point. And when do you decide to do that? Like, if Stroud's taking hits and you're midway through the second quarter, it's just like, okay, Davis, get in there, big cat. We got to be smart about this situation. I don't see a situation where the offense is out there all game long. I think this is very much like old school preseason game 3. Like, you give the offense, a quarter and a half, i.e. maybe 3-4 drives to put something together, and then you call it.
Yeah. Now, wait. Well, let me ask you, where are you on the situation? What would you want to see from Stroud or this offense in terms of playing time on Sunday? What are you hoping to see?
I told you before, like, I was cool with them not playing at all in terms of Stroud particularly, and if you wanted to hold Nico out, cool, I'd be fine with that. Give some guys, run as well, but the risk that you run there, as you do with any game, but it's magnified by a lot because it's the final regular season game, is injury.
Yeah.
Like, you want to be as healthy as you possibly can be going into an elimination game. This is not an elimination game. This is a draft game for the Tennessee Titans. Where are they going to be drafting? If they win, shame on them because they're going to lose, a handful of slots in the upcoming NFL draft. If they lose, then they will have done the job that the Texans and a lot of fans, who am I kidding? All fans thought they should have done 2 years ago, which is lose against the Colts and get the number 1 pick locked up. That's kind of the situation the Titans are. They go as number 2 in the draft, if I'm correct in that thinking. But and we'll get to that in a second. I'm good with D'Amico, and it's clear now that he wants to see his guys go out there and play good ball for a limited amount of time. What's good enough for him? A quarter? A half? I think I don't need to see anything more than a half of football from my starters at most.
I'm with you in the sense that I think it'll be treated like, one of those old school preseason games. I'm of the school of thought, though, I wouldn't play C.J. Stroud this weekend, and I've said this on these airwaves. I said it last week, but I wouldn't play Stroud because I think he would actually benefit more from the mental time off. I think at this point we've had a large enough sample size of 16 games that I don't think one game against the Titans is going to cure these things. It might help. It could help progress this offense in the right direction. But I look back at a lot of young quarterbacks because I think sometimes we forget that Stroud, of course, is still a very young quarterback in this league.
Yeah.
And you look at like Bryce Young, who it was different. He got benched. He spent a couple weeks on the bench, but he's played a lot better since he came back in. Sam Darnold didn't play last year. He was on the sideline with the Niners. Again, different. It was a whole season, not just 1 week at the end of the year. But even some other guys. Will Levis came back down to earth. But originally, when he was inserted back into the lineup, he was playing his best football. Mm-hmm. Anthony Richardson, originally, same idea. He came crashing back down to earth. But when he got benched for Flacco, came back in, started playing a lot better. So I think when these young guys can just take some time back, or take some time to step back, release that mental load of having to prepare for a game this week, and you can just relax and you can do things differently and watch the film. There's not as much pressure on you, and you get to watch the game from the sideline. You have the headset on. You hear the coaches. You talk to people on the side, whatever. I think that can be a real help. And for Stroud, if he doesn't play on Sunday, that would be, depending on when the Texans' playoff game is, Saturday or Sunday, it'd be 17 or 18 days in between games. And I think that could be beneficial. If you go back and you look, Stroud's best game based off of quarterback rating, so statistically his best game since September was the first game out of the bye week where he had an extra week to sit back, game prep as well.
That was Miami?
Yeah. Statistically. I know the offense still wasn't great, but that was the best statistical performance Stroud has had since September this year, was when he had some extra time to get ready for that game and relax. So, I don't know how much good can come from running the offense back out there, even if they play well. It's a one-game sample size as opposed to just like, hey, take this week off. Don't worry about it. Let's get ready for the playoffs. Let's regroup. Let's work on these things. And you don't have to – you can focus on getting ready for the playoffs instead of the stress of getting ready for what is essentially a meaningless game on Sunday in Nashville.
I hear everything you're saying, and I cannot vehemently disagree. I cannot stand upon the hill that I've created for myself and die on it and say, no, Stroud needs to play. I can hear that argument. What does he feel like he needs to do? That is where I would ultimately, stand is, does Stroud, because look, players want to play. Of course. I'll start by saying that. Yeah. Players want to freaking play. And would Stroud, is Stroud in the on the bandwagon that says, yeah, look, I just need reps. In particular, like our new weapon, Deontay Johnson, I need to throw him some against some live bullets. You can only get so much from jog throughs in practice, and how much full speed practice are you going to get where he's breaking in and out of routes. And again, cool. You could do far worse than him going up against Derek Stingley in practice or Kamari Lassiter in practice. You get to see that, and that's some of the best competition that the NFL can offer, at least at this point in time. So if you can answer the question for D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud himself, like, yes, I can accomplish everything that I need to accomplish with keeping Deontay Johnson's comfortability in mind, along with John Mechie, who has been targeted far more here in recent weeks than ever before in his career, and he's coming along. He's made some plays. He's missed some plays, but he's made some plays as well, and it's given you at least a shred of confidence in that, this is an option, and maybe a legitimate option to step up in Tank Dell's absence, somebody else for Stroud to look at that's not named Nico Collins. And that's what you need. If you can accomplish that confidently in 15, 16, 17 days of practice and you don't need this game, I'm all for it. I only they have the answers to that. We've seen it, I guess, before, right? And here's where I lie. It's like, okay, if you're going to ask over the course of these last 2 years, right, whether it be a John Mechie or an Xavier Hutchinson, a Jared Wayne, a Steven Sims once upon a time ago, to like be active and be a guy that is going to be a legitimate option for Stroud in the game because of injuries or whatever. And they're not catching balls all week long, from CJ Stroud in practice. Not all the time. Some of them are just like game time decisions. And if you can make it work at that point in time, why couldn't you make it work, with rest, and you don't need to see it against an opponent like Tennessee that's playing for you, a meaningless game? Why can't you accomplish that in practice? Because we've seen it before with this team, with these players, and we see it all the time across the league. That's where I'd be. 713-572-4610, 572-4610 if you want to weigh in. Coming up next, we'll actually get to what we wanted to get to. Paul Kaharski, who has covered the AFC South for many, many years, had an article and I think answered some of the questions that you, Luke, had in regards to the Tennessee Titans and what they should be concentrating their efforts on and how that's going to make Texan fans and the players, in fact, themselves feel. We'll get to it next. It's 3 o'clock, Sports Radio 610. Stay put.
This is a Texan. Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, look, we got 2 weeks in front of us, so first and foremost, the focus will be on Tennessee, kind of go through a normal week. Got the extra day yesterday with the kind of the bonus Monday, if you will. Tuesday, it was a normal off day, and then we'll finish out the week Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, travel Saturday, play Tennessee on Sunday. Have an idea probably who we're playing, when we're playing after the Tennessee game. So back to work, back to business, and that's where we are.
That was Texans general manager Nick Caserio talking about what lies ahead of them this week going into the Titans game. You can hear that entire interview in full coming up after our show this evening. We're out at 6 o'clock, and that means Texans All Access begins. They'll have that entire interview with Nick Caserio at that point in time, so make sure you keep it locked in here on Sports Radio 610 to hear that. Sean Bijani and Luke Morrow along with Byron Matthews today in for the fellas on the drive. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to be a part of the show. 572-4610. So, Luke, you had a question for me before the show. We posed it to the audience in regards to the Tennessee Titans and what their line of thinking should be going into their game against the Texans on Week 18.
Yeah, I was wondering this earlier in the week. And because I haven't really heard this conversation from the Texans side, maybe that provides me my answer. My question would be for Texans fans, do you want to win Sunday, or would you rather have the Titans get a victory at this point in the season? And it might sound ridiculous. Why would you ever root for another team in the division, especially and the team that you hate so much in the Titans?
We did that before.
Yeah, and and I know they're going to be wearing the Oilers uniform they're supposed to be and everything, and that whole thing, and I know how much that peeves a lot of people, and rightfully so. So, could you imagine going out there losing Sunday and gifting the Titans a victory? But let me try to lay this out as concise as I can. We saw the Giants had the number 1 pick before winning on Sunday, and they dropped now to the number 4 pick. And there's a couple teams ahead of them that would also want to draft a quarterback. So as the draft status currently stands, The Giants are probably going to have to trade up if they want to get one of their quarterbacks for the future. The Raiders won their last 2 games. If the Raiders lost those games, they'd have the number 1 pick right now where they could get whoever they want to help out that sorry franchise. Instead, because of those 2 victories, as we currently stand, they're going to be picking 8th. So they went from 1st to 8th. That now takes me to the Titans. The Titans right now have the number 2 pick. They could still get the number 1 pick. It's unlikely. You would need the Patriots, the Browns, the Giants to all win on Sunday and the Titans to lose. Probably not going to happen, but the Titans could still get the 1 pick. However, if the Titans win, they could drop as far as the 9th pick in the draft. Why does this matter? Well, we know the Titans, they don't have a franchise quarterback. It's not Will Levis. And this is not a very deep draft for quarterbacks. But if you're going to be drafting number 2 like the Titans are, which would only be behind the Patriots, who probably are going to stick with Drake May, as things currently stand right now, and if the Titans were to lose on Sunday, they would be picking 2nd and would be able to pick, most likely, the top quarterback in the draft. We saw right here, your very team, how things can change when you get the right guy at quarterback and how the Texans flipped in one offseason. Now, if you are, what's the word I'm looking for? If you are confident enough in your own team, then you probably don't worry about, who cares what the Jaguars do? Who cares what the Titans do? We're good enough. We'll be able to beat these teams, run the division. But if you're in this situation where Sunday, you could potentially keep one of your division rivals from getting potentially a franchise quarterback simply by losing a meaningless game. It does nothing for the Texans to win or lose this game in the standings. As a Texans fan, would you rather just lose the game, give the Titans that final victory, and keep them from potentially getting maybe a franchise quarterback and having to run it back with Will Levis or trying to figure it out in maybe free agency when there's not a lot of great options this year?
The answer to your question, I'd be interested in knowing from the people. 713-572-4610. Text or call in your thoughts in that regard. I think there's a few different ways you can go, and this is how my mind works, is the way that I would answer your question immediately is with another few questions. And that is, you just kind of mentioned it. Maybe there's not really a top quarterback, in this draft. I don't know if it's Jalen Milroe. I don't know if people settle on Cam Ward. I don't know if it's Shadur Sanders, that kid Nussmeier out of LSU.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But that being the case, maybe that in and of itself could be the answer, in that since there's not like a number 1 or number 2, man, this is who you got to get. This is who you have to have a top 3 pick to secure one of these 2 dudes. Maybe that's the answer, is that if the Titans do win and they screw up their draft status by 5, 6, 7 slots, whatever it works out, they go from 2 to 9, doesn't matter. Does it really prevent them from accomplishing in the draft, at the very least, what they want to accomplish, because the quarterback market is not what it has been in other years, where there's been an elite 1 or 2 or 3 guys that you have to have? I thought about it like that. And so if that's the case, maybe it doesn't matter. But from a Texans perspective, it goes back to the question that I've been asking since really the Tank Dell injury, and most, recently, the embarrassing loss on Christmas Day 1 week ago to the Ravens, is there anything the Texans can do on Week 18 against the Titans, who suck, that would give you any realm of confidence going into a postseason game? And I don't know that there is. We're talking about the starters not even playing a full game. You treating it like a preseason game number 3, like if it was 2005 or something. So if the Texans win or lose, do you feel better or worse in that regard, just because of a W or an L?
Yeah, it's almost like, wrestling a girl in high school. If you were on the wrestling team, it's a lose-lose, where if you win, it's like, man, you beat a girl. But then if you lose, like, man, you lost to a girl. That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
And my point being, if you lose, it's like, man, you lost to the Titans. This offense stinks. But if you win, it's like, well, it's only the Titans. We saw you guys, the offense looks great. It's the only other team worse than the Titans right now based off of draft order. So it's almost like a lose-lose, at least for those who are more pessimistic, that even if the offense does look good on Sunday, it's like, yeah, but that was the Titans. They're trying to lose. We just saw you get skunked by the Ravens. What can you do in the playoffs? So from that perspective, I don't know how much can truly be gained, at least outside of the building, based off of Sunday's performance. But what you brought up about the draft order was my other thought, was Texans, obviously, they do their scouting. They scout quarterbacks as well. You scout everybody in this draft. So if they look at this and say, there's none of these quarterbacks we have to worry about, then it's almost like a trap you're allowing the Titans to walk into. Like, let's let them have the number 2 pick. So they're going to pour all their resources into Cam Ward thinking he's going to save them. He's not an NFL quarterback, and it's just going to set them back another couple of years, just like Will Levis. Maybe you take that approach if you're not concerned about, this quarterback draft class.
Strategery.
Yeah.
713-572-4610 if you'd like to weigh in. So I mentioned Paul Kaharski. He's covered the AFC South, particularly for the Titans, for a long time. He wrote an article via his own website earlier today, paulkaharski.com, titled, Amy Adams Strunk Needs to Understand What a Win Is for Titans versus Texans. And I'll just read you a short little excerpt from his article, his opinion piece here from today. He says, Strunk dislikes the team that got the stadium in Houston that her dad couldn't get. Those sour, failed negotiations prompted the move that turned out pretty well for what's now her organization. If she wants to hold a grudge over having to have a second home in our great city, she can have it. Brian Callahan cast the first game as the Titans Super Bowl, but she needs to not give a damn about Sunday's result against the Texans. Kaharski continues, I presume she gets that. Her football people need to make sure of it. The Titans will be decked out, as you mentioned, in Oilers throwback uniforms, which may make it more difficult for her to absorb a loss, to watch a new Houston uniform beat old classics. She can, however, still revel in the drunken stupor her team wound up in from a 32-27 on November 24th and let her football people have, at worst, the second pick in the draft. A win and bad results elsewhere could mean a 5-slot drop to the 7th, a drop that Mike Herndon has pointed out is equal to the value of the 14th overall pick in the draft.
We know the Titans should lose from their perspective. They should want to lose. That's the smart business decision. That's what Paul's laying out, and I think he does a good job of doing so. My question is on the other side for the Texans, since this game doesn't mean anything. Is it best for the Texans to actually lose, to try to drop the Titans? The fact that the 7th pick is really like a 14th pick tells you that this is not the best draft class, at least on paper.
Mm-hmm.
So, the further back you go, obviously, the less valuable it is for the Titans. But it is interesting from the Titans' perspective because I like the way that Paul opens up the article where he talks about after the Titans beat the Texans, then they lost the next week, and Jeffrey Simmons said they were hungover from success. They were 3-8. What are you talking about? Put so much into this game with the Texans that even come Sunday, when the best business decision for the Titans is to lose on Sunday, that was the whole point of the article, are the Titans going to be able to accept that, like, hey, we should lay down against this Texans team we hate so much because the best thing for us is to lose. I don't know if the Titans are going to be able to. They should. But then my question on the flip side is, should the Texans just let them win, drop them down to maybe the 7th pick, get less value in the draft, and keep the Titans at the bottom of that division?
How do you this is so interesting to me because we've lived this before.
Mm-hmm.
As a Texan fan, we've been where the Titans, at least where people want the Titans to be in operating in that line of thinking, that mode going into Week 18, just in 2022 against the Colts, final regular season game. You wanted them to lose, and Lovie Smith, and geez, who caught that touchdown pass? Do you remember? Was it Brevin Jordan? Or was it Jordan Aiken? I can't remember who caught that touchdown pass from Davis Mills. But it was just, in that moment, it was like, no! Are you kidding me? You can't even do this right? Like, what is going on here? And we saw what it meant, but that was
It was Jordan Akins.
Was it Jordan Akins? Yeah, shout out Jordan Akins. Where are you? You had Bryce Young. You had C.J. Stroud in that draft. Like, last year in the draft, and you see how it's turned out now. Hey, Caleb Williams. Okay, there's some people that are very much womp-womp on that dude and have been from day one. And then you look at guys like Jaden Daniels in Washington, Knicks in Denver, and the situations that they've gone into. Well, what was last year's draft class outside of Caleb Williams? Like, he was the number one, foregone conclusion. How did everybody feel about the other quarterbacks in that draft? And I'm bringing it up because I just went through the quarterbacks, that are presumably slotted to be the first, 3 quarterbacks, I'll say, taken in this draft, and that's in no particular order: Cam Ward, Jalen Milroe, and Shedeur Sanders, right? And if you want to go Garrett Nussmeier, from LSU, it's not a deep quarterback class, like on paper, right? But there are people that are hell-bent like, hey, Shadeur's the number one guy, and then it's everybody else. I don't know what the Tennessee Titans feel about that, what other organizations like the Giants feel about that are going to be in the market for a quarterback. But if it's not deep like people don't think it is, then it doesn't matter if you're 2, if you're 5, if you're 9. To the Titans, my other question, do they have the wherewithal to trade up anyway and get the guy that they believe is the franchise quarterback, i.e. not Will Levis, but one of the 3 aforementioned?
And not to get too deep in the weeds if we haven't already gotten there on this, but the other thought...
Oh, we're deep, man. You're in there.
The other thought I had was, knowing Deion Sanders, Shedeur Sanders, if he gets drafted to the Titans at number 2, would they even want to go play for the Titans right now? Is that like high profile?
I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about Papa Sanders, you know.
So, same idea of that whole like set a trap for the Titans. Like, let them waste their pick on Shedeur Sanders, and then Deion's like, yeah, I don't want my kid playing for this terrible franchise.
He is playing there.
So you just wasted your pick. You got to trade him somewhere else.
Oh, that would be so beautiful, wouldn't it? That would be, I mean, get your popcorn ready. That would be a really good one. Keep that script.
Yeah.
Keep that script alive.
Because if he asks the wish list for Shedeur and Deion, I don't know if the Titans are making it right now of like, hey, which NFL teams would you love to play for next year? I don't think the Titans are on that list.
713-572-4610, 572-4610. This was from the 713 in regards to kind of like a would you rather or what happens if this happens. From a Texans quarterback standpoint, the 713 has a question. Do you think it would do any harm to Stroud's confidence if Mills comes in and has a fantastic day and runs the offense better than recently seen against the Titans, or would that motivate Stroud even more? I don't think it does either, because it's not a competition. It's not like what Mills can do better than me if I'm CJ Stroud. It's if Stroud is not playing and Mills goes out there and has a great day, well, who's he having a great day with? How many passes did he throw to Deontay Johnson or John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson or Dalton Schultz or Joe Mixon out of the backfield? Because if I'm Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud and anybody that's responsible for putting this offensive scheme together and game planning and scouting in the future, it's like, okay, well, that concept worked here. That route tree worked in this defense. That gives us some food for thought going up against a Chargers defense or a Ravens defense or a Steelers defense, most likely, that shows that look. And maybe we can do something there. Like, it's the quarterback throwing your receivers the ball. It doesn't matter if it's Mills or Stroud. It's Kant's going to be there. Are they working against him? That's how I'm looking at it. I don't think it means a hill of beans if Mills goes out there and looks like freaking Peyton Manning.
It might motivate him, but I don't think it would hurt CJ Stroud. Like, I don't think if they have a good day with Stroud on the sidelines that would further ruin the confidence, because I believe this will be treated like a glorified preseason game, probably from both sides. So I think you take it for what it is. It might motivate him because it's like, man, look at what these guys are doing. We should be doing this. Maybe.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it would be like, oh shucks, Davis Mills, how come I can't do this? It's almost... It's probably going to be like almost like a walkthrough out there for these two.
Yeah, but the motivation and these guys can run this concept. These guys can execute this play. Like, we hadn't done it before, but boy, if you're doing, and how much is Tavondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons and the key players on that Titans defense? How much are they going to play, and how much does that factor in on what you deem successful? In that game, there's so many questions within the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it goes back to that article. I mean, how serious are the Titans going to take this? We know they hate losing to the Texans, but in this case, like, the best business decision is to lie down. So who knows what we're going to get from the Titans either.
He is Luke Morrow, Sean Bijani in for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner. Byron Matthews producing for Tyler Milner. Coming up next, it's stock up, stock down from a Texan standpoint. We'll do it next. It's Sports Radio 610.
What's better than one win? 3.
football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
It's really great giving Azeez back. We've missed him over these past 3 weeks. Just missed his presence, his leadership, missed his playmaking ability on the field. So we're excited to get him back out there, let him knock some of the rust off.
Stock up, stock down. That was D'Amico Ryans earlier this week talking about getting his linebacker, Azeez Al-Shaair, back in the lineup. He's missed the last 3 games after the illegal hit and the fight that ensued against the Jacksonville Jaguars, his hit on Trevor Lawrence, all of that. So stock up, stock down. I struggle with this one, Luke. Luke Morrow, Sean Bijani in for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner. It's the Drive on Sports Radio 610. I struggle with this one because who trended up? Who could you legitimately say is trending up coming off of a Christmas Day disaster of a game that we saw against the Baltimore Ravens? Like Tommy Townsend, the punter? Like, I just thought of one off the top of my head. Like, yes, book it. Why not? The 70-yard punt he had the other day?
Yeah.
Right after the 61-yard punt? Boy, let's devote a lot of airtime to that. No, absolutely not. We will not do that. Though, shout out to Tommy Townsend, who has been very, very good this season. But I had to choose Azeez Al-Shaair, a guy that has not played in 3 games for the Houston Texans, as my number 1 player that is trending up, because why the hell not? He's fresh, rested, hasn't played next to Christian Harris yet this season. The important communicator, trusted vet they need on the field now, especially without Jimmy Ward as one of the generals on the Texans defense. He's lost for the season with foot injury, needing surgery there. So you don't have him back there to help kind of align everybody and communicate with them. You needed Azeez Al-Shaair back in the mix, and he's another thumper. Can you imagine, what this defense could be against another playoff team, regardless of who it is, come round 1? You'd like to have Azeez Al-Shaair and Christian Harrison be as healthy as possible in that linebacker core.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good one. I misunderstood the assignment, if you will. I took it at more of a big picture approach. Although if I were to choose a player, not necessarily from the Ravens game, but say the past month or whatever, I mean, better year has gone on. He was expected to have a big-time year, but I thought there was a bit of maybe a slower start to the season. I think he's been playing really well. In fact, he's allowing, the lowest catch rate in the NFL now. So he's been playing like one of the top corners in the league here for quite a few weeks, as expected. But I was looking at it more of like the entire year, because it had been a while since the Ravens game. Here we are on New Year's Day. Let's look back at the entire season. I was going to say the offensive line coaches, the 3 that have been fired since 2020, because whenever you leave your employer, you always want them to continue to struggle after you. You want them to miss you. They took you for granted. And now, as we look at this Texans offensive line, they're probably going to fire another offensive line coach this year. It's like, yeah, you know what? We weren't the problem. So for those guys, 2 of them are going to be in the playoffs with the Ravens and the Chargers. They're their offensive line coaches there. They're having pretty good years. I said stock up for people that aren't even on the Texans anymore, that are looking at this team this year and saying,
there you go.
Yeah, we weren't the problem. It's this offensive line, or it's this whatever it is. This offensive line still hasn't figured it out despite 4 O-line coaches since COVID.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because by the way, it's going to be more than one offensive line coach for the Texans. It's probably getting the axe. It'd be Chris Strouser, who's the head O-line coach, but then Cole Popovich, who's the assistant O-line coach. And I think there's actually a third dude that they brought in to help with the offensive line this season. Maybe too many voices in the room.
Yeah,
that could be an issue there as well. But I thought about this last week, I guess. Maybe it was after the Ravens. I don't know. But a guy that has survived David Culley, Lovie Smith, and is he here with Bill O'Brien? I can't remember. I have to go back and look. But I'm referring to the Texans' current running back coach, Danny Barrett, whom Dameon Pierce really kind of put on the map, I would say, because he lauded him after his or during his rookie season, all the success that he'd had. always talked about how valuable of a guy Danny Barrett was to have around, and him being a mentor and teaching him things and stuff like that. Being a great running back coach, right? Well, this run game has not been very good. It has been sputtering. Joe Mixon, for the first time all season long, has put together back-to-back stinkers of an effort. And it's not all his fault. It's the offensive line. It's the play calling. It's a conglomeration of things that have just not worked out well for the Texans. But I wondered if Danny Barrett is maybe trending down at this point in time as a guy that has survived, multiple Texans coaches, multiple eras. Does he survive this one and go into year 3 under DeMeco Ryans?
And to answer your question off the top, they're here since 2018 with Bill O'Brien. So
so O'Brien, Culley, Smith, and Ryans.
Yeah, pretty
4
good.
NFL head coaches with one organization. Does he see year 3 under DeMeco? I think it's a fair question at this point.
Yeah, I think it is fair. So again, when I looked at this question in the rundown, I was thinking, all right, whose stock has dropped the furthest? I think that's an easy answer. I was going to go obvious because, look, Forbes puts together this list on New Year's Day every year. Who in the United States, whose stock dropped the most and whose stock rose the most over these past 12 months. And so I think if Forbes did this type of list for the NFL, number 1 on the list is Bobby Slowick. So I'll take the low-hanging fruit. If I was looking at the entirety of the whole season, whose stock has dropped more, I think it's Slowick. He was going to be a head coach last offseason. Now he may lose his job. And it reminds me of Byron Leftwich, whose same idea. Everyone's talking about going to be a head coach. He's not even in the league anymore. It's been 2 years that he's been out of the NFL. You never hear about him. He went from this hot commodity to 1 year later he was gone. He was fired, and no one has rehired him. And I'll use this opportunity here on New Year's Day that I think we're just too fickle in the NFL. I think we're probably guilty of it. I think everyone that works in media, I think all football fans and the organizations as well. Interim coaches will get jobs because they win one game. That's what happened with Antonio Pierce last year. Romeo Crennel got the Chiefs job because he was the only guy that beat the Packers 12 years ago when he was the interim. And same idea with these coaches. Slowick did a great job last year. I don't want to take that away from him. But it was his only year as a coordinator. You talk about and now he has a bad year, and it's like, oh, this guy, right, shouldn't even be in this job. We flip-flop on these coaches, on these players, on these teams so quickly in the NFL, but no one's stock has dropped more, I think, in the entire league this year than Slowick, who went from head coach candidate last year to maybe out of a job this offseason.
That may not be all too inaccurate. That's a very strong statement, but it might be very, very much the truth. I think about Thomas Brown, too. He's another guy, a lot of interviews last year around the league, and he's gotten an opportunity as an interim head coach now with the Bears, and that hasn't gone swimmingly.
No.
Gerard Mayo, his first season as head coach, he'd been a name, but mainly tied to the Patriots, before he got that job. Nobody's commented up there. Robert Kraft hasn't said anything about his 2025 status, and there are reports out today that we were going to get to in our Around the NFL segment that lend themselves to, maybe Mike Vrabel is a guy that could be an option for the Patriots. But them having maybe found their franchise quarterback in Drake May, that would be an interesting move. But that's going to be an interesting follow. I have to be with you on the Bobby Slowick thing. Nobody's stock has dropped further. Just going from a week-to-week basis, anybody not named Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, Tommy Townsend, or 2 guys that have not played in more than a week in Azeez Al-Shire and Deontay Johnson, at least for this team, they're all trending down. Everybody looks like ass going into this Week 18 game against the Tennessee Titans. So I had, just from a week-to-week standpoint, everybody not named Azeez Al-Shire and the aforementioned as well. That's a really good point on Bobby Slowick. I thought you were going to go in a different direction when you started telling us how fickle we are, and that we're high on one guy, just because they've had a little success and the track record hasn't been there. But we're fickle. Like less than a year ago, we were worried about Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson both leaving town and getting better jobs. Maybe for Johnson, an OC play caller job. For Slowick, maybe a head coaching opportunity somewhere. You're not at all worried about Bobby Slowick right now. I still think there's concern about Gerard Johnson leaving town, and maybe should there be, because if there was one guy, I remember having this conversation, hey, if you had to pick one guy to stick around, Bobby or Gerard, wouldn't you rather have Gerard, the guy that's got the previous relationship with CJ, that maybe has been able to kind of been a liaison, a mentor to fuse the relationship that existed when times were really good between Stroud and Slowick in this offense last season? I wouldn't want that guy to go anywhere. You talk about growing from within, and that's what all coaches and players would like to do. I'd want to see that here with Gerard Johnson, but I don't know how people feel about it now.
I agree with you there. And I also think, look, I know it has not gone well for Slowick in this offense this year, but yeah, for a young quarterback, you just want stability. You don't want to go through all these changes of shuffling staff. So if there were to be a move, you hope to get it right the next time. But to your point, somebody like Johnson, right, you want that stability around for a young quarterback instead of, Caleb Williams is going through it right now. Trevor Lawrence went through it, where you just have different offensive coaches year after year.
How many offensive coaches has Trevor Lawrence had since he started his NFL career? Like 3, 4?
I think 4.
And, hey, look, you got a big contract, but cool, their team's ass.
Oh, yeah.
He looked like a shell of himself, for much of this season before he went down with injury. My other guy, real quick, just stock up, another one that hasn't played just because I haven't mentioned it. We've talked about him already. Hey, John, a guy's stock is up when one of the hottest coaching commodities available in the market 2 years ago in D'Amico Ryans, who's now the head coach of the team that pulled this guy in when you didn't have to. You claimed him off of waivers. They may be desperate, but he needs them as much as they need him. His stock is on the rise because he's going to be catching passes from C.J. Stroud in an offense with Nico Collins and Joe Mixon with an opportunity to beat one of his former teams in the Pittsburgh Steelers in maybe a couple of weeks. That's going to be interesting to watch.
For sure. And look, it was a disaster for him in Baltimore. So I think his stock is down right now, just throughout the league. And this is an opportunity for him to prove himself again on a big stage going into the playoffs with a competent quarterback in Stroud and those other weapons you mentioned. It's a good situation for him to try to win back some favor in the league.
He's Luke Morrow, Sean Bijani. That was our Texans stock up, stock down. Byron Matthews along the way as well in for T-Mill today. We've got you from 2 until 6. Coming up next, predicting stocks, it's kind of impossible. And predicting sports, well, we've seen how difficult that can be as well. What about predictions for the fate of Houston sports in 2025? We'll give our try at it next at Sports Radio 610.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
In for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner, I'm Sean Bijani. He is Morrow. Byron Matthews producing for Tyler Milner. 713-572-4610. H-Town predictions for the new year. It's kind of interesting in that they haven't really grabbed, I think, everybody's attention yet, like, Rocket fans want them to. But the Houston Rockets are in a really good position right now. And we'll get to them a little bit later on, as fines and suspensions have been handed out since, if you missed it from this past Sunday, Amin Thompson did Tyler Hero dirty and is going to suffer the consequences for doing so. Has been fined and suspended, will not play in tonight's game, and we'll get you more on some of the details and the money figures in that later on. But I bring the Rockets up because, hey man, for weeks now, they've been right there, 2-3 seed in the Western Conference, Luke, and they may be the team that I think some would pick as the next one to hoist a trophy relative to their league's championship before the Astros, maybe before the Texans at this point in time, just given the way that people feel currently about the Houston Texans and what they're capable of the rest of this season, where, I don't know, you rewind about 6 months ago and it was like, Super Bowl, baby, let's go. Let's go. Where do I buy tickets? Let's go. Where's it at this year? Doesn't matter. Texans going to be there. I don't know if you're feeling that way so much these days. 713-572-4610. So the question for me is, what is going to be the fate of our Houston sports franchises in 2025? Do you have a particular feeling on what you would expect to see from, let's start with the Houston Astros, because they've been a big story this offseason relative to the Kyle Tucker trade and the fate of Alex Bregman, which we know very much now will not include a Houston Astros uniform or cap in his future.
Yeah, for the Astros, I would say for the upcoming year, the way I look at them, I think they're going through like a soft rebuild, almost like what the Red Sox have been trying to do, where you're still competitive, but you're trying to get maybe a little bit younger, or you try to build up some of those prospects instead of just investing a lot of money year after year in some big stars, like bringing back a Bregman, right? You bring in some other guys, a little cheaper pieces, maybe younger pieces, and you're still competitive, but you're rebuilding a little bit at certain areas. Anyways, I think the Astros are going through that phase, so for this upcoming year, I'd max them out at like 90 wins. I think they're going to be in the 80 wins, 85, maybe high 80s, competing for a playoff spot. I don't know what that division's going to look like. That might be good enough for competing for the top spot in the division, kind of like we saw this past year. Maybe it'll just be a wild card spot. But I think the Astros still have too good of a foundation to totally bottom out. I don't think they're going to have a losing season. I don't think they're going to be a bad team in the near future. But for this upcoming season, that's where I'd put that ceiling. I think they'll be in somewhere in the 80s in victories, maybe a wild card team.
Do you remember what they won this year?
As I was talking about this, I was like, this sounds just like the special. What was it, 88? What was it?
Yes.
88?
Spot on. And you said you think they're going to be like an 89, 90 win team. Like, if you told me right now today that the Astros would win 89 or baseball games in 2025, sign me up.
Yeah? Is that too optimistic, or you just...
I think it's too optimistic. Yeah. Based upon what this team is right now. Like, you've got the best first baseman that you've had in 4 years in Christian Walker now, and you're going to have him for the next 3. And I think it's all but a guarantee that I'm knocking on particle board. It's the best I can do. Somebody else out there knock on wood for me. It's a guarantee that he has a better fate in an Astros uniform than that of one Jose Abreu.
I certainly hope so. Yeah.
I would say that. And you got younger, more team control, cheaper, not too much of a drop-off offensively in terms of what you've added at third base for the time being in Isaac Paredes. And never mind what the future may hold with Cam Smith, if it's at that position or if he turns out to be a corner outfielder for the Astros. I think that's very much in play. We'll have to wait and see on that. But well, I mean, there's such a huge void in right field with the Kyle Tucker trade that brought you Isaac Paredes and Cam Smith and Hayden Wisniewski, who's, slotted to be a back-of-the-rotation guy for the Astros this season. Maybe the Astros pitching staff can work their magic on him, but you're trying to replace 30 homers and 30 stolen bases, so to speak. I know the Astros aren't going to do that with another big splash. I wouldn't guess they would, though, until Anthony Santander, signs somewhere else. Something tells me they're going to go like very marginal type of player, savvy veteran move like Pham or Mark Canha, and maybe slide them in there with Jason Hayward as a platoon or something like that. But it's funny you say you're already at the point where this is what they're doing. Soft reset, I think, is the word you'd said. That was a question like, are they going to do the soft reset or are they going to try to remain competitive? It was either or. Can they do both? And is that what they're doing right now?
I think it is. Can you do both? Not to the level that fans probably want. I've been comparing them to the Red Sox. I think the Red Sox are that example where they're competitive. They had that miraculous run to the ALCS in 2021. They're competing for a playoff spot, but they're always like, they win 83, 84 games. They're competing for the playoffs, don't really get there.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it is, where competitive, but certainly not championship caliber, kind of middle of the road. And I think that's what it might be for the Astros. Maybe I was a little too high originally on my number, but I think they'll win into the 80 games range, compete for a wild card spot, kind of like the Red Sox. But they're not one of the best teams in the AL. They might be a playoff team, but they're not going to be able to keep up with the Yankees and some of these other guys.
I don't know if you guys, are like follow the predictions, like the over-unders. Like I think expected wins for the Astros made the over-under this going into the 24 season was like 90 and a half, something like that. Well, 88, pretty damn close. Like I would be shocked if and I'm sure there's some iteration of that out there already, but if they had the Astros winning 85 games, I think it would maybe be a little high. I don't know. Maybe it is 85. Maybe that's the sweet spot, but it's some of it has to be based upon like what you think the Rangers are going to do, what the Mariners are going to do. And for me, I think that's probably where it stops. You're not really concerned about the Angels or the A's at this point in time, but I think 85 is probably the sweet spot. If you asked me to guess right now where Major League Baseball, the odds makers would set the Astros win total at.
This is just one source, Bet365, who does set lines. They have the Astros right now at 87.5.
87.5. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if that goes up a little bit or comes down a little bit. What do you think about the Rockets? The Rockets are currently today in the 3 seed within the Western Conference behind the Grizzlies, just 1 game behind them, 6 games behind the Oklahoma City Thunder, who have been obviously terrific. They've won 12 straight games. They're 27-5. The Rockets are in, I think, the best position possible, like based upon like our expectations coming into this season. A team that missed the play-in by a game or two last year, right? So the 11th best team in the Western Conference. If you told, Rocket fans like, hey, you're going to be a 7 or 8 team this year, they would take it. I think they'd take it. That was the expectation. And here you are, albeit still very early, January 1st, you're the 3 seed in the Western Conference. That, to me, seems like the team that is closest to hoisting a trophy respective to their league than any other team in Houston right now.
I think they're going to be like last year's Oklahoma City Thunder, where they're going to have a great regular season, young team, be a top seed. I think they win their first playoff series in 5-25. Just like the Thunder won in the first round, and then the Thunder went up against the Mavericks, and you saw, they're a little overwhelmed. I think that's what will happen in Houston. They'll probably win the first round, and the Rockets will lose in the second round because I love what they're building. I'm a big fan of this team and this roster and what they're doing, but they just don't have that go-to guy that you need to win championships or win big time in the playoffs. So I think they win a playoff series, but then you see, they need that go-to guy at the end of the game. And they'll probably even try to get somebody in the offseason. I know, Jalen Green can't be traded till after this year. Maybe they even part with him to go get, I don't know who that name would be, but go get somebody who could come in and be that fourth quarter starter. You need a bucket, give him the ball. He's going to drive to the rim, get you the much-needed basket. But I think that's what they're missing right now. Devin Booker's
name keeps popping up from the Phoenix Suns.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. And I'm not saying that I think the Rockets are going to win a trophy this year. I'm saying within the next 3 years, if you said, hey, Astros, Rockets, or Texans, which organization in this city is most likely to hoist a trophy? I would say that at this point in time, the Rockets have probably taken the lead on what most people think, just given their current position and how you feel about that team. People are disappointed that Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman are no longer going to be Astros, and you don't really know the real direction that this organization is going to go. And people got a little too far out on their skis with the Houston Texans. It appears at this point in time, you win a division, you go to the playoffs again, 2 years in a row under D'Amico, but you feel far worse about your situation going into the postseason than you did, the last day of the regular season last season when you'd found out you were AFC South champs because the Colts did not take care of business and the Titans did not take care of business, and the Texans kind of, I don't want to say backed in, but they did win necessary games, but they had a little help along the way last year as well. It felt like, what did I say earlier? House money.
Yeah.
I hate that term, but I think maybe not too dissimilar to what it is now. House money for the Texans. Like, you see what you can do. You're not playing great football, but just see what you can do. That's where I think we're at. 713-572-4610, 2025 sports predictions for your Houston teams. You can keep those coming in. Coming up next, we'll take a trip around the NFL. A lot of little NFL nuggets to get you caught up on. We'll do it next. It's Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
2 down, 2 more to go. Got you till 6 o'clock. In for Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner. I'm Sean Bijani. He is Luke Morrow. Byron Matthews producing. Time to take a trip around the NFL. And a little nugget to get to. And one of the ones that I saw to start my day today was the Dallas Cowboys releasing Ezekiel Elliott. The Cowboys, it's not the first time, but the second time that they have released Ezekiel Elliott in 3 years. He's their number 3 all-time leading rusher. He's going to have to find another place to do it. The Cowboys making the move now to give Elliott, who, I don't know why, but I feel like Ezekiel Elliott's like 35. He's only 29.
Jeez.
It feels like he's been around for far longer than he actually has. His release gives him an opportunity to join a playoff contender if, in fact, he clears waivers. Statement from the Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones says, quote, out of respect and appreciation for Zeke and wanting to provide him with an opportunity to pursue any potential playoff participation possible, we're releasing him from the Cowboys roster today. As I have said many times previously, Zeke's impact as one of the greatest to ever play with the star on their helmet will never change and is etched in our record books and history forever. We thank him, love him, and wish him the absolute best. Does Ezekiel Elliott wind up on a playoff roster?
Probably shouldn't. He might. Now, this is reminiscent of Dalvin Cook last year. The Jets did the same thing, released him at the end of the year, go sign with a playoff team. He signed with the Ravens. If you're a Texans fan, you might remember that he debuted against the Texans, and he had that 19-yard run, and then after that, 7 carries for 4 yards. So it's similar to me. Like, a team might take a chance because he's a veteran. Maybe there's a team out there that needs a running back, and Elliott's a better option than guys available right now. But if you watch the Cowboys at all this year, I mean, even last year with the Patriots, Elliott's been over the hill for a couple of years. Doesn't have much left, but he might be better than some of the other options out there. So maybe a team will take a chance, but it's not like he's going to have a big impact for anybody. He probably shouldn't be the answer for a playoff team, but maybe he'll get an opportunity.
Yeah, I would agree. Something to follow. You never know what happens. I mean, teams have one more week to play. Maybe somebody goes down, you never know, and you're just kind of up against it. That's going to be something to follow for some of the other, maybe even playoff hopefuls. We've got a handful of those that we'll have some finality to at the end of Week 18 this weekend. Saquon Barkley is going to sit, so he won't have to worry about injury situation with himself. He's going to sit against the New York Giants this weekend, but he will also miss an opportunity to capture the single-season rushing record. I didn't realize he was this close. I thought it was going to take something like far greater of a performance to kind of notch this one up and break Eric Dickerson's record, which is 2,105 yards. Dickerson set back in 1984. Barkley, just 101 yards away. It got me thinking because, I don't know, 7-8 months ago, at least this was a hope by Texan fans that Saquon Barkley was a Texan. If, in fact, this was Saquon Barkley here as a Texan, or let's bring it a little closer to home. What if this was Joe Mixon and the Texans had the AFC South notched up like they do, and they're playing in a meaningless 18 game like they are? Would you want to see Joe Mixon, if he had an opportunity to capture the all-time regular season rushing mark, play or not play the final week of the regular season?
The smart thing is to not play him. Barkley should not play obviously for the Eagles' playoff hopes. It's the smart thing to do. But with that said, I was thinking about this yesterday. I think I would leave it up to the player because something like this is so rare. I mean, that record is like 40 years old. To be able to hold a record like this, if you're Barkley, is such a big deal that I would leave it up to the player. And that's probably not the smart thing, but I'd at least give him the opportunity to say, like, hey, what do you think? What's more valuable to you? Do you want to be healthy? Make sure you're healthy for the playoff run, or would this record mean that much to you? You know, I as a team, I wouldn't want to get in the way of my player about to make history, something that if he were to break the record, no one has ever done, and be like, yeah, you know what, we're not going to play you Sunday.
It's funny you say that because do you remember that clip from earlier this season. Saquon Barkley on the bench. I'm assuming this was a game that was well out of hand. And Barkley was having one of his it might have been a career day, I don't know. He was having himself a day. And there's a clip, I think it was by NFL Films, they captured this. And it's Barkley talking to, I think, the offensive coordinator, maybe there's a running back coach. Could have been I don't think it was Sirianni. But he was talking to a coach on the bench, on the sideline, and said, hey, man, give some of these other cats an opportunity, to tote the rock. Like, he was good, because I think he had to operate, maybe that's what it was, to get, like, the single game rushing mark or something like that. Right. So as you're saying, like, hey, leaving it up to the player, maybe not the smartest choice. Well, if there's ever a smart person to leave it up to, like, Barkley would be the guy that I'd like, at least, like, hey, let me see what he thinks about it first, and I'm going to be the guy that rules with the iron fist. If I need to say, no, you're not playing, and here's why, I would do that if I was his coach. But leaving it up to Barkley, not a bad idea for a guy who, in the course of the season, had an opportunity to break records and wasn't concerned with it at all. He said, give other guys an opportunity.
Yeah, he seems like a really good dude. Good head on his shoulders. He knows what he's doing. So this might have been his decision. He might have even took the pressure off them and went to his coach or front office and said, like, hey, don't even worry about it.
That's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah, I could see that.
I don't want to play. Make sure I'm good to go for the playoffs. That's why I'm here to win championships, yada, yada, yada. I could see that, too, for Barkley. And by the way, they're playing the Giants, right? So his former team who kind of lowballed him this offseason. Yeah. So there's also that revenge. Like, not only could you break the record, you could do it against your former team the very next year after leaving that team. It would be such a great story, but
it would be awesome, man.
You got to be healthy for the playoffs, I guess.
I know, but it's compounded by the fact, too, that Jalen Hurts has missed a couple of weeks with a concussion. So you want to be able to go into the postseason, and they're playing better football at this point in time than they were last season, right? Would they start like 10-1, and then it was just like total just disaster.
Yep.
And for the Texans, similarly, hey, they started off like, at least from a win-loss standpoint, they were 6-2. And since, times have been really, really rough, and injuries have Texans, and just they've shot themselves in the foot so much that some way, somehow, they have found themselves in position to where they don't have to play anybody if they don't want to. But here you have D'Amico Ryans multiple times this week alone saying, yeah, we're going to go out there and we're going to play some really good ball. We have to for our confidence. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but I think many of us would probably agree. Just hope it comes at no injury cost.
For sure, yeah.
Next up on Around the NFL, the Chiefs, Travis Kelce, tops Pro Bowl fan voting. He's got more than 250,000 fan votes. And the second line in this story I thought was kind of funny, because you can't talk about Travis Kelce without talking about, well, Swifties and Taylor Swift. In that relationship there, according to this article on ESPN, Kelce's relationship with Taylor Swift has significantly increased his popularity. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess. It could go both ways, but probably more him. Brought new fans in, right? And they're now voting on Pro Bowl selections, apparently. Now, I don't know if I agree with that, rather. But Kelce is 252,000 votes from the fan perspective. There was a number of Texans that got top 10 nods. Stingley was one. Tommy Townsend was another. I think C.J. Stroud was up there. Joe Mixon got some votes. Tommy Townsend, I think, is second. I think maybe he's the leading vote getter from special team standpoint in the AFC, if I remember correctly. I just glanced at it this morning. But four-time All-Pro already, Pro Bowler, is Travis Kelce. The Swiftie effect, yay or nay?
Oh, for sure. That's why. That's why he's getting the votes. Right? He's having statistically the worst year of his career, even worse than his rookie season before he was Travis Kelce. And wow. Sorry, I got distracted. Texas just tied it up on fourth down and
let's
to go to a second overtime. This game's been wild. Yeah,
it has been a game, man.
But yeah, for Kelce, no doubt. That's just, which is why, for one, the Pro Bowl's stupid. It's all about the All-Pro to me, anyways. Fan voting is even stupider. And yeah, this is a case where you have a bunch of Swifties that don't know anything about football, but they know who's dating Taylor Swift. And so Travis Kelce gets all these votes, and maybe he'll be a Pro Bowler, even though he's not having a very good season.
By the way, just a quick side note: this is the third year the Pro Bowl games are going to be taking place, and they're not going to have like the game. And thank God.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think about like the games. It's like all-star contest. It's skill competitions. I think it ends with a flag football game. coached by Peyton and Eli Manning. Are you into that at all? Like, no,
couldn't care less.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. There is nothing they can do. They just, and it's so weird how this is like the biggest of all three major sports in this country, and everybody else has these, all-star games. Baseball has the best. Baseball has the best.
Yeah, I think so.
It just is. Like, basketball's coming up with these weird, quirky things to do. Like, did you see what they're going to do, by the way, in basketball now with the All-Star game? It's going to be like a 3-on-3 tournament.
Yeah, too. And I know some of the players,
So bad.
Kevin Durant has spoken out. So a lot of the players don't like it either.
Like, what are we doing? Like, some way, somehow. Who's the former rapper that heads up the big 3-on-3 thing?
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube. Is he, like, behind this? Like, from a marketing standpoint, like, is he going to be like the commissioner of the All-Star Game 3-on-3 tournament now?
I have no clue.
I mean, he might as well be. That's crazy. Shout out to Texans second-year player Dylan Horton. He's this year's recipient of the Ed Block Courage Award. Recipients of the award are selected by a vote from their peers. It recognizes their efforts both on and off the field and ability to overcome great adversity. Of course, Dylan Horton, cancer survivor. He gets the Ed Block Courage Award this year from the Houston Texans in the NFL. Established, you mentioned 40 years ago. 40 years ago in 1984. It's given to one player from every NFL team to honor them for their commitment and efforts of principle and sportsmanship and courage. It's one of the most prestigious awards that a player can receive because it is the only NFL award that is chosen solely by a vote of his peers. So shout out to Dylan Horton, man. Well deserved. Well deserved. I mentioned this earlier. One final note on our Around the NFL. I don't think this is likely at all, but it is out there. And I've heard this woman's name before. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I said is a man. Sorry, Tony Paul. But Tony Pauline had the report this morning that people close to Mike Vrabel have said that he wants to coach one specific NFL job, and that would be the New England Patriots. I don't think I believe this report at all. And Tony Pauline has broken stories, many of them before. I just don't think this is realistic at all. Gerard Mayo, first-year NFL head coach, franchise quarterback found in Drake May in New England. And I wouldn't see any way, anyhow, that Mike Vrabel usurps Gerard Mayo and takes over a franchise quarterback in 2025.
I could see a way. I don't know how likely it is because I think Robert Kraft is loyal to his guys and Gerard Mayo is one of his guys. So I don't know if he would bail on him after just 1 year. Has Gerard Mayo done enough to earn a second year? I don't think so. I think it's been a bit of a disaster there. The defense is worse without Belichick. This team's, you could criticize Belichick all you want, but his teams were never 3 and they weren't great, but, they weren't the number one pick. And for Vrabel, I mean, he's a Patriot guy as well. I think the only thing that maybe why I give this credence is because Kraft is getting up there in years. Kraft has been so desperate to get the credit for the dynasty, so I think he still wants to prove himself, especially without Belichick and Brady now. And Kraft is trying to fight his way into the Hall of Fame that maybe you have some more success. Maybe that gives a push. But I think he's just really desperate to win. I think that's why you force out Bill Belichick the way they did last time. So I don't know how likely it is, but I do give it some credence. I think if Kraft is desperate enough and he thinks Vrabel could give him a better opportunity, maybe he would be one and done with Gerard Mayo.
Like a 1-year trial run with Gerard Mayo.
I know.
When's the last time we've had a NFL coach that was not a part of an organization tanking like the Texans were with David Culley, be one and done?
Well, Frank Reich only made it 13 games last year with the Panthers. He got fired before he even finished the year.
What a disaster that was, though. Okay. All right.
What's the guy? Steve Wilkes with the Cardinals, which is another bad franchise for the most part. But that was maybe closer to that was 2018 probably with Josh Rosen.
That was a that was a really bad time for the Cardinals too.
Yeah, they were bad. And then Kyler Murray was coming in, and they wanted Cliff Kingsbury because of that connection. So that was a little different.
Was that right around? Was that the same time when Bryce Flores was? He was in Miami, right?
Yeah, I don't remember
Brian
when.
Flores. I said Bryce Flores. Brian Flores. He was in Miami, right? Wasn't that like the same off season, like where the Cardinals were interviewing him, and wasn't that the impetus for the lawsuit? Like
that was
or was that later?
That was when the Giants. Wasn't it when the Giants hired Dable? Or wasn't that the thing? And Belichick texted Flores by accident?
Yeah.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, so that was like, what, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I was misremembering that. But the Cardinals haven't been good, like, for a while from a front office standpoint. Remember, they went through their general managers. They had like 2 and 3 years or something like that.
I think Freddie Kitchens was one and done. I think that was like 2019. But again, Browns, bad organization. It's always the bad organizations that are doing it, of course.
Yeah. It would just be really interesting if that was the Patriots. I mean, Vrabel's probably, would you say, like, there's Vrabel, there's Pete Carroll, there's no longer Bill Belichick. You've got, who else among, like, coaches that are not currently coaching in the NFL right now that are going to be out there? You know, like the surprises. After the hiring cycle, it ended with Belichick, not in the league. Pete Carroll, not in the league. I mean, maybe as an advisor, whatever his current role is with the Seahawks.
Yeah.
And then Mike Vrabel. I feel like maybe there's one more guy that, you know, we kind of surprised, raised an eyebrow, that doesn't have an NFL coaching job right now, that could be in line for a head coaching opportunity this upcoming offseason. But, I mean, we'll see. Like, those are the big two.
I'll tell you what, Ron Rivera got fired last year.
Rivera, that's the other one that I was thinking
I don't know
of.
if he should be, but the Jets are going to interview him, reportedly. So, you know, he's back in consideration for a head coaching job.
Yeah. That was the other guy that I was thinking of, too. I mean, because he'd been coaching for a long time in the NFL. But it's weird that these older coaches, they're not in the league right now, but it's hard for me to kind of see a path to them getting back because of how young they're going with these organizations and hiring, you know, hot offensive or defensive coordinators.
Yeah, I mean, it's ageism, but I get it. You know, Bill Belichick is 72 years old. We've never had a coach hired for his first year at that age in the NFL. It's just, you want a guy that's going to be there for a few years.
What about college now? I mean, 72, and you know, he's going to be the dude at UNC. Like, that was a big deal when Mac Brown was hired over there. You know, it was like, wow, this guy's still doing his thing.
I know. I think Mac Brown, I think he's the same age now as Belichick. So, you know, those were all the jokes. They got younger. I think Belichick's like 3 months younger or something. They got younger with this hire.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, technically, I guess they did. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on this segment coming up. How would Astro fans feel if Alex Bregman played under these circumstances this next season? We'll discuss next.
Get up to a 30% upfront bonus.
sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
In for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner, Tyler Milner, The Drive. The fellas taking the day off. He's Luke Morrow. I'm Sean Bijani. Byron Matthews producing. 713-572-4610. If you'd like to be a part of the show, 572-4610. You can call or text. Ohio State currently leading top-ranked Oregon 7-0 play in the first quarter. About 10 and change remaining in the first quarter. The Texas Longhorns pulling one out in overtime, 39-31. And it was fun following like the play-by-play kind of analysis of Longhorn fans or not fans on the text line.
Yeah.
It's like I can't tell you how many like texts we got. It was like Longhorns about to lose, Texas about to lose, and then Ocho weighing in, feeling so way of the Longhorns. Ocho texted in, he goes, Longhorns lead the nation in embarrassing wins. What a fraud-ass football team. Embarrassing. My proud football state. Follows it up with, and don't give me that a win is a win BS. Signed Ocho. Not at all thrilled with how the Horns escaped absolute disaster earlier today against Arizona State, but they did.
Yeah, it was a wild game. I haven't been impressed with either team that has advanced so far, Penn State and now Texas. I mean, Boise State had more yards than Penn State. Boise just turned it over 3 times and missed 2 field goals, and that was a lot closer than that score indicated. And then Texas, Arizona State, and they just ran all over Texas. They had 150 more yards than Texas. Now, look, Texas made their own mistakes. They missed 2 game-winning field goals in regulation, but took them a 4th down in overtime just to tie the game. They were up 16 with 7 minutes left, and somehow that game went to overtime. Both, I thought Penn State should have been more dominant, and certainly I thought Texas should have been more dominant against Arizona State.
It was that point where momentum changed for Arizona State. What were they down, like 20-something to 3? And then they don't get the 4th and 1 inside the 10-yard line, and they get a safety.
True.
They get the ball back. They have to settle for a field goal, but still, they got points. I mean, that was a big turnaround for Arizona State at that point in time in the game, and they just kept coming, man.
And that was one of those games, like Texas scored on a kick return, so, that's some people chalk that up to like a fluky play. That was a gifted touchdown. But when you looked at the numbers, when you looked at the game, Arizona State was playing better. They just couldn't finish out drives. But they were moving the football better than Texas for probably all 4 of that game. Texas is fortunate that even went to overtime. If Arizona State did not come back and force overtime, that would have been one of those games where you're like, man, missed opportunities. Arizona State could have done a lot better. And they finally cashed in the 4th quarter, scored 2 touchdowns, scored in overtime, but could not in the second overtime.
That dude, Auburn for Texas, their kicker, well, he is having a go of it, man, here in the last few weeks, I feel like. Would you say it was against the SEC title game? I feel like he missed a big kicker, too.
Missed a couple.
That one, missed a couple today. That's been rough watching him go through it. But Texas will now play the winner of the game that's currently ongoing, Ohio State, Oregon. Ohio State, unless there has been a score in the last couple of minutes that I've not looked up, leading Oregon 7-0 in the early goings of the first quarter in that one. So we'll keep you updated on that one. And
I have an update for y'all as well. Sugar Bowl will be played at 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. 3 o'clock. So there you go. I was just going to mention that. It was supposed to be the nightcap tonight, but unfortunately, the terrorist attack in New Orleans earlier today kind of put a kibosh on all of that. So now we have some finality. The Sugar Bowl is going to be played tomorrow at 3 p.m. So that's going to feature... let's see, Penn State won last night, so they'll play the winner of that game, Notre Dame and Georgia, now tomorrow, kicking off at 3 o'clock. So there you go. We'll have more on that coming up in the 5 o'clock fire, get you caught up on all the day's top stories and stuff like that. I saw this article earlier this morning from the Detroit Free Press from Evan Petz about the status between the Detroit Tigers and Alex Bregman. And it kind of got me thinking because of where those two sides currently are. Obviously, Alex Bregman remains a free agent. The Astros earlier this offseason made a record offer to Alex Bregman and Scott Boras relative to the amount of years. They've never offered a player more than a 5-year contract, and the offer to Alex Bregman was 6 years, $156 million. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the average annual value on that is just slightly over $25 million. per year. I think it was like 25.02 or 20, whatever. A lot of money, right? And Alex Bregman and Scott Boras' camp, of course, declined. There was reports that said he wants somewhere in the neighborhood of $200 million of the life of the contract. And what are the years that it's going to take to get that done for Alex Bregman? That seems to be where the impasse is between Bregman and the Detroit Tigers, and anybody else in, that is efforting to get his services, whether it be the Red Sox or maybe the Diamondbacks have been a team that have been mentioned for whatever reason, because they just, got Eugenio Suarez back this offseason on a deal. But I just wonder, the more this thing plays out, Luke, what if Alex Bregman, and I don't even know if this is a possibility, but what if Alex Bregman doesn't get the deal that he's desiring and winds up in a Matt Chapman situation like he did last offseason, like Jordan Montgomery did, like Blake Snell did, where they all got bridged to start late the 2024 campaign? What if Alex Bregman is in that situation? How do Astro fans feel about that? In that what would ultimately culminate in Bregman getting far less than what he originally wanted. Like Matt Chapman, he thought he was going to be worth $200+ million. Not. He got 6 years, 151 this regular season from the Giants that he's so impressed. How would Astro fans feel if Bregman got right around what the Astros offered, if not a little bit less?
Yeah, I think that would hurt. First on the contract, I do think it's ironic, though. Yeah, everyone always uses that Chapman deal, the second one he signed back in September, as the baseline for Bregman. And to your point, maybe the better Chapman contract to use was the one he signed last offseason first, the previous contract for what maybe Bregman should be expecting this offseason. And I think Scott Boras...
3 years, 54, I think it was, right?
Something like that,
With two option years?
Yeah, right. It was very, team-friendly at that time. And then he played really well, and then he was rewarded with the big contract towards the end of the season, the contract extension or new contract, whatever. I think Boras is really good for the top clients. I think the middle free agents is where he always overplays his hand, and maybe that's what he's doing here. But to answer your question, if I'm an Astros fan and that's what he ends up signing with, I'd be bummed. That would hurt, because this is probably a ridiculous comparison, but I've gotten into trash reality shows lately. And
Hold on, that seems like a double entendre.
Yeah, it's redundant.
Explain.
Yeah. So I just finished watching The Ultimatum Season 3 on Netflix, and it was trashy. But the reason why I bring this up is because the situation is one person in the relationship issues an ultimatum. Either we get married at the end of this reality show, this experiment, or we break up. And then, midway through, you go on a trial marriage with somebody else, not the boyfriend or girlfriend you arrive with. And you see in that show, a lot of guys will be like, I don't want to get married. I'm not ready for marriage with their current girlfriend. Then they go on this trial marriage with somebody else for 3 weeks, and they interview them, and they say, I could see myself marrying this person. And it's got to really hurt the original boyfriend or girlfriend, where it's like, you just told me you weren't ready for marriage. Now you're going to go marry this person? And it's like when you break up with someone and they're like, I don't want kids. And then you see on Instagram, a year later, their new girlfriend's pregnant. And it's like, what?
Yeah.
And so it might be a ridiculous comparison, but that's how I'd view a Bregman, where we offered you all this money. You said, and now this is what you're signing with for the Red Sox? We gave you as good or better of a deal. We could have just kept you here, worked this thing out.
Yeah.
And this is what it turned into.
I think it's a probably pretty good comparison, to be honest with you. I can kind of relate to that. I have to watch the 90 Day Fiancé thing with my wife. I just, there's not a lot of ways around that, and it's turned into comedy for me.
Yeah, right.
To see how just jacked up some of these couples really, really are.
Yeah.
I think it would just be a knife in the heart of Astro fans.
Yeah.
It really would. For me personally, because I looked at okay, I could get beyond George Springer not being here. I can get beyond Carlos Correa. I got beyond Charlie Morton and Garrett Cole. The fact that Justin Verlander, the reality, he's not going to be an Astro anymore. And it's weird to think about that he's been an Astro since 2017. You kidding me? I mean, he's been around a little while.
Yeah.
He didn't pitch for a couple of years, but he's been around for a little while. Mm-hmm. And I'm fine with that. The emotional attachment for me just is surprisingly not as strong as I thought it would be. But for whatever reason, a guy like Alex Bregman, who I think if he stopped playing baseball today, didn't play for anybody else, he'd have his jersey and his name in the rafters, right up there with Biggio and Bagwell. Altuve's got a spot up there whenever he hangs it up. I mean, all of the Astro greats, Bregman absolutely has a spot up there waiting for him. And not that it needs to be solidified, but it would have. If he's an Astro lifer like Dana Brown and Jim Crane made Jose Altuve earlier this year, made him an Astro lifer. And from day one that Dana Brown took this job as general manager for the Astros, it was Altuve, and it was Alex Bregman, and it was Kyle Tucker. And now you've got one that's locked up. And the other, you traded one, and the other one you made a really competitive offer to. And if he doesn't take it but sign something comparable or even slightly less with somebody else, God forbid it's an American League rival, that would be an all-timer. I think that would be an all-timer, painful one that you let get away if you're the Astros and if you're a fan.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be painful, but I would put the onus on Bregman and his camp, right? Like, I think the Astros have played this right. They've done their part, especially if he goes and he signs a similar deal elsewhere.
I don't disagree with you. From the impetus, it didn't feel like they did. I said the one thing the Astros can't do this offseason is make Bregman a non-competitive offer.
Right, yeah.
And when that offer became public, the 6 for $156, didn't feel like that was going to be very competitive. But it turns out, like, here we are weeks later, he's still dangling out there, and nobody's willing to give him the $200 million plus that he reportedly wants.
Right. So I think this is on Bregman, or maybe more so Bohr. I think they've just overplayed their hand.
Yeah.
But with that said, that doesn't take away that as an Astros fan, you're not in these negotiations, that if he does sign with another team, it's still going to hurt. I think the Astros have done everything that they should have done this offseason, but still, if he ends up signing a deal similar to what they offered elsewhere in the AL, I think as an Astros fan, you have every right to be hurt and to be, to have regret that, man, he should be playing here for that same deal and continuing to be in an Astros uniform instead of competing against us now. It's always weird to see, those players in other uniforms and come back to Houston wearing whatever, Tigers jersey or Red Sox jersey. That's going to stink. So I get it.
God, the Tigers jersey thing. I don't know why. That just leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Maybe it's the AJ Hinch thing totally. If he linked up with AJ or if he linked up with the Boston Red Sox, like I know from a baseball standpoint, it makes really good sense. And that was my betting favorite for where he wound up. But the whole Alex Cora thing up there too, that would just hurt. Go to the National League.
Yeah,
go with Kyle Tucker. Go to the National League. So we don't have to see you.
I know, that was my other thought, that if he does wind up with Hinch or even Cora, like, does that hurt even more? Do you feel like a scorned lover or something, where he left you for like the old best friend or something like that?
Kinda. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. More on this. We'll get your reaction. We got some texts coming in as well. Stay there at Sports Radio 610.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine.
10% now than before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner, Sean Bijani, along with Luke Morrow. Be a part of the show. Hit us up, 713-572-4610. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll have 5 o'clock fire, get you caught up on some of the day's top stories. I was just looking through Twitter, and there was Texans availability today. D'Amico Ryan spoke to the media. C.J. Stroud did as well. Locker room availability, and, of course, a lot of people wanting to talk with Azeez Al-Shaair, who's missed the last 3 games after his hit on Trevor Lawrence, which then fights ensued, and he is now back with the Houston Texans, eligible to play this Week 18 contest upcoming against the Tennessee Titans. And, I mean, this is big. I mean, that was one of my stock trending up for the Texans, is a guy that hadn't even been around for the last 3 weeks. You're a better football team when Azeez Al-Shaair is on it. And with the way that Christian Harris is playing, you got to feel pretty good in large part about this defense, Luke, and what they're capable of, i.e. without Jimmy Ward. And you're asking, Kamari Lassiter and maybe Miles Bryant, to fill in a big void at that nickel position that was obviously vacated earlier in the year with the injury to Jalen Petrie. But the aggressiveness, the nastiness, and multiple times this season that the defense has been a reason to have able to win a football game, maybe not a marquee football game. They didn't show up like that at the end against the Packers, didn't show up like that against the Lions, certainly not the Chiefs nor the Ravens. They've had opportunities, and on big stages, big opponents, they weren't there at the end. Neither was your quarterback, but I have said for the bulk of this season that if this team goes anywhere, it's going to be because it's led by the defense. And I still feel that way. And that's something I'll be watching for over the next couple of weeks, regardless of that first-round opponent. But Azeez Al-Shaair said something interesting today, that he had a face-to-face meeting with the NFL, including Commissioner Roger Goodell, and that I'm going to try to get Byron some audio that we can have in the 5 o'clock fire. But I thought it was pretty interesting what he had to say. According to him, very transparent conversation, in that it was a conversation, as he put it, needed to be had if he wants to continue his NFL career going forward. Very transparent, very frank conversation, according to Azeez Al-Shaair. I don't know what you think about this, Luke, but I noticed it last year, and I got really excited for it when the Texans brought Azeez in this offseason. I kind of like the nasty. I kind of like the, aggressive, and I don't want to call like dirty per se, but I kind of like a defense and one led by D'Amico Ryans to kind of have that moniker about it. I don't mind it at all, just so long as it doesn't cost your guys games.
Right. I think that's always been the best defenses have always been like that. I mean, you think back to the Ravens or the Bears or the Steelers, and they're not dirty defenses, but they're just tough and hard-nosed and rugged and, big hits and all that sort of stuff. Physical defenses. You always want a physical defense. So, and the Rockets, by the way, swapping sports, they're trying to kind of be that same way as well.
Man,
physical defensive team.
Yeah,
hard-nosed, nasty.
How about the feistiness, right? Like, think about it like this. There's one instance that I can recall from an Astros person. You remember that game where Altuve was called out for banging a ball off of his foot? And the umpires didn't think that it occurred.
Right,
he ended up taking his sock off, his shoe off, and he's like, look.
Yeah.
He's got the mark on his toenail, and he's trying to show the umpire. They weren't having anything of it. I think that was actually a game that they came back and won, if I recall correctly. But I remember that being just like a very just out-of-character moment for Altuve to show the fire, the passion, in that instance. And then you mentioned, like, we've seen it time and time again with this Rockets team. Take on the personality of Ime Udoka. Now, maybe you reel it in a little bit because, again, you don't want it to cost your guys games. Money's one thing, but you don't want it to cost your guys games, cost your team games sometimes in that event. And maybe that's been the case with the Texans and Azeez Al-Shaair to a degree. I don't know how much that really hurt, but it doesn't help at the end of the day. I just, from a football standpoint, I said it multiple times last year. I wouldn't mind this defense having that nasty, that dirty moniker about it.
Yeah, I mean, those are the best defenses, and those are the defenses that do well this time of year because as much of an offensive league as it has become, at least in years prior this year, a lot of offenses have struggled, but as much of a passing league as it has become, still, a lot of times in the playoffs, it comes to that hard-nosed football, being able to run the football, stop the football. That's what we saw with the Ravens last year. I mean, that's what did the Texans in against the Ravens in that playoff game last year. And to be able to stop the run, you have to be a physical defense. So I think you need that edge about you, especially this time of year, if you want to go win playoff games. If they do play the Steelers the first game, the Steelers are that physical smash-mouth team. They just want to run the football, play defense, and you got to match that. You have to have a physical defense on the other end. So I always prefer that for my defense. In football, again, like you said, just as long as it doesn't go over that line. You still have to be disciplined. You can't let it cost you games. Maybe you don't get into some of those fights like we've seen, at least saw earlier this year. But yeah, you should have that chip on your shoulder. You should have an edge as a defense. You should be rough because, you can't let, like we just saw in this college football playoff today with Texas, letting Arizona State run all over them. You got to have an edge to you to be able to stop the run this time of year, to be a nasty defense, and to try to slow teams down.
You got to have a stopper. You got to be able to, and I don't necessarily know where it needs to come from all the time per se, but you have to have an area, a level on your defense that has that guy. And from a linebacker standpoint, I think the Texans have two. I think it's Christian Harris, and I think it's Azeez Al-Shire. And, Henry To'oTo'o, he's very impressive, like, in terms of his physicality, the energy that he brings. And I think you see that in the secondary with Kamari Lassiter. I think you see it at times from Derek Stingley when he's able to, lay the wood. There's a level of physicality there. I mean, hell, even to put himself in position to go up and get a ball where it might look like it's going to be a 50-50 ball, and he turns it into a 80-20. Like, that's his or nobody's, basically. I don't know that the Texans have that up front. Like, the dudes that put their hands in the ground, I don't know that they got that consistently, like, nasty, gnarly dude. Like, Danielle Hunter's had an awesome season, but I'm talking about, like, between the tackles. Like, I don't know that you have that guy, and I feel like this is an area, we've seen it against the Ravens twice this season. I think you saw it against the Kansas City Chiefs. Mario Edwards and Tim Settle and, those guys up the middle, like, they're nice, but against the big opponents, like, I don't know that I've ever said, you know what, that Texan, I know I haven't said it this year, that Texans defense, they just out-physical their ass. Like, I've never said that up front or in the middle. And I think you need to be able to say that. That's going to be one of those areas, like it turned out to be anyway, this past offseason, an area that the Texans need to address this offseason. They missed a lot, man, in hindsight, in my opinion, with no Malik Collins and no Sheldon Rankins in the middle.
Yeah, I think Rankins in particular, but yeah, it's almost like baseball too, right? You always want to be strong up the middle. You got to be good defensively at those middle positions, and football as well. You got to have that edge up the middle. And look, this defense, I know you got Toast Evans on Christmas, but entering that game, it was number 1 in DVOA this year. So obviously the focus has been on the offense, and rightfully so, because that's been a struggle. But this defense, statistically, had been, before Christmas, the best in the league. And so, like you said earlier, it's going to be on the defense. If you're going to accomplish anything in the playoffs, you go back and you look last year. The number 1 defense in the NFC was the Niners. They were in the Super Bowl. Number 1 defense in the AFC, the Chiefs. They were in the Super Bowl. Number 2 and 3 in the AFC, by the way, were the Ravens and the Bills. They were the next best teams in the AFC. So, just like I said a few moments ago, even though it's such an offensive league and it's all about still, defense is still winning big football games. In the playoffs, it comes down to defense. And so I think, especially for the Texans, because of how much the offense has been struggling, the defense needs to be even that much better to try to carry this team here,
but
however far they're going to go.
Well balanced, right? Like ideally, all those teams that you just mentioned, okay, they had elite level defenses, but offenses, I would imagine, at worst, are probably middle of the pack.
Good point.
Maybe. That is something that I've wanted to go look at from a historical perspective, and what you just mentioned, I noticed with the defense, but I haven't really noticed with the offense. Like, it's hard to have, like, both sides be an elite level.
Right.
So we've seen it before, but the Chiefs, they're so good offensively. Do you remember the year? I want to say it was it 18 or 19? Was it their first Super Bowl that they won in the Pat Mahomes era?
I think 19, yeah.
I think defensively, That was the one they lost, right? They got their defensive coordinator fired. It was that their defense jumped off sides. And
they lost to the Patriots?
Yeah.
In a title game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was 18, yeah.
I think it cost their defensive coordinator the job.
Yeah.
Their offense was so damn good that year. The defense was ranked like 31st
right.
in the NFL. It's like sometimes you can get over the hump by just being so damn good on one side of the ball, but that was one of those things. Granted, it was one play, one player in that instance, but you look at the whole picture, it's like that wasn't a good defense from jump.
No. But you look at those teams, Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, at least last year. This year, Ravens' defense hasn't been as strong. Even the Bills' defense hasn't been as good. But they had good defenses and then just really good quarterbacks. Did the Bills have a lot of great weapons? Chiefs, Ravens last year? Did those teams have great weapons? And so to take it back to the Texans, try to be optimistic, you still got the quarterback. I know he's not playing well, but he's got the pieces.
He's got the makeup.
In him. Yeah, he's got the makeup. Thank you. That's a good way to put it. You know what he's capable of. And so if the defense, can play well and Stroud can try to turn things around here, at least in the playoffs in the short term, and figure some stuff out, that's what has been winning. A big-time quarterback play with a competent defense on the other side of the football this time of year. And those are the two most important things. Easier said than done. But, if you're the Texans, that's why you had high hopes, because this defense has been good, and you do have a good quarterback, Stroud, despite the struggles lately.
He's Luke Morrow. Sean Bijani. We're in for the fellas on the drive. Coming up next, we'll still have 5 o'clock fire, get you the day's top stories, caught up on the CFP scoreboards as well. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadok Jewelry.
An investment decision.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
5 o'clock fire it is. In for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner, Tyler Milner. We are Luke Morrow. He is him. And By Matthews here producing, taking you up until 6 o'clock. We'll get you caught up on some of the day's top stories here in this segment, 5 o'clock fire. Let's start with the Texans. I should mention that coming up right after this show at 6 o'clock, it'll be Texans All Access. And in that block, you will hear a sit-down conversation with Texans general manager Nick Caserio with the fellas on Texans Radio. You're not going to want to miss that. His thoughts on the Ravens game, the week that will be, the Week 18 regular season finale against the Tennessee Titans, getting Deontay Johnson familiarized with things, and getting Azeez Al-Shaair back. He's set to return to action for the Houston Texans in the finale this Sunday after serving a 3-game suspension for his hit on Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence back in Week 13. He's back, and before he came back and addressed the media today, which I will play some audio for you here just momentarily, I will refresh your memory on what you're going to hear him talking about. Is that you guys remember the statement from the NFL that was released just after his hit on Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence? I can't remember the guy's name. The player rep with a statement. It was a former player made that damning statement for Azeez Al-Shaair. His name will come to mind here in just a second.
Eagles.
I know you're going to get it, and I'm going to be frustrated.
Drawing a blank too.
Runyon, John Runyon. Here you go. This was just a part of the statement made by John Runyon regarding the hit on Azeez Al-Shaair and what Al-Shaair is commenting on. Quote, "Your lack of sportsmanship and respect for the game of football and those who play, coach, and enjoy watching it is troubling and does not reflect the core values of the NFL." That part of Runyon's statement. He continued, "Your continued disregard for NFL playing rules puts the health and safety of both you and your opponents in jeopardy and will not be tolerated." Here's Azeez Al-Shaair responding to that statement by John Runyon upon the hit and suspension levied, and he recounts what his meeting with the NFL and the powers that be in it was like during the break.
Because anybody that's known me, or anybody who's actually watched the tape on me, we pulling 3 clips from over 3,000 snaps, 6 years worth of my work. It just didn't make sense. So going up there, it got to the point for me because I really had a moment of like, there's no way I can go out and play football again if this is how, people that I work with, view me, when I never, prior to that incident, I've never even talked, to the commissioner, to John Runyon, or anybody. So that's kind of what made me just be like, if I want to move forward and, continue my career, I need to have this conversation. So, just went and decided to go up there, met with everybody, and it was a real transparent conversation, and I think getting that clarity from them of like, hey, like, we don't see you as this player. This isn't the person that you are. Like, I guess what cleared the air was, when he was writing up the statement, he spoke on how he was just watching me pull away from D'Amico and watching me go over there and take my helmet off after I got ejected. So as he's typing, it, like I said, carelessly, do what I wrote. It's just, he's typing about a moment, but the way he typed it, he said, got obviously taken out of context, which as a man, I clearly made a mistake. The reason why he typed something which ended up being taken out of context as a mistake is because I did something that was obviously not right. Me taking my helmet off and me starting, another brawl or whatever you want to call it, that wasn't right. Everything prior to that, I stand on the fact that I never tried to hurt him. I literally was quick decision. Somebody told me the analytics, that was Trevor Lawrence's first slide all season long.
There you go. That's just a part of what Azeez Al-Shire told the media earlier today in response to his meeting with the NFL and John Runyon's initial statement of him, which at one point in time I felt like we all were on the same page in that was very personal, at least how it read in the statement. That was the explanation that Azeez Al-Shire apparently is bought into and was given by Runyon and the powers that be.
That's the first time I heard that audio. Did he say that was Runyon's explanation that it got taken out of context?
To me, it was. And that the way that that audio sounded to me is that the explanation that he got was from Runyon and why it read the way that it did.
Yeah.
Is because he was reacting to what he saw, like him pulling away from D'Amico,
right.
And, kind of just being unhinged, so to speak. Not his words or anybody else's, unhinged as mine.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a cop-out from Runyon, but if Azeez is okay with it. I like the idea of going and meeting with, right, you don't like what somebody said about you. They kind of blasted your character there nationally. Go have a face-to-face and talk it out, and explain your side, or let them get to know you and see, like, hey, where are you coming from with these thoughts about me? And so I like the idea of going there and talking in person and all that sort of stuff. And it sounded like he was taking accountability. Like, if if I didn't do A, B wouldn't have happened, with B being Runyon's statements. It almost sounded like he was taking responsibility even for those comments. So he's taking the high road, which is certainly a step back from the whole Joker.
He said
I'll be
you're
Scarface.
Right, but he said it early on in those comments that we just played that according to him, if he wanted to continue his career, and play football, then he's going to have to understand why the punishment was levied, why his actions were not acceptable. And look, they weren't. It was just everything happened so fast from the initial play, which I'll die on that hill with the Azeez Al-Shire, as I think a lot of other current and former NFL players would as well, and have. Many more players came to Azeez Al-Shire's defense than not.
Right.
And so for that reason, like, just having watched all the football that I have and that we have collectively, I'll die on that hill. There was nothing that he could have really done in that instance to, alleviate what unfortunately happened to Trevor Lawrence in that instance.
Yeah, that was a tough spot. Yeah, for sure.
Up next on 5 o'clock Fire, and we'll get back to a little Texan convo before the end of the show. The Houston Rockets, they will be back in action this evening, but it will be without one Amen Thompson. Amen Thompson, if you recall, I'm sure you've seen it, slinging Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat to the floor in a game from this past weekend, Sunday night. In fact, Amen Thompson has been suspended for 2 games. Terry Rozier for the Miami Heat has been suspended for 1 in their roles in a what I'll call a dust-up. Wasn't really a fight. It was a dust-up in the final moments of the Rockets-Heat game on Sunday night. The league has handed out $145,000 in fines from that contest. Houston coach Ime Udoka fined $50,000 of that portion for verbally abusing a game official and not leaving the court in a timely manner. Jalen Green fined $35,000. Miami's Tyler Hero fined $25,000. Fred VanVleet got $35,000 for making contact with referee Mark Davis in that instance. And because of those suspensions, a lot of money lost by Amen Thompson, Ime Udoka, and of course Terry Rozier, who's also going to be levied a suspension. He'll miss about $150,000 in game earnings in that regard. But I don't know, the suspensions for what that could have been, I think not terrible from a Rockets behalf, because when you sling a player to the floor like that, I don't know that I've ever seen that.
I know.
I'm trying to think of, like, okay, all the Dennis Rodman moments, the Draymond Green moments. Those are the 2 that immediately pop into my mind. Like, even old school, like Bill Laimbeer. I don't know that I've ever seen somebody have that much of a hold of somebody's jersey and then fling them to the ground like that. And for that to be squashed as quick as it was good on everybody's behalf.
Yeah, I think it was handled well. The suspension seemed fair. Not too much, not too little. I think it's right. And in terms of, like, the fines, that's fine. These guys have all the money. If I was, if I was Ime, you're trying to build this culture. He almost even kind of like defended it after the game. He was like, I didn't really see it. I had to watch a bit of film, yada, yada, yada. And he's trying to build this culture of being this rugged, tough defensive team. My point being, these guys have the money anyways, but I'd almost pay those fines for them as almost a little like, bad boy. Like you're setting the tone, the culture for this team. This is what we want to be. Not fighting teams every night, but just that, we're not going to take any crap. We're a defensive team. We might be young. We might be on the come up, but like we're not going to let anybody walk all over us or anything. And so it's almost like, move there or just that we kind of like that edge. Have the Rockets, have the front office pay those fines and take the suspensions and move on.
Yep, Tillman, get a gift card ready.
Yeah, right.
By the way, tonight's game, Rockets in Dallas taking on the Mavs, 7 o'clock tip. Key injuries to the Mavs. And this game's probably going to be ass, and by ass I mean an ass whooping. It should be, I think, from the Rockets' behalf. Even without Amen Thompson, they'll be without Jashawn Tate, who's day-to-day with the illness, and Tari Eason's day-to-day as well. But the Mavs is going to be without Kyrie Irving. He's out with a shoulder. Luka's obviously out for the next month or so with the calf injury, and Derek Lively also out. He's got a hip injury, so it's going to be tough sledding for the Dallas Mavericks, even just without Luka himself being out for the next month. That's going to be an interesting follow, so hopefully the Rockets can take care of business tonight. Byron had this earlier today. Bryce James, the youngest son of one LeBron James, has committed to Arizona. From people that I know and don't necessarily entirely trust in areas outside of basketball, Chris Santiago, producer of Area 45, and Byron, you co-signed this. You think Bryce is going to be better than Bronny?
Yeah. I haven't seen all of his highlights. I've seen some stuff, but I just think overall, when it comes down to being said, I think Bryce will be the better player overall.
100% committed to Arizona. What do you think? Does it move the needle for you at all?
No, I hate all this stuff. I think the only reason why Bronny was, where he is now, obviously. It's LeBron's kid. Same with Bryce. I know people are more excited about Bryce because he's bigger than Bronny. He's taller. He's a little more like LeBron. But they're still not like their father. Bronny's 6'2". Bryce is like 6'4", and they certainly don't have the build of LeBron. But no, Bronny I didn't think was a very good player. He wasn't even top 250 in his class. And Bryce, the only offers, he's a 3-star recruit, so nothing too special out of high school. The only offers he had previously were from LeBron's friends that are coaching college basketball programs. I think that tells you all you need to know. And at the Nike Peach Jam event this past year, where they have the top high schools in the country come play, he averaged 5 points a game and shot 17% from 3 in that tournament. So
I'm just saying the foundation is being laid. Did you guys see the story where LeBron said he thinks he could play another 5 to 7 years?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He's 40. Okay.
Yep.
What's going to happen in the next 5 to 7 years? Well, if this dude,
it's true.
All right, he's just
going to get his other son into the league. Yeah.
He's going to get his other son in the league. And now, I don't think in 5 to 7 years is really realistic, but maybe 3 to 5. I don't know. We'll see. But on what team is he going to try and get both Bryce and Bronny along with himself on?
Yeah, the James family circus going to travel throughout the NBA.
I saw that story the other day, and I was like, oh, boy, here it comes. Here it comes. Ron Hughley's just going to be insufferable because, he's a big LeBron James guy. So that'll be fun to follow and listen to in the coming years. CFP scoreboard. Let's get you caught up, man. One game Ohio State is making easy work. Weird. Were you expecting this 24-0 over top-seeded Oregon right now, and undefeated Oregon? Not looking like it's going to stay that way. 8:59 remaining in the first half. Ohio State leads 24-0 in that one. We had one final earlier in the day. The Texas Longhorns in double overtime outlast Arizona State 39-31. That's how it's shaping up so far.
Yeah, this one's disappointing. I thought this would be a good game. I liked Oregon in this game. I've defended them. A lot of people have said they're not the best team in the country. They're fraudulent, yada, yada, yada. And I watched a lot of Oregon this year. I know. I defended them. I thought they were the best team in college football. I thought they would, maybe go all the way. I thought they'd win today. And they're getting, this is embarrassing. They've been getting boat raced in this game. They haven't been able to do anything on offense. You can't stop Ohio State. So, yeah, maybe they have got exposed. In the past, the college football playoff always gave us typically just one good game.
Yeah.
And
still waiting.
Well, last week we had all blowouts. Last night we had a blowout, the final score. Then we get that Texas game was good.
Yeah, it was ugly, but it was good.
But it was good. So I thought, okay, all right, maybe we'll have an interesting day, and now it's back to blowout. So I guess that Texas game was the one good game. This will be a blowout. Tomorrow will probably be a blowout. I don't know if Notre Dame can hang with Georgia.
3 o'clock kick, by the way, tomorrow, which it was supposed to be the nightcap tonight. Obviously postponed, rescheduled for the terrorist attack in New Orleans from earlier today. So 3 o'clock kick between Notre Dame and Georgia tomorrow. Now, the winner of this game will play Texas. And judging by the way that Texas plays on a state, I mean, Ohio State could be looking at back-to-back ass whoopings.
Yeah.
They're the ones giving it.
Right. Football's a week-to-week business, but absolutely, based off of just what we've seen so far today, look, Ohio State, they were supposed to be, they were everyone's write-in for the title before the start of the season. It's the roster that has the most money spent on it, name, image, and likeness, has so much talent on paper, and they were kind of underwhelming all season long. Maybe now, this is what everyone was expecting to see, that Ohio State, maybe they'll just roll through the playoff because they were supposed to be like the clear number one team at the start of the year and just hadn't played like it for parts of the season.
From what you've seen so far, and I know we haven't seen Notre Dame, Georgia yet. We'll see what they look like tomorrow. But from what you've seen, Penn State, the victor, 31-14 over Boise State. Yesterday, Texas, the victor earlier today against Arizona State. Looks like Ohio State's well on their way to destroying and taking care of Oregon. From what you've seen, who's the best team right now?
I think it has to be a small sample size, but just based off of this week, I think it has to be Ohio State. They're playing the best team of those three winners, and they've looked the best. They're on pace to win by the most. As I mentioned earlier, I was not impressed with Penn State or even Texas earlier. Both were outgained, and both caught maybe some fortunate breaks. I mean, Boise had 3 turnovers and 2 missed field goals. And Penn State, that was a one-possession game in the second half. And because of those mistakes, they were able to pull away and win by 17. And then today, Texas was outgained by 150 yards and, blew a lead, went to overtime. And I wasn't impressed with that. They probably should have lost that game. They scooped down overtime just to stay alive. So neither of those two teams have been very impressive. It hasn't even been a half of football yet, but Ohio State right now looks like a world beater with the way they're handling the number one team in the country.
Yeah, well, once upon a time ago, it looked that way in that Texas-Arizona State game.
Yeah, that's true.
Lead, so we'll see.
Well, there they go again.
As I speak that, try to speak it into existence.
Wow,
we're beginning a game. Yeah, now 30-0, awaiting a 31-0 score. Travion Henderson, a 66-yard touchdown run for Ohio State. 8:47 left, 30-0 Ohio State over Oregon. So there you go. On pace for about 85 points today. That's going to do it for 5 o'clock fire. Coming up next, should Texan fans prefer a Titans win on Sunday? Womp womp. We'll talk about it next.
A cancer diagnosis can be overwhelming, but when you choose
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner, Sean Bijani, Luke Morrow, Byron Matthews producing for Tyler Milner. So a lot of the questions going into this Tennessee Titans regular season finale game for the Texans is, well, how the hell are they going to approach it? Starters, they're going to play, but okay, how much? Similar questions are the case for the Tennessee Titans. I was just looking at a recent post by Jim Wyatt on the Tennessee Titans website, and Will Levis, who's supposed to be back this week, says, of course, hey, I'm excited to be back, but apparently the plan, according to head coach Brian Callahan earlier in the week, is for both Will Levis and Mason Rudolph to play in the season finale. So how the Tennessee Titans are exactly going to handle this thing, like, do they want to win this football game, really? Or are they going to do everything in their power to lose it while also looking somewhat respectful in doing so? That's going to be an interesting watch.
Yeah, I have a friend. I guess I shouldn't say this too loud. I have a great friend who's a diehard Titans fan, friends with the enemy. And
good job by you.
I don't discriminate. And I was talking earlier this week, I was joking around with him that, Will Levis is going to be like the closer in base, too close winning. They're just going to put in Will Levis to make sure they lose the game and secure that number 2 pick, because we know how he coughs up games. But yeah, curious to see what they do with those 2 quarterbacks and how the Titans treat this, because we know from the Titans' perspective, it's smart business for them to lose this game on Sunday. Will they actually do that? We referenced an article earlier this afternoon about how much these games mean to the Titans' ownership and how much they want to beat the Texans, and how that first matchup earlier this year was treated like their Super Bowl, so much so that when they lost the next week, they credited that to an emotional hangover from a Texans victory that moved their record to 3-8, but it was such a big deal that it took them 2 weeks to recover from that emotional victory in a pointless season. But if you're the Titans, you're better off losing. Then on the flip side, as I had asked earlier and have been thinking this week, if you're the Texans, are you better off losing in the sense that this game means nothing for the standings? You're locked into your playoff spot. But if you lose this game, giving the Titans another win, they would go from right now the number 2 pick, potentially even the number 1 pick by the end of Sunday, where they could get their next future star quarterback, theoretically, to potentially dropping all the way down to the 9th pick in a draft that's not that great to begin with. The 9th pick is more equivalent to maybe something closer to the 20th pick normally in a draft. And so for the Texans, this game doesn't mean anything, but you can hurt one of your division rivals in the process by actually letting them beat you on Sunday and ruining their number 2 draft slot for the upcoming
thing. We won 2022. Everybody wanted the Texans to lose, so they secure the number 1 overall pick, right? Well, they didn't. They beat the Colts, final day of the regular season, and it worked out. You got C.J. Stroud, and you traded up to get Will Anderson. So, tremendous, right? It worked out. However, in this regard, like with a team that is led by DeMeco Ryans, that is guaranteed a playoff game. They know they're going to the postseason. They don't know who they're going to play. You're going to ask or expect a DeMeco Ryans-led football team to go out there and not put its best foot forward at a point in the season where they absolutely need anything, something to kind of hold on to feel good about going into the playoffs. I think that should be considered. When you're asking yourself, like, okay, well, what should the Texans do? Is this a game that they should absolutely just roll over and die and let the Titans win? I mean, what does that look like when 2 teams, it makes sense for both of them? Like, you could hear the argument for the Texans that, hey, just play the backups and get guys some reps and just get out of this injury-free, but just don't win. Don't win. Like, how does that make you feel anything from a positive standpoint good about this football team going into the playoffs? It doesn't. It can't. I mean, I don't expect the DeMeco Ryans team to do that. It didn't happen with a Lith-led football team when it needed to happen. It didn't in 2022.
Yeah, it It kind of reminds me of, go back to the final game of the 2005 season, when the Texans then drafted Mario Williams, and there was those teams fighting for the top pick in the draft. And the Texans were playing the Niners that last game, and those were both two teams that were battling for one of those top spots. And that just felt like a game where neither team really wanted to win, and it went to overtime. And, the 49ers ended up winning. And then I think that cost Dom Capers his job, too. Right? Didn't he get fired after that year? And so, anyways, maybe in my scenario, my hypothetical, maybe it's something like that where both teams don't necessarily prefer the victory. But, no, to your point, right, D'Amico Ryans, you're getting ready for a playoff game. It's not the right time to just punt. You go out there, lay down. I think it's more so for a fan, because even the Titans, like Brian Callahan, doesn't want to go out there and intentionally lose on Sunday. That's why tanking never works in the NFL from that perspective. The Giants just won last week. The Raiders won their last 2 games, because even though the front office is hoping for losses because that might be better for business, these players still have too much pride and they have to put something on tape. And these coaches are fighting for their jobs. They want to win any game they can. So that's tough to do. I guess it's more from the fan perspective, that you as the Texans fan sitting at home on Sunday, will you actually be rooting for a victory that doesn't change anything big picture-wise in terms of the standings or seeding, or do you want to play well, but the Titans win on the last-second field goal, and now they're picking 7th in the draft? Maybe that's the best of both worlds.
Yeah. Teams, what if you tie?
Yeah, there you go.
Seen that before. The Texans are going to play the starters. So for one quarter, for 1.5, for one half of football, whatever it is, you need to see them play well. And if they play well, I've said this about one of the games, the last victory you had over the Jacksonville Jaguars. That was an empty victory. And that there's nothing that the Texans did in that game because, again, it was a typical AFC South showdown. It was ugly. It was close. And it shouldn't have been, but you got the win. How many times in just the last 2 seasons have we said, well, a win is a win, ugly or not, you got the dub? Okay. I feel like we've said that many more times than not when times were supposed to be good around here, whether it be under Bill O'Brien or Gary Kubiak. It's just, boy, you'd really like some good-looking wins instead of ugly wins. I want some attractive wins. I want some wins that you can really hang. You can't get that. There is no scenario this weekend that allows you to do that because, well, the Titans were playing, Mason Rudolph half of the game. Well, the Titans, they didn't have Jeffrey Simmons or Tavondre Sweat out there, but, 35% of the snaps. You're going to be able to excuse it away. And so there's nothing you can do given the quality or lack thereof of the opponent versus how well you play against them that you could feel great about. When you on Saturday or Sunday, round 1 of the postseason, if it's against the Steelers, Ravens, or Chargers, whoever it is, that is going to be the Texans' next opportunity to give you anything to feel good about. When the first play is when the ball is kicked and Dameon Pierce, runs it back for 65 yards and gets you in great field position, then it's like, okay, game on. Or C.J. Stroud takes an 8-yard loss on a 3rd and 12 sack. And you'll be like, oh, hell. That the next time you feel anything of relevance about this football team is going to be in an elimination game. That's how I see it. The Jags game from earlier this year, the Jets game from earlier this year, like you had your opportunities, and neither one of those 2 teams or any other ones that I could mention, not named the Lions, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Packers, means a damn thing that makes you feel like, yeah, this team can go, beat one of the better teams in the NFL, like that are in the tournament. That's just how I see it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think you could do anything Sunday to feel better about the concerns for the team, which is why I said earlier, I've been saying it since Christmas. I wouldn't even play Stroud on Sunday. I think there's more to gain actually by sitting him than to have him go out there and play. I know things can click, but it goes back to what you just said about you excuse it away. I compared it to wrestling a girl if you were on the boys' wrestling team in high school. It's a lose-lose. Like you do well, and you write it off that it's the worst team in the league. They're trying to lose. They're tanking. And if you do poorly, then it looks even worse. Like, man, you can't even get it together against the lowly Titans, and now you got to go into a playoff game. The outside reception.
Yeah.
In the building, it would be a little different. They're not going to play well Sunday, come in the next day and say, it was the Titans. Who cares? We did some good things yesterday, but it's the Titans. That's not how these teams think, but that'll be the outside noise from the fan base and maybe even people that cover the team.
Well, but they're watching the coaches, the people that are responsible for evaluating this team and self-scouting and advanced scouting. They're watching something totally different than what you or I or anybody out there listening, the casual fan, is going to be watching on Sunday. To an untrained eye versus a trained eye, isn't that, hey, they might do some things really well, and we might not bat an eye at it. But it might be a particular, blocking scheme that, they just hadn't executed all season, but, it looked good in that instance. And look how that freed, Mixon up, or look how that freed Pierce up, or boy, look at the pre-snap look that you got here. If Davis Mills is in at quarterback and you're thinking you're reading cover 2, and it turns out to be like some mixed zone man coverage, and the Texans executed beautifully, or maybe they run 3 freaking screens on Sunday and it's awesome. The Texans can take, those types of things and apply it to the future opponent. And I get both sides of the story. It's like, well, hey, look, we did this well doesn't mean we can't do it well against a quality opponent. And just because we did it well here and now our opponent sees it doesn't mean we can't go back to that. Like, oh no, they've seen it. They're going to know what to expect. We can't run that. I think that's what we've seen a lot over the last couple of years with Bobby Slowick as offensive coordinator. Just from an offensive perspective, it's like, well, because we did this and it worked really well, like surely we can't go back to that. They're going to be ready for it. It's in the play. It's not just in the play design, but it's in the tempo or lack thereof that the Texans have gotten to these plays that I think can change. And do I expect that to change this weekend and into the playoffs? I don't expect it to, but I don't understand totally why it can't be better. At no point this season can I recall where I think we've been happy with the tempo. It's been the same concerns this year that we had last year, even when times were like, okay, yeah, getting the plays in on time, giving CJ an opportunity to go through his pre-snap reads, identify that read defender, get in a different play or out of the one that, he was given, watch him play freely. That's what Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans have said multiple times this season. I want to see CJ Stroud play freely round 1 of the postseason. I want to see him play freely in, 20 snaps on Sunday against the Titans.
It's almost like a rehab start for a pitcher in baseball where they always say, like, don't look at the stat line.
Oh, yeah.
They're looking to see, like, does he have his stuff? It doesn't matter. He gave up 2 homers, 3, like, whatever. How did he look out there? Does he have did his stuff look good? Could he control the fastball? Yeah. Did he have his command? So on and so forth. That's almost what this situation is like for what you could say is kind of like a rehabbing offense right now. But to your point also about, these coaches, they're looking for different things. That's why people in the league always say, like, you can't take PFF, Pro Football Focus grades, all that to heart because people watching and grading the tape, they don't know what the team's trying to do or what the team is hoping to execute there. And you could try to project, but they're doing different things as an organization. So, yeah, maybe it'd be like a rehab start on Sunday. By the way, on the text line, 713 said Texans might as well go play all out and get revenge on the Titans because they're not winning a playoff game. But on YouTube, Guy Gene said, let Titans win to mess up their draft position. So we got one on each side.
There you go. That's typically the case. That's why we ask the questions to get the answers. Your thoughts. 713-572-4610. One final segment remaining to get those in before we hand things off to Texans All Access. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
In a divorce, it's important to have a partner you can count on.
structure on the roof will affect the handling and stability of the vehicle.
This hour is brought to you by Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. Together, let's drive.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, final segment. Here we go. In for Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner. We are Sean Bijani and Luke Moore, along with Byron Matthews. Some iteration of like Area 45 in there. Area 45 off tonight. Be back on tomorrow. You're doing Area 45 tomorrow with Chris Partee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then we'll see. Tomorrow's Thursday, so then we're off on Friday. You'll be on 10 to 2 with Chris Partee on Friday. Yep. And I'll be in with Clint the next 2 days here on The Drive from 2 until 6. I mentioned coming up right behind us, we're going to hand things off to Texans Radio, Texans All Access. It'll be a sit-down with General Manager Nick Caserio. We played some stuff from him in that conversation earlier in our show. You'll get it in full in the 6 o'clock hour, so we're looking forward to that. 713-572-4610, asking you shall receive feedback from the people. What do you want the Texans to do? Because you know the best you could possibly feel, and you know the worst you could possibly feel. And I don't think a W or an L has anything to do with either one of those things. It's just the quality of play. And even that's subjective. But from the 979, they say, game is the best practice. If you know you're a good team, rest them. These slap asses need to play. From the 979. I think many people probably share that opinion. Like, just play them, and I think D'Amico Ryans, I don't know that he'd call his team slap asses, but everything that we've heard from him this week, they're going to play. It's just a question of a matter of how much. So we'll see. I want to see Deontay Johnson. When I said earlier last segment, what I did is that there is no situation that I could feel good about this team going into the postseason. The next real feeling that I can have legitimately that is relevant to the success or failures of this football team is going to be round one of the playoffs, because that's a quality opponent. You don't know what you're getting against the Titans. Maybe I have to retract it a little bit, because maybe it's the difference between going to a fight with a knife versus a fight with a gun, right? The Texans are equipped to go into a fight against anybody because you got the quarterback, you've got a really great receiver, you got a really good running back, and you got a really good defense, okay? I get all that stuff. But if you can make yourself stronger, like the Texans believe they have within the last 9 days in picking up Deontay Johnson off the waiver wire, he's going to play this week against the Titans. D'Amico Ryans said it earlier today. He's going to play. He'll be out there. If he looks like a guy that can contribute, if he looks like a guy that, pre-snap is not confused as far as what the play is, if he's running really good crisp routes like he has already in his 6-year NFL career, if he's plays where it's like, whoo, you know what? X ain't made that play. Mechie hasn't made that play. Then yes, I can feel good about the Texans' weaponry going in to the postseason, and I can feel good about the Texans' weaponry for what they've showcased, what little it may be, on Sunday against the Titans.
Yeah, that'll be the big thing to look for. All right, there's not a whole lot of meaning left in this game on Sunday. You want to see some good things from the offense, obviously, to feel better going into the playoffs. But yeah, Deontay Johnson is the big thing. The big secret, I guess, right now is seeing what he can bring to the table, how familiar he is with this offense, all that might look like. And if he goes out there, look, the dude's a playmaker. He's put up some big numbers in the past. It just didn't work out when he went to Baltimore. It seemed like a bad fit, even just off the field. He wasn't maybe a great teammate. But he's talented. And so if you could get him caught up to speed, at least enough where he could play some sort of role, you can't do any worse, right? I mean, he'll be better than those names you listed of what you have currently. And so see what you can get out of him Sunday to feel good going in. And you mentioned it earlier. In playoffs, potentially face the Steelers first round, his former team, who, let him go. I'm sure these guys are competitors. There's some sort of chip on his shoulder. I'm sure he's going to want to make some plays against his former team in the playoffs, try to knock them out with his new team.
Yeah.
And he's going to have to be inspired because, like I said, Panthers let him go, but that was more because they're not competing. Save on some money, let him go elsewhere. But it bottomed out in Baltimore with one of the better teams in the AFC. So he's in Houston, and if he can showcase some things, he could get himself back, increase his stock here heading into the offseason throughout the league. So I think he'll be motivated. Hopefully he's just familiar enough with Stroud in this offense so he could go out there and make some plays Sunday, but especially in the playoffs because he's a talented receiver.
It really comes down to, because we know he's a player. We've seen it before with some good teams. It comes down to, do you have the coordinator, the play caller, to put him in position to help your team the best? And I think it's a fair question because I don't know that we really saw that optimized when Stephon Diggs was healthy, along with Nico Collins and Tank Dell. When you had all three of those guys, and I know you didn't have them for a good chunk, any real sample size, I think when Stephon Diggs was healthy, right, didn't Tank have to miss a game or Nico had to miss a game? I think your offense with those big three and the five-headed monster, right? Stroud, Mixon, Nico, Steph, Tank. You can count on one hand probably how many times you had those guys available at the same time. And so maybe that's a little bit of a built-in excuse for Bobby. And so, boy, if he couldn't figure it out for a month and a half to 2 months, though, with those guys available at any one point in time, what makes you think he's going to be able to figure it out in 17 days with an added weapon in Deontay Johnson? I don't know, but there's a chance. There's a chance. He could. We've seen the guy adjust before. Maybe there's a light bulb moment. Maybe Deontay's just that this season. Can you imagine the story, though? He's got an opportunity, round one of the postseason, if in fact it is against the Steelers, to go out and do something really special, help his new team beat his old team and move into the divisional round of the postseason for the second straight year. And at that point in time, you want to talk about house money, whatever. I don't care. You're there. You get to play a game that could take you to a place you've never been before. And you've never had a weapon like, Deontay Johnson and Nico Collins, if in fact it's looking good. So I'm here for that. I want to see it. You're there to just get a seat at the table, get a ticket to the dance, however you want to put it. The Texans are there. And now I want to see what they can do with it, so it'll be fun.
For sure. I saw a stat online today that the quarterback with the most missed yards this year is actually C.J. Stroud.
Say that again?
The quarterback with the most missed yards this year, the most yards they've left on the table is actually Stroud, is number one. So the reason why I bring that up is because, say what you will about Bobby Slowick, but statistically, he's getting guys open. Stroud, we saw it on Christmas. He had 3 straight misses on open guys. My point being, I think Deontay Johnson will have some opportunities. I think he'll find himself open at times, even though he's not all that familiar with this offense and even familiar with Stroud. I think Slowick will be able to scheme him open at times. It's just if you can capitalize and if those two can get on the same page with their timing where Stroud will be able to hit him, for hopefully some big catches here in the playoffs or maybe even Sunday.
How subjective is that stat in that, Stroud leads the league in missed yards? Is that missed yards throws that he did make that fell incomplete, or throws that he could have made, as in missed opportunities to throw the ball to an open receiver?
It's a good question. I interpreted it as incompletions that were, maybe on the quarterback, missed throws, inaccurate throws, that if you complete that, there's an extra 20 yards, and then you total that up.
Missed to Dalton Schultz this past Wednesday, one that could have gone for 25, 30 yards, maybe more. The one he led Mixon on, so throws he actually made that just...
That's how I interpret it. Yeah.
I mean, either way, that... Because it would be really subjective. It's he had a guy wide open.
He checked it down when he had this guy open. That's missing 30 yards.
Yeah. Leading the league with 10,000 missed yards. Yeah, you could probably say that about a lot of quarterbacks, maybe. From the 281, we just have to accept the Texans as a laughing stock in the NFL. Texans will never get to a Super Bowl, so let's just move forward. Well, hold on. What are you moving forward to? Move on. They'll never get to a Super Bowl. What are we moving on to? Just forget about them. Let's go Rockets. Is that where we are? No, that's anti what I just said. That's the quote unquote same old Texans mentality. That crap is over. I mean, you might not be happy with the result right now, the situation, but the same old Texans, I can't co-sign that.
Yeah, I think perspective is everything. And so expectations were really high coming into this year. But look, they should win if they take Sunday, back-to-back 10-win seasons, back-to-back division titles. That's hard to do in the NFL. You look at the only teams in the AFC to win 10 games the last 2 years, Chiefs, Bills, Ravens. Right? That's the three elite franchises of the AFC for the past, half dozen years. And the Texans are the other one. They're right there with them. So I know this offense has been a mess. I know they haven't played well against the best teams in the league. Maybe they should have more than 10 wins, yada, yada, yada. It's a different, if they win Sunday, it's a different 10-7 than a year ago. But they've won back-to-back 10. You got a young, talented quarterback. You have seemingly a good head coach. Back-to-back division titles, 10 wins, knock on wood, back-to-back years. You're going to be in the playoffs. They're not playing the football everybody thought they would at this time of the season, but, they're not the Jaguars here. I mean, this is still one of the top teams in the AFC.
Yeah, I heard somebody say the other day, and, the Texans maybe got too big for their britches in that, they had the season they had last year, and then they go out this offseason and they bring in Joe Mixon, they bring in Stephon Diggs, and again, from a total team standpoint, there's almost a 50% turnover rate. And I don't know if that's average. I don't know if that's absorbent, for an NFL team. I don't know. I'd be interested to see the average turnover rate from year to year by NFL teams, but particularly ones that go to the postseason. What does their turnover rate look like from year to year? Like, what's the average for the Chiefs? What's the average for the Bengals or the Steelers or the Ravens, the teams really at 49ers, whatever. I'd be interested in knowing that number, but whoever I heard say this the other day was alluding to the fact that, we were expecting far too much for a team that added, so many new pieces to still a very young quarterback and a young play caller. And it made sense at the time when I heard it, but now I'm thinking about that again as you're kind of going through what you're saying, and what else are you supposed to do for a young offense with a young quarterback, and you just discovered that, hey, this guy that we drafted, Nico Collins, a couple of years ago, is actually a really good receiver. And so maybe we have a legit 1 or 2 receiver in Nico, and you got a weapon in Tank Dell. We could really use another high, top flight receiver. Why don't you go out and get that guy? Why don't you try to go get a veteran proven running back so you're not experimenting with Dameon Pierce and an offensive line that, may or may not be FUBAR? Unfortunately, we know the answer to that question now, but why wouldn't you try to make your team really good with a really good young quarterback and an up-and-coming offensive coordinator? Give them the weapons. What do you mean you're doing too much all of a sudden? What are you supposed to do? Not every team, and the NFL's different than the NBA, but I mean, look, the Rockets, they drafted their guys and they've developed them. Well, but they also went out and got Dylan Brooks. They also went out and got Fred VanVleet, and they paid him a bleep ton of money. They're not all homegrown.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to be able to go out, find talent, bring guys in, veterans that you think are going to make your team better. That's what the Texans did. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. I don't know that Stephon Diggs was really a great hit, but I can't sit here and tell you I think it was a terrible miss.
No, it was worth the shot. You had it,
I think all of those moves were worth the shot, and I'll die on the hill that on paper the Texans had the best offseason out of any team in the NFL in terms of what they needed and what they got.
Yeah, I thought they had a great offseason. I would still say I thought they had a great offseason. I know this season hasn't gone as planned, but yeah, the sky's not falling here. There's still a lot of talent. You got a young quarterback. I shared the stat at the beginning of the season, but they had the third largest jump from one year to the next in Super Bowl odds in NFL history. Expectations, keep your expectations low. You'll never be disappointed. And I think expectations are maybe too high, and that's
damn
why
you odds makers.
Yeah, that's why
bastards.
You look at this year as a big failure right now.
Set them up for failure.
Yeah.
Hey, a lot of fun, man. Enjoyed it. We'll look forward to listening to you tomorrow. Thanks for everybody that listened and enjoyed the show. For Byron Matthews, for Luke Morrow, I'm Sean Bijani. Have a great and happy New Year's Day.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there. Sunny and 75. Almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time, and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
What I know about courage, I learned